Due to the exorbitant medical expenses incurred by his father, Qin Hao reluctantly agreed to a divorce in exchange for 200,000 yuan for medical treatment. However, he not only failed to obtain the money, but also suffered a brutal beating from the scion of a wealthy family. Unexpectedly, he activated an ancestral jade pendant, granting him the ability of clairvoyance. From that moment on, the world welcomed a bizarre prodigy, adept at treasure hunting, bargain finding, gambling, and healing, capable of achieving unimaginable wealth with ease. Some refer to him as a master of antiques, while others called him the king of gambling. Chapter 1. Deceived. Director Huang. This is the patient's condition. We cannot delay any longer. The surgery must be arranged as soon as possible. In the intensive care unit of Jinling City People's Hospital, a group of doctors in white coats was examining a middle-aged man, and the patient's condition was dire. Dr. Jia handed the examination results to Director Huang, who frowned upon reviewing the report. Make sure to notify the patient's family immediately. We should schedule the surgery within the next couple of days. Qin Hao walked out of the hospital feeling lost and helpless. He was in dire need of money, an astronomical sum for him, after the doctor had informed him that an urgent surgery was imperative. With no other options, Qin Hao took out his phone and began calling relatives with whom he had a tenuous connection. Uncle, my father. Why should I care whether your father lives or dies? I won't lend you anything. The call abruptly ended. Aunt, my father is hospitalized and needs surgery. I'm short of Oh, you even have the audacity to ask for money? You still owe us from the last time. Standing at the hospital entrance, Qin Hao gazed at the torrential rain outside, feeling an overwhelming mix of emotions. He clenched his fists tightly, the sound of derision echoing in his ears. With his father critically ill and the hospital having issued a notice of grave danger, he needed at least 200,000 for the surgery. He had exhausted all avenues to borrow money. Yet the responses he received were cold, indifferent faces, and icy voices. Despite his desperate attempts, as a hapless son-in-law, how could he possibly come up with such a sum? The world is truly bizarre. It pressures those who wish to live into despair while urging those who wish to die to cling to life. After much contemplation, he decided to call Song Huina. The phone was quickly answered, and without preamble, Qin Hao got straight to the point. Nana, my father is critically ill, and the doctor says I need 200,000 for surgery. Can you lend me that amount? As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. His father was his only family in this world. Qin Hao, you eat my food and use my resources. I, Song Huina, owe you nothing. Why should I lend you 200,000? I won't lend you anything. Nana, for the sake of our marriage, please lend me the 200,000. I'm begging you. On the other end, Song Huina's voice was frigid. I have no money. Your father's life or death is none of my concern. Just because you're my cheap husband, had my grandfather not been muddled, would I ever have married you? Qin Hao bit his lip so hard that blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Song Huina's words pierced his heart like a dagger. For 2 years as a son-in-law, Qin Hao had been diligent, washing, cooking, and cleaning. He reflected on all, having never done anything to wrong the Song family. Instead, he had served them like a servant. Yet despite his efforts, the Song family never regarded him as a human being. Nana, I know you never liked me. Given our marriage, in begging you, I will repay you. Just lend me the 200,000. I promise to repay you. I'll do anything to make it up to you. Qin Hao pleaded humbly, his self-esteem crumbling to dust. Yet on the other end, Song Huina remained silent, and his heart grew colder by the moment. Just as he was about to give up, he heard her voice again. I can lend you 200,000, but you must divorce me. Qin Hao was silent for a moment before arriving at a decision. Someone like Song Huina was never meant for him. She was not worth his attachment. His only wish now was to save his father. Fine, I agree. You give me 200,000, and I will divorce you. Impossible. How do I know you won't default after receiving the money? You must divorce me first. Hearing her cold, unfeeling tone, Qin Hao relinquished his last shred of hope. Fine, I agree. Bring your ID, I'll bring the household registration book. Just come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After that, Song Huina hung up the phone. Qin Hao felt a chill in his heart. He could hardly believe that he held no trust in her eyes. Half an hour later, he saw Song Huina waiting at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, still as beautiful as ever, but utterly devoid of warmth. Why are you so slow? Erase the divorce agreement, read it, and sign quickly if there are no issues. Qin Hao took the so-called divorce agreement and began to read. Divorce agreement. Party A, Qin Hao. Party B, Song Huina. Party A, Qin Hao, as the son-in-law, will leave all assets to Party B, Song Huina, and Party A, Qin Hao, will leave with nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao took the pen handed to him by Song Huina and swiftly signed his name. Smart choice. Let's complete the procedures. Half an hour later, Qin Hao and Song Huina exited the Civil Affairs Bureau. Where's the money? Qin Hao inquired. What money? You've seen the divorce agreement. You leave with nothing. Song Huina replied, producing the previous divorce agreement again. You're going back on your word. At that moment, if Qin Hao still didn't realize he had been deceived, he would be a fool. Kid, you think you can still demand money? What a pathetic loser. Just as Qin Hao was preparing to explode, an unpleasant voice interrupted. He then saw several figures approaching. Xinggu, don't bother with this loser, look at this, Song Huina said, shaking the divorce certificate, while the person she referred to as Xinggu, along with those who had previously mocked Qin Hao, was none other than Huang Bingsheng, the young master of the Huang group. Huang Bingsheng paid no heed to the divorce documents, instead shamelessly slapping Song Huina's backside. Xinggu, you hurt me. Watching Song Huina's coy demeanor, Huang Bingsheng smirked and provocatively glanced at the furious Qin Hao. By the way, loser, keep your distance for Nana in the future. After speaking, Huang Bingsheng spat on the ground, his disdain evident. You. Qin Hao clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the pair before him, his nails digging into his palms. Xinggu, don't bother with this loser when will you marry me? I can hardly hide my belly anymore. I'm already 4 months along. Boom. As Qin Hao took a step forward, it felt as though lightning had struck him. No wonder Song Huina was so eager to divorce. No wonder he had been foolishly oblivious to the fact that he had been wearing a green hat all along, thinking that Song Huina merely didn't like him. Dogman and woman, he'll kill you both, Qin Hao roared as he lunged toward them. Get rid of him. Huang Bingsheng waved his hand, and several lackeys rushed forward. Having been starved all day, combined with fatigue and a poor mental state, Qin Hao was no match for Huang Bingsheng's subordinates. He was swiftly knocked to the ground, receiving a brutal beating without mercy. Xinggu, don't hit him anymore. It could lead to serious consequences. After hearing Song Huina's words, Huang Bingsheng signaled for his men to stop and then crouched down. Loser, you think you can compete with me for a woman? Dream on. I'd already slept with Song Huina a year ago. What can you do about it? Listen well, you brat. From now on, do not let me catch sight of you, for each encounter shall result in a beating. Huang Bingsheng whispered menacingly into Qin Hao's ear, before delivering a few more kicks and spitting disdainfully, striding away with Song Huina in a show of nonchalance. Qin Hao was engulfed in pain, his body battered and bruised, the blood trickling down his cheek. Yet, his furious gaze remained fixed upon the retreating figures. As he attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, the jade pendant stained with blood on his chest flickered with a golden light before vanishing from sight. Chapter 0002. A trap for you. After a considerable time, Qin Hao finally managed to rise unsteadily to his feet, wiping the blood from his face, and silently vowed to take revenge on the despicable couple. If not for the lingering concerns in his heart, he would have relished the thought of taking a knife to them. In truth, falling asleep was indeed a blessing. At least it spared him from discomfort. Having tidied himself up briefly, he succumbed to exhaustion, resting his head on the edge of the bed while holding his father's hand, and soon drifted into slumber. The jade pendant that had once vanished began to emit a gentle glow, enveloping Qin Hao and extending its warmth to his father. This soothing process lasted for approximately 15 minutes, during which the swelling on Qin Hao's face gradually subsided. Even his father, Qin Hao, appeared to regain a hint of color, though Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware of these changes. The following morning, Qin Hao awoke and took his toiletries to the bathroom. Upon catching sight of his reflection in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned. Where were the bruises and swelling? Initially worried about being questioned by his father, unsure of how to explain, he was relieved to see that everything had healed completely. Qin Hao stood there, gazing at his reflection, only for the mirror to suddenly vanish. It was as if his gaze had penetrated the mirror, revealing the wall behind it. Startled, Qin Hao shivered, doubting whether he was experiencing hallucinations due to stress. After several attempts, he pondered, could I have gained the ability of X-ray vision? Just as excitement surged within him, a discordant voice interrupted his thoughts. Family of the patient. It's time to renew the payment. With no choice, Qin Hao arranged breakfast for his father and, once everything was settled, departed from the hospital. Today, he was headed to an auction house where he had been employed for 2 years. His purpose for visiting was to request an advance on his salary. Every little bit helped. Xiaoqin, today the auction house is opening for bidding. Come help me organize the warehouse. As soon as he entered the company, he was summoned by the warehouse supervisor, Wu Chang, to which Qin Hao could only nod in agreement. The two made their way to the warehouse and began moving items according to the inventory list. Handling antiques was not like moving other goods. It required utmost care. And Qin Hao had undergone professional training before assuming his role. As he lifted a box, he recalled his newfound ability and decided to put it to the test. With his mental focus, the box gradually turned transparent, revealing its contents before him. Qing Dynasty multicolored vase, a counterfeit. To his astonishment, the very first item was a fake. Could it be that the auction house also dealt in forgeries? Maintaining his composure, he continued to examine the second and third items. It wasn't until the seventh item that Qin Hao was taken aback. Republican-era imitation Han Dynasty Guanyin statue, a damaged piece. His surprise did not stem from the statue itself, but rather from the base beneath it. Hurry up, Xiao Qin. The auction is about to begin. We cannot delay. At Wu Chong's urging, Qin Hao quickly responded, though his eyes continued to dart around inquisitively. Working at the auction house was fairly relaxed. Aside from the weekly preparations before the auction, there was little else to occupy his time. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Qin Hao arrived at the auction hall, his heart laden with trepidation. Though he frequented this place, today's purpose bore a different weight. As the auction commenced, the call for the first item of the day resonated through the hall. Just as Qin Hao settled into his seat, the auctioneer's voice rang out. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his X-ray vision. Wang Yuanqi's imitation of Huang Zizhou's landscape painting, an authentic piece. Upon gleaning this information, the other bidders had already begun their offers. "I'd bid 400,000, declared a portly, balding man, the first to voice a price. 400,000 for Wang Yuanqi's landscape painting? I offer 500,000, chimed in a prosperous-looking individual with a rotund figure. Following a heated round of bidding, the Wang Yuanqi's imitation of Huang Zizhou's landscape painting was ultimately acquired by a middle-aged man in his 40s for 900,000. After observing for about half an hour, Qin Hao finally awaited the arrival of the item he desired. His hands trembled involuntarily, though fortunately no one noticed. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Ming Dynasty imitation of a Han Dynasty Guanyin statue. Due to the loss of one arm, the starting bid is set at 10,000. Yet it still holds considerable collectible value, the auctioneer remarked casually. In truth, if the piece were intact, it could easily fetch 80 to 100,000. An imitation from the Ming era, and broken at that? I wouldn't even want it if it were given to me. Indeed, let us swiftly move on to the next item. The auctioneer, overhearing the murmurs of discontent, found himself in an awkward position. Just as he contemplated withdrawing the item, a voice broke through the chatter. 10,000. All eyes turned curiously toward Qin Hao. Whispers of disbelief ensued. Is this fellow a fool? Unperturbed by the judgments of others, Qin Hao remained resolute. 10,000, first call. 10,000, second call. 10,000, third call. Sold. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Indeed, there's a fool among us. And he desires this trinket? Paying no heed to their scorn, Qin Hao maintained an air of serene confidence, though internally, he was exhilarated. In truth, Qin Hao yearned to leave at that moment, yet he suppressed his restless spirit to continue observing. Next, we will auction a remarkably precious Qin Dynasty multicolored vase. The base price is set at 500,000, with increments of no less than 10,000. Let the bidding commence. The auctioneer introduced the next item. Qin Dynasty multicolored vase. Was this not the counterfeit he had just seen in the warehouse? I bid 600,000. Qin Hao's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. Following the sound, he spotted a pair of hands gripping the Guanyin statue tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. However, Qin Hao quickly regained his composure. There were myriad ways to seek revenge, and violence was not the only option. Possessing his X-ray vision, he knew his rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. With this thought, a peculiar smile curled upon his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, my father is Huang Zhun, the chairman of the Huang Group. I kindly request your consideration. I shall take this Qin Dynasty multicolored vase. I bid 1 million. Initially, the crowd was poised to continue bidding, but upon hearing the name of Huang Zhun's son, they fell silent in unison. 1,000,001. As Huang Bingxing reveled in his triumph, an incongruous voice emerged, and upon glancing up, he was astonished to find it was Qin Hao. In truth, Qin Hao had two intentions behind his actions. Firstly, he harbored a disdain for Huang Bingxing and sought to undermine him. Secondly, even if Huang Bingxing chose to relinquish his claim, Qin Hao remained unperturbed, for the item in question was a mere counterfeit. Huang Bingxing had never anticipated that the individual who would disregard his dignity would be none other than this insignificant Qin Hao, whom he regarded as little more than a mere insect. I bid 1,200,000. Chapter 0003, Striking It Rich. I bid 1,200,000. Despite his irritation, Huang Bingxing still announced a price. 1,201,000. Qin Hao raised his bid by a mere 1,000. Huang Bingxing responded with a bold increase to 1,500,000. 1,501,000. Qin Hao remained steadfast. At this point, It became evident to all that Qin Hao was genuinely intent on challenging Huang Bingsheng. Surely, it was permissible to observe the auction without participating in the bidding frenzy. Nonetheless, many had begun to remember Qin Hao. Kid, are you sincerely trying to provoke me? Young Master Huang, this is merely fair competition. Do you presume this auction house belongs to your family? Huang Bingsheng was left speechless by the retort. However, he soon recalled that Qin Hao was merely a penniless youth, and his current bidding was likely an attempt to irritate him. Why not turn the tables and ensnare him instead? With this thought, Huang Bingsheng raised his bid once more. 2 million. A mere 100,000 item had been escalated to 2 million by young Master Huang. Indeed, a display of extravagant wealth. Then I shall withdraw. Congratulations. Young Master Huang. Qin Hao concluded, bowing slightly. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the auction hall. Congratulations, Mr. Huang, for acquiring this Qing Dynasty polychrome vase at the remarkably low price of 2 million. The auctioneer's ill-timed congratulatory remarks struck Huang Bingsheng's face like a resounding slap. You worthless fool, wait for me. With this final utterance, Huang Bingsheng turned and exited, while Qin Hao merely shrugged, indifferent to the enmity he had cultivated. Why should he fret over this additional grievance? Huang Bingsheng's departure did not impede the auction in the slightest. Qin Hao, lacking the desire to continue watching, resolved to take a leave of absence, for he needed to convert his possession into currency. Thus, he drained his meager balance of 10,000 yuan and brought the broken Buddha statue to the manager's office. The auction manager, Lu Xiaoxiao, had always been quite accommodating toward Qin Hao. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped on the door, and a woman's voice soon echoed from within. Come in. Upon entering, Qin Hao was taken aback to find an elderly gentleman in his 60s conversing with Lu Xiaoxiao over an antique laid out on the desk. Ah, it's you, Xiaoqin. What brings you here? Oh, what is it that you are holding? Qin Hao smiled and replied, Sister Lu, this is what I just purchased at the auction. You bought this? Lu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Yes, it is the Buddha statue with a missing arm. Young man, may I have a look? At this moment, the elderly gentleman seated opposite Lu Xiaoxiao spoke. Xiaoqin, this is Mr. Li, the president of the Jinling Antique Association. After Lu Xiaoxiao's introduction, she did not present Qin Hao to Chairman Li, and the significance of this was quite apparent. Hello, Chairman Li. My name is Qin Hao. Upon finishing his introduction, Qin Hao placed the Buddha statue on the table before Chairman Li. Chairman Li, whose full name is Li Yuren, was present primarily to assist Lu Xiaoxiao in appraising a few items. Li Yuren picked up the statue and examined it thoroughly, only to discover that it was indeed a flawed imitation. Just as disappointment began to set in, his eyes suddenly widened, and he turned his gaze towards Qin Hao. Young man, you possess a keen eye. Upon hearing Li Yuren's words, Lu Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. Chairman Li, is it truly a treasure? Li Yuren nodded, then shifted his attention back to Qin Hao. Qin Hao, would you like me to help you disassemble it? You may call me Xiaoqin. As for your assistance, I would greatly appreciate it. Without further ado, Li Yuren opened his bag, retrieved his tools, and soon managed to detach the base of the statue. This is a rare treasure indeed, a Qing Dynasty Bingshou inscribed Dashi Dong inkstone. Lu Xiaoxiao was utterly stunned. She was aware of the concept of finding hidden gems, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Today was her first opportunity to observe the entire process so directly. Xiaoqin, have you considered selling it? In addition to being the president of the Jinling Antique Association, Li Yuren was also a collector. Bingshou was a notable official during the Qing Dynasty, well regarded in his time. He had a penchant for painting and engraving, and his poetry collections still circulate in the market. This inkstone was indeed crafted by Bingshou's hand, possessing considerable collectible value, with a market price ranging between 1.2 to 1.5 million. If you wish to sell, I'll 1T take advantage of you. I'll offer 1.5 million. What do you think? Li Yuren concluded, gazing at Qin Hao with a smile. To be candid, he was genuinely interested in the item. At this moment, Qin Hao was in dire need of funds, and upon hearing Li Yuren's offer of 1.5 million, the rationale for not selling evaporated. Thus, the two swiftly reached an agreement. When Qin Hao received the notification of the 1.5 million transfer, his hands trembled with excitement. Indeed, when one reaches the end of the road, a path often opens up unexpectedly. Not only had he resolved his immediate financial crisis, but he also no longer had to worry about his future living expenses. Sister Lu, my father is still in the hospital and is scheduled for surgery in the next couple of days. Therefore, I would like to request a few days off. If that's all right. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded and replied, I am aware of your father's condition. How about this? I will grant you a week off, and if that is insufficient, We can discuss it further. Wait, the speaker was none other than Li Yuren. Both Qin Hao and Lu Xiaoxiao looked at him in confusion, wondering if there was an issue with the Qing dynasty Yi Bingshuo inscribed Dashi Dong inkstone. Xiao Qin, what do you think of this item? Li Yuren nudged a pen holder on Lu Xiaoxiao's desk towards Qin Hao, indicating that he should appraise it. Qin Hao felt relieved. As long as it was not a refund, he was open to anything. He donned the disposable gloves resting on the table and picked up the pen holder, feigning a meticulous examination. In truth, he activated his ability to see through it. This is a genuine Ming Dynasty Wang Wali wood pen holder, confirming the authenticity of the item, with the divine eye providing details regarding its era, material, and price, was something Qin Hao had grown accustomed to. Li Lao, this is a Ming Dynasty Wang Wali wood pen holder, a genuine article, he stated. Li Yuren's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Pray tell, what is the value of this pen holder? He was determined not to let Qin Hao off easily, continuing to probe. The price of a Ming Dynasty Wang Wali wood pen holder is quite substantial, particularly given its scarcity in the current market. Thus, the value is relatively high, typically ranging from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. However, for one in such pristine condition, it may fetch an even greater premium. If it finds its way to an avid collector, it could easily reach 200,000 to 300,000. Clap, clap, clap. Li Yuren erupted into applause. Impressive, truly impressive. You speak with such accuracy, young Qin. From whom have you acquired such profound knowledge? Who is your master? Chapter 0004, Medical Dispute. Actually, it's rather inconvenient to disclose. There are customs in our field, and your master must surely be a reclusive expert, I understand. Li Yuren's words momentarily took Qin Hao by surprise, but he quickly caught on, seizing the opportunity. Thank you for your understanding, Li Lao. My master forbids me from revealing his name. This excuse was well worn, yet evidently served its purpose. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. My father is in the hospital and requires care. Li Yuren nodded, not pressing to retain him. After Qin Hao exited the office, a wave of relief washed over him. With this money, he could cover his father's medical expenses, brightening his spirits significantly. It was as if he had torn a rift in the overcast sky, allowing long-lost sunlight to stream through, bathing him in its warmth. Had it not been for his father's hospitalization, he would have felt compelled to sing in celebration. Xiao Xiao, why did you invite me here when your auction house is filled with such talent? Were you deliberately trying to show off in front of my old man? After Qin Hao departed, Li Yuren lifted his teacup and took a sip, teasingly remarking. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxiao remained at a daze. Despite working diligently for over 2 years, Qin Hao hardly seemed to align with the talents Li Yuren spoke of. Li Lao, are you certain young Qin is truly remarkable? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired uncertainly. Of course. Setting aside how he discovered this, Qing Dynasty Yi Bingshuo inscribed Dashi Dongduan inkstone. Just consider the pen holder. Even I took half an hour to authenticate it, whereas he required merely a minute. This young man is undoubtedly extraordinary. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, Li Yuren and Lu Xiaoxiao continued their discussion about him after his departure. Dad, I brought you some pork rib soup. Hurry and enjoy it while it's hot. Qin Hao eagerly opened the soup container and offered it to his father, Qin Dahai. Xiao Hao, be frugal. If this illness isn't treated, it may be terminal. Qin Dahai gazed at the bowl of soup before him, lacking any appetite. Qin Hao smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Dad, I have saved enough of the surgery fee, and this afternoon, I will ask the director to arrange the operation. With a sudden clang, the bathroom door in the hospital room swung open. The intensive care unit has its advantages. One does not need to venture to the public restroom. Qin Hao turned to see a woman in her late 40s emerging from the lavatory. This individual, Lu Xiaohong, a resident of the village, was familiar to him, and he affectionately referred to her as Aunt Lu. Qin Hao was not taken aback by her presence. In truth, Aunt Lu was a widow who had been entangled with his father, Qin Dahai, in a manner that remained unspoken between them. With a small sum of savings amassed, Qin Hao contemplated further options if necessary. Perhaps due to a momentary tension, Lu Xiaohong appeared somewhat uneasy. Aunt Lu, I truly need your assistance. However, as for the money, it is unnecessary. I've already gathered enough for my father's medical expenses. Observing Lu Xiaohong's discomfort, Qin Hao promptly stood and offered her a chair. His father had toiled for most of his life, and with his mother passing at a young age, it was rare to find someone who understood him. Thus, Qin Hao felt compelled to foster this connection. At that moment, the door to the ward was thrust open unceremoniously. Family members of the patient, per hospital policy, you must relocate to a general ward. The speaker was Wu Ming, the deputy director of the inpatient department, known to others as Director Wu. On what grounds? Qin Hao retorted, I have already paid. Wu Ming, dismissive, replied, because I am the director of the inpatient department. Stop wasting time and move immediately. Otherwise, do not blame the hospital for expelling you. Try it and see. Qin Hao's temper flared, and he seized a chair as if daring Wu Ming to make a move. In the past, he might have endured such treatment, but times had changed. Qin Hao was now a modestly affluent millionaire, embodying the adage that wealth emboldens the timid. A confrontation was imminent. Meanwhile, following the conclusion of an auction, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived at the hospital, not due to illness, but because the hospital's director was her father. Lu Chinda was listening to Lu Xiaoxiao recount the day as events regarding Qin Hao's fortunate find when his phone rang. Hello? What? I'm on my way. Dad, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Lu Chinda swiftly donned his white coat, stating as he walked, there's a conflict between Deputy Director Wu Ming and a patient's family. I must hurry to assess the situation. I'll accompany you. Lu Xiaoxiao quickly followed. As they reached the door of the ward, they overheard a rather caustic voice. On what grounds? Because I am the director of the inpatient department. Lu Xiaoxiao frowned at the unpleasantness of the remarks and then spotted Qin Hao. Xiao Qin. Just as Qin Hao was about to counter Wu Ming's words, he heard a familiar voice. Upon noticing the hospital director's arrival, Wu Ming quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Director, it's like this. A significant individual requires a special care room. And since all our special care rooms are occupied, I was discussing with the family to see if we could vacate this room. That doesn't seem right. What I just heard did not sound like a negotiation. Xiao Qin, why don't you provide your perspective? Lu Xiaoxiao concluded, casting a playful wink at Qin Hao. It was at this moment that Qin Hao realized that Lu Xiaoxiao's father was, in fact, the director of this very hospital. The situation unfolded as follows. Qin Hao nodded and recounted the series of events. Director Lu, my father's condition is critical, and he requires access to this intensive care unit. Additionally, I have gathered enough funds for the surgery and am merely awaiting the arrangement of the operation. However, Director Wu insisted that we vacate the room without inquiry. Upon hearing Qin Hao's account, Lu Chinda understood that such occurrences were not uncommon in the hospital. As long as the matter did not escalate, Lu Chinda would remain uninvolved. After all, as the director, it was impossible for him to attend to every detail. However, the situation had changed. A quarrel had erupted, and the commotion was significant. If not resolved properly, it could lead to a medical dispute. How outrageous! Since when does the inpatient department possess the authority to transfer patients without the consent of the attending physician? Who will take responsibility if something goes awry? Chapter 5. An opportunity for Qin Hao. Director, this esteemed individual. Lu Chinda raised his hand to interrupt Wu Ming, who was about to speak. Director Wu, the hospital has its regulations. You will submit a written report regarding this matter. Director Lu, what a coincidence. Chairman Song, what brings you here? The individual in question was none other than Song Chuxiong, the chairman of the Song Group, one of the 4 leading enterprises in Jinling. Director Lu, it's a long story. I purchased the calligraphy piece yesterday, only to discover it was a counterfeit, which has unfortunately caused my blood pressure to spike. Director Wu suggested I come to the hospital for a checkup. By the way, what is happening here? Seeing the crowd gathered, Song Chuxiong was bewildered. Lu Chinda felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had just been scolding Wu Ming, unaware that he was in the presence of such a prominent figure. Although Song Chuxiong was a businessman and entrepreneur, his influence was not to be underestimated. There's a saying about being caught in a dilemma. And Lu Chinda found himself in such a predicament. He had already ordered Qin Hao to change rooms, and with so many witnesses, any exposure of this matter could jeopardize his future. Conversely, offending Song Chuxiong was also an undesirable outcome. Considering this, Lu Chinda discreetly signaled to Wu Ming. It was better for a subordinate to handle the matter of offending others. Wu Ming, catching on, stepped forward. Chairman Song, the special care unit is currently full. We are in discussions with the patient's family to vacate this room. Oh, there is no need for such trouble. It's merely a slight increase in blood pressure. It's not a major issue. A regular ward will suffice. Besides, this young man is already settled here. Why should we disturb him? Apologizing. Song Chuxiong gestured toward Qin Hao, preparing to leave. Just then, a painting he had tucked under his arm accidentally fell, rolling to Qin Hao's feet, partially unfolded. Bending down to pick it up, Qin Hao activated his appraisal ability. To his surprise, it was Wang Shimin's Western Field inspiration. He casually remarked, handing the artwork back to Song Chuxiong. As for why such a remark was made, it was not a display of arrogance by Qin Hao, but rather an acknowledgement of Song Chuxiong's esteemed position. Although Qin Hao was unfamiliar with Song Chuxiong and unaware of his pursuits, one thing was certain. Song Chuxiong was an antique collector, and a distinguished one at that. It appeared that this young man was indeed well-versed in the field, as he could discern the artist behind the painting with just a glance. Truly impressive, deserving of admiration. Song Chuxiong was undoubtedly taken aback. Qin Hao waved his hand and remarked, "Mr. Song, you flatter me. I am hardly an expert, but this painting does have some issues." This piqued Song Chuxiong's interest further, for he had two passions, engaging in business and collecting antiques. "Impressive young man. I wonder if you have time for a discussion?" Noticing the eager gaze of Song Chuxiong, Qin Hao had indeed uncovered another secret of the painting and nodded in agreement. "Director Liu, this setting is not suitable. Could you provide a quieter location?" How could Liu Qin refuse such a request? He quickly responded, "Mr. Song, let's head to my office. It's quite serene there." Upon arriving at the director's office, Song Chuxiong eagerly spread the painting Shitian Ganxing by Wang Shimin across the desk and gestured for Qin Hao to examine and elucidate it. Qin Hao circled around the artwork before stating, Wang Shimin, also known as Sun Ji, Yank, and Shilu Laoren, was from Taizong, Jiangsu. His works primarily consist of calligraphy and paintings, yet this Shitian Ganxing is evidently a replica. It possesses form but lacks essence. This piece is a counterfeit from the Republic of China. Young brother, you are indeed remarkable. I have consulted several individuals who all confirmed it to be a counterfeit from the Republic. Alas, Song Chuxiong lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. After a brief internal struggle, Qin Hao finally spoke. "Mr. Song, sometimes we must not be deceived by superficial appearances." "What do you mean?" Song Chuxiong was taken aback. "In truth, this painting is not as simplistic as it seems. If I am not mistaken, it harbors deeper secrets." Qin Hao had no intention of keeping him in suspense. "Observe here. The paper of this painting is notably thicker than that of ordinary artworks. Furthermore, the scroll is quite aged, clearly not of the same era as the painting." He continued to enumerate the anomalies he had discerned, adding his speculations. "Brother Qin, do you imply that this painting contains another painting within?" Qin Hao nodded. "Mr. Song, if I am not mistaken, that should indeed be the case. You might consider consulting an expert in this domain to ascertain its authenticity." After speaking, Song Chuxiong did not even bid farewell to Liu Qin, hastily taking the painting and departing, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, it was Qin Hao who first regained his composure. "Wait a moment, Xiao Qin. I'm coming with you," Liu Qin observed as Liu Xiaoxiao followed Qin Hao, pondering to himself, could it be that this girl has feelings for this young man? "Xiao Qin, impressive indeed. I never realized you were so unassuming. Quickly, tell me, are you an undercover agent for our auction house?" At Liu Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Hao was rendered speechless. "By the way, from whom did you acquire such remarkable skills?" "What?" Qin Hao halted his steps and turned to Liu Xiaoxiao, who was momentarily taken aback, her gaze quickly shifting and betraying a hint of shyness. "Sister Liu, I am merely an ordinary person. You are well aware of my family circumstances, as innocent as a block of tofu. As for my learning, that dates back to my childhood when my grandfather imparted his wisdom to me. Of course, having spent considerable time at the auction house, I have indeed gleaned some practical knowledge, for which I am grateful to you, Sister Liu." Qin Hao's sincerity resonated, especially evident in his deep, dark eyes that captivated her slightly. "Xiao Qin, I perceive you to be more mature and composed than many of your peers. Who has transformed you? I recall when we first met, you were not like this. Have you undergone something significant? Would you share it with me?" Liu Xiaoxiao prepared to unearth some secrets out of curiosity. Qin Hao, however, did not maintain eye contact with her, but instead began to walk slowly towards his father's hospital room. The only entity capable of altering oneself is divinity, while those who wish to change others are merely deluded. Life presents three teachers: a depleted wallet, experiences of failure, and those who depart from your life. Therefore, my transformation is rooted in my own experiences, unrelated to others. While others indulge in life's pleasures, I am focused on survival. Chapter 0006, Song Chuxiong. Liu Xiaoxiao absorbed little else, fixating solely on the phrase regarding those who abandon you. "Xiao Qin, what about your wife?" she tentatively inquired. "We divorced. It was finalized yesterday, so I suppose she's now my ex-wife." Each thought of this matter evoked feelings of anger and bitterness within Qin Hao. Yet, there is also a sense of relief. Relieved to have divorced, relieved to possess this newfound ability of insight, although he remained uncertain of its origins. Nevertheless, none of that seemed to matter anymore. Upon hearing of the divorce, Liu Xiaoxiao expressed surprise, although it felt somewhat expected. After all, she had encountered Qin Hao's ex-wife on multiple occasions and could discern that their relationship was far from harmonious. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of Qin Duhai's hospital room. "Sister Lu, it's getting late, and lunchtime approaches. Perhaps we should each attend to our own affairs," Qin Hao implied. Lu Xiaoxiao, however, interpreted this as an invitation to lunch, and promptly agreed, "Sure, I'm quite hungry as well." Qin Hao recognized that Lu Xiaoxiao had misinterpreted his intent, yet he refrained from correcting her. Furthermore, she had indeed been attentive to him, and treating her to a meal seemed appropriate. Qin Duhai had previously met Lu Xiaoxiao and remembered her speaking well of his son. He held a favorable impression of her, though he was unaware that his son had already divorced. "You two may go ahead and eat. Do not mind us." Qin Duhai waved his hand, signaling their freedom to pursue their own activities. "Xiao Hao, your father is right. You young people have your own affairs. I am here merely to provide care." Lu Xiaohong chimed in. Qin Hao nodded, exchanged a few words, and then departed with Lu Xiaoxiao. Qin Hao was unaccustomed to Western cuisine, and, considering his financial situation, Lu Xiaoxiao opted for a modest restaurant rather than an extravagant one. Despite earning over $1 million today, Qin Hao had his father's medical expenses and future living costs to consider, which Lu Xiaoxiao fully understood. Thus, they settled on a reasonably nice fast food establishment, securing a private room and casually ordering several dishes. "Xiao Qin, do you not drink?" Lu Xiaoxiao initiated a conversation after they were seated. "When I just graduated, I enjoyed drinking and even picked up smoking, but eventually I quit both for various reasons." Qin Hao spoke nonchalantly, as if giving up smoking and drinking was a trivial matter. "Is it because of her?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's question, Qin Hao paused before responding. After some contemplation, he replied, "Not really. It's mainly due to financial concerns." "Do you love her?" Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Love? A figure suddenly flashed in Qin Hao's mind, the silly girl in Ran, who had been by his side for 6 years. If it was mere liking, he admired any beautiful girl, but in terms of love, his heart belonged solely to Enran. "Xiao Qin, Song Huina divorced you. That was foolish of her. With your qualities, many girls would surely be drawn to you." It was uncertain whether Lu Xiaoxiao's words were meant as a hint or consolation. Qin Hao smiled faintly. "Right now, I lack the time and energy to contemplate such matters. You know, my life is quite chaotic at the moment." Lu Xiaoxiao was aware of Qin Hao's circumstances. Aside from money he earned today, he had little else, especially with a father suffering from serious illness. Claiming that Qin Hao had good prospects was merely Lu Xiaoxiao's attempt to comfort him. Of course, in certain respects, Qin Hao did possess qualities that shone. His handsome appearance and expertise in identifying antiques were noteworthy. Given the right opportunity, he could undoubtedly soar to great heights. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiaoxiao devised a plan. "Qin Hao, what are your plans moving forward? How about becoming an appraiser at our auction house? You know the benefits. I can help you secure the best perks." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's proposal, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. "An appraiser? Luya, can I really do that?" He felt uncertain, worried that his ability might suddenly vanish. "Based on your performance today, there's absolutely no doubt. Besides, even Oldly praised you. It can't be wrong. Let us settle on this. You mustn't tee back out," Lu Xiaoxiao said, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Hao. Torn by indecision, Qin Hao opted to delay. "Lu Jia, I think we should wait until my father recovers before discussing this further. The food is getting cold. Let us eat quickly." After lunch, and once he confirmed the date for his father's surgery, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. "Brother Qin, impressive. You were spot on. It turned out to be a Qi Baisher painting titled Cattle Grazing. This will give me enough to boast about for a lifetime. Is that so?" "That's wonderful. Congratulations to Boss Song." Qin Hao feigned astonishment. "In truth, the money isn't the issue. I'm not lacking in that regard. What I relish is the thrill of discovering hidden treasures. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Brother Qin. Had you not alerted me in time, I would have ruined this masterpiece. Here is a check for 1 million. I implore you to accept it, Brother Qin." Upon finishing his words, Song Chuxiong hastily produced a bank draft and extended it towards Qin Hao. At that moment, Wu Ming, who had just completed his rounds in the hospital, happened to witness this scene and was taken aback. A sum of 1 million exchanged so casually left him both envious and jealous, wishing he could snatch it away. However, what astonished Wu Ming even more was Qin Hao's subsequent action. Qin Hao gently pushed the check away, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Mr. Song, to be candid, I'm indeed in need of funds. I only just gathered the money for my father's surgery today. Yet, I adhere to my principles. What is rightfully mine shall not diminish, and what is not mine I shall not take." Observing this situation, Wu Ming silently berated Qin Hao for his foolishness. "Brother Qin, I admire your magnanimity. But you must accept this money. I am not in want. Without you, I would never have acquired Qi Baishi's painting. Moreover, your father requires funds for surgery and subsequent treatment. If you acknowledge me as your elder brother, you shall accept it. After saying this, Song Chuxiong firmly stuffed the check in a Qin Hao's pocket. Mr. Song, I truly cannot accept this. You are my senior. Song Chuxiong waved his hand dismissively, stating, "What does that matter? Guijing has called Zhou Badong his brother. Besides, we share a bond that transcends age. Henceforth, you shall call me Brother Xiong. It feels so much more amiable." "Very well, Brother Xiong." Qin Hao, taking advantage of the moment, climbed the ladder of camaraderie. Although 1,000,000 is indeed substantial, Qin Hao believed in his ability to see through things. Wealth would come in due time, but what he truly lacked was connections. Song Chuxiong was simply the best opportunity. "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Brother Qin, are you free tonight? If so, I shall take you to a private auction wine gathering." Chapter 7. You're courting death. A private auction wine gathering? Upon hearing Song Chuxiong mention this, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. The so-called antique trading events are gatherings spontaneously organized by affluent enthusiasts of antiquities. Those who attend are either rich or of high status, like Song Chuxiong. Such gatherings, not to mention other benefits, attract individuals of significant standing. If he could make a few acquaintances there, it might prove beneficial for his future endeavors, since he aspired to delve into the world of antiques. This gathering represented a splendid opportunity. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and every industry has its circle. Gaining access to it without connections is exceedingly challenging. Brother Qin, let me tell you, there will be many fine items auctioned off at the gathering. Of course, there are also plenty of fakes. If you're interested, come along with me. Was there even a question? Qin Hao was of course interested. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Hao followed Song Chuxiong to the venue of the gathering, which was set in a villa owned by Mr. Tian. Although Song Chuxiong did not elaborate on its background. "Boss Song, what a rare guest. Boss Tian, you've been doing remarkably well lately, I see." "Oh, Boss Song, you flatter me. How could I possibly compare to you? And who is this?" "Ah, I almost forgot to introduce. Mr. Tian, allow me to introduce my brother. Qin Hao. Qin, this is Mr. Tian Zilong." Song Chuxiong enthusiastically introduced the two, aiming to broaden Qin Hao's network. Qin Hao quickly extended his hand, greeting Mr. Tian, who reciprocated with a smile, acknowledging the courtesy extended to those brought by Song Chuxiong. Since Qin is a brother to Mr. Song, he shall naturally be regarded as a brother of mine as well. The trio engaged in light conversation, exchanging pleasantries and establishing a rapport. "Mr. Song, Brother Qin, please proceed inside. I look forward to toasting with you shortly." After bidding farewell to Mr. Tian, Song Chuxiong led Qin Hao into the estate, which was already bustling with guests mingling in small groups. As Qin Hao walked through, he marveled at the opulence of the wealthy, noting that the cost of the estate and its lavish furnishings must be astronomical, not to mention the vast expanse of land, particularly in Jinling, an ancient capital of 6 dynasties. Upon entering, the conversation ceased and guests approached to greet Song Chuxiong, introducing themselves to Qin Hao in the process. To his surprise, Qin Hao spotted a familiar face, Li Yurin. "Mr. Li, it is a pleasure to see you again," Qin Hao exclaimed as he approached. "Ah, young Qin, it seems fate has brought us together once more." Li Yurin regarded Qin Hao with a favorable impression, perhaps even admiration. "Mr. Li, you two are acquainted?" Song Chuxiong inquired, intrigued by the unexpected connection between two individuals from seemingly disparate worlds. Earlier that afternoon, while seeking an appraisal for a painting, Song Chuxiong had even had inquiries made about Qin Hao, who appeared to be quite ordinary. The substantial sum of 100,000 he offered Qin Hao was partly an expression of gratitude and partly an attempt to assist him. "Song, I work at an auction house and happened to meet Mr. Li today," Qin Hao clarified, which enlightened Song Chuxiong. "Young Qin, would you be interested in joining the Jinling Antiquities Association? With my recommendation, it would be a guaranteed acceptance, and once you gain more recognition, securing a position as a council member would be effortless," Li Yurin inquired with a cheerful demeanor. However, Song Chuxiong was taken aback, interjecting with a hint of jealousy, "Mr. Li, I spent 3 years applying to gain admission." Before he could finish, an unwelcome voice interrupted the gathering. "Isn't that the good-for-nothing? How dare he show up in a place like this?" The voice belonged to none other than Huang Bingsheng, Song Huina, and a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Huang Bingsheng, presumably his father. "Who are you calling a good-for-nothing?" "You." Huang Bingsheng immediately regretted his words, having walked straight into a trap laid by Qin Hao. It was a cliché insult, and he had unwittingly fallen victim to it. "You're asking for trouble," he shouted, preparing to charge at Qin Hao. "Bingsheng, stop. We are in the presence of distinguished individuals. Do not act recklessly." Huang Bingsheng's steps came to an abrupt halt, for it was his father, Huang Zhen, who spoke. "Old Huang, I have always been curious about why the genes in your family are so remarkable, resulting in both father and son sharing the same peculiarities." The speaker, of course, was Song Chuxiong. It turned out that Huang Zhen's wife, Huang Bingsheng's mother, had previously been another man's wife, ultimately taken away from him. Qin Hao also shared his own experiences with Song Chuxiong. This matter was not a secret, merely something most would avoid discussing openly. However, Song Chuxiong was unperturbed. He was no ordinary person, and in terms of familial background, they were equals. The critical factor was that they also harbored animosity towards each other. "Everyone, please grant me some courtesy. It's a trivial matter. I see all present. So let us begin." Upon seeing the host, Tian Zilong, step in to mediate, both Song Chuxiong and Huang Zhen naturally obliged. "You coward, just wait and see." Huang Bingsheng whispered to Qin Hao as he moved closer, preparing to leave with Song Huina. However, Qin Hao was unwilling to let such an opportunity for mockery pass. Young Master Huang is indeed affluent, spending 2 million on something worth just hundreds of thousands. Impressive, truly impressive. They say one should strike, not the face. Yet Qin Hao deliberately brought up this matter to vex Huang Bingsheng. Huang Bingsheng's face twitched. An extra million was inconsequential, but the ridicule from the circle was unbearable. This incident had led to Huang Bingsheng receiving a scolding from his father earlier that afternoon. "Brother Sheng, ignore him. He is merely a coward. Let's not lower our status." The speaker was none other than Qin Hao's ex-wife, Song Huina. Qin Hao, however, remained indifferent, focused on the upcoming banquet. With a mere symbolic smile and a shrug, he turned to leave, leaving Song Huina with a sensation akin to striking a punch into cotton. Meanwhile, the private auction commenced. "Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I thank you for gracing this antique exchange event with your presence. Without further ado, as the host, I shall first cast a stone to attract jade," Tian Zilong declared, placing a vase upon the table. Qin Hao immediately activated his perception abilities. At that moment, Song Chuxiong approached and inquired, "Brother, what do you think of this? Can you make a bid?" The five-clawed, dragon-patterned blue and white porcelain vase from the Xuande period of the Ming Dynasty. Qin Hao exclaimed without hesitation. "Impressive. Brother Qin, it appears you are quite the connoisseur. Would you kindly elaborate on this vase for us?" The vase's owner, Tian Zilong, inquired. The young man had made a fool of himself. Qin Hao mimicked Tian Zilong's mannerisms, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards the crowd. Dragons typically possess 4 claws. Thus, they are categorized as 3-clawed, 4-clawed, or 5-clawed based on the number of claws. The 5-clawed dragon could only be crafted in imperial kilns, a rule that persisted into the Qin dynasty. Hence, the dragon motif, symbolizing royal authority, was a privilege exclusive to the blue and white porcelain of the imperial kilns. Based on the era and the intricate detailing of the dragon's claws, it was evident that this vase could not have been made in the later Xuande period or during the Qing dynasty. It must be an artifact from the early Ming period. Regardless of whether Qin Hao's assertions are accurate, his explanation has garnered the approval of the crowd. Naturally, there are those who scoff, such as Huang Bingsheng and Song Huina, particularly Song Huina, who is acutely aware of Qin Hao's background. To her, it is evident that Qin Hao's remarks are merely a fade orchestrated by Tian Zilong. In colloquial terms, this is referred to as a ruse. Stepping forward, Tian Zilong exclaimed, "Impressive. This 5-claw dragon pattern blue and white porcelain vase is precisely as Brother Qin has described. Now, esteemed guests, please place your bids. Items from the imperial kiln are surely of superior quality. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. In an instant, those interested began to place their offers. "Brother, what would be a suitable amount to bid?" Song Chuxiong inquired discreetly of Qin Hao. Qin Hao shook his head, responding, "Xiongge. This 5-claw dragon pattern blue and white porcelain vase is indeed crafted from the imperial kiln and is authentic. However, it falls into the category of mediocre quality. If you catch my drift." Song Chuxiong, being astute, understood Qin Hao's implication clearly. The vase likely encountered issues during its firing. While it was not destroyed, it certainly lacked merit. Thus, he wisely refrained from purchasing such an antique. Ultimately, the vase was acquired by a gentleman surnamed Hu. Following this, others began to present their items for sale, and Song Chuxiong also made a successful acquisition. Huang Zhen, unwilling to be outdone, produced a vase of his own and placed it upon the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's examine my treasure." Presently, Why not provide us with your esteemed evaluation? Li Huiran chuckled, then turned to Qin Hao. Young Qin, why don't you enlighten us? Qin Hao stepped forward, clasped his fists, and declared, I shall now present my humble insights. With a discerning gaze fixed upon the vase, he continued, This is a Tang Sankai vase from the Tang dynasty. Tang Sankai represents a pinnacle of ancient Chinese ceramic craftsmanship, once flourishing, characterized by its yellow, white, and green glazes. It incorporates elements from traditional Chinese painting and sculpture, employing techniques such as stacking and carving for its ornamental patterns, with bold and vigorous lines. If this piece is authentic, it would indeed be of considerable value. At this juncture, Qin Hao fell silent, yet the astute audience discerned his underlying message. What do you mean, young man? Are you deliberately disparaging our Tang Sankai? While most remained indifferent to Qin Hao's words, Huang Bingsheng could not contain himself and promptly interjected. Qin Hao retorted dismissively. The literal interpretation is that this Tang Sankai is a reproduction. You must be accountable for your words. My reputation, Huang Zhen's, is not something to be tarnished lightly. Upon Huang Zhen's declaration, a sizable group began to echo his sentiments. Indeed, how can a mere youth proclaim himself an expert? Is it possible that this Tang Sankai is a counterfeit? Precisely. This lad is clearly seeking to draw attention. Yet, there are those who defended Qin Hao, particularly the businessmen with close ties to Song Chuxiong. This is certainly plausible. We have just witnessed Brother Qin's appraisal skills. I would not be surprised if this piece were indeed a forgery. My brother asserts that a counterfeit is indeed a counterfeit, Huang Zhen. In truth, your reputation is rather lackluster as well. In fact, Song Chuxiong is somewhat uncertain himself, yet he possesses a notable characteristic. He prioritizes loyalty to friends over reason. Regardless of the authenticity of this Tang Sankai, Song Chuxiong is determined to support Qin Hao. Huang Zhen was greatly agitated by Song Chuxiong's remarks, which had strayed beyond the question of the Tang Sansai's veracity and ventured into personal attack. At that moment, Huang Bingsheng interjected, challenging, Do you dare to wager? Qin Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. He had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. I am open to wagering. What do you propose? Huang Bingsheng grinned. You, a mere pauper, likely cannot even afford to stake anything. How about this? If you lose, you shall bow 3 times before me and call me grandfather. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. Very well, but what if you lose? Huang Bingsheng scoffed. Me lose? That's preposterous. No sooner had he spoken than Song Chuxiong launched into another round of criticism. It appears that shamelessness is indeed hereditary. The Huang family is truly living up to its reputation, attempting to take advantage without any investment, clearly aiming for an unfair gain. My brother must bow and admit defeat if he loses, yet you face no repercussion should you lose? This is a blatant display of shamelessness. I commend you. As soon as Song Chuxiong finished, a few onlookers chimed in, eager to stoke the flames of contention. Indeed, if there is to be a wager, there must be corresponding stakes. Surely, Chairman Huang does not truly expect, all right, I accept your wager. Should I lose, I too will bow and call you grandfather. Now, let's not dawdle. Huang Bingsheng was impatient, yearning to witness Qin Hao kneeling and addressing him as grandfather. Huang Zhen initially wished to decline, yet with Huang Bingsheng's words already spoken, he could only hope that the youthful Qin Hao was merely speaking recklessly. Otherwise, the embarrassment would not fall upon Huang Bingsheng, but upon him, Huang Zhen. Qin Hao clasped his fists together and said, Esteemed guests, I request that you serve as witnesses to this wager. Furthermore, if this item is indeed counterfeit, I shall not be liable for damages, correct? Rest assured, I shall provide proof. Indeed, I can attest to that. In an instant, many expressed their willingness to serve as witnesses. Qin Hao remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward Huang Bingsheng. Young man, if it is counterfeit, I will not hold you accountable. However, if it is genuine, Qin Hao flashed a grin. If it is genuine, I will compensate you tenfold for any damages. Without further ado, Qin Hao seized the vase, examined it briefly, and with a slight smirk, hurled it to the ground with a resounding crash, shattering it into countless pieces. At that moment, everyone was frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Song Chuxiong felt a pang of anxiety, realizing that he would likely have to cover Qin Hao's expenses today. Qin Hao, have you lost your mind? Can you afford such a loss? Do you have any idea how much this vase is worth? Even if you labored your entire life, you could only afford a fragment. You are finished. You are utterly finished. Hurry and kneel before Brother Sheng to apologize. Only Song Huina could utter such words in that setting. Qin Hao turned to her and uttered a single word, scram. Chapter 0009. The wager. Huang Zhen's face darkened, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. Kid, this treasure is worth at least 10 million. Let us see how you handle this today. Qin Hao shrugged with a smile, remarking, it's merely a counterfeit. Do you truly consider it a treasure? A fake? Song Chuxiong, do not claim I lack respect. This antique vase is valued at no less than 10 million. And now it has been shattered by the individuals you brought. Surely you do not intend to evade responsibility? Huang Zhen was clearly issuing a preemptive warning, reassured by the crowd that Song Chuxiong would not dare to deny his accountability. I declare it to be a fake, and if you doubt me, I shall procure evidence. Qin Hao declared, squatting down and sifting through the shards. He gently moved the pieces aside until he lifted the base of the vase, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Bilal, please take a look. Li Yuren seemed to grasp the situation, reaching out to examine the fragment. His scrutiny elicited a gasp of astonishment. Jingda Jun Yunpeng. At the sound of Li Yuren's exclamation, the others began to comprehend the significance. What? It is actually Jingda Jun Yunpeng? A rotund gentleman exclaimed. So it appears this Tang Sankai is indeed a counterfeit. An elderly man in his 60s clearly recognized the implications of Jingda Jun Yunpeng's name. If it were true, it would explain the absence of any discernible flaws. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with chatter. While they might doubt Song Chuxiong or question Qin Hao, none would dare cast aspersions upon Li Yuren. He was the authority in this matter. Upon hearing Li Yuren announce Jingda Jun Yunpeng, Huang Zhen realized the gravity of the situation. Jingda Jun Yunpeng referred to He Yunpeng, regarded as the foremost forger of Chinese porcelain. However, he had a penchant for inscribing his name in places invisible to the naked eye or difficult to detect. Ha ha ha, 10 million? Huang Zhen, have you lost your mind over money? That counterfeit dares to extort my brother. Song Chuxiong was not one to be trifled with. His earlier anxiety evaporated, replaced by a triumphant sense of vindication. Huang Zhen, do not speak nonsense. Am I truly in need of 10 million? Though Huang Zhen indeed lacked such financial woes, Song Chuxiong was unperturbed. This was a rare opportunity he had not encountered in years. How could he let it slip away? How could he let it go unpunished? You wouldn't be insinuating that my brother tampered with it, would you? Huang Zhen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, Song Chuxiong would not miss the chance to humiliate Huang Zhen, given their enmity spanning over 2 decades. Seizing the moment, he pressed on, Huang Zhen, your son just stated that if he lost, he would kneel and call me grandfather. You wouldn't be reneging on that, would you? Of course. If you truly refuse to acknowledge it, that is of no consequence. We cannot truly do anything to you and your son. However, as Song Chuxiong trailed off, a mocking expression adorned his face, as if he relished the thought of Huang Zhen and his son attempting to evade their fate. Witnessing Song Chuxiong's demeanor, Huang Zhen felt an overwhelming urge to confront him physically. However, Huang Zhen remains true to his character. He will not be deceived, nor will he allow himself to be led astray. After calming his emotions, he approached Qin Hao. Little brother, you are indeed remarkable. You discerned at a glance that I had purchased a counterfeit. I must express my gratitude. Here is a cash check for 1 million. Please accept it. As for the wager, Qin Hao gazed at the cash check Huang Zhen offered, and to feign indifference would be disingenuous. Had it been anyone else, he might have taken the opportunity to gracefully retreat, providing an avenue for both parties to save face. However, Huang Bingsheng was a different story. Some grudges are insurmountable. Vengeance for a father's murder, resentment over a wife's betrayal. These grievances are irreconcilable. Slowly, Qin Hao retrieved the 1 million cash check that Song Chuxiong had given him earlier, waving it before Huang Zhen nonchalantly. It is merely 1 million. I possess it. Before Huang Zhen could respond, Song Huina interjected vehemently. Impossible. That check is a forgery. You are nothing but a pauper, incapable of even affording your father's medical expenses. How could you possibly have this? Song Huina's words were harsh, and Song Chuxiong's expression darkened considerably. He was a fiercely protective figure, known for prioritizing loyalty over reason. To put it plainly, he was a man of principle. Given that Qin Hao was brought by him, he could not permit anyone to humiliate him. He would not allow it. Huang Zhen, is this how you were raised? If she lacks insight, must you as well? This check was given to my brother only this afternoon. Can you not see that? With a resounding smack, Huang Zhen struck Song Huina across the face. This was utterly humiliating. The moniker Huang Old Black had not been uttered in a decade. To his astonishment, it was once again spoken aloud today. Huang Old Black was a nickname from his days in the underworld, a past he had long since left behind. Ignoring the bewildered expression on Song Huina's face, Huang Zhen turned his attention to Li Yuren, his meaning unmistakable, a plea for mediation. As the president of the Jinling Antique Dealers Association, Li Yuren felt a responsibility to intervene, especially since others would afford him some respect. Reluctantly, Li Yuren realized he could not shy away from this predicament. Ah, little Qin, while it is true that this young man from the Huang family has acted inappropriately, today is meant for exchange. As the saying goes, one should not judge a monk by his appearance, but rather by the Buddha's countenance. With so many present, let us consider the greater good. Of course, compensation must be made. Isn't that right, Mr. Huang? Li Yuren deftly passed the responsibility back to Huang Zhen. Huang Zhen quickly agreed. Indeed, Mr. Li speaks wisely. What is your stance, little brother? Qin Hao understood that seeking vengeance was not feasible this time. At most, he could cause Huang Zhen and his son to lose face. The only benefit would be a fleeting sense of satisfaction, while the drawbacks were numerous. For instance, failing to show respect to Li Yuren and Tian Zilong meant showing disrespect to everyone present. Consequently, he would likely face ostracism in the future, making it exceedingly difficult to enter this circle. Contemplating all this, Qin Hao turned his gaze to Song Chuxiong. Brother Xiong, please take the lead. I am not well versed in these customs. With a casual remark about his unfamiliarity with rules, Qin Hao distanced himself from the situation, while Song Chuxiong indeed relished such matters. Huang Zhen, you have heard, my brother is still young, thus I am here to negotiate the terms. Is that unreasonable? What objection could Huang Zhen possibly have? He could only nod in acquiescence. A flat offer, 5 million. Song Chuxiong boldly proclaimed, opening with a staggering sum. Chapter 0010, The Huang Father and Son. Certainly. Huang Zhen agreed without a moment's hesitation, which left Song Chuxiong somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, he understood. After all, 5 million was trivial compared to his reputation. Huang Zhen was decisive, promptly retrieving a checkbook and swiftly writing a check, which he tore off and handed to Qin Hao. Qin Hao accepted the check and passed it to Song Chuxiong. Brother Xiong, I cannot vouch for this. Could you take a look? This statement carried intriguing implications, conveying two messages. First, Qin Hao harbored doubts about Huang Zhen's integrity. Second, the direct transfer of the 5 million check to Song Chuxiong indicated their established rapport. On one side lay skepticism, while the other exhibited profound trust, creating a notable contrast in the eyes of others. In truth, given Huang Zhen's standing, it was inconceivable for him to issue a questionable check. He could not afford such a disgrace. Qin Hao was simply intent on vexing him. After a thorough inspection, Song Chuxiong returned the check to Qin Hao. Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to attend to at home, so must take my leave. I wish you all fruitful endeavors. Farewell. Huang Zhen clasped his fists in greeting before turning to leave, accompanied by Huang Bingsheng and Song Huina. After a few steps, he halted and turned back to Qin Hao, a smile adorning his face, appearing amiable. Young brother, have you considered joining me? I could offer you an annual salary of 10 million plus bonuses. How's that sound? Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by this unexpected proposition. I appreciate your generous offer, Mr. Huang, but I am rather inexperienced and would not wish to complicate matters for you. Regardless of Huang Zhen's intentions, Qin Hao resolutely declined. The allure of a 10 million salary was undeniable, yet Qin Hao held faith in his own abilities. Huang Zhen uttered no further words and turned to depart. As he exited Tian Zilong's estate, his expression darkened considerably. There are many ways to navigate the law. Young Qin, do exercise caution. Today, you have certainly offended the Huang father and son. In any case, just remain vigilant. I cannot elaborate further. Once Huang Zhen and his entourage had left, Li Yuren approached Qin Hao, offering a few words of caution, which Qin Hao received with deep gratitude. Meanwhile, Huang Zhen felt humiliated, particularly as the counterfeit antiques had been exposed. Father, shall we simply let this scoundrel go? Slap! Before Huang Bingsheng could finish his sentence, Huang Zhen struck him across the face. Why are you hitting me, father? Huang Bingsheng protested, feeling wronged. Were you not my son, I would have discarded you. Huang Zhen took a deep breath, finally calming somewhat. You go to the car, Huang Zhen commanded, sending Song Huina away with an authoritative tone. And she dared not utter a word. Tell me, do you truly intend to marry that wretched girl? I must inform you. The gates of the Huang family are not open to just anyone. Upon hearing Huang Zhen's words, Huang Bingsheng quickly declared, Father, how could that be possible? I am merely indulging in a bit of amusement. Once I tire of it, I shall simply provide her with some money to send her on her way. Huang Zhen nodded in agreement. If it was merely a dalliance, there was indeed nothing of great concern, as he himself also harbored a penchant for such pursuits. However, what a child she bore. Huang Zhen inquired. Father, in a few days, I shall persuade her to terminate the pregnancy. If she is unwilling, well, accidents can occur in many forms, Huang Bingxing replied. His implication was clear. First, he would urge Song Huina to abort the child, and should she refuse, unforeseen misfortunes might befall her, perhaps a car accident, food poisoning, and the like. Yes, that would be best, since you have no intention of marrying her. Take her to see me tomorrow. Upon hearing Huang Zhen's words, Huang Bingxing understood that his father shared his predilection for trifling with women. Song Huina was indeed quite beautiful, and such occurrences had transpired in the past. Thus, Huang Bingxing harbored no objections, and unbeknownst to her, Song Huina had become a mere plaything for the two men. Feeling aggrieved, Song Huina noted that Huang Bingxing's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Today, Qin Hao was unlike his usual self, no longer submissive, and now he had acquired wealth. Furthermore, his camaraderie with Song Chuxiong hinted at a promising future. At that moment, Song Huina felt an impulsive urge to confront Qin Hao directly, dismissing her pregnancy as a mere inconvenience that could be remedied, and regarding infidelity as a concern for another day. In a brief moment, she contemplated much, and seizing the opportunity before Huang Bingxing arrived, she took out her phone to message Qin Hao. However, a notification from WeChat revealed that he was not in her contacts. Qin Hao had blocked and deleted her. After parting ways with his father, Huang Bingxing's expression darkened, and he retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Within moments, the call connected. Hello. Hey Z, take care of that person from yesterday. I want him crippled, one hand, one foot, he commanded before abruptly hanging up. He was confident that Hey Z would handle the matter efficiently. Qin Hao, you will come to regret opposing me, Huang Bingxing declared, striding towards his vehicle with a newfound smile. He had grown weary of Song Huina and, to put it plainly, intended to sever ties with her. Yet, prior to doing so, he needed to ensure she terminated the pregnancy to avoid complications. Meanwhile, at a private auction, Qin Hao gazed at an antique in his hand, his attention drifting to his left hand. Just moments ago, as he touched the artifact, he perceived a thin white light, as delicate as a strand of hair, traveling from the antique up his arm and instantly being absorbed into his body. Qin Hao initially thought he had imagined it, yet his body could not deceive him. After a day of exertion, he felt invigorated. He was certain this experience was genuine, a simple conclusion drawn from the newfound ability of X-ray vision. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had become reality. What else could be deemed impossible? Brother, what do you think? There shouldn't be any issues, right? As Qin Hao gazed into the distance, Song Chuxiong began to worry that he might have purchased a counterfeit item. Realizing that this was not the time for such reflections, Qin Hao quickly interjected, Brother Xiong, rest assured, it is undoubtedly genuine. I cannot promise much, but if you decide to resell it, you could still earn a substantial profit of around 100 to 180,000. Hearing Qin Hao's assurance, Song Chuxiong felt a wave of relief wash over him. In truth, human nature is often driven by self-interest. For Song Chuxiong, while he admired Qin Hao, his primary interest lay in the latter's abilities. Over the years, he had suffered significant losses in this domain, with countless fakes cluttering his storage room, a situation that could be described in 3 digits. The root cause was his lack of knowledge and the absence of anyone willing to guide him. However, Qin Hao's arrival ignited a sense of opportunity within Song Chuxiong. If they could engage with sincerity with Qin Hao's assistance, would he still have to worry about acquiring authentic antiques? In other words, had Qin Hao been merely an ordinary individual devoid of expertise in antiques, Song Chuxiong would still have expressed gratitude. He would have offered a substantial reward, yet their paths would likely diverge thereafter. In a certain sense, the objectives of Qin Hao and Song Chuxiong were aligned. At that time, I was uncertain about the item's authenticity and sought an appraisal, but the results were inconclusive. Some claimed it was genuine, while others insisted it was a forgery, leaving me quite perplexed. Thus, I brought it along today. If anyone is interested or wishes to take a chance, feel free to bid. The speaker was a man in his 40s with a receding hairline. Upon his words, the room fell silent. Many attendees were already familiar with the story surrounding this antique. Brother, what do you think? Upon hearing Song Chuxiong's inquiry, Qin Hao subtly nodded. Let's buy it. Chapter 0011, A New Ability. Thank you all for your support, and I hope each of you has acquired something you cherish. This private auction soiree now draws to a close. We shall meet again next time. As the host, Tian Zilong, expressed these polite sentiments, he bid farewell to the guests. Following the farewells, Qin Hao accompanied Song Chuxiong and the others to their vehicle. Today, Song Chuxiong was in high spirits. He had secured a bargain in the morning, made a new acquaintance in Qin Hao, publicly humiliated his rival Huang Zhan in the evening, and purchased 2 coveted items. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Brother, I must say, given your talents, why remain in an auction house? You could easily amass wealth. Song Chuxiong genuinely could not fathom Qin Hao's choices, while Qin Hao felt it was difficult to explain, as his newfound ability of X-ray vision had only recently been acquired. Brother Xiong, it is not as simple as merely picking up bargains. Qin Hao replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Song Chuxiong considered this for a moment, and then suddenly had an idea. I have a splendid proposition. You should offer your services for antique appraisals. I can introduce you to clients. The fees are quite lucrative. Qin Hao paused, taken aback. Appraising antiques? Am I capable of that? Of course, based on tonight's events. Within 3 days, the entire antique community in Jinling will know your name. At that point, appearance fees will start at a minimum of 6 figures. Let us proceed thus. I shall take the initiative over the next couple of days to introduce you to several clients, thereby amplifying your reputation. At that point, individuals will seek you out of their own accord. It is worth noting that the vision painted by Song Chuxiong for Qin Hao is indeed quite alluring and enticing. The prospect of earning money is one facet. However, another reason lies in a secret that Qin Hao has recently uncovered. While Song Chuxiong was purchasing antiques, Qin Hao inadvertently stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. He sensed a fine strand of white light emanating from the antique, coursing through his arm and entering his being. Accompanying this was a profoundly pleasant sensation. Initially, Qin Hao dismissed it as mere illusion, but upon feeling the spiritual energy from a second antique infiltrate his body, he became certain. The antiques possess a spirit that he can absorb. The exact effects remain uncertain, yet it is undeniable that it brings benefits, as he feels considerably lighter and more at ease. Thus, the best opportunity to absorb more of this spiritual energy lies in assisting others with the authentication of their collectibles. With this thought in mind, Qin Hao resolutely agreed. Very well, I shall heed Brother Xiong. Song Chuxiong, pleased, clapped Qin Hao on the shoulder, affirming the decision. Oh, and I will cash your check and deposit the funds into your account later. Although Huang Zhan is unlikely to default, exceptions do exist, and this fellow is unpredictable. Qin Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sound reasoning. While the likelihood of Huang Zhan defaulting was slim, carrying a check was indeed insecure. Song Chuxiong accompanied Qin Hao to the hospital entrance before taking his leave. Feeling a pang of hunger, Qin Hao decided to grab a late-night snack and procure a meal for his father and Lu Xiaohong as well. As he glanced around, a chill swept through him upon recognizing 2 individuals. Those who were Huang Bingxing's henchmen from the previous day. Damn it! Qin Hao cursed under his breath. It appeared that Huang Bingxing sought retribution for the misfortune he suffered the night before, a consequence of Qin Hao's own negligence. The 2 henchmen, having spotted Qin Hao, exchanged glances and approached him. Not one to be foolish, Qin Hao bolted, for it was past 11 at night, and the area was devoid of passers-by. Remaining would only lead to demise. Upon noticing Qin Hao's awareness, the pair no longer concealed their intentions and pursued him without hesitation. Hey, stop right there, bellowed a large man, as he chased after Qin Hao, as if he expected him to halt foolishly. Why have you stopped running? He continued, panting heavily. This man had been the most aggressive in the previous day's encounter. Aren't you quite the tough guy, daring to swindle young Master Huang? You were so fleet of foot. Care to try running again? Realizing escape was futile, Qin Hao opted to buy time. What do you want? The burly man had nearly recovered, now wielding a machete. Don't resist, just an arm and a leg won't kill you. Advancing toward Qin Hao, the brute forced him to retreat continuously. Brother He, let us resolve this swiftly, lest the night prolong our troubles, suggested the wiry companion by his side. Go for it, the burly man commanded, and the 2 rushed towards Qin Hao, their machetes glinting ominously under the nearby streetlight. Just as Qin Hao believed he was destined to meet a grim fate that day, the scene before him abruptly changed. The movements of the burly man and the lanky monkey suddenly slowed, akin to a slow-motion sequence in a film. A surge of joy filled Qin Hao's heart. His eyes had undoubtedly activated some latent ability. With little time for contemplation, he deftly sidestepped the burly man's strike and delivered a swift punch to his nose. Ah, lanky monkey, chop him up. The burly man's nose was struck, causing blood to spurt forth, accompanied by tears streaming down his face. The lanky monkey fared no better, as Qin Hao sent him sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. Ha ha, how delightful it is to engage in a brawl. Qin Hao reveled in the moment, akin to a child in kindergarten discovering a new toy, relentlessly tormenting both the burly man and the lanky monkey in the ensuing moments. Stop, I surrender. The lanky monkey was the first to concede, unable to endure any longer. Come on, this isn't an anti-Japanese film. Surrendering is not an option, Qin Hao retorted, continuing his kicks. Don't move, raise your hands. Just as Qin Hao was fully engrossed in his assault, a woman's voice rang out from the alley behind him. He turned to see a strikingly attractive woman in uniform, brandishing a handgun at him. Two men accompanied her, but Qin Hao paid them no mind. The speaker was Lin Moshue, who happened to pass by, and, upon hearing the sounds of fighting and cries for help, had come with her two companions. Officer, I am a victim. They were both attacking me. Qin Hao, eager to avoid being wrongfully accused, quickly attempted to clarify the situation. Blackie, lanky monkey, it's you two again, Lin Moshue remarked, her brow furrowing at the sight of the two. Hey, beautiful, you can't do this. I am truly the victim. The machete on the ground is evidence. And there are surveillance cameras along the way. Qin Hao's plea was cut short as Lin Moshue turned away, leaving him with a complimentary platinum bracelet. Chapter 0012. Lin Moshue. Name: Qin Hao. Gender: Hey, officer, is it really that difficult to discern my gender? Qin Hao exclaimed, growing increasingly frustrated, having been brought to the station and left to wait for over an hour. Finally, the beautiful police officer entered, but her demeanor was far from friendly. Age: Lin Moshue continued her interrogation with unyielding firmness. 24. Why were you fighting? Qin Hao could no longer contain himself. He had been attacked, yet was now being accused of instigating a brawl. Officer, I have repeated it countless times. I am a victim. They were attempting to sever my hands and feet, and I was merely acting in self-defense. Lin Moshue had, in fact, already interrogated Blackie and Lanky Monkey during the past hour. She was deliberately making things difficult for Qin Hao. Now it is my turn to question you. You are the suspect. While it is true that they bear responsibility, you are not innocent either. Suddenly, Qin Hao sprang up from his chair. Officer, we do not know each other, do we? Why do I feel like you're targeting me? Qin Hao felt that the female police officer was targeting him, and he, burdened by various grievances, found himself quite innocent. Thus, he activated his X-ray vision, intending to sneak a peek at Lin Moshue as an act of revenge. To his surprise, he discovered her wearing shorts adorned with a crayon Shinshan design. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he inadvertently voiced his thoughts, realizing too late that he should have kept quiet. Lin Moshue, upon hearing the name Crayon Shinshan, immediately understood the implication. Perverted scoundrel, I'll have you for this, she exclaimed, reaching for a firearm, only to remember it was secured in the safe. Hey, don't make baseless accusations. When have I ever acted lewdly? There are cameras here. Be careful, or I shall file a complaint. Qin Hao protested as he circled the interrogation table, evading her onslaught. If you haven't acted lewdly, how do you know there's a crayon Shinshan design on my chest? He retorted, ducking to avoid the objects she hurled at him. Who is looking at your chest? It's clearly your underwear. Alas, Qin Hao realized he had walked into a trap. You pervert. I won't hold back. The following morning, Qin Hao emerged from the precinct, battered and bruised, feeling quite dejected, having suffered unwarranted imprisonment. He had also endured a brutal beating from the seemingly deranged Lin Moshue. Meanwhile, Lin Moshue, nursing what was likely a swollen backside, was aware that her grievances against Qin Hao were not unfounded. Indeed, she was familiar with him, having seen his photograph before. Her cousin, Anran, had harbored feelings for a boy named Qin Hao during high school and college. As Qin Hao departed, Lin Moshue picked up her phone to call Anran. The call connected swiftly. Hello, cousin. Why are you calling me so late? Anran's voice was lazy, a reminder of the time difference, as she was currently in another country. Anran, guess who I just saw? Lin Moshue exclaimed. Who? God? Came a playful reply. Cut the jokes, I saw Qin Hao. A loud crash resonated through the phone, likely the sound of a teacup shattering. What is he like? Is he well? How did you meet him? And how do you know him? Anran's questions poured forth in a flurry. He's not doing well. He is divorced. As for how I know him, have you forgotten? You've shown me his picture no less than hundreds of times. Divorced? Tell me everything. Anran urged anxiously from the other end. Lin Moshue, not concealing any details, recounted what she knew, though she omitted the incident involving Crayon Shinshan. Anran, I shouldn't really be telling you this, considering you haven't seen him in nearly 2 or 3 years. Perhaps you've forgotten him, or he may not remember you either. The most crucial point is that he is married. The phone remained silent for approximately a minute. Just as Lin Moshue began to doubt whether the call had been disconnected, Anran's voice once again echoed through the receiver. Cousin, I have spent over 2 years attempting to forget him, believing I was nearing success, yet upon hearing the name Qin Hao, I realized how gravely mistaken I was. I grossly underestimated his significance in my heart. Over these 2 years, my longing for him has not diminished in the slightest. I am certain he feels the same. Yes, I am convinced of it. Lin Moshua gently touched her forehead, genuinely regretting having shared this matter with Anren. Anren, the disparity in status between you and Qin Hao is too great. I recall you mentioning that this was the very reason he departed from you. Now, he is even divorced, and you. Do you believe aunt and uncle would approve of your union? Lin Moshua referred to Anren's parents. Cousin, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it myself. Please assist me in looking after him, and ensure he does not encounter a situation like last night again. All right, that is settled. Oh, and do not mention this to Qin Hao. Anren concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. Hello, hello. Lin Moshua felt a mix of frustration and amusement, finally rubbing her sore backside from the previous encounter with Qin Hao as she exited the interrogation room. Xiao Hao, where did you go last night? Qin Hao, having abandoned his oranges, began to express concern for his son. Nowhere, it's just dust. I'll wash up. Qin Hao hastily concocted an excuse and retreated into the bathroom. After splashing water on his face, he noticed several bruises adorning his skin. As he pondered how to explain this later, he discovered that the bruises he had touched were gradually fading away. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. It turned out that the spiritual energy within him had such effects. No wonder he had healed so swiftly from his previous injuries. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. Could this spiritual energy heal others? With this notion, he resolved to test it, with his father, Qin Hao, as the subject of his experiment. Chapter 0013, Retribution. Huang Bingsheng was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. After answering a call, his mood soured considerably. To say it was dreadful would be an understatement. He had not anticipated that Haizi and Shouho would fail to incapacitate Qin Hao. The most crucial detail was that they had been apprehended, yet fortunately, they did not implicate him, claiming their actions were unauthorized. Glancing at the still sleeping Song Huina, Huang Bingsheng felt a twinge of reluctance. Indeed, Song Huina was beautiful, and after a year of training, she had fulfilled all his requirements. However, today he intended to gift her to Huang Zhen, which meant he needed to seek a new target. Nevertheless, after today, Song Huina would no longer be his. With that thought, Huang Bingsheng shrugged off any lingering sentiment. He then threw aside the covers and began. In a daze, Song Huina was stirred awake by Huang Bingsheng. Brother Sheng, I am 4 months pregnant now. The doctor advised that such activities should not be too frequent, as they could harm a baby. Huang Bingsheng paid little heed to her concerns, luring her with his words. Nana, shortly I shall take you to my father's company to present you with a surprise. Upon hearing the word surprise, Song Huina's eyes sparkled, her heart brimming with the thought that it must be regarding Huang Zhen's agreement to their marriage. With this notion, a sense of pride welled up within her, for marrying into a wealthy family had long been her lifelong dream. Thus, she decided to go along with the flow. She believed she was soaring to new heights, unaware that her nightmare was only beginning. At 10 in the morning, Huang Bingsheng escorted Song Huina to the Huang Corporation building, specifically to the chairman's office, which belonged to Huang Zhen. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Huang Zhen withdrew his hand from the blouse of his female secretary and gestured for her to answer the door. As the office door swung open, Huang Bingsheng led Song Huina inside. Huang Zhen's eyes lit up. It was evident that Song Huina had put considerable effort into her appearance that day, and her inherent beauty elicited a reaction from him. Dad, we've arrived, Huang Bingsheng announced. Huang Zhen nodded in acknowledgement. Secretary Liu, please show Bingsheng around the company. I have some matters to discuss. The secretary nodded, and Huang Bingsheng, understanding the cue, reassured Song Huina not to worry before following Secretary Liu out. Uncle, greetings, Song Huina said, her demeanor a blend of shyness and politeness as she bowed slightly. Huang Zhen, unabashed, fixated his gaze on her as she bent over, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin due to her low-cut attire. Upon raising her head, she caught Huang Zhen's penetrating stare and realized she had inadvertently exposed herself, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly covered her chest with her hand. Huina, is it? Please, have a seat, Huang Zhen instructed, pointing to the chair opposite him. Song Huina expressed her gratitude and obediently took her seat, determined to make a favorable impression. If she could surpass this hurdle, she would soon become a wealthy matron. Huang Zhen stood and poured a glass of water for Song Huina, a gesture that took her by surprise, prompting her to rise and thank him. Feeling quite anxious, she drank nearly half of the glass in one go, which seemed just right for her nerves. Huang Zhen nodded in satisfaction, saying, I am aware of your relationship with Bingsheng. Therefore, as long as you can please me, there should be no issues regarding your future. Upon hearing this, Song Huina felt a surge of joy and promptly pledged, I hope you will support us. If I err in any way, I will certainly rectify it to ensure your satisfaction. Huang Zhen shook his head. Mere attempts at satisfaction will not suffice. You must ensure I am 100% satisfied. As he spoke, he moved behind Song Huina and placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to tremble slightly. Though she bit her lip, she refrained from pushing him away, fearing to offend Huang Zhen. He was in no rush, confident that the effects of the drug would soon take hold. Indeed, that glass of water had been tampered with at Huang Zhen's behest. As Huang Zhen engaged in idle conversation, Song Huina gradually sensed something amiss. A wave of heat began to envelop her. Suddenly, Huang Zhen's hand slipped inside the neckline of her attire. Uncle, you cannot do this. I am Bingxing's girlfriend. Song Huina protested, attempting to resist. However, who was Huang Zhen? Having thrived in the underworld during his youth, he was accustomed to overpowering multiple adversaries effortlessly. Song Huina stood no chance against him. Huina, as the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders' fields. I shall not treat you poorly. Huang Zhen spoke while his hands roamed, and the more Song Huina struggled, the faster the effects of the drug took hold. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, she came to realize many things. Huang Bingsheng had deliberately brought her here, only to leave under some pretext. This meant that she had been betrayed by the very man she trusted. At this moment, despair consumed Song Huina. Regret washed over her, and thoughts of Qin Hao flooded her mind. Yet it was all too late. This was her retribution. She had begun to lose herself, her awareness gradually fading into obscurity. Meanwhile, in Secretary Lu's lounge, similar events were unfolding. Secretary Lu, whose full name was Lu Feifei, was not only entangled with Huang Zhen, but was also involved in sordid dealings with Huang Bingsheng. Young Master Huang, you are indeed generous, treating your own woman so. Huang Bingsheng remarked as he slapped Lu Feifei's pert backside. You've already claimed her as your girlfriend. What woman do I, Huang Bingsheng, not have? Why would I care about this? Besides, you're here, so I'm not a loss, am I? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Hao's father, Qin Hao, was wheeled into the operating room. Lu Xiaoxiao arrived, and Song Chuxiong was also present. Even Director Lu came by to offer polite inquiry. Qin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, though he could not show it, for Lu Xiaohong was equally worried. The waiting seemed interminable. 2 hours passed, and Qin Hao grew increasingly impatient. He borrowed a cigarette from Song Chuxiong and stepped to the end of the corridor to smoke discreetly. Xiao Qin, there's no need to worry too much. Your uncle will be fine. Lu Xiaoxiao approached, squatting beside Qin Hao to chat and offer comfort. To be honest, Lu Xiaoxiao was unsure how to console others. This was her first time. Thank you, Sister Lu. My mother passed away early, and it was my father who raised me. Although we were poor, I knew he did his best. In truth, he felt somewhat despicable. He had been inexplicably drawn to Song Huina's beauty at first sight. Qin Hao discarded his cigarette, but, having not smoked in quite some time, my salary is not high, and my father secretly gives me some money each month, but he could not continue, as his eyes began to redden, his voice trembling. Xiao Qin, we need not dwell on the past. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxiao's words, Qin Hao suddenly looked up, staring blankly at her. Under the scrutiny of the opposite sex, at such close proximity, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Do I still have a chance? Chapter 0014. The Ugly Face Revealed. At 2 in the afternoon, the operating room door finally swung open. Qin Hao rushed forward and seized Director Huang's arm. Director Huang, how's my father? Was the surgery successful? Director Huang removed his mask, a smile gracing his fatigued face. The reason he personally undertook the surgery was largely due to Song Chuxiong's assistance. And of course, Lu Xiaoxiao had also lent her support. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, your father's surgery was a resounding success, and he has been in excellent condition due to his recent recuperation. Now, a period of rest is all that is required. A follow-up examination every 3 months will suffice, and all shall be well. A great weight lifted from Qin Hao's heart. He hastily produced a prepared red envelope to present to Director Huang, who, of course, refused to accept it, as this was a matter personally overseen by the hospital director. With heartfelt gratitude, Qin Hao saw Director Huang off and then accompanied the nurse pushing the cart to the ward. With the success of the surgery, Song Chuxiong and Lu Xiaoxiao had taken their leave. The ward now contained only Qin Hao and Lu Xiaohong, who was tending to Qin Hai's face. Observing his father's pallid complexion, Qin Hao recalled his unique abilities. Thus, while Lu Xiaohong went to prepare black fish soup for Qin Hai, he approached the bedside and sat down. Gently grasping Qin Hai's hand, He closed his eyes and began to transfer his internal spiritual energy into his father's body. The process did not take long, merely 5 or 6 minutes. Yet Qin Hai's complexion visibly improved. It was not that Qin Hao wished to withhold more energy. Rather, the resources at hand were limited. Rubbing his somewhat dizzy head, he splashed some water on his face, feeling somewhat revitalized. It appeared he needed to absorb more spiritual energy, as the recovery was painfully slow. Song Huina's infidelity with Huang Bingsheng was not without reason. Firstly, she had never held Qin Hao in high regard, despite his handsome appearance. In this materialistic age, good looks bear little weight. By chance, she met the extravagant Huang Bingsheng, which fueled her desire to ascend the social ladder. She believed that divorcing Qin Hao would lead her into a wealthy family, only to find herself becoming a mere plaything of Huang Zhen and his son. Song Huina rejected the checks offered by Huang Zhen and dismissed Huang Bingsheng's promises. Though naive, she was not foolish. If she still believed Huang Bingsheng would marry her, she would be a fool indeed. Recently, Xiao Yan had been in high spirits, boasting to anyone who would listen about her daughter finally divorcing that worthless son-in-law. Soon, she would be marrying into the Huang family, and so forth. Quickly, tell me what you said to the in-laws today. Have you set a wedding date yet? Your belly is showing. This marriage needs to be arranged promptly. I consulted a fortune teller who said this month. Xiao Yin burst into the room, chattering incessantly, oblivious to Song Huina, who sat on the sofa like a statue. Has that useless Qin Hao's father died? If so, it would be for the best. Just him suddenly, oh Nana, why do you look so pale? It was only then that Xiao Yin noticed something amiss with Song Huina and hurried over to inquire. Mom, I'm fine. Song Huina replied softly. Still claiming to be fine? Has that scoundrel Qin Hao been pestering you for money again? I'll call Bingsheng right now and have him confront him, Xiao Yin declared, reaching for her phone. Song Huina snatched the phone away, exclaiming Mamwa. At last, she broke down in tears, startling Xiao Yin, who rushed to inquire what was wrong. After a while, Song Huina managed to cease her tears and recounted the entire incident in detail. Listening to her daughter's narration, Xiao Yin felt as if struck by lightning, taking a considerable time to process the information. Nana, what did Bingsheng say? Will he still marry you? At this moment, Xiao Yin's concern remained centered on whether her daughter could enter a wealthy family. This reflects the tragedy of such a family, with a mother like this. It is nothing short of a miracle that Song Huina and Qin Hao are not divorced. Thus, the saying holds true. Those who are pitiable must have their share of blame. Song Huina shook her head and said, Mom, the Huang family is affluent. Do you truly believe that a wealthy family would marry someone who has been divorced, especially when they're still entangled with their father and son? This is all a deception. Huang Bingsheng never intended to marry me from the very start. He was merely toying with me. Song Huina had come to a profound realization. Then let us sue them, hold them accountable, Xiao Yin proposed. Song Huina shook her head again. It's futile. We have no evidence, and considering the Huang family's background, there's a risk that we could lose the case and even face danger. I have heard Huang Bingsheng mention that Huang Zhen has connections to the underworld. We cannot contend with them. Xiao Yin could no longer maintain her composure. She found this outcome unacceptable, just as Song Huina had articulated. How could one pursue a lawsuit without proof? So what now? What about your condition? With a bitter smile, Song Huina replied, Tomorrow, I will go to the hospital to terminate the pregnancy. From now on, I shall have no further ties with them. At this, Xiao Yin protested. That is out of the question. At the very least, we must secure some form of compensation. You cannot suffer in vain. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean they played with you for nothing? Upon hearing her mother's words, Song Huina felt a chill. Even at this juncture, her thoughts were still fixated on money. This misfortune is simply my own doing. I was blind to the situation. Let be a lesson learned. Suddenly, Xiao Yin had an idea and hurriedly called out to Song Huina, who was about to enter her room. Nana, I have a good plan. Tomorrow, we shall first approach the Huang father and son for some money. Then, we can proceed to terminate the pregnancy, and afterward, we'll seek out Qin Hao. We'll offer him 200,000 to treat Qin Hao. Just think, wouldn't Qin Hao be grateful and eager to remarry you with that sum? However, before Xiao Yin could finish her sentence, Song Huina had already shut the door. Nana, did you hear what I said? After contemplating, Qin Hao decided to visit the antique street to seek hidden treasures. After a quick search online, he discovered that the largest antique market in Jinling was located at the Confucius Temple. Thus, after notifying Lu Xiaohong, he took a taxi to this destination. Chapter 0015. Discovering treasures at the antique street. This was Qin Hao's first visit to the antique street. Yet antiques were not unfamiliar to him. Having worked in an auction house for years, he had encountered a myriad of antiques, including porcelain, bronze wares, calligraphy, and paintings. The antique street was divided into two sections. One was more formal, primarily consisting of storefronts. While these shops indeed possessed quality items, their prices were exorbitant, making it difficult to find bargains. The other section consisted of street vendors, where items ranged from a few yuan to tens of thousands, exhibiting vast fluctuations in price. In truth, authentic pieces were scarce, with the majority relying on deception and trickery. They would deceive as many as they could. Of course, the rarity of genuine items does not imply their complete absence. It primarily hinges upon luck, and with a stroke of fortune, one might just encounter a true gem. Qin Hao glanced at his watch. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, and the foot traffic had noticeably increased. "Young man, feel free to browse. All my wares are authentic," declared a balding vendor in his 50s, his voice casual yet inviting. Qin Hao did not decline the offer. For the essence of treasure, hunting lies in exploration. He refrained from activating his X-ray vision at first, opting instead to rely on his modest knowledge of antiques to observe. 15 minutes later, Qin Hao arrived at a rather disheartening conclusion. He could discern nothing of value. Each item appeared genuine, yet none truly bore the hallmarks of authenticity. With a wry smile, he recognized that without his special ability, he was rendered powerless. Thus, without hesitation, he activated his vision. Tang Sankai largemouth plum vase, a counterfeit, valued at 20, devoid of any collectible worth. "Young man, are you interested in this vase? I assure you, it is a genuine piece, acquired for 80,000 last month. If you fancy it, I can let go at cost. Were it not for my recent financial constraints, I wouldn't part with it, even for 100,000. The vendor rambled on, extolling the virtues of his vase, while Qin Hao continued perusing the other items, undeterred. One by one, he scanned the offerings, each one proving to be a forgery. Just as he was about to take his leave, an unremarkable object caught his eye. Blue and white 8 barbarian treasure snuff bottle. Qing Xianfeng era. Height, 82 centimeters. Diameter, 34 centimeters. Genuine. Market value, 1 million. Its true form obscured beneath a layer of grime. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today, as he had indeed stumbled upon a hidden treasure. At that moment, the vendor had nearly exhausted his chatter. "Young man, what do you think? If you're interested, I can wrap it up for you right away." Qin Hao gestured to his attire. "Do you truly believe I possess the means to spend 80 or 100,000? The vendor paused, taken aback. "I'm merely accompanying my girlfriend for a haircut. I'm just browsing out of boredom. How about this? I won't let you work in vain. I'll purchase a couple of trinkets to support your business." The vendor, pleased with this prospect, responded, "What catches your fancy? I assure you, I will not profit from you." Should Qin Hao believe such a claim, it would be a disservice to his life experiences. "How much for this one?" He casually pointed to an item. "This dates back to the Xianfeng era." Qin Hao interrupted. "I've told you, I'm merely here for amusement. Please don't try to deceive me. For this and that, I offer you 50. The vendor sprang from his stool, his expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, "Young man, are you jesting? 50 for both? Each of these items is genuine. I won't let them go for less than 100. If not, I suggest you explore elsewhere." Qin Hao rose, feigning an intention to depart. The vendor, now anxious, quickly seized his arm. "Dear brother, you should add a bit more. This price is simply too low. You must let me earn something. How about a meal tonight? I will add 50 to the offer. If you refuse, I shall sell it anyway." Before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, the vendor swiftly grabbed a bag and began to pack the items Qin Hao had shown interest in. His technique was deft, and his speed remarkable. Without at least 20 years of experience, one could hardly achieve such swiftness. Qin Hao, however, was indifferent to the extra few dozen yuan. He accepted the items, settled the payment, and started to leave. Just a few steps away, he suddenly halted. "Boss, are you single?" The vendor was taken aback, about to inquire further, but Qin Hao had already walked far away. "What a weirdo. How does he know I'm single?" The vendor chose not to dwell on Qin Hao's words and resumed counting his cash. He had acquired these small items yesterday for merely 10 yuan each, without even cleaning them. In a mere moment, he had profited several times over. If only he could attract a few more customers like Qin Hao. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was also feeling quite pleased. Although his bank account boasted several million, who truly cares about having more money? Moreover, in comparison to the truly affluent, his worth was negligible. He continued to stroll, and as twilight approached, it seemed as though his good fortune had been exhausted. Aside from a snuff bottle, he now possessed only a copper coin, Jiaqing Tongbao, a genuine specimen. Its market value stood at 1 million yuan, weighing 1,006 grams and measuring 300 by 20. This was the data provided by his device, which which not only authenticated the item, but also described it and stated its price. At that moment, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "You rogue, it's me." Qin Hao recognized the voice as that of the fiery policewoman, Lin Mashue. However, her words puzzled him. What did she mean by "you rogue, it's me"? Was she insulting herself? Qin Hao chose not to dwell on it and asked, "How did you get my number, Miss Lin? And I haven't been fighting." Upon hearing this, Lin Mashue recalled how she had teased Qin Hao in the interrogation room the previous night. Yet, in the end, she was indifferent to who had bullied whom. "I noted down your details during the recording last night. Today, I'm calling to remind you to be cautious. Huang Zhen has significant influence. It's best not to provoke him unnecessarily." "Well, I'll hang up now." Just like that, she ended the call, leaving Qin Hao feeling bewildered by her abruptness and the random nature of her message. At that moment, he recognized another familiar voice. It was Song Chuxiong. "Brother, where are you? Let me treat you to a meal." Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Song Chuxiong's offer of a meal was secondary. The primary reason for his call was undoubtedly related to the last item he had purchased at the banquet. Qin Hao had not disclosed to Song Chuxiong that Qin Dahai was undergoing surgery that morning, and he was hesitant to inquire further. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Song Chuxiong had called. The meal was merely a pretext. The true motive was to authenticate the item. "I'm at the antique street," Qin Hao replied. Upon hearing this, Song Chuxiong's eyes lit up. "Wait for me. I'll be there in 10 minutes. No, make that 8. With that, the call ended. Qin Hao shook his head with a wry smile, perplexed by the two seemingly inexplicable phone calls he had received. Chapter 0016, The Uncle. As predicted, Song Chuxiong soon arrived at the antique street. After honking twice, Qin Hao got into the car and closed the door. "Quickly, let me see what treasures you've collected," Song Chuxiong urged impatiently, even before Qin Hao was comfortably seated. Qin Hao casually handed 2 items to Song Chuxiong. "I arrived late and was in a hurry, so I only managed to pick up these trinkets. By the way, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? I'm rather hungry." Song Chuxiong glanced at the darkly colored snuff bottle, hindered by the poor lighting. "Let's wait a moment on the meal. First, tell me the origin of that item I purchased yesterday." As Qin Hao had surmised, Song Chuxiong had come specifically for this matter. "All right, I'll tell you. Are you familiar with yuan blue and white porcelain?" Song Chuxiong nodded, then shook his head. Yuan blue and white porcelain, as the name suggests, refers to the blue and white ceramics produced during the Yuan dynasty. The piece from yesterday is one of the representatives of yuan blue and white, specifically the yuan blue and white vase with red glaze, which is quite remarkable within series. It is now rare and holds considerable collectible value. Qin Hao elaborated passionately on the subject, sharing knowledge he had gleaned from a brief inquiry just 8 minutes prior, now perfectly timed for a display of erudition. While they conversed, the car entered a villa. "Aren't we going out to eat?" Qin Hao inquired, somewhat bewildered. After parking, Song Chuxiong explained, "This is my residence. We will dine at home tonight. My daughter is here, and she cooks splendidly. You are in for a treat this evening." As they spoke, a young woman in her 20s, with long hair and an attractive figure, emerged from the villa. "Dad, has our guest arrived?" Song Chuxiong quickly took the opportunity to introduce Qin Hao. "Brother, this is my daughter, Song Tingting. Tingting, this is my brother. You may call him Uncle." At this, Qin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for it was evident that Song Tingting was likely around the same age as he. "Uncle?" However, Song Tingting appeared unfazed, perhaps even amused. "Hello, Uncle. Welcome to our home. Do you have a gift for our first meeting?" Awkwardness enveloped Qin Hao as he stammered. I am Qin Hao." He hastily introduced himself. "I know, Uncle. Do you have a gift?" Song Chuxiong did not intervene, instead relishing the moment. As Qin Hao contemplated whether to retrieve his wallet and present a few red bills as a token of greeting, he caught sight of Song Chuxiong chuckling to himself. "This snuff bottle is quite lovely. Let it serve as your welcoming gift," Qin Hao declared. At this, the smile on Song Chuxiong's face vanished, for he cherished the snuff bottle and had intended to keep it. "Tingting, this item is quite valuable. I shall take care of it," he insisted. Reaching for the snuff bottle, unaware of her father's nature, Song Tingting quickly dodged. "Thank you, Uncle. I really like it," she exclaimed, before turning and disappearing into the villa. And just like that, the moment passed. Song Chuxiong, filled with reluctance, inquired, "Isn't there still a mother coin? It holds great collectible value." Qin Hao casually tossed the copper coin to Song Chuxiong and began surveying the villa. This villa was grand and exquisite, something Qin Hao could never afford. "There's no need to envy. If you desire, you can simply purchase one," he mused. The property prices in Jinling had stabilized, hovering around 10 million. Song Chuxiong mentioned it nonchalantly, but where would Qin Hao find such an amount? Brother, when I was your age, I had nothing too. Your greatest asset is your youth and talent. Trust me, within a year, you will undoubtedly possess a villa of your own. Qin Hao did not refute this. He held confidence in himself. By the way, I would like this snuff bottle and the mother coin. I will transfer the money to you. After saying this, Song Chuxiong reached for his phone to initiate the transfer. Just aside, could he really take advantage of Qin Hao? However, how could Qin Hao accept this money? A gift is a gift, and besides, 10 or 80,000 was no longer of great concern to him. After a bit of back and forth, Song Chuxiong finally relented. Brother Xiong, may I take a look at your collection? Qin Hao finally expressed his intent. He was here to absorb the spiritual energy from the antiques. It was well known that Song Chuxiong's collection, amassed over a lifetime, was considerable, albeit filled with more forgeries. Of course, it will be helpful to have you appraise them. Song Chuxiong readily agreed. Dad, uncle, let's view them later. The food is ready. Song Tingting had prepared a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, all home-style. Tingting, it's rare to meet a girl who can cook these days, Qin Hao remarked politely. This brought pride to Song Chuxiong, who began to boast. Tingting learned her skills from her mother. What do you think? Have you considered my daughter? She's quite remarkable. Qin Hao stumbled, nearly struck dumb by such a father promoting his daughter so fervently. Thankfully, Song Tingting left to serve the rice. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been quite awkward. Hastily, he shifted the topic. Brother Xiong, where is Tingting's mother? Let us not discuss that. Let us eat. Indeed, Song Tingting's cooking was commendable. And Qin Hao relished 2 hearty bowls before he was satisfied. After dinner, Song Chuxiong feigned a reason for Song Tingting to take Qin Hao to the boutique to view the antiques. Upon entering the room, Qin Hao was greeted by a plethora of antiques displayed on the shelves, a veritable treasure trove, estimated to contain several hundred pieces. Uncle, this side holds the forgeries. The fakes my dad purchased. The other side contains the genuine articles. However, I've played a trick. I've placed 2 authentic pieces among the forgeries. Can you identify which 2 they are? Song Tingting teased, sticking her tongue out playfully. Let me have a look. Qin Hao did not resort to his powers of perception. Instead, he touched each piece with his hands, essentially absorbing their spiritual energy. He began with the genuine items, spending around 10 seconds on each, which to Song Tingting appeared less like appreciation and more akin to counting. However, she did not interrupt. She merely observed, unable to fathom how someone of a similar age could be an expert in antiques. After half an hour had elapsed, she had thoroughly examined all the genuine pieces and absorbed their essence. What remained were the fakes. This time, Qin Hao refrained from wasting time and activated his ability to see through them. Tingting, you just mentioned that there are 2 authentic pieces, correct? Song Tingting nodded affirmatively. Yes. 2. Have you identified them? Qin Hao shook his head, which, to Song Tingting, implied that he had not found them. However, the next words from Qin Hao left her utterly astonished. Chapter 0017. There is a universe within. There are actually 3 genuine pieces here, not merely the 2 you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Song Tingting was taken aback. It is essential to note that these counterfeit items have been evaluated by experts, with some even personally authenticated by Li Yuren. How could there be a mistake? Uncle, are you certain? Qin Hao understood her skepticism and chose not to elaborate further. Who would believe that a 20-something appraiser could surpass the mastery of Li Yuren? Practice is the only standard for verifying truth. Qin Hao first extracted 2 notably obvious antiques, causing Song Tingting's eyelids to twitch. These were precisely the 2 she had deliberately placed among the fakes, and now she began to believe in Qin Hao's capabilities. At the very least, being able to discern 2 genuine pieces from hundreds of counterfeits with just a glance was no ordinary feat yet. It was not over. Qin Hao retrieved a 3-legged golden toad. Song Tingting recalled that her father had purchased this toad for 50,000 yuan, and it had been authenticated by Li Yuren, who had concluded it was a fake. Of course, while it was referred to as a golden toad, it was merely coated with a layer of golden paint for decorative purposes and not crafted from real gold. This cannot be genuine. It was personally authenticated by Old Li. Song Tingting remained unconvinced of the authenticity of the item in Qin Hao's hands. In her mind, Li Yuren was the most formidable expert. Otherwise, he would not hold the prestigious position of president of the Jinling Antique Association. Just then, Song Chuxiong approached. Father, Uncle claims this 3-legged golden toad is authentic. Song Chuxiong paused, taken aback, and turned to Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled and said, let us discuss this outside. With that, he carried the 3-legged golden toad toward the living room. Song Tingting and Song Chuxiong exchanged glances and followed suit. Brother Xiong, I need some tools. The term tools is a colloquialism used only when encountering special items. For instance, the item Qin Hao purchased at the auction required corresponding tools, as did certain artworks. Upon hearing about the need for tools, Song Chuxiong's eyes lit up. He quickly deduced what was needed and hurried to fetch them. Before long, he returned with a toolbox, new, though dust-laden. Brother Xiong, this toolbox must be quite old, right? Qin Hao teased. Song Chuxiong appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nearly a decade has passed. Yet I have not utilized it, nor do I find a need for it. Throughout these years, my obsession has only intensified. Yet my skills have not improved in the slightest, and I feel a twinge of embarrassment admitting this. Song Chuxiong spoke no falsehood. Ever since I fell in love with this field, I have immersed myself in its study daily, devouring countless texts and acquiring numerous fakes. However, my expertise has scarcely progressed, leading to relentless mockery from my peers. Take, for instance, this three-legged golden toad. I purchased it from the black market, convinced I had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Wakingly urine before dawn to share my discovery. The outcome was predictable. It turned out to be a counterfeit, and of mediocre quality at that. Such instances abound. In the midst of Song Chuxiong's discourse, Qin had already begun to dismantle the three-legged golden toad. Song Chuxiong and Song Tingting squinted in disbelief. For the creature's abdomen was hollow, and an object slipped out from within. What is this? Song Chuxiong's voice trembled. He understood well that only precious items are concealed in such a manner. Much like the previous instance of the painting within a painting. Brother Xiong, congratulations. You've struck gold. And it's a significant find. Qin Hao grinned as he handed the object to Song Chuxiong. With a look of skepticism, Song Chuxiong regarded Qin Hao, clearly awaiting an explanation. Qin Hao, with no intention of withholding information, inquired, "Who is Wang Pan?" Taken aback, Song Chuxiong realized he had never encountered this name before. "I'll check online." Qin Hao began to explain, but Song Tingting had already produced her phone to consult Baidu. In a brief moment, Wang Pan's profile appeared on her screen. I found it. Wang Pan, styled Hongjian, hailing from Gaoyu, Jiangsu, was a Ming dynasty poet, painter, and a practitioner of medicine, revered as the crown of southern poetry. He was indifferent to the imperial examinations in his youth and never held an official position throughout his life. He indulged in the realms of poetry and painting, constructing a tower in the west of the city, spending his days with literati, engaging in song and verse. Hence he dubbed himself Shilo. As Song Tingting continued to read, Song Chuxiong had already lost interest. Qin Hao extended 5 fingers, 500. If placed in an auction house or collected by enthusiasts, it could fetch an even higher price. Ha ha ha, I too have made a fortunate find. I must share this on social media. Upon declaring this, Song Chuxiong retrieved his phone to capture the moment for his circle of friends, only to be halted by Qin Hao. Confused, Song Chuxiong looked at Qin Hao, without reservation, elucidated the reason. Brother Xiong, I heard Tingting mention that this item has been authenticated by the esteemed Li Yurin, correct? Song Chuxiong nodded. If it has been authenticated by old Li, but turns out to be a misjudgment, and you broadcast it on social media, it would be quite embarrassing for him. This serves neither your interests nor mine, as I wish to maintain my standing in this circle. A sudden realization dawned on Song Chuxiong. He was no fool, and a simpleton could not have achieved such success in business. His earlier excitement had momentarily clouded his judgment, but Qin Hao's reminder swiftly brought clarity to the situation. Setting his phone down, Song Chuxiong conceded, "You are absolutely right. If I were to post this, old Li's reputation would surely suffer. However, if I keep it to myself, I feel rather uneasy." Qin Hao pondered. Brother Xiong, you might subtly convey this matter to old Li. If old Li were to disclose it himself, it would be quite different. Firstly, our objective would be achieved. Secondly, it would reflect old Li's magnanimity and broad-mindedness, at least in the eyes of others. Song Chuxiong nodded, and Song Tingting interjected with a question. What if old Li chooses not to speak? Qin Hao shook his head and replied, that is unlikely. Even if, by chance, old Li is reluctant to say anything, we would not incur any loss. We could simply claim we stumbled upon it, maintaining both face and substance without offending old Li. What is not to gain? Impressive. Song Chuxiong praised Qin Hao. Chapter 0018. The pompous Song Chuxiong. Brother, regardless of the outcome, I owe you my gratitude. As the saying goes, those who witness share in the spoils. I shall transfer 2 million to you as a token of my appreciation. After saying this, Song Chuxiong reached for his phone to initiate the transfer, but Qin Hao stopped him. Brother Xiong, if you believe our relationship is worth merely 2 million, I have nothing more to say. However, I must clarify that from now on, our connection will be purely transactional, devoid of any other sentiments. Song Chuxiong gazed at Qin Hao, sensing sincerity in his eyes. He quickly elaborated, "Brother, I mean no offense. You know I am not in want of money. Yet you're in need of funds. It is the purpose that matters. I merely wish to lend my support." Qin Hao patted Song Chuxiong's arm, signaling him to sit and converse. "Brother Xiong, a gentleman appreciates wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Had I been a covetous individual, I could have procured that painting and the three-legged golden toad through numerous means, and you would have been none the wiser. So, the question arises, do you prefer that version of me? As for my financial needs, should I truly require assistance, I would approach you. And I trust you would not refuse, correct?" Song Chuxiong nodded, genuinely moved by Qin Hao's words. Having navigated the complexities of business for many years, he had encountered all manner of people, rife with deceit. He fully believed Qin Hao's assertion about the many ways to acquire the three-legged golden toad. Even if asked for the genuine items, Song Chuxiong would not have flinched. Yet, Qin Hao remained forthright. After some further conversation, Qin Hao excused himself, concerned about his father's situation. Although Song Chuxiong intended to see him off, Qin Hao declined, noting they were not far apart, and a brief ride would suffice. "Ting Ting, what are your thoughts on this individual?" After Qin Hao's departure, Song Chuxiong and Song Tingting commenced their discussion regarding him. Song Tingting contemplated before responding. He is quite capable and honest, but he seems almost overly so. Song Chuxiong chuckled and remarked, "What you perceive is merely the surface. You have not witnessed the depths of his cunning." He proceeded to recount the incident involving Huang Zhun and his son. This includes matters discussed between Qin Hao and him, as well as what he has come to understand himself. "Father, do you truly believe there are such foolish women in this world? Capable, loyal, and so handsome. Yet she forsakes such a wonderful husband to pursue someone like Huang Bingsheng, a scoundrel?" Song Tingting tilted her head, pondering in confusion. "What? Have you developed feelings? Let me tell you, if you feel something, act swiftly. To my knowledge, Lu Chenda's daughter, named Lu Xiaoxiao, finds him quite intriguing. They work closely together, and as the saying goes, proximity grants advantage. You must seize the moment." Song Tingting's cheeks flushed, and she playfully retorted, "Father, are you afraid I might struggle to find a boyfriend? I've only met him once, and we're still unfamiliar with one another. Besides, I even call him uncle." She then sent the message directly to Li Yuran. Lu Xiaohong, harboring concerns that Qin Hao might not reciprocate her feelings, was, to be frank, somewhat apprehensive of him. This is akin to young couples fearing parental disapproval when dating. "Aunt Lu, I appreciate your efforts. I brought you a late-night snack. Enjoy it while it's warm." "Has my father awakened?" Qin Hao handed the late-night snack to Lu Xiaohong, then began to inspect. He had awakened once, but likely succumbed to fatigue and drifted back to sleep. Qin Hao nodded, signaling Lu Xiaohong to eat, then sat down and took Qin Hai's hand. Today, he absorbed such a wealth of spiritual energy for this very moment. Recently, Qin Hao had come to understand a revelation. The spiritual energy within him does not simply disappear when depleted, it can indeed be replenished. Of course, he was aware of this beforehand, but this evening he discovered a new capability, namely, a reservoir. In simple terms, within Qin Hao lies a space capable of storing this spiritual energy. The more energy he absorbs, the larger this reservoir becomes. Even if the energy within it is entirely consumed, its volume remains unchanged. Given sufficient time, it can restore itself, and certain supplements can expedite the process. Thus far, Qin Hao only knew how to absorb energy through antiques. He had yet to discover other methods. This time, Qin Hao spent a quarter of an hour treating his father, primarily due to the ample spiritual energy available within him. When approximately half remained, he ceased, gazing affectionately at the slumbering Qin Hao, a smile of understanding gracing his lips. If one were to examine Qin Hai's wound at that moment, they would clearly see that it had begun to scab over. "Xiao Hao, you should rest. I will keep watch. You have work during the day, and if anything arises, I will call for you." Qin Hao nodded, for he indeed had matters to attend to during the day. Most importantly, he had been restless the previous night due to Lin Mashua's antics, and were it not for his robust constitution, he would have long since succumbed to exhaustion. "Aunt Lu, please do keep an eye on things as well. My father's condition is not dire. It suffices to check in occasionally." Lu Xiaohong nodded in agreement. Qin Hao lay down on the family bed and soon fell asleep. Unbeknownst to him, chaos erupted in the antique street of Jinling. Simultaneously, Li Yuran disseminated the news, which rapidly spread, resulting in an influx of 20 to 30 people to Li Yuran's apartment, among them Tian Zilong. "Old song impressive. Quickly tell me, how did you discover it?" In an instant, such inquiries poured forth, and Song Chuxiong could only select a few key questions to address. How could I have discovered it? You all know me too well. It was during a visit from my brother, who came to admire my collection, that he inadvertently uncovered the clues. Initially, I found it hard to believe, yet when the evidence lay before me, I was compelled to acknowledge it. Aside from his pride, Song Chuxiong took a moment to extol Qin Hao. Old Song, I would like to discuss a matter with you. Chapter 0019, Anren. Tian Zilong discreetly pulled Song Chuxiong aside, speaking in hushed tones. What is it? Speak quickly. Song Chuxiong reveled in his newfound confidence. Well, I have 2 items about which I am uncertain. Could you ask Brother Qin to assist me in evaluating them? Rest assured, I understand the customary fees for appraisals, Tian Zilong replied. Song Chuxiong nodded and turned to Li Yuren, quietly inquiring, isn't Old Li here? Why not consult him? Tian Zilong shook his head. Old Li has not been well lately. Besides, I have faith in Brother Qin. This statement was somewhat puzzling, leaving one to wonder whether it was faith in Qin Hao or merely a reluctance to disturb Li Yuren's health. Naturally, Song Chuxiong could not refuse. He was eager to help Qin Hao establish his reputation, and now Li Yuren had unwittingly facilitated this. As soon as Tian Zilong departed, others began to approach in succession, all with similar intentions. Before long, the name Qin Hao was once again circulating among the circles, while the man himself remained blissfully unaware, lost in deep slumber. The following morning at Jinling International Airport, Lin Maxue stood at the arrival gate, scanning the crowd until her gaze settled on a figure. A stunningly beautiful woman, radiating an almost ethereal charm, waved at her. This simple gesture captured the attention of countless admirers. Some paused to observe, while others readied their phones for covert snapshots. A few even contemplated approaching her, but upon noticing Lin Maxue in her uniform, they hesitated, their advances thwarted, reduced to mere silent admiration. Cousin, I miss you so much. Come here and give me a hug, Anren exclaimed as she reached Lin Maxue, removing her sunglasses and embracing her. That's enough, Lin Maxue retorted with playful annoyance. Oh, come on, you can't be so blunt. I do miss you a little. Otherwise, I swear I wouldn't. Observing Anren, who appeared unchanged from before, Lin Maxue shook her head. Anren's exuberant personality often led her to engage in boyish antics, such as brawling and using foul language, creating a stark contrast between her demeanor and appearance. However, this was not an absolute. There were moments when Anren exhibited a serene grace, particularly in the company of Qin Hao. Lin Maxue took hold of Anren's suitcase, and as they walked, she inquired further. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing Anren mention my Qin Hao, Lin Maxue felt a shiver run down her spine. Can you not be a bit more reserved? Anren replied nonchalantly. If love could be won through restraint, I would have secured it 3 years ago. I am well acquainted with him, and he knows me equally well. I trust that he will not harbor any disdain towards me. Just as in the past, he is fully aware that I often put on a fade, yet he never exposes me and always cooperates seamlessly. Lin Maxue shook her head, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She casually handed and ran an envelope. This contains the information you requested on Huang Bingsheng and his son. Please do not disclose that it was I who provided it. I procured it secretly from the file archives, and Ran accepted the envelope and the suitcase, stating, I will requisition the car. As she drove away in her vehicle, Lin Maxue felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. What was supposed to be a meeting to pick someone up had turned into a car delivery. After yesterday's events, Huang Bingsheng had categorized Song Huina among those he had discarded. Thus, he was now on the lookout for a new target. He recalled a service attendant he had encountered at his hotel a few days prior, who had caught his attention, prompting him to arrive early that morning. Securing a service attendant should be an effortless endeavor. Although not as striking as Song Huina, she was charming enough to serve as a suitable diversion and was easily manageable. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, for the attendant had switched shifts that day, leaving Huang Bingsheng at a loss. Having visited the restroom and preparing to leave, he was unexpectedly bumped into by someone. Filled with irritation, he turned to unleash his frustration, only to be met by a sweet voice. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't see you. The voice was melodious, the appearance enchanting, with a figure that could outshine even the most popular star. Huang Bingsheng was momentarily spellbound, his gaze fixated upon her. Sir, are you all right? She inquired. It was only then that he regained his composure and hastily waved his hand. No, it's nothing. I should be the one apologizing. How about this? To make amends, may I treat the beautiful lady to a meal? By the way, this 5-star hotel is part of my family's business. Huang Bingsheng endeavored to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor while subtly flaunting his status. Oh, I see. After that singular remark, she fell silent, neither accepting nor declining his invitation. Huang Bingsheng found himself perplexed by her intentions. "May I ask how to address you?" he inquired. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huang Bingsheng, and my father is Huang Zhen, the chairman of Huang Group." And Ran feigned surprise. "Ah, so you are the heir of Huang Group. What a pleasure to meet you. I am Ran. My father is the chairman of a group." Now it was Huang Bingsheng who was taken aback. Among the 4 major conglomerates in Jinling, and Group ranked first, surpassing Huang Group in terms of connections, funding, and other aspects. The prospect of marrying and Ran stirred Huang Bingsheng's ambitions. It was no longer merely a matter of desire, but an aspiration as well. "Missin, what a fortuitous encounter. I would like to invite you to dinner. Would you do me the honor?" And Ran glanced at her watch, feigning hesitation as she replied. "It is only just past 9. Isn't it a bit early?" Huang Bingsheng nodded in agreement, pondering an alternative excuse when Ran spoke again. "However, I find myself rather famished after enduring a grueling 10-hour flight with scarcely a morsel to consume." Consequently, Huang Bingsheng approached the hotel manager and requested the most opulent suite available. Although Huang lacked any genuine appetite for food, he nibbled a few bites symbolically before steering the conversation elsewhere. Anren, indeed, was hungry, having not eaten on the flight, and she cared little for appearances. Huang's lack of appetite was irrelevant, as she prioritized satisfying her hunger above all else. "Oh dear, how embarrassing for Mr. Huang. I haven't eaten in nearly a day and a night. I am truly famished," Anren exclaimed with a slight smile, a touch of bashfulness evident, leaving Huang Bingsheng momentarily astonished. Yet, Huang Bingsheng was no fool. He dared not press the matter with this woman, for he knew that even his father, Huang Zhen, would be unable to extricate him from the consequences of such folly. Initially intending to have a light meal here, he fortuitously encountered Mr. Huang. Anren managed to present her presence in this locale as entirely reasonable. As their conversation deepened, they discovered a profound connection, feeling an affinity akin to that of long-lost acquaintances. Huang Bingsheng began to entertain the notion that he had encountered true love. "Mr. Huang, with your exceptional qualities, why do you remain single?" Anren, now satiated, shifted her focus to serious matters. "Missin, what you may not realize is that with my family background, finding a partner of equal standing is quite challenging. This is not to imply any disdain. Rather, I believe that only those of similar stature can engage in meaningful discourse. To put it more eloquently, when disparities are vast, communication becomes exceedingly difficult. For instance, I might consider a Ferrari lacking in prestige, while another might extol the efficiency of a humble vehicle. I might critique the freshness of abalone, while another laments the rising prices of pork. Thus, it is imperative for me to find a partner with whom I can truly connect." Huang Bingsheng nearly declared that only she could be his equal. "You are correct, Mr. Huang. The greater the disparity in status, the fewer the commonalities. However, I have heard that wealthy young men in our country often succumb to moral decay, indulging in emotional manipulation. Once they grow weary, they simply discard their partners. I cannot ascertain the truth of this, but I find such individuals utterly detestable." Huang Bingsheng solemnly agreed. "Missin is correct. Some individuals indeed behave in such a manner, and I share your disdain for them. They assume that a modicum of wealth grants them license to act as they please, to toy with emotions. I know of one such person who engaged in an affair with another's wife, ultimately leaving her pregnant and prompting her divorce. And would you believe it? He insisted that she terminate the pregnancy before discarding her entirely." Huang Bingsheng recounted his tale with no hint of embarrassment, his demeanor entirely at ease. Had Anren been unaware of the backstory, she might have been inclined to believe him. The two conversed until nearly 11 o'clock, departing the hotel only after exchanging contact information. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had accomplished nothing throughout the day. Even when Song Chuxiong sought him for a matter, he postponed it until the afternoon. The reason for his delay was not trivial, for his father, Qin Hao, had awakened. While his awakening might seem inconsequential, the pivotal detail was that he could now rise and move about. This truly terrified Lu Xiaohong, and while Qin Hao was aware of this, he found it difficult to explain, so he could only ask Director Huang to conduct an examination for him. After enduring 2 hours of testing, it was ultimately confirmed that the recovery capacity was astonishing and everything was normal. Consequently, Qin Hao rented a manual wheelchair and took his father to the hospital courtyard for a leisurely stroll in the sun. In reality, it had been quite a while since the two of them had engaged in meaningful conversation. "Ah, Xiaohao, you've divorced, so what? It's not a big deal." Qin Hao remarked about Solon, and Qin Hao understood. Well, how should he put it? She was rather robust, and certainly capable of enduring hardship. "Father, I have just recently divorced, and I'm only 24. There is no rush for this matter. However, shouldn't you consider your relationship with Aunt Lu? Upon hearing this, Qin Hai's face flushed with a rare hint of embarrassment. He had always hesitated to bring up this topic, as rural folk tend to be less open than their urban counterparts. For city dwellers, finding a companion at 60 or 70 is quite commonplace. Yet for those in the countryside, it is generally more conservative. Father, do not feel shy. Look at the times we live in. Just then, Qin Hao was interrupted by a familiar voice. That scoundrel actually threw me out and even hit me. I'm going to sue him. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Qin Hao's ex-mother-in-law, Xiao Yan. It turned out that Xiao Yan had gone to the Huang group early that morning. And as one might expect, she was not only unable to meet Huang Zhen, but was also expelled by security, due to her overly aggressive demeanor. She even received 2 slaps from a security guard. Had it not been for Song Huina, who forcibly dragged Xiao Yan away, the situation might have escalated further. Thus, the 2 women had no choice but to come to the hospital, first to purchase some medicine to soothe their tempers, for Xiao Yan's face had been quite bruised. Secondly, they were accompanying Song Huina for an abortion. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Hao immediately recognized who it was and prepared to push his father away. Qin Hao, but alas, he was still spotted by Song Huina. She hurried over, glanced at Qin Hao, and then called out to Qin Hai with a dad. After more than 2 years of marriage, this was the first time she had ever addressed him in such a manner. Qin Hai looked at Qin Hao and smiled, saying, "Child, I am not your father. I was not before, and I certainly am not now. While I should not interfere in your matters with Xiao Hao, as a father, it pains me to see my son suffer so much." Song Huina, recognizing her guilt, lowered her head. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached as well, adopting her usual authoritative tone. "Qin Hao, your father needs money for treatment. If you and Huina remarry, I will cover the expenses. As for Huina's past, you must not hold it against her. You must provide me with a written guarantee on that." As Xiao Yan continued her relentless tirade, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. "Mother, please stop." Song Huina was well aware that Qin Hao was no longer the same man he used to be. The idea of medical expenses was utterly laughable. "You both should leave. I do not wish to see you. Given your current state, I doubt things are going well for you either. Therefore, I have no more hatred towards you. Let's simply go our separate ways. Qin Hao, I have erred. Can you not forgive me just once? Indeed, it is my fault, led astray by Huang Bingxing's words, resulting in this predicament. Song Huina, if you do not love me and wish to divorce, I harbor no objections, even when you have betrayed me and are with child. I have endured. I lament only my own inadequacy, yet you deceitfully leveraged my father's medical expenses for 200,000. This is my life-saving fund. Do you comprehend? Had you adhered to our agreement and lent me the 200,000, I might have granted you another chance, regardless of your transgressions. However, this matter is beyond forgiveness. Both you and your mother possess hearts as venomous as that of Scorpion." With this outburst, Qin Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. "Qin Hao, I am truly sorry. I have made a grave mistake. Shall we start anew? I will be obedient. I will heed your every word, even if it means you strike me." Song Huina seized Qin Hao's hand and raised it toward her own face. At that moment, a voice interjected, "Darling, are you sunbathing with Dad?" Everyone paused in astonishment, turning towards the source of the voice to see a stunning beauty approaching. The newcomer was none other than Anran. In truth, Anran had been present for some time, having overheard much of the conversation, which prompted her timely arrival. Observing the dazed Qin Hao, she chuckled, "Darling, Dad." Anran called out once more. Chapter 21. Youthful companions, are you that girl, Anran? Qin Hai recognized her instantly during her high school years. Anran often accompanied Qin Hao home for weekend meals. Qin Hai held a fondness for Anran, even suggesting he might adopt her as his goddaughter. Thus, Anran's calling him Dad felt perfectly natural, though their visits diminished once they entered university. "Dad, you still remember me?" Anran exclaimed, casting a sharp glance at the still-dazed Qin Hao. Then she shifted her attention to Song Huina. "Miss Song, I am Anran, and I am now Qin Hao's girlfriend. In a way, I owe you my gratitude. If not for your lack of appreciation, I would not have had this opportunity, so in a certain sense, I'm quite thankful." Despite her carefree demeanor, Anran exuded the refined air of a young lady from a noble family, a quality that Song Huina could not match. Qin Hai spoke with remarkable finesse, his emotional intelligence evident in his words. With these remarks, he effectively severed ties with Song Huina and her daughter. Qin Hao, feeling somewhat disoriented, found Anran linking her arm with his as they sauntered towards the park. "You rascal, you have kept me waiting for so long. Do you remember? Qin Hao, standing before Ran, was clad in a school uniform, a single set he wore daily due to his family's modest means. One day, out of sheer boredom, Ran took a marker and drew a large turtle on Qin Hao's back. Initially intended as a prank, it led to Qin Hao being teased by his classmates, and Ran included, who could not contain their laughter. The following day, Ran discovered that Qin Hao was still clad in that same school uniform, the large turtle emblem on the back now reduced to a murky blot. It turned out that the marker was exceptionally difficult to wash out, ultimately resulting in a smudged mess. Ran found herself perplexed. Why would he still wear it in such a state? Her curiosity piqued. Ran was unaware that curiosity itself could be deemed a form of original sin. Hey, Qin Hao, you can't wear that shirt anymore. Why don't you change into another? Since it was self-study time, there was no teacher present. I'm talking to you. Ran's temper flared as she poked Qin Hao gently in the back. I only have this one. Then why don't you get another? I have no money. Ran was taken aback. A single uniform cost only a few dozen yuan, far less than her daily expenses. From that day onward, Ran began to inquire about Qin Hao's circumstances, and upon learning of his family situation, she experienced guilt for the first time. Throughout her life, Ran had been fearless, often teasing her grandparents and relatives mercilessly, especially her younger brother, who would scurry away at the mere sight of her. Yet in that moment, she felt she had gone too far. In the days that followed, Ran traded 2 packets of spicy snacks to change her seat, becoming Qin Hao's desk partner. Ran was exceptionally bright. She could easily secure a position among the top 3 in class without much effort, while Qin Hao diligently studied, attended classes without skipping, and completed his homework. However, he consistently performed at a mediocre level in exams. Their relationship deepened, and Ran began to bring an abundance of snacks each day, some of which she never intended to eat. She would then concoct excuses to hand them all to Qin Hao, later using such pretexts to coax him into inviting her over for meals. From the second semester of their first year in high school, they became nearly inseparable, continuing this way until the second semester of their senior year. Senior year, that dreaded time. During physical education class, Qin Hao and Ran sat back to back on the edge of the school playground. Qin Hao, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. What are you planning to apply for? Upon hearing Ran's inquiry, Qin Hao pondered for a moment. With my grades, getting into Jinling University seems quite challenging. Qin Hao, as long as you're willing to work hard, anything is possible. I believe in you. If you are willing, I will help you review. Then, you should apply to Jinling University. Qin Hao nodded. And what about you? With your excellent grades, you must be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Ran did not deny this, turning to look at Qin Hao. Qin Hao, don't worry about me. You need to focus on yourself right now. With your diligence, I am confident you will succeed. If you get into Jinling University, I will surprise you. Time flew, and the college entrance examination concluded, after which Ran abruptly vanished. Qin Hao felt an emptiness within him. After 3 years, it was as if he had lost something dear and irreplaceable. The only consolation was that Qin Hao was accepted into Jinling University, yet the surprise Ran had promised remained unfulfilled. As the new semester commenced, Qin Hao arrived at school early to report. Upon reaching the school gate, he was momentarily stunned, for he beheld a familiar figure, his desk partner for 3 years, Ran. At this moment, Qin Hao cast aside his insecurities and reservations, embracing Ran directly. Fool, are you surprised? University life was splendid. Apart from attending lectures, Ran, like a devoted shadow, followed Qin Hao everywhere after classes. The young girl had matured, becoming notably quieter and increasingly considerate. Qin Hao understood that Ran's transformation was solely due to their companionship. He had believed that this blissful period would endure indefinitely. Ran had been patiently awaiting Qin Hao to confess his feelings, even preparing to rent an apartment for their life as a couple. Yet, as their senior year commenced, Qin Hao did not appear, and Ran, feeling lost, inquired around, only to discover that Qin Hao had suspended his studies. Silence enveloped her, and just as she was contemplating taking a leave to find him, Qin Hao appeared. Qin Hao, why did you drop out? We have less than a year until graduation. Qin Hao gazed at Ran. He had come to bid farewell. Ran, I am sorry. My father is ill, and I must work to earn money. I thought it was something trivial. Your father is like my own. Tell me how much you need, and I will ask my father for it. Ran spoke with a casualness that stemmed from her confidence. Thank you for accompanying me through high school and university. The students are right. You are a phoenix in the sky, while I am but a wild chicken in the jungle. The chasm between us is too vast. A future together is impossible. This is why I never dare to confess my feelings, for my poverty breeds my inferiority. You may disregard what others say, but I cannot. Ran, we have never truly begun, nor can we end anything. I'm sorry. With that, Qin Hao turned and walked away. Qin Hao, you bastard, stop right there. Chapter 0022, A Reunion with a Replica. Qin Hao paused. I accompanied you through high school and university, sacrificing my opportunities at Tsinghua and Peking University just to be by your side. For 6 long years, I was your devoted shadow. Do you think a mere apology and the claim that there was no beginning or end can erase everything between us? If you leave today, I will never forgive you. If you go, I will curse you, cursing you to be rejected by your girlfriend and betrayed by your wife. Ultimately, Qin Hao shouldered his bag and chose to depart as the rain fell softly from the sky. And Ran stood there in the rain, watching Qin Hao fade from view. The following day, Ran withdrew from school. Some said she went to study in Yanjing, while others claimed she had gone abroad. From that day forth, Qin Hao's world was devoid of Ran, and Ran's world no longer included Qin Hao. Ran playfully pinched the soft flesh at Qin Hao's waist, causing him to grimace in pain, a sensation he had not experienced in years, which he found oddly nostalgic. Do you remember my curse? I once said you would be dumped by your girlfriend and your wife would betray you. Do you believe me now? Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Ran had indeed spoken the truth. Ran, you know I am insecure. Qin Hao's lips were abruptly covered by Ran. I don't care. How many years have I waited for you? Is this love not resilient enough to withstand trials? If you had been a bit more manly back then, our child would already be running errands by now. Ran's face flushed after her outburst, unable to contain his desire any longer. Qin Hao gazed at the vibrant Ran and leaned in for a kiss. This moment had been long awaited in silence. Ahem. Young people, mind your surroundings. This is a public place. Just as the two were lost in their emotions, a sanitation worker passed by, offering a friendly reminder. Qin Hao took it in stride. But Ran turned beet red, pulling Qin Hao away in embarrassment. After relocating to a more secluded spot, they began discussing their lives apart. So, you're saying you inadvertently saved Song Huina's grandfather, which led him to insist you marry her. It wasn't a free choice between you two, and you've been married for 2 years without sharing a bed? Do you have issues in that regard? What do you plan to do next? Should we go to my father's company? No, you wouldn't agree to that, especially since you now have several million to your name. You could easily run a business that would keep me comfortably well fed, but I don't want to gain weight. It's uncomfortable. And Ran's thoughts often wandered. Her previous statements, grounded in reality, could quickly drift into the fantastical. First, I need to buy a house. My father is getting older, and once he is discharged from a hospital, he will need a place to recuperate. Then, I will find ways to earn money and open an antique shop, which will provide a steady income. As for the future, I haven't thought that far ahead. I'll figure it out when the time comes. And Ran's eyes sparkled. Leave the house hunting to me. I want to choose it myself. Qin Hao nodded, pulling out a bank card and handing it to Ran. There's 5 million in here. Use it to buy a house. And Ran accepted the card with delight, feeling a surge of happiness, not merely because of the money, but because it was given by Qin Hao. This gesture signified that she would now be the steward of his finances. Qin Hao, no, I must start calling you husband. This way, we can ward off any temptations from others and prevent you from straying. She continued, are you truly comfortable in trusting me with such a large sum of money? Qin Hao replied with a hint of irritation. Does young miss and really care about this mere 5 million? And Ran stuck out her tongue playfully. Just as Qin Hao was about to steal a quick kiss, his phone rang. It was Song Chuxiong calling. I'll take this call, Qin Hao said, pressing the answer button. Hello, Brother Xiong. Oh, I completely forgot. All right, I'll wait for you at the hospital entrance. After hanging up, he turned to Ran. Song brother is introducing me to a business opportunity. I need to appraise some antiques for a friend. And Ran pondered for a moment before suggesting. Can I accompany you? You're welcome to come, but antiques can be rather dull. I fear you might not enjoy it. Indeed, it is the truth. Enrin finds it exceedingly difficult to find peace of mind. No worries, what you cherish, I too hold dear. A quarter of an hour later, Song Chuxiong arrived at the hospital entrance, where Qin Hao directly ushered Enrin into the car. After a brief introduction, Song Chuxiong was taken aback, astonished by Enrin's identity. Alongside his astonishment, he felt a tinge of regret for his daughter's indecisiveness. Alas, such an admirable son-in-law has slipped away. The scene was reminiscent of the previous soir east at the estate. Following yet another simple introduction, Tian Zilong escorted the trio to the living room. Brother Qin, might I trouble you to examine these 3 items? I have consulted others who have differing opinions. Some assert their authenticity, while others claim them to be forgeries. However, one thing remains certain. Regardless of their veracity, none could provide a definitive explanation. Thus, I must implore your assistance, Brother Qin. Qin Hao did not decline. Rising to stand before the 2 antiques, feigning a serious demeanor as he began his appraisal. Song Dynasty monochrome glazed porcelain, he declared. A modern imitation. Carved flower peony patterned old porcelain wine pot. Also a modern imitation. Upon inspecting all three porcelain pieces, Qin Hao's brow furrowed deeply, not for any trivial reason, but because all three items were indeed forgeries. It was not uncommon to purchase forgeries. However, the critical detail was that each piece bore the inscription Jingdejun Yunpeng within. Qin Hao sensed something amiss. Noticing the change in Qin Hao's expression, Tian Zilong felt a jolt of surprise. Brother Qin, is there an issue? Qin Hao nodded. Mr. Tian, did you acquire these three items from a single individual? Yes, indeed. They were purchased from one person, a man in his 30s. According to him, his father is gravely ill, which is why he chose to sell them, and the price was quite reasonable. Qin Hao understood. The lure of a bargain had provided an opportunity for deceit. Mr. Tian, do you recall the porcelain piece Huang Zhen brought over the night before last? These three items are identical, all high-quality imitations from Jingdejun Yunpeng. This revelation left not only Tian Zilong astounded, but also Song Chuxiong in disbelief. Brother, all three are forgeries? Chapter 0023. Anren sets the trap. Qin Hao nodded gravely. Mr. Tian, this matter is quite serious. It appears a counterfeiting syndicate may be operating in this city and potentially across the nation. Thus, I strongly advise you to report this to the authorities immediately. Song Chuxiong hastily concurred. Old Tian, Xiao Hao is correct. Clearly, this is a syndicate. We must notify the police at once. Otherwise, if these forgeries flood the market, the antiques world will be irrevocably damaged. Tian Zilong understood this reasoning all too well. As Song Chuxiong had articulated, should a plethora of forgeries permeate the market, everyone would be left in a state of unease. Who would dare engage in antiquities then? The distinction between genuine and counterfeit would become indistinguishable, leading to the collapse of the entire order, even if the situation were not as dire. Tian Zilong had still fallen victim to deception, and thus needed to alert the authorities. Yes, I shall report at once. Without delay, Tian Zilong picked up the phone to call the police. At this juncture, Anren approached, gazing at Qin Hao with admiration. Darling, you are truly remarkable. This remark bore a hint of ambiguity. How did you discern that these were fakes? I cannot tell at all. Anren, astute and eloquent, expressed her admiration. Ran, henceforth, we shall refrain from using the term counterfeit goods. Instead, we may express our sentiments with phrases such as uncertain, indeterminate, or lack of confidence, thus avoiding the tumultuous whirlpool of fake antiques. Brother Qin, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time. I had intended to treat you to dinner. However, the police are on the verge of arriving, so Tian Zilong finds himself in a rather awkward position, and it is easy to foresee that a multitude of matters will require attention, such as gathering evidence and recording statements, among others. Upon finishing his remark, Tian Zilong produced a check and handed it to Qin Hao. Brother Qin, I apologize for the trouble. This is merely a token for your tea expenses. Please do not consider it insignificant. I hope you will continue to lend me your discerning eye in the future. Qin Hao could not simply accept the check outright. He felt compelled to express some courtesy. Mr. Tian, we are all on the same side, and besides, I have not exerted much effort. Let's forego this matter. At that moment, Song Chuxiong interjected, Xiao Hao, this is the custom of our profession, and moreover, old Tian is not lacking in funds. Just accept it. Eventually, after a few polite refusals, Qin Hao accepted the check. After exchanging farewells, the three departed. Darling, hand it over. As soon as they entered the car, Anren extended her hand. What is it? Qin Hao feigned ignorance. The check. I will keep it safe for you. A man ought not carry too much cash. Wealth can lead one astray. Song Chuxiong observed this exchange, contemplating that he should eventually remind Qin Hao that such matters are more securely held on one's person. However, upon reflection, he considered Anren's background. She is the daughter of an Tianshang. It was evident that even if Qin Hao possessed several million or even $1 billion, Anren would not be fazed. Unlike other women who might covet riches, Anren was an exception. Amused by his own thoughts, Song Chuxiong realized he had overestimated the situation. Feigning resignation, Qin Hao handed the still cool check to Anren. Wow, 200,000. Darling, you are remarkable. You've earned 200,000 in such a short time. There are many wealthy individuals nowadays. By the way, Brother Xiong, do you still know those in need of appraisal? Please introduce us, Anren remarked, her demeanor revealing a rather money-oriented side, starkly contrasting the image of the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Cough, cough. Indeed, there's several. Just last night, I secured multiple jobs for Xiao Hao. One tomorrow morning, another in the afternoon, and one more the evening. By the way, Xiao Hao, you ought to purchase a vehicle, otherwise it will be quite inconvenient. What do you think of my car? I bought it just last month, but I find it too youthful. Perhaps you could take it for a spin? Song Chuxiong's primary intent was to find an excuse to give Qin Hao a car. Brother Xiong, your car is splendid. Yet the style does not suit me. I plan to buy one in a few days. I prefer something that is economical and versatile. As they conversed, they arrived at the hospital. After bidding farewell to Song Chuxiong, the two entered the ward. Qin Hao was reclining on a hospital bed, engrossed in television, while Lu Xiaohong was nowhere to be found. Dad, where is Aunt Lu? Qin Hao casually picked up the remote and turned off the television. Aunt Lu has gone out to buy some things, and Ran, displaying remarkable understanding, promptly approached the bedside to engage in conversation with Qin Hao, affectionately addressing him as Dad, which brought a radiant smile to his face. Meanwhile, Huang Bingsheng was conversing with his father, Huang Zhen, about the events of the day. Upon hearing the details, Huang Zhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bingsheng, you have finally matured. If you manage to win the heart of the eldest daughter of the Yin family, you could potentially save yourself decades of hard work. Once you marry her, our Huang group will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of Jinling. However, have you confirmed your status? Huang Bingsheng, elated by his father's praise, felt a surge of joy within him, convinced he was on the right path. Rest assured, Dad, my identity is absolutely verified. I have looked into it thoroughly, and there are no discrepancies. Although our time together has been brief, I believe she holds a favorable impression of me. She even proactively asked for my contact information. Huang Zhen nodded approvingly. You are doing well, but remember, the eldest daughter of the Yin family is not an ordinary woman. You mustn't act recklessly or grow impatient. Furthermore, she may have her quirks, so be sure to indulge her. Securing her affection will prove more beneficial than any other endeavor. However, do remember to spend money where necessary, but do not make it too obvious, as wealth is of little significance to her. Huang Bingsheng nodded, though he only absorbed the first part of his father's advice. Spend money where needed. As he departed, his face was adorned with a broad smile, buoyed not only by Huang Zhen's support, but also by an additional 20 million in his account. Checking the time, it was 6 in the evening, and he dialed in Ran's number, hoping to invite her to dinner. At that moment, and Ran was engrossed in conversation with Qin Hao, reminiscing about their high school days of sharing meals, when her phone rang. Noticing it was Huang Bingsheng calling, she excused herself to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Huang. What a coincidence. I was just about to call you. Huang Bingsheng's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Isn't that quite fortuitous? Miss, and is there something you wish to discuss? Perhaps we could have dinner together to talk in person? At that moment, and Ran was not inclined to dine with Huang Bingsheng, so she devised an excuse. Mr. Huang, I'm currently with a classmate I haven't seen in years. This is my best friend, and we are as close as 2 peas in a pod, so tonight won't work. How about tomorrow? I would love to treat you to lunch. By the way, there's something I would like to ask your assistance with, though I'm unsure if you might be able to help. This statement was clearly a challenge, implying that if he could assist, it would likely be a difficult task, but if he couldn't, and Ran would surely look down upon him. The young heir of the Huang family had boasted earlier that morning about his ability to handle anything in Jinling. Thus, Huang Bingsheng felt compelled to help with whatever she needed. Missin, we are friends, are we not? As long as it is within my power to assist, I will do so without hesitation, Huang Bingsheng declared, thumping his chest, the sound audible even through the phone. I had faith that Mr. Huang would undoubtedly be of assistance. I mentioned this to my classmate, who was initially skeptical, but I shall soon prove him wrong, HM. And Ran commenced by lavishing praise upon Huang Bingsheng, who promptly became quite elated. The situation is as follows. My classmate desires to purchase a villa, and I have heard that the Huang group has properties available. Upon hearing about the villa, Huang Bingsheng felt reassured. After all, a mere discount is hardly a challenge for him. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. And it is only natural that in Ran's circle comprises individuals of substantial means, Huang Bingsheng thought to himself. Within a mere 10 seconds of contemplation, he devised a strategy. Missin, this is not an issue. Currently, there are indeed 2 suitable villas, fully furnished and equipped with appliances. However, the price. Of course, as your friend. Missin is our friend too. I recall those villas are approximately 20 million. I can arrange for an 8% discount for your friend. Before Huang Bingsheng could finish his sentence, and Ran's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Ah, only an 8% discount? Then never mind, I shan't trouble Mr. Huang any further, especially given your esteemed position at the Huang group. Please do not misunderstand, Mr. Huang. I harbor no ulterior motives. It is simply that your uncle still oversees matters at Huang, and it is understandable that you may not have the final say. I shall consult my father instead. This sum is trivial for him. He dotes on me so that a simple pout would suffice. And Rand's words were laden with implication. Firstly, she expressed disdain for the modest discount, subtly undermining Huang Bingxing's authority. Secondly, she conveyed her elevated status within the Yin family, suggesting that securing 1 to 2 million could be as effortless as her charmingly sulking. Lastly, she insinuated that she was a prized asset within her family, while Huang Bingxing appeared indifferent, although in Rand feigned politeness, assuring him he need not misconstrue her intentions. Her true aim was to belittle him. Huang Bingxing could hardly tolerate such affront. How could he possibly lose face before the object of his affection, even if it meant sacrificing his own pride? He could not allow himself to be humiliated in Rand's presence. Missin, you have misinterpreted my jest. I am in charge. 1 million it shall be. This sum was already a considerable concession, yet Rand was not satisfied. She sought not merely a discount, but a substantial reduction. Mr. Huang, 1 million is indeed reasonable. But my classmate does not possess such wealth. He only has 500,000. Otherwise, he would not have sought my assistance. In a moment of impulse, I agreed to help. Very well, 1 million it is. I shall borrow the remainder from friends. Surely, I cannot lose face, can I? If word of this were spread, I would become the subject of ridicule. And Rand continuously referenced her pride, which only served to exacerbate Huang Bingxing's sense of humiliation. With a determined resolve, Huang Bingxing recalled his father's recent advice: spend wisely where necessary. Missin, let it be 500,000. I shall cover the remainder. Indeed, upon uttering these words, and Rand's tone transformed. I truly did not misjudge your character. Mr. Huang truly possesses remarkable abilities. He is indeed a friend of Anren. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall certainly treat Mr. Huang to a meal. As for the location, let it be determined by Mr. Huang. This is indeed a hint, allowing Huang Bingxing to choose the venue. Is this not a suggestion? Miss need not feel obliged. Shall I accompany you tomorrow morning to view the properties? There is no need to trouble yourself. My classmate is rather shy, and should he learn of this matter, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Thus I would prefer Mr. Huang's assistance in this regard. Huang Bingxing also understood this. Primarily, he was currently bewitched by Anren, and given her status, she could not possibly deceive him. Very well, I shall handle things shortly, and tomorrow I will have someone notify you to complete the procedures. Anren felt reassured. Her concern was that Huang Bingxing would need to go in person, as seeing Qin Hao's identification would surely expose the situation. As for purchasing in her own name, that was out of the question. Even if Qin Hao were willing, Anren would not consent. Anren's aim was to provide Qin Hao with a home of his own, where she would reside as the lady of the house. This way, her negotiations with her father would be considerably more favorable. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Once I complete the procedures tomorrow morning, I shall treat you to a meal. The two conversed a while longer before ending the call. Huang Bingxing remained in a state of excitement and promptly called the head of the sales office. The individual who understands Qin Hao best in this world is neither himself nor his father, but Anren. If Qin Hao were to discover her method, he would undoubtedly object. Thus, the only way to ensure success was to make it a reality, leaving Qin Hao without recourse. Dad, where's Qin Hao? Qin Dahai remained silent. While Lu Xiaohong interjected, Xiao Hao received a phone call and then left. Anren pouted slightly, envisioning a candlelit dinner with Qin Hao. Aunt Lu, do you know who called him? It was a woman. Aunt Lu replied candidly, and Qin Dahai subtly tugged at Lu Xiaohong's sleeve. The latter understood immediately, but it was too late. Indeed, Anren's pout deepened. Aunt Lu, do you know who it was? Was it that Lu Xiao Xiao? Anren was unfamiliar with Lu Xiao Xiao, though Qin Hao had mentioned her earlier that afternoon. Women are inherently sensitive, and Anren cursed the vixen within her heart more than once. Lu Xiaohong shook her head, saying, It wasn't Miss Lu. It seems to be a police officer, a female officer. Yes, that's right. A female officer. I believe Xiao Hao mentioned something about antiques. But I didn't quite understand. Upon hearing that it was a female officer, Anren's mood lifted. It must undoubtedly be her cousin Lin Mashua. As for the antiques, it was clear it pertained to the matter regarding Tian Zilong from earlier that afternoon. No worries, I trust Qin Hao. Dad, what would you like to eat? I will buy it for you. The thoughts of a girl are often inscrutable. One cannot fathom them, no matter how much one tries. Qin Dahai observed the swift changes in Anren's expressions, perplexed by her fluctuations. Meanwhile, Qin Hao arrived at the police station, feeling quite vexed. He was filled with frustration, wishing to share some whispers with Anren and perhaps accomplish something in the process. Resulting from the insufferable threats of Lin Mashua, I found myself here. Chapter 0025. Lin Moshue invites to dinner. Upon witnessing the furious entrance of Qin Hao, Lin Moshue could not suppress her smugness. Qin Hao, upon seeing Lin Moshue, felt compelled to voice his thoughts, but the presence of Tian Zilong rendered him mute, leaving him to stew in his own frustrations. He greeted Tian Zilong first, before finally turning his attention to Lin Moshue. "Miss Lin, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Without uttering a word, Lin Moshue remained silent, allowing a middle-aged man to speak in her stead. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I'm the chief of the bureau, Wang Jianjun." Upon learning of his esteemed position, Qin Hao quickly masked his previous nonchalance, extending his hand to shake Wang Jianjun's. "Hello, Director Wang. May I ask what brings you here?" Wang Jianjun smiled and began to explain. "It appears that not only have you discovered the Jingdi Yunpeng artifact, similar findings have emerged elsewhere. This matter has garnered significant attention from higher authorities, prompting the establishment of a special investigation team. Unfortunately, Lin Moshue has been appointed as the team leader, and we find ourselves in need of a professional appraiser. The first person that came to mind was Li Yurin. However, due to his recent health issues, I recommended you instead." Upon hearing Qin Hao's name, Lin Moshue eagerly volunteered for the task, which led to her calling him. After absorbing Wang Jianjun's explanation, Qin Hao shot Lin Moshue a fierce glare, thinking she was indeed asking for trouble. She merely stuck out her tongue and turned her gaze away, feigning ignorance. "Director Wang, I merely stumbled upon this discovery by chance. I possess no true expertise. Moreover, my father underwent surgery yesterday, leaving me with little time to spare. Perhaps you could consider someone else?" Qin Hao was genuinely reluctant to be entangled in this predicament, as it would prove to be thankless labor that could impede his financial pursuits. He had only just begun to gain a modicum of fame and sought to capitalize on it in the coming days. Who had time to waste here? "Young Qin, cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty," Wang Jianjun replied. "However, recognizing your unique circumstances, we will only reach out to you when an appraisal is necessary. Additionally, I will assign Team Leader Lin to ensure your transportation and safety." At the mention of safety, Qin Hao's discontent became evident. "Director Wang, I am merely an ordinary person. Why should I be concerned with matters of personal safety? Perhaps you should seek someone more capable. I do not wish to endanger my family." Wang Jianjun, seemingly anticipating Qin Hao's refusal, leaned closer to whisper in his ear. "We suspect that the masterminds behind this are Huang Zhen and his son from the Huang group. I have heard from Team Leader Lin that there are existing conflicts between you." He continued, "Moreover, should we successfully resolve this case, there is a reward of 200,000 yuan, along with certificates of honor." While the monetary reward was of little consequence to Qin Hao, the information regarding the Huang family piqued his interest. He would forego the money and accolades, if only to seek vengeance. "Are you certain?" Wang Jianjun nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I accept." Thus, Qin Hao now bears an additional identity as a temporary member of a special action team and an appraisal expert. "Very well. Let Team Leader Lin discuss the specifics with you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After Wang Jianjun concluded his words, he slipped away, leaving Qin Hao with a lingering sense of being misled. At present, Qin Hao harbors a certain aversion towards Lin Moshue, feeling as though this woman is toying with him. "Hey, it's rather late. You must be hungry. I haven't eaten either. How about I treat you to a meal, and we discuss this matter?" Lin Moshue suggested. Could Qin Hao possibly decline her invitation? The answer is yes. "You go ahead and eat. I've lost my appetite just seeing those." This remark from Qin Hao was somewhat hurtful. Realizing this, he quickly amended his words. "Actually, I'm not hungry." "Never mind, I'll treat you." Seeing Lin Moshue biting her lip in silence, Qin Hao understood that he needed to concede. "You said it yourself. I want to eat crayfish." Upon hearing crayfish, Qin Hao paused. Aaron also enjoys crayfish. Should he call Aaron to join them? After a moment's thought, he decided against it. Girls could be possessive, and it would be unfortunate if Aaron misinterpreted the situation. Thus, Lin Moshue led Qin Hao to a fast food establishment, promptly ordering 2 servings of crayfish, priced at 198 each, that amounted to nearly 400 yuan, and with additional dishes, the total bill would surely exceed several hundred. In the past, such an expenditure would have pained Qin Hao's wallet. "Eat up. You needn't worry about the bill, you miser," Lin Moshue remarked as she observed Qin Hao staring blankly at the crayfish, mistakenly believing he was fretting over the cost. Little did she know, Qin Hao had recently come into some wealth. She assumed he was still the same as before. "Team Leader Lin, you remind me of someone," Qin Hao exclaimed. "Well, if I don't resemble a person, would I look like a gorilla?" She retorted. "No, I mean I genuinely feel that you." "Never mind, I won't elaborate." Understanding the difficulty of articulating his thoughts, Qin Hao opted to focus on consuming the crayfish. Don't think I haven't taken care of you. When you appraise items, if there is something genuine among the confiscated goods, as long as you have the capability, you may keep it. Just let me find out. Ultimately, whether it's real or fake is up to your discretion. Understood? Qin Hao was taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of Lin Mashue's words. Her message was straightforward. If any genuine items were among the seized assets, they could be pocketed, and since Qin Hao was the one to write the report, it was a classic case of embezzlement, condoned by Lin Mashue as the team leader. Consequently, their dinner became much more enjoyable. Qin Hao's demeanor towards Lin Mashue shifted as well, addressing her first as team leader Lin, then eventually as Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, this title seems inappropriate. It feels like you're trying to act younger, and you must be older than I am. Upon hearing this, Lin Mashue's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. Indeed, she was slightly older than Qin Hao, by approximately a year. Not only was she older, but Anren was as well, albeit by just a month. Of course, Anren vehemently denied this. Whenever teased by Qin Hao, she insisted it was merely a clerical error during her registration. This rationale may indeed hold true in remote mountainous areas, where childbirth often occurs without the presence of a hospital, leading to discrepancies when reporting household registrations. However, the notion that Rand's household registration information could be erroneous is something Qin Hao would never accept. Despite this, he chose not to expose her. It was evident that Rand did not wish for Qin Hao to know that she was older than him by a month. Call me what you will. It makes no difference to me. And by the way, you're picking up the tab. Qin Hao opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately opted for silence. He felt like giving himself a slap. To utter a meaningless statement would result in him footing the bill, especially after he had just ordered 2 extra portions of crayfish to take away. Now, over 1,000 yuan had vanished. And the worst part was that he had no recourse for the situation. Chapter 0026, being played. After dinner, Qin Hao bought a sweet cone for Lin Mo Shui, which seemed to dissipate her anger. Upon returning to the hospital, it was already past 9 in the evening. Qin Da Hai was fast asleep. While Lu Xiaohong and Enran continued their conversation, though it was clear that Enran's mind was elsewhere. Aunt Lu, Enran, I brought you both some crayfish. Hurry and eat. Enran, who had barely touched her meal earlier, perked up at the mention of crayfish. Unlike other girls who fear gaining weight from overeating, Enran possessed a physique that remained unchanged. Curvaceous and with a slender waist, she had always maintained her figure. Qin Hao, did they summon you for something? Enran nearly let slip a secret. It's nothing major. They just needed me to authenticate a few items. Qin Hao replied succinctly. Do you have to go there every day? Enran inquired. Qin Hao shook his head. Not necessarily. I'll only go when they require my presence. Starting tomorrow, my focus will be on making money. Would you care to accompany me? Enran recalled the plan to purchase a villa the following day and promptly declined. I can't in the morning. I have some matters to attend to. However, I'll be free in the afternoon and will join you then. After dinner, the discussion turned to rest. Lu Xiaohong suggested that Qin Hao take Enran to a hotel for a few days, which Enran was quite eager about. But Qin Hao rejected the idea, citing it as too troublesome. Thus, an extra cot was added to the intensive care unit. Watching the peacefully sleeping Qin Hao, Enran felt an urge to kick him awake. Internally berating the stereotypical ironclad man for still being single 2 years into his marriage with Song Huina, she consoled herself with the thought that this situation ultimately benefited her. With that thought, her spirits lifted considerably, and she soon drifted into slumber. Qin Hao, too, fell asleep but found himself in a hazy dream, transported to a peculiar place, or rather, a peculiar space resembling a valley. The valley had no exit, surrounded by sheer cliffs. It was not particularly large, roughly the size of a football field. Within the valley, there were various flowers and grasses alongside a small stream, and at the far end, a modest house. Qin Hao pushed the door open to explore, revealing a cabinet, a table, and 2 chairs. On the table lay 2 jade pendants. Qin Hao's gaze fell upon one of them, and he instinctively touched the area over his heart. It became evident that this pendant was the very one that had previously hung around his neck. As for the other piece, it was evidently a counterpart to his own. Qin Hao retrieved his jade pendant and donned it once more, leaving the other piece untouched. He surveyed his surroundings. The valley was deeply carved, with sheer cliffs that appeared as if they had been sliced by a blade. To escape, one would require a helicopter. Feeling a twinge of boredom, he contemplated leaving, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. Qin Hao jolted awake from his slumber, relieved to find it was merely a dream. Sensing the call of nature, he rose to visit the restroom. After attending to his physiological needs, he splashed his face with water, only to find himself in a state of bewilderment. The jade pendant he had lost for several days now hung around his neck once more, only to vanish again. Am I seeing things or hallucinating? Qin Hao muttered to himself, pondering whether what he experienced was a dream or reality. If only I could enter again. No sooner had he finished his thought than he found himself back in the valley, utterly confounded. For the next hour, he traversed in and out of this realm with great delight. He discovered he could bring tangible items from reality into this space, and entering and exiting required merely a thought. As for the jade pendant, he had yet to fully comprehend its significance, primarily because dawn had broken. After breakfast, Qin Hao was picked up by Song Chuxiong, while Ran received a phone call and departed. Bijiang Park Villa area was the location provided over the phone. Hello, may I speak with Miss Ran? Upon arriving, Ran encountered a professional woman in her 30s who greeted her warmly. Hello, I am Ran. Greetings, Miss Ran. I am Lu Jiai, the manager of this villa area. Young Master Huang has already informed me of your arrival. As long as you have all the necessary documents, we can proceed with the transfer today. All right, I have everything with me. However, I heard from Mr. Huang that there are 2 villas. May I take a look? Indeed, there were 2 villas, number 8 and number 5. Without hesitation, Ran chose villa number 8. Not for any particular reason, but because villa number 8 was priced 2 million higher, and adhering to the principle of seizing a bargain, she decisively abandoned villa number 5. This villa was valued at 21 million, and Ran ultimately purchased it outright for 5 million. Once the paperwork was completed, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Ran prepared to find Qin Hao. Recalling Qin Hao's interest in buying a car, she headed towards the 4th district. Meanwhile, Huang Bingsheng watched the notification of the money transfer on his phone, his lips twitching at the diminished balance in his account. Nonetheless, it was all worth it. The total of 21 million meant Huang Bingsheng received a discount of 20%. Thus, the final transaction price was 16.8 million, and after deducting Ran's 5 million, the remaining 11.8 million came entirely from Huang Bingsheng's own pocket. Naturally, this was an internal account. The contract officially stated 5 million. Just then, Lu Jiai sent someone to deliver a copy of the contract. Huang Bingsheng took the contract, scanned it, and found no issues. However, when he noticed that the owner was Qin Hao, he was taken aback. Could it be a case of sharing the same name? Huang Bingsheng was beset by a foreboding sensation, prompting him to hastily call Ran for confirmation. The call was answered swiftly. Hello, Mr. Huang. Thank you. I was just about to call you. The villa has been purchased, and the paperwork is completed. When are you free? I would like to treat you to a meal. At that moment, Huang Bingsheng had little appetite for dining. However, Ran's tone did not suggest that she was conspiring with Qin Hao to deceive him. Missin, may I inquire if your classmate is male? Is he named Qin Hao? Ran, aware that Huang Bingsheng had already received the news, felt no need to conceal the truth. Yes, his name is Qin Hao. We have been classmates since high school and through university. A sense of dread intensified within him. But you mentioned that your classmate is your close confidant. Do you two share an inseparable bond? Indeed. I met my dear Qin Hao in our first year of high school. Our relationship is exceptionally close. Even as desk mates, he is my male best friend. However, our relationship is about to evolve, as we are to be married, and this villa is purchased as our wedding residence. At this juncture, I must sincerely thank you, Mr. Huang, for facilitating our union. I shall treat you to a meal another day. With a resounding crack, the phone slipped from his grasp and shattered upon impact. If Huang Bingsheng was still oblivious to the fact that he had been tricked, he might as well have been a fool. Ran, Qin Hao, you deceitful couple. Await your reckoning. After venting his frustration, Huang Bingsheng hurried towards the Huang Corporation building. Such a significant matter could not remain undisclosed to Huang Zhen. Chapter 27, and Tianchong. Father, I wish to eliminate Qin Hao and that wretched woman. Huang Zhen, seated in his office chair, listened with growing ire to Huang Bingsheng's account. Unlike others, Huang Zhen had a past steeped in the underworld, where he was accustomed to being the one who instigated rather than the one who was deceived. Nevertheless, he had his own strategy. Let this matter lie for now. We shall revisit it later. Ultimately, Huang Zhen uttered these words. However, Huang Bingsheng was discontented. Father, are we to let this go? Huang Zhen extinguished his cigarette and rubbed his temples. As Huang Bingsheng prepared to argue further, he was silenced by his father. Remember, do not court trouble. A man of honor knows when to yield and when to strike. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. One Qin Hao is inconsequential, but the infamily, best not to provoke them. Otherwise, I cannot promise to shield you. Departing the office, Huang Bingsheng's anger festered as he recalled Ran's exquisite visage. Thus, he dismissed Huang Zhen's words as mere background noise. A nefarious scheme was brewing within him. Having just completed a verification task, Qin Hao received a call from Enran. "Darling, where are you?" He responded. Entering the hospital room, he found Enran chatting merrily with Qin Dehan and Lu Xiaohong. "What are you discussing that brings such joy?" "Look here, the property deed and car keys." Qin Hao, puzzled, accepted the property deed, though he paid little attention to the car keys, primarily because he did not drive. Upon unveiling the property deed, the bold words "Bin Hai Park Villa" caught his eye. Instantly, Qin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He tossed the property certificate directly to Anren. "Anren, you have known me for quite some time. If I were that kind of person, it would be a mere 2 years of cheapness. I, Qin Hao, will one day rely on my own efforts to purchase a villa, and I can also provide you with a good life." However, as Qin Hao spoke with increasing fervor, Anren remained silent, her head bowed. Qin Dehai, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Anren is such a wonderful daughter-in-law. This boy is letting his stubbornness take over again." Although Qin Hao had never been there, he had certainly heard of it. That was the affluent district. "Xiao Hao, are you out of your mind? This is a hospital, don't you realize? And have you even understood the situation before losing your temper? Hurry up and apologize to Anren." Qin Dehai finally lost his temper. "Xiao Hao, your father is right. The reasons behind this matter are still unclear. Why are you getting angry for no reason?" Lu Xiaohong quickly chimed in, guiding Anren to a nearby chair to sit down. In truth, Anren was not angry at all. She was merely stifling a laugh while keeping her head down. Ultimately, after Anren explained everything, the three finally understood the truth. Qin Hao realized he had misunderstood Anren, but being a man, he was not one to easily admit fault. "If you dislike it, then I shall return it to that Huang Bingsheng," he retorted. Anren cleverly countered, picking up the property certificate and heading towards the exit. Qin Hao found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stop her or let her go. "You brat, why aren't you chasing after her?" Only then did Qin Hao come to his senses and hurriedly pursue her. "Dehai, do you think they will be all right?" Qin Dehai chuckled and shook his head. "Rest assured, despite Anren's seemingly obedient demeanor, I assure you, Xiao Hao has always been led around by her. Whenever they argue, Xiao Hao often takes the lead. But it doesn't take long for Anren to have him completely under her control." Qin Dehai's words rang true, as evidenced by the current situation between Qin Hao and Anren. "Anren, am I wrong? Or is it not permissible for me to err? It's not that I didn't know. Had I known it was that scoundrel, I would have." Qin Hao rambled on, and after 5 minutes, he finally managed to amuse Anren. In truth, Anren was never truly angry. Rather, she appreciated Qin Hao's stubbornness. Otherwise, with her family background and beauty, would she fear a lack of exceptional suitors? "I can forgive you, but I want to eat crayfish." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao finally felt at ease. Eating crayfish is fine, but we have seriously offended Huang Bingsheng this time, and I fear he may retaliate. Therefore, you're not to go out alone, understand? "Yes, I will listen to you." Anren felt a deep sense of security in being protected and cared for. "Darling, let us rest at the villa tonight." Qin Hao immediately grasped the implication behind Anren's words and felt a surge of excitement. Just as Qin Hao leaned in to kiss Anren, she deftly evaded him. "First, go check out your new car." Qin Hao was speechless. "Anren, I don't have a driver's license, and I can't drive. Did you buy it too early?" Anren smiled and replied, "I will teach you how to drive. As for the driver's license, leave it to me. Within 3 days, it will be in hand. I will teach you how to drive right now. Let us venture to a place with fewer vehicles." In a certain villa located in Jiangling district, a couple, both nearing 50, engaged in conversation. The man exuded a mature demeanor, radiating the aura of one in a position of authority. The woman, elegant and dignified, unmistakably hailed from a prestigious family. Indeed, these two were the parents of Enran, her father, and Tianchong, and her mother, Huang Meiwan. "Do not worry about her. She is quite happy now." And Tianchong's words carried a hint of bitterness. "Tianchong, your tone is off. Do tell, what is Ranran up to?" And Tianchong replied curtly, "She is currently with a young man named Qin Hao." Upon hearing the name Qin Hao, Huang Meiwan felt a pang of familiarity. "Do you not remember? Qin Hao is Ranran's classmate, from high school all the way through university. Moreover, Ranran's previous incident was also due to him." Huang Meiwan suddenly recalled. In truth, they had always known about the relationship between Enran and Qin Hao. Unlike others, and Tianchong did not adhere to the notion of social status. 30 years ago, he too was a poor youth who encountered the wealthy young lady, Huang Meiwan. Their union was indeed a challenging endeavor, which is why Tianchong refrained from interfering in Enran and Qin Hao's relationship. In fact, there was a matter even Enran and Qin Hao were unaware of. and Tianchong had leveraged connections to ensure Qin Hao's admission to Jinling University. Chapter 28. The Old Lady Selling Paintings. And Tianchong's motivation for assisting Qin Hao stemmed not only from their similar backgrounds, but also from his findings about Qin Hao. He was somewhat stubborn and self-effacing, yet possessed numerous commendable qualities, such as filial piety and a diligent approach to studies. Even when faced with challenges, he did not relinquish his aspirations, a trait in Tianchong particularly admired. Tianchong, do you not oppose the relationship? And Tianchong smiled, but remained silent. I understand your perspective, but can this child truly bring happiness to Ranran? Meiwan, happiness is something one must strive for with their own hands, is not bestowed by others. Moreover, is social standing truly of paramount importance? My daughter, and Ran, is so exceptional. I ask you, which young master can be deemed worthy of her? Huang Meiwan fell silent, trusting her husband's judgment. However, this young man has been married before. At this revelation, Huang Meiwan sprang to her feet. What did you say? Married? And Tianchong urged Huang Meiwan to sit down again before continuing. Please allow me to finish. This story dates back 2 years, when Qin Hao, due to his father's illness, suspended his studies to work. I'm aware of this. Get to the point. And Tianchong began recounting the information he had gathered. One day, after finishing work, Qin Hao fortuitously encountered a car accident involving an elderly man. Whether it was kindness or folly, Qin Hao took the elderly man to the hospital, and fortunately, the man's life was saved. As fate would have it, the elderly gentleman took a liking to Qin Hao and ultimately sought to unite him with his granddaughter. And Tianchong appeared to possess an extensive understanding of Qin Hao's circumstances, even being aware of certain events on the day of his divorce. Although divorced, such a reputation is undeniably unflattering. Women tend to be particularly concerned about these trivial matters. Have you not grasped the crux of my words? Huang Meiwan was momentarily taken aback. Was there indeed a focal point? Observing her expression, and Tianchong realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. Very well, allow me to elucidate further. Ever since that fateful day of his divorce, it seems as if he has undergone a transformation. In a mere few days, he has emerged as an appraiser, garnering considerable acclaim and amassing a fortune of several million. If he manages his affairs wisely, I can assure you that Rannan will never face financial hardship. However, I suspect this young man is far from ordinary. Given the right opportunity, he will seize it with both hands, much like I did in my youth. Yet, I cannot fathom from whom he acquired his knowledge of antiques. After my explanation, Huang Meiwan began to comprehend that, indeed, as in Tianchong suggested, there was something amiss. Tianchong, why don't we invite Rannan to bring Qin Hao over for a visit? And Tianchong shook his head. There's no rush. It will be better for him to develop independently for now. Over the next 3 days, Qin Hao successfully completed appraisals for several clients, adding over $1 million to his bank account. Initially, he had secured a profit of $1.5 million at the auction house, received another $1 million from Song Chuxiong, and won an additional $5 million from a bet with Huang Bingxing. With his recent earnings, his total wealth now exceeded $9 million, which he planned to use for purchasing a villa, a car, and to cover his father's hospital expenses. Currently, he had over $3 million remaining, with $3 million deposited with Anren, leaving him with only a few $100,000 in liquid assets. With some free time on his hands while Anren was at the salon, Qin Hao ventured to the antique street. After wandering for over an hour, he managed to unearth 3 treasures, likely yielding a profit of around 100,000. Qin Hao found this unsatisfactory. He required funds, and the pace of his earnings felt sluggish. Thus, he resolved to explore antique shops, as they offered a wider selection and the opportunity to absorb the spiritual essence of the antiques. The first antique shop he chose was named Jubiozai. After browsing for a while, he felt disappointment. The selection was far less than he had envisioned, predominantly consisting of replicas. Even a few genuine items were priced exorbitantly. Just as Qin Hao prepared to leave, a conversation between the shopkeeper and an elderly lady caught his attention. Ma'am, I mentioned to you yesterday that this is a fake. It holds no value. Qin Hao glanced over to see a woman in her 60s or 70s, holding a painting, pleading with the shopkeeper. My husband told me this is a treasure. Please, I implore you, accept it. He needs the money for his medical treatment. At that moment, Qin Hao approached. Grandma, may I take a look at that painting? The elderly lady, without hesitation, handed the painting to Qin Hao. Young man, would you consider buying it? My husband insists it is precious, and I have no choice but to sell it. I'm not asking for much. Just 20,000 will suffice. Qin Hao nodded. I'll take a closer look. Tang Bohu's dream of a mortal herb hall, an authentic masterpiece, due to its impeccable preservation, Coupled with Tang Bohu's renown and the rarity of such works, its market value is estimated at approximately 60,000 to 80,000, concealed beneath a superficial layer. Its true visage is challenging to discern. Qin Hao gasped in astonishment. It was yet another painting within a painting, and indeed, it was Tang Bohu's dream of a mortal herb hall. Young man, this is merely a replica from the Republic of China era. I would offer her 5,000, which is already a loss for me. Were it not for her pitiable state, I wouldn't even consider taking it for 2,000. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. The proprietor of the treasure-gathering studio was correct. In terms of appearance alone, this artwork was indeed worth only 1,000 or 2,000. 5,000 was quite a generous offer. Grandmother, I shall purchase this painting. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? This declaration stunned not only the seller, but also the owner of the treasure-gathering studio. However, he quickly deduced that Qin Hao's compassion had overwhelmed him, prompting him to refrain from further comment. Young man, are you truly intent on buying it? I want 20,000. The elderly lady reiterated her request. Indeed, I am buying it, but not for 20,000. I shall give you 50,000. This painting is a true treasure, worth that price. The owner of the treasure-gathering studio was now 100% certain that Qin Hao was merely acting out of sympathy, or else he was a fool with too much money. The old lady was beside herself with excitement. Ultimately, Qin Hao escorted her to the bank, where he personally transferred 50,000 into her account. After the grandmother expressed her heartfelt gratitude, Qin Hao departed from the antique street. It was not due to any stinginess on his part. Often, having too much money can be detrimental. As the old lady had stated, the medical expenses would require 20,000, leaving her with 30,000, ample for subsequent treatments and living expenses. With a heart racing and hands trembling, Qin Hao dialed Song Chuxiong's phone. Hello, Brother Xiong, what are you up to? I'm in a meeting. What do you need? This is quite important, came the reply. Chapter 0029, Dream of a Mortal Herb Hall. Forget the meeting. I've stumbled upon a significant find. I was planning to have you take me to President Li, but since you're busy, I'll go myself. Just as Qin Hao finished speaking, an urgent voice from the other end urged, Give me the address, quickly. Brother Xiong, are you not in a meeting anymore? Forget the meeting. Hurry up. After hanging up, Qin Hao waited less than 15 minutes before Song Chuxiong arrived in his car. Get in. As Qin Hao opened the car door, he was taken aback to find another person inside, Song Tingting. Hello, uncle. Oh, it's you, Tingting. What brings you here? Qin Hao inquired, shutting the car door behind him. I just graduated and am interning at a company. Quick, show me what treasure you have. Song Chuxiong was growing impatient. First, we're going to see old Li. I need him to help me strip a painting. Song Chuxiong's eyes lit up. The implication of stripping a painting was unmistakably clear. It was a painting within a painting. In a flash, they arrived at Li Yuren's residence. Song Chuxiong, with a voice that could rival thunder, began to call out, Old Li, come quickly. I found something good. Li Yuren lived not in the city center, but in the suburbs, as he preferred tranquility. Li Yuren had recently recovered from cold, and upon hearing Song Chuxiong's booming voice, he felt a shiver run down his spine. I remarked, Boss Song, every time you come, it's absolute chaos. So, what treasures have you unearthed this time? Just then, Xiao Qin arrived, accompanied by Tingting. Qin Hao hurried forward to greet them, as did Song Tingting. Li Lao, look at this painting within a painting. Xiao Hao found it today. Please help us unveil it. Upon hearing painting within a painting, Li Yuren's eyes narrowed. Let us head upstairs. The four of them ascended, where they discovered a square table on the balcony, cluttered with various tools and items that Qin Hao could not fathom. Li Yuren unfurled the painting and took up a magnifying glass to examine it closely. Once he confirmed it was indeed a painting within a painting, he began to peel it apart. Throughout the process, Qin Hao remained silent, diligently observing, memorizing, and imitating. Half an hour later, the original painting had vanished, revealing another masterpiece before the three of them. The Dream of the Immortal Herb Hall by Tang Yin. Xiao Qin, your luck is simply astonishing, exclaimed Song Chuxiong. Tang Yin, also known as Tang Bohu. Upon hearing the name, Song Chuxiong eagerly snatched the magnifying glass from Li Yuren's hands to inspect it. However, his interest was merely superficial. Li Grandpa, what is this worth? Inquired Song Tingting, voicing the question that had lingered in her mind. Li Yuren pondered before responding. Tang Yin, or Tang Bohu, is a figure well known to nearly everyone. His renown is such that many are willing to invest heavily in his works. According to the auction records from Wanqing Auction House 2 years ago, a piece by Tang Bohu fetched an astounding 60 million. This Dream of the Immortal Herb Hall is in significantly better condition, and I estimate it to be worth around 80 million. At this revelation, only Qin Hao remained unfazed. as he had already been informed through his insights. Song Chuxiong's eyes sparkled with ambition. Xiao Hao, I desire this painting. Before he could finish, Qin Hao interrupted him. Brother Xiong, don't even think about it. I have no intention of selling this piece. You know, I plan to open my own antique shop, and I aim to gather a diverse stock. This painting will serve as the centerpiece. Upon hearing Qin Hao's intention to open a shop, Li Yuren's interest peaked. Xiao Qin, are you truly going to open a store? Qin Hao candidly shared his aspirations, and Li Yuren nodded in approval. With your skills, establishing an antique shop is certainly feasible, though finding a suitable location may prove challenging. At that moment, Song Chuxiong stepped forward, confidently asserting, I'll handle the shop arrangements. Leave that to me. Li Yuren nodded, remaining silent. While Song Chuxiong may lack proficiency in antiques, he certainly possessed some capability. However, I currently have very few items to sell. I can't possibly sell nothing. This was indeed a dilemma, until suddenly, Song Chuxiong's eyes lit up. Xiao Hao, are you familiar with the ghost market? Tomorrow is the 15th day of the lunar calendar, which coincides perfectly with the ghost market. Why don't we go there to seek out hidden treasures? The so-called ghost market typically refers to nighttime markets, such as the antique market in Panjiayuan, Yinjing. It generally commences around 3 o'clock a.m. and is commonly associated with places where vendors set up stalls in the evening. In Jinling, a ghost market also exists, occurring on the 1st and 15th of each month. While authentic items may abound in these markets, counterfeit goods are even more prevalent, and prices tend to be significantly lower. The wares sold at ghost markets often harbor a certain dubiousness, yet they adhere to their own set of unwritten rules. Once a purchase is made, it is final, and the vendor will not acknowledge any counterfeit products. Additionally, ghost markets exclusively accept cash, eschewing digital transactions. Qin had certainly heard of ghost markets, though he had never visited one. Thus, when Song Chuxiong mentioned it, Qin Hao was undoubtedly intrigued. After departing from Li Yuren's residence, he placed the painting by Tang Bohu into the mysterious space. He remained at the original location, awaiting and ran, while Song Chuxiong drove away with Song Tingting towards their villa. Dad, how come Uncle is so remarkable? He managed to acquire a painting by Tang Bohu. That's incredible. Song Chuxiong cast a glance at his daughter and sighed. You see, I always told you to seize opportunities, but you didn't listen. Now, look at the situation. He has a girlfriend, and your chances are dwindling. Song Tingting rolled her eyes at her father. Dad, are you eager to marry me off or something? Just because Uncle is impressive doesn't he mean I have to be infatuated with him? Song Chuxiong fell silent. Hey, Dad, since Uncle is opening an antique shop, surely he needs a manager. What do you think about me? She added. You know, I dislike working in an office where everyone is overly polite and no one wants to befriend me sincerely. Besides, no one dares assign me tasks. I'm nearly bored to death. Song Chuxiong contemplated her suggestion. It indeed held merit. At the very least, if Qin Hao came across something valuable, he could learn of it through Tingting at the earliest opportunity. Tingting, I think that could work, but what about your graduation thesis? Dad, I've already graduated. Who cares about the thesis? I don't need it for employment. Moreover, working in an antique shop counts as an internship, and I can still write my thesis. Wait. Pull over. Song Chuxiong was bewildered. Why was she suddenly asking to stop? Dad, I made up my mind. I'm going to find Uncle right now and offer to work for him. Watching his daughter depart, Song Chuxiong felt as if he had raised a lamb for over 20 years only to have its fleece sheared away. Chapter 0030. Su Qingya. When Song Tingting appeared before Qin Hao, he was taken aback. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Aunt. Her cheerful greeting made Ran immensely happy, with every cell in her body brimming with excitement. With a beaming smile, Song Tingting proclaimed, Uncle, my dad knows you're opening an antique shop, so he sent me to be your assistant and manager. While being an assistant seemed acceptable, the notion of managing was quite another matter. Sensing Qin Hao's hesitation, Song Tingting quickly began to clarify her intentions. Dear Uncle, I have been learning about antiques alongside my father since my childhood. Under his influence, my appraisal skills have developed quite commendably. Moreover, my chosen field of study. Wait, Song Tingting was about to elaborate on her resume when Qin Hao promptly interjected. You claim to have studied antiques with your father since a young age? Given your father's barely introductory knowledge, are you certain it is of any value? Song Tingting's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, realizing that this justification was rather feeble. Indeed, Song Chuxiong's understanding of antiques could barely be considered foundational. Uncle, I implore you. I am on the verge of graduation, and I have yet to secure employment. Surely, you cannot bear to see me jobless and wandering the streets. The notion of Song Tingting being unemployed and homeless struck Qin Hao as an affront to his intelligence, akin to being trampled upon. If she were to roam the streets due to unemployment, it would imply that the majority of the world's populace would perish from hunger. Clearly, Qin Hao found this hard to believe. Anren, please advocate on my behalf. I shall treat you to some crayfish. Song Tingting attempted to take a more circuitous route to her objective, seeking Anren's assistance. Anren smiled and replied, Tingting, I am not involved in the business affairs outside. But, dear husband, I believe Tingting is quite capable. Consider this. You cannot remain in the shop indefinitely. Hence, it is imperative to have a trustworthy individual within. Tingting would be an excellent choice. Why not give her a trial run? With a playful wink towards Song Tingting, Anren concluded her statement. After some contemplation, Qin Hao found her reasoning sound. He had few individuals he could trust, though he did have confidence in his father. However, if one knew nothing about antiques, they might mistake a piece of blue and white porcelain for a kimchi jar. While he trusted Anren, he doubted her ability to endure more than a couple of days in shop. Ultimately, after weighing the options, Song Tingting appeared to be the most suitable candidate. Setting aside other considerations, what value did Song Chuxiong possess? With Qin Hao's limited assets, he would hardly regard them with esteem. Another factor was the relationship they shared. With Song Tingting managing the shop, who would dare to cause trouble? Regardless of their affiliations, everyone would afford Song Chuxiong a modicum of respect. Very well. For the next few days, you shall accompany me, learn diligently, and speak little. Particularly when I am evaluating items, you must remain silent. Do you understand? Song Tingting performed an irregular salute and let out a small laugh. Qin Hao nodded and walked toward another street, intent on seeking hidden treasures. Tingting, remember, a meal of crayfish awaits. Yes, I will not forget. I want it spicy. Listening to the brazen banter of the two women behind him, Qin Hao felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. After an hour of exploration, Qin Hao managed to procure only a couple of minor finds, their total worth barely reaching 100,000. His dissatisfaction did not reflect the sentiments of the two women, who were not financially constrained. They relished the thrill of the hunt more than the treasures themselves. As Qin Hao lifted his gaze to the shopfront, Qingyao residence, he mused that the name seemed more suited for a tea house than an antique shop. Welcome. Upon entering, Qin Hao was greeted by a voice as melodious as a nightingale, belonging to a woman. The woman, in her 30s, donned an elegant emerald green qipao, her hair elegantly styled. There exists an ancient Chinese adage that asserts a woman bold enough to wear a qipao possesses remarkable confidence in her physique. This sentiment aptly describes the enchanting figure before us, whose allure is not solely in her captivating form, but also in her exquisite visage. If we were to liken Song Tingting to a green apple and Anren to a red apple, then this lady is undoubtedly a ripe apple. As the saying goes, one often fails to appreciate the beauty of a mature woman in youth, mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Noticing that Qin Hao had gazed at this mature and voluptuous woman for a lingering 3 seconds, Anren playfully reached out to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. However, the conversation veered off course. Hello, Qin Hao replied, suppressing a wince. May I inquire what you three are in search of? Are you purchasing for personal enjoyment or as a gift for an elder? By the way, I am Su Qingya, the owner of Qingya Pavilion. Qin Hao, he casually stated his name before beginning to survey the surroundings. Su Qingya repeated his name softly, feeling an uncanny familiarity, though she could not immediately place it. As Qin Hao scanned the shop, he noted its similarity to other antique stores, most items being replicas with very few authentic pieces. However, what set Su Qingya apart was her practice of affixing labels next to the replicas, clearly indicating that they were high-quality imitations. This detail alone compelled Qin Hao to regard Su Qingya with increased interest, a sentiment entirely unrelated to her beauty. Whether others believed it or not was inconsequential. Qin Hao was convinced. He abandoned his pursuit of genuine antiques, opting instead to examine the high-quality replicas, and soon found himself with 2 items in hand. Madam, could you possibly offer a discount on these 2? I'll take them both. Su Qingya glanced at the items he presented. The jade pen holder was a replica from the Qing dynasty, accompanied by a calligraphy album, also a reproduction. Young man, let me clarify. One is a replica from the Republic era. While opinions vary on the other's origin, some claim it to be a modern imitation. In any case, if you wish to purchase them, the price is 28,000. At this juncture, Anren typically interjected. Darling, these are replicas. You wouldn't consider gifting these to my father for his birthday, would you? If you must buy a replica, it should be something substantial. I think that incense burner looks splendid. Su Qingya's expression darkened. It was evident that this individual lacked discernment. The incense burner had been a gift from her uncle when she opened the shop, costing 500 yuan. It was primarily intended for offering incense to Guangong in the store. Moreover, that incense burner can be found in the north of the city for just a few hundred yuan, and if you purchase in bulk, discounts and delivery can be arranged. Anren showed no embarrassment as she replied, 500 is still acceptable. After all, my father won't be able to discern its value. As long as he is pleased and consents to our marriage, the rest is inconsequential. Anren spoke with unwavering conviction, causing Su Qingya to grimace, wondering whose child this was. With such lack of sophistication, it would be best to discard her entirely. Mr. Qin, in truth, there is little profit to be made here. You clearly possess an understanding of the trade. Even replicas must be assessed by their era. A replica from the Republic era is still considered an antique. As for this calligraphy album, it is practically a gift. Qin Hao believed these words, and it was utterly absurd. A gift? Then I shall claim this gift. Shall I not? Su Qingya was petrified. How could such unabashed audacity exist in the world? Chapter 0031. Naturally, my little treasure. Mr. Qin is truly humorous. As a guest entering, Su Qingya could only awkwardly smile along. This is merely a brush holder, albeit a replica from the Republic era. It is worth at most a little over 10,000. As for this calligraphy book, 2,000 is its utmost value. Therefore, I shall not put you in a difficult position. I will offer you 15,000 in total. If you can sell it to me, I will take it. Just to deceive my father-in-law a bit. If you feel that the sale is not worth it, then let us pretend I never said anything. I shall simply procure an incense burner in the suburbs for a mere 500. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Qingya's lips twitched. It wasn't that Qin Hao's bargaining was outrageous, but rather the phrase about deceiving her father-in-law. Her girlfriend was right there, and what was more critical was that this girlfriend possessed an air of reason. Since Mr. Qin has made an offer, and I have not opened for business today, let us seek fortune in this. 18,000. Please take it. Qin Hao set down the brush holder and calligraphy book, turning to leave with Ran and Song Tingting. 16,000. Su Qingya countered with a new price, and Qin Hao felt it was reasonable. The difference between 15 and 16,000 was negligible. Very well. Let it be 16,000 then. Su Qingya eagerly prepared to package the items for Qin Hao, who promptly made the payment via a scanning app. Mr. Qin, you surely do not lack this 1 or 2,000. Why press me, this little woman? Who says I lack it? Moreover, I'm merely honing my bargaining skills. Su Qingya, having teased Su Qingya, the trio departed from Kanjiaju. Qin Hao, who looks better, me or that Su Qingya? You mean the lady just now? I didn't pay much attention. With a burst of laughter, Ran could not contain herself. Qin Hao had actually referred to her as an auntie. However, Ran had no intention of letting Qin Hao off that easily. Darling, what do you think of me donning a cheap Hao as well? Just like that Su Qingya. Do you think green or blue would suit me better? Or perhaps the same color as hers? Qin Hao's eyes darted about as Ran's hand rested against his waist. My little treasure, let me tell you, you would look stunning in anything given your figure. Naturally, a cheap Hao would accentuate your beauty even more. Take that Su Qingya for instance. Despite being over 50, she appeared a decade younger in a cheap Hao. At this, not only did Ran burst into laughter, but even Song Tingting couldn't hold back. Little uncle, is she really that old? Qin Hao shook his head and responded, I did not say she was old. I said she appeared youthful. Please do not misconstrue my words. And Ran was quite pleased with Qin Hao's response. She knew that every word he spoke was sincere. However, the intent remained the same, far better than the previous stubbornness of an unyielding man. This was a significant change in Qin Hao recently. Are these two items truly valuable? Little uncle? They may exceed your imagination. Let us discuss it further at your home. Qin Hao had received his driver's license, though his driving skills were rather lacking, possibly due to Ran's inadequate teaching. Despite the numerous instances of the engine stalling during the journey, we ultimately arrived safely at Song Chuxiong's villa. Upon seeing Qin Hao and his companions, Song Chuxiong was puzzled, wondering if perhaps his daughter had proven inadequate and was thus returned by Qin Hao. Dad, Uncle has found another treasure, came the remark. Recently, Song Chuxiong had grown accustomed to such finds, losing the excitement he once felt. Oh, do show me, he urged. Qin Hao then revealed 2 items. A pen holder? He mused as he accepted it from Qin Hao. This piece, known as the Qing Luo pattern jade pen holder, is an authentic artifact from the Qing dynasty. At this moment, Song Tingting interjected, Isn't this a replica from the Republic era? How has it transformed into a Qing piece? Qin Hao pointed to a subtle mark on the pen holder. Do you see this? There is a faint inscription, which, when magnified, reveals the name Lu Zhan. Song Chuxiong quickly grabbed a magnifying glass and examined it closely. Indeed, it was there, but he inquired, who is Lu Zhan? Qin Hao, lacking detailed knowledge, could only provide basic information from his insights. Liu Zhan was one of the 9 elders of jade in the Qing dynasty, particularly renowned for crafting jade pen holders, a true master. With that, Qin Hao opened a calligraphy book. Is this also a treasure? He asked with a smile. If the jade pen holder is a find, then this calligraphy book is a monumental discovery. Upon hearing this, Song Chuxiong grew intrigued, but, upon inspecting the book, found nothing remarkable. Qin Hao revealed he was a grand scholar during the Jiajing reign of the Ming dynasty, a power broker who governed the state for 2 decades. His notorious title, the first trader of all time, Yin Song, is widely recognized. Expecting Song Chuxiong to be astonished, Qin Hao was surprised when he merely scoffed and tossed the book onto the table. I thought it was someone's significance calligraphy. Who would even appreciate his work? Song Chuxiong's perspective, though cynical, held some merit. In literature and film, Yin Song is often depicted as a ruthless, greedy villain, reviled by many. And these portrayals have cemented his legacy as a figure of infamy throughout history. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the fact that Yin Song's calligraphy is undoubtedly of exceptional quality. His literary prowess was complemented by his extraordinary skill as a calligrapher. To illustrate the brilliance of his work, one might recall the incident during the Qianlong reign when the emperor sought to replace Yin Song's plaque inscribed with the word Jigong Tang but failed to find a worthy successor despite a nationwide search. Even Qianlong himself, brimming with confidence, could not replicate the elegance of Yin Song's original inscription, ultimately conceding defeat. In the late Qing dynasty, the esteemed scholars of Zhongtong attempted to inscribe the same plaque, but his efforts too fell short of Yin Song's masterpiece. This clearly illustrates the exceptional caliber of Yin Song's calligraphy. Brother Song, your viewpoint is flawed, Qin Hao contended. Antiques are not political. The items themselves are devoid of moral distinction, existing only in the realm of quality. Song Chuxiong felt that what Qin Hao said made some sense. So he picked up the calligraphy book again. Jixia, isn't that Yin Song's? At that moment, Song Tingting spoke up. I found out that Yin Song, styled Weizhong, also known as Mianin, was born in Fenyi, Jiangxi. He served as the chief minister during the Ming dynasty and was a powerful minister, listed among the 6 notorious traders in the Ming history. Chapter 0032, The Awakening. Xiao Hao, it's getting late. Why not have dinner here? Qin Hao thought it was a good idea and was about to agree when his phone rang. It was Lin Moshua calling. Hello, team leader Lin. Is there something you need? Upon hearing Qin Hao's formality, Lin Moshua sounded displeased. Just days ago, he called her Xiao Xue. We have confiscated a batch of counterfeit antiques. Can you come to authenticate them? Qin Hao glanced at the time. Would tomorrow work? It was getting dark. Lin Moshua's tone shifted. You can come or not. Just don't blame me if I didn't warn you. These items were just seized today and haven't been registered yet. If you miss today, Qin Hao's eyes brightened as he understood her implication. All right, I'll come right over. After hanging up, he turned to Enran. I need to head to the station. There's a batch of items to authenticate. Are you staying here or coming with me? Without hesitation, Enran decided to go with him. Thus, dinner was certainly off the table. After bidding farewell to Song Chuxiong and his daughter, Qin Hao awkwardly drove his car, stalling 8 times before finally arriving at Lin Moshua's workplace. Clearly, Lin Moshua had been waiting for quite a while. Ran, let me introduce you. This is cousin. Come here for a hug. Qin Hao's mouth dropped open in astonishment, wide enough to fit an egg. Enran, it's been a few days, and you're already acting mischievously. Lin Moshua pushed Enran aside and then turned to Qin Hao. Enran's mother is my aunt. Now you understand, right? Qin Hao's mind raced, and many things suddenly made sense. Moreover, he had an uncanny feeling of familiarity with Lin Moshua, perhaps having seen her photos at Enran's place long ago. What puzzled him most was why Lin Moshua would suggest he could indulge in personal gains. Coming to this realization, Qin Hao felt somewhat duped and playfully slapped and ran on her rear end. The sound was sharp and clear. Ouch, that hurts. And Ran exclaimed shyly, which Lin Moshua perceived as pretentious and overly dramatic, a display of affection. Secretly, Lin Moshua felt a tinge of jealousy. Serves you right for deceiving me. With that, Qin Hao felt much better and turned to Lin Moshua. Xiao Xue, where are the items? Take me to see them. Not hesitating at Qin Hao's eagerness, Lin Moshua led the two towards the storage room. At the entrance, 2 guards stood watch, but Ran, as Qin Hao's assistant, was naturally permitted entry. Qin Hao, you can take 2 smaller items. Anything larger would be inconvenient to carry out, especially with guards outside. Lin Moshua whispered softly in Qin Hao's ear, rest assured, I shall not take a single item. I merely wish to observe. You 2 may leave. It is rather dull here. Once I conclude my appraisal, I shall seek you out for a late-night snack. With a questioning glance at Qin Hao, Lin Mashue found his assurance somewhat unconvincing. However, she refrained from voicing her skepticism, as she held no interest in antiques and thus departed with Enran. Qin Hao donned his gloves and embarked on the meticulous task of appraisal, which would be more aptly described as scanning. 7-colored Danxia glaze plate, he declared a counterfeit. After examining 7 or 8 items, it became evident that they were all forgeries, each bearing the inscription Jingde Yunpa. Gradually, Qin Hao unearthed a secret. Only porcelain bore the words Jingde Yunpa. This implied that this particular forger specialized exclusively in such items, particularly porcelain. An hour later, he had identified 85 counterfeits, 13 of which were marked with Jingde Yunpa. In contrast, he discerned 12 authentic pieces, of which only 3 were valued at over $1 million. Unfazed by the remainder, Qin Hao promptly stored 9 of the genuine items within his space, leaving behind 3 for others to scrutinize. Once he completed the appraisal report, he departed with a sense of satisfaction. Though he intended to undergo an inspection upon leaving, the 2 guards appeared to have forgotten entirely, not mentioning the matter at all. Qin Hao made his way to Lin Mashua's office, where she and Enran were engaged in conversation. Curious, he leaned in to eavesdrop on their discussion. Enran, have you moved in with Qin Hao? Enran shook her head, responding, not yet. We have indeed purchased a villa and could move in at any moment. But Qin Hao insists on waiting until his father is discharged from the hospital to relocate together. After listening for 2 minutes, feeling it lacked substance, Qin Hao pushed the door open. Qin Hao, have you completed the appraisal? He was asked. He handed the results to Lin Mashua, saying, the appraisal is finished. All information is detailed therein. Lin Mashua glanced over the report and retorted, but there are still 3 authentic pieces. Why did you not take them? I have already spoken to the 2 guards. You're quite foolish. Hurry back for another appraisal and rewrite the report. Seeing Lin Mashua's exasperated expression, Qin Hao felt a twinge of appreciation. Fear not. While those 3 pieces are genuine, their worth is uncertain. The valuable items have already been secured. Relieved by Qin Hao's words, Lin Mashua acknowledged that it was preferable for valuable items to benefit her acquaintances rather than outsiders. As for whether Qin Hao counted as one of her own, as long as Lin Mashua deemed it so, it was settled. Very well. To express my gratitude for your patience, I shall treat you both to some crayfish. Meanwhile, Huang Bingsheng was preoccupied with 2 endeavors. First, seeking an opportunity to deal with Qin Hao and Enran, and second, selling the antiques in his possession. Indeed, the recent scandal involving counterfeit antiques that sent shockwaves through the antique community was orchestrated by Huang Zhen and his son. However, they had not anticipated the ill-fated commencement, as the first antique was swiftly uncovered by Qin Hao, leading to a series of unfortunate transactions. At the outset, Huang Zhen's intention was to offload his inventory at a price 20 lower than the market rate, all within the shortest time frame possible. He thought that, even if discovered, it would only be a matter of 3 to 5 months. However, he did not anticipate that his plans would be thwarted by Qin Hao, resulting in widespread unease. Today, as Huang Bingsheng prepared to engage in a dubious transaction, the police unexpectedly arrived. Had he not received news just 2 minutes prior, his escape would have been impossible. The scrutiny of counterfeit antiques was one thing, but to have a dozen genuine items amidst them posed a significant loss. Thus, Huang Bingsheng resolved to utilize his covert connections to ascertain the status of the items, hoping to salvage anything of value. As he was strategizing his next move, he received alarming news. Chapter 0033, Anren's parents. His antiques had been authenticated, with detailed records compiled. This meant that his original plan to discreetly retrieve valuable items had been irrevocably compromised. The most critical aspect was that the authentication had been conducted by none other than Qin Hao. Huang Bingsheng recognized a troubling pattern. Ever since he had interacted with Qin Hao, he had consistently found himself at a disadvantage. From the first auction to the subsequent private gathering, and now with Anren, his desire for retribution grew increasingly fervent. Qin Hao and Anren, one day, I shall make you pay for this. And when that time comes, I will demand you kneel before me and sing your surrender. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Father Qin Hao was recovering swiftly, and Qin Hao no longer needed to infuse him with spiritual energy daily. He anticipated that within 2 to 3 days, his father would be discharged. This raised a question. Qin Hao now possessed an abundance of spiritual energy within him, akin to an individual with a substantial sum of money at their disposal, eager to embark on ventures. With his plentiful energy, he sought to explore new applications. Without hesitation, Qin Hao began to channel a trickle of energy to flow across the surface of his body, noting minimal change. He decided to intensify the flow. With this increase, he could distinctly feel the energy coolly coursing through him, creating a pleasant sensation. Yet, it seemed to lack further utility, prompting him to continue his investigation. After an hour of experimentation, he uncovered two distinct applications. The first was defensive. He could condense the energy into a protective shield at his chest, resembling a heart-protecting mirror. The second was offensive. He could release the energy through his fingertips, akin to the technique of a yang finger. However, the power was limited, and the range insufficient, likely due to his meager reserves of energy. It appeared he needed to absorb more energy to enhance his capabilities. With this thought, Qin Hao's eyes brightened as he recalled a certain individual, Lu Xiaoxiao. The auction house was brimming with valuable items, and fortuitously, tomorrow marked the auction date. A visit to browse and absorb energy would be ideal. Xiao Qin, what brings you here today? Upon seeing Qin Hao, Lu Xiaoxiao was noticeably surprised. In recent days, she had frequently visited the hospital to see Qin Dahai and was well aware of Anren's situation. Sister Lu, I've been delving into the study of antiques and have encountered some challenges, so I thought I would visit the auction house to examine some artifacts. While gaining knowledge and accumulating experience, Qin Hao directly expressed his intentions. I was wondering what it was about. You can simply head to the storeroom. Never mind. I shall escort you there. Following Lu Xiaoxiao to the storeroom, Qin Hao wasted no time and began examining the items with remarkable familiarity. The act of observation was, in essence, an absorption of knowledge. An exquisite imitation of a yuan blue and white jade pot spring vase. Qin Hao was taken aback. The counterfeit had insidiously infiltrated the auction house. Xiao Qin, what is wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired upon noticing Qin Hao's furrowed brow. Lu Ye, this yuan blue and white jade pot spring vase is a replica. Recently, there has been a surge of such imitations in the market, and it is evident that this piece is among them. We need to report this immediately. Upon hearing it was a counterfeit, Lu Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Are you certain? Absolutely. I have encountered numerous instances in recent days. Qin Hao recounted the events surrounding Jingde Yunpeng that had transpired over the past few days. A special task force has been established by the police to investigate this matter, so it is prudent to notify them. But this item is scheduled for auction today. Lu Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head. Lu Jia, setting aside other considerations, if this yuan blue and white piece is sold and later identified as a fake, it would severely tarnish the company's image and reputation. Moreover, once the transaction is completed, you may find it impossible to trace the seller. Thus, it would be wiser to report this and assist the police in apprehending the individual. This way, our auction house would incur no loss. And perhaps we might even receive a commendation. Lu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle at Qin Hao's reasoning. Then I shall first report this to my superiors and seek their guidance before alerting the authorities. Qin Hao nodded in agreement. After all, Lu Xiaoxiao was merely the head of the auction house, not the owner, and seeking approval was a necessary protocol. Mom, come here, I miss you so much. Anren exclaimed as she rushed to embrace Huang Meiwan, nearly toppling her over. You little rascal, let go of me. I can hardly breathe. Huang Meiwan pushed and ran away, exasperated. Anren stuck out her tongue, feigning innocence. You're the one being clingy. How did you know? Anren was taken aback. Do you really think there's anything that could escape your father's notice in Jinling? Huang Meiwan replied. By the way, you've been spending so much time with that Qin Hao. Tell me, is there something going on between you two? Have you taken precautions? I also heard that he bought a villa. Did you contribute financially? Anren quickly took the handbag from Tianchong. Dad, please have a seat while I prepare some tea for you. And Tianchong had one son and one daughter, with his daughter being relatively worry-free. Despite Anren's mischievous and boyish demeanor, her academic performance and values were commendable. In contrast, his son Enlu had become a source of frustration, having evaded in Tianchong's discipline by enrolling in university far away in Shaanxi. Consequently, the family of four had transformed into a duo, living leisurely yet somewhat isolated. Yet, what plans did that Qin Hao have? Anren extended a cup of tea to Tianchong, who was accumulating funds in preparation for opening an antique shop. An antique shop? And Tianchong furrowed his brow. Chapter 0034, Damaged Antiques. What folly is this? At such a young age, rather than pursuing a meaningful career, you wish to dabble in antiques? And Tianchong's expression revealed his discontent. Dad, Qin Hao possesses an extraordinary talent for antiques. Even Li Yuran, the president of the Jinling Antique Association, holds him in high regard. Moreover, he earned nearly 10 million in just a few days and currently possesses antiquities valued at around 100 million. and Ram began to enthusiastically recount Qin Hao's remarkable achievements. Come now, don't deceive your mother. What antiques could possibly be worth so much? Several million for a single painting? Huang Meiwan, listening in disbelief, struggled to accept that a painting could fetch such a price. It appears to be a piece titled Dream of Immortal Herbs by Tang Yin, and Rand declared proudly. Li Yuran stated it is worth no less than 70 to 80 million. Huang Meiwan remained skeptical and turned to Tianchong. Tianchong, is Tang Yin really that famous? And Tianchong pondered for a moment before responding. Tang Yin, also known as Tang Bohu. If it is indeed his painting, it could indeed command such a price. The very Tang Bohu from Tang Bohu spots autumn fragrance. I'm fortunate to have covered my face in time to preserve my handsome appearance. Huang Meiwan, having seen the film, had some recollection of Tang Bohu. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had just left the auction house when he received a call from Tian Zilong. The reason was straightforward. Tian Zilong's niece possessed an item she could not identify and had initially intended to have Li Yuran appraise it. However, Tian Zilong now had complete faith in Qin Hao, so he contacted him directly. Qin Hao did not decline. Earning an extra 100 or 200,000 through appraisal was certainly appealing. Thus, he drove to Tian Zilong's residence. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find a familiar face. Su Qingya, what are you doing here? Qin Hao and Su Qingya exclaimed in unison. You know each other? Tian Zilong was quite surprised. Qin Hao then recounted the events from that day. So you are the appraisal expert my uncle mentioned. No wonder your name sounded so familiar. Su Qingya et Galim. By the way, what about the 2 items you purchased from my shop that day? Su Qingya, astute as ever, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Mr. Qin, we settled the payment. You aren't having second thoughts, are you? A wry smile crossed Su Qingya's face, realizing she had likely missed a valuable opportunity. Mr. Qin, could you elaborate on the provenance of those 2 items? Rest assured, I will take responsibility for my own judgment. I simply wish to know their origins. Qin Hao nodded and began to explain. As he spoke, Su Qingya found herself consumed by jealousy and regret. How did I not recognize the calligraphy by Yin Song? At that moment, Tian Zilong began to console her. Xiaoya, this is merely a matter of personal fortune. Had it not been for the Qin brothers visiting your establishment, you would have remained oblivious to the fact that it was Yin Song's calligraphy, and you would have regarded it merely as an ordinary imitation. If today had not fortuitously brought the Qin brothers here, you would still be in ignorance, and thus, fortune would have eluded you. Su Qingya, well aware that Tian Zilong's words held truth, could not shake off her lingering dissatisfaction. Very well, Qin brothers. I have invited you here today to assist in the authentication of an item. As she spoke, Tian Zilong led Qin Hao into the parlor, where a piece of porcelain lay upon the table. At this moment, Su Qingya spoke up. Mr. Qin, this was brought to our shop by a customer today. He initially asked for 500,000, but I was uncertain about its authenticity. Therefore, I only provided him with a deposit of 100,000, informing him that I would seek an expert's opinion, and if all was in order, I would settle the remaining amount this afternoon. Qin Hao nodded and began his inspection, activating his discerning vision. This June kiln gourd vase is a defective piece. The base of the gourd vase has been previously shattered and subsequently restored. The market value stands at 10,000. It is restorable. Shall it be restored? Upon reading this, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, as it was the first time he had encountered such information. What did the phrase restorable imply? Could it be that it could be mended through his own spiritual energy? He yearned to experiment, yet now was not the opportune moment. Is there an issue? Noticing Qin Hao's expression, Su Qingya felt a jolt of alarm and quickly inquired. This June kiln gourd vase is indeed flawed. The base has been broken and restored. This revelation clarified why the individual was willing to part with it for 500,000. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Qingya's heart sank. She had thought she had stumbled upon a treasure, only to nearly fall victim to a scam. Look here and over here, there are faint cracks. These are remnants of the splicing. However, the restoration technique employed by this individual is quite remarkable. It is nearly imperceptible upon casual inspection. After a considerable time, Su Qingya confirmed Qin Hao's appraisal. This antique was indeed a composite creation, and in plain terms, she had been deceived. Upon reflection, it was evident that the price of 500,000 for a Song Dynasty June kiln gourd vase was fundamentally unreasonable. At this juncture, Tian Zilong interjected, Brother Qin, does this imply that the gourd vase is worthless? Moreover, is June kiln pottery truly that rare? The 5 renowned kilns of the Song Dynasty are June, Ru, Guan, Ding, and Ge. June kiln is celebrated for its unique kiln transformation artistry, earning the adage that gold has its price. While June porcelain is priceless, and that possessing vast wealth is not as valuable as owning a piece of June porcelain. Thus, would you not agree that June kiln is indeed rare? If it were genuinely flawless, not only 500,000, but even several times that amount would still be difficult to procure. Su Qingya gazed at the gourd vase, feeling that misfortune had truly befallen her today. Just as she contemplated leaving, she recalled that she had yet to settle the authentication fee. Mr. Qin, regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in this authentication. Please accept this token of appreciation, a small gesture of respect. This time, however, Qin Hao declined the check. Miss Su, consider the authentication fee waived. I feel somewhat guilty for having benefited from you previously. After Qin Hao spoke, Su Qingya's face flushed, and he realized his choice of words had been inappropriate. He quickly shifted the topic. Su Qingya understood that Qin Hao was correct, yet she was unwilling to accept being deceived. If that person does not arrive by the agreed time, I will purchase this June kiln Langhua gourd vase for 100,000. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya was perplexed. She could not fathom Qin Hao's intentions. Given Qin Hao's status, one would assume he would not resort to deceiving others for profit with questionable items. Mr. Qin, may I boldly inquire what purpose you have for this flawed vase? This question was indeed presumptuous, as it is not typical for strangers to ask such things. However, Qin Hao was unbothered by the inquiry. He had no fear of others discovering his intentions, and thus he replied, I possess the means to restore this June kiln Langhua gourd vase. This declaration not only startled Su Qingya, but also caught Tian Zilong off guard. Young Qin, is this true? Qin Hao nodded, stating, I can only express confidence, but I cannot guarantee it completely. Beyond the technical aspects, there's also an element of luck involved. Tian Zilong nodded, but he took note of this matter. Meanwhile, Su Qingya's eyes darted, and she stealthily undid a button of her collar, pulling her garment down slightly to expose more of herself to Qin Hao's view. Mr. Qin, you have already taken significant advantage of me last time. Why not assist me this time with the restoration? I shall treat you to a meal, and rest assured, I will not shortchange you on the restoration fee. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Tian Zilong, who appeared somewhat awkward. Su Qingya hadn't yet paid the authentication fee, and now she was requesting Qin Hao's help with the restoration. This situation raised two concerns, integrity and profit. As for integrity, Qin Hao had not concealed his ability to restore antiques. He had revealed this in consideration of Tian Zilong. It was quite benevolent of him. And regarding the potential profit from the restoration, that was his own affair. Naturally, if he was unable to restore it, the loss would also fall upon him. Alternatively, if Su Qingya had initially approached him not for authentication, but directly to seek his assistance with restoration, it would have conveyed a different implication. As it stood, she was clearly attempting to gain an advantage. While Tian Zilong remained unaware of Qin Hao's perspective, Su Qingya was fully cognizant. She feigned ignorance, believing that as a woman, she could leverage her charm to gain some benefit and perhaps earn millions in the process. After contemplating, Qin Hao responded, very well. The authentication fee is 200,000, and the restoration fee is 500,000. Will you pay through a QR code or a bank transfer? Since this was a business transaction, Qin Hao felt no need for pleasantries. After leaving this place, he doubted he would return. Even his relationship with Tian Zilong would likely diminish. Although this matter did not directly pertain to Tian Zilong, Su Qingya referred to him as uncle, and it was Tian Zilong who had introduced Qin Hao. Thus, this situation would inevitably reflect upon Tian Zilong. Mr. Qin, it is not easy for a humble woman like me to earn a bit of money. Might you consider lowering the price slightly? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao rose abruptly, preparing to take his leave. Thus, the matter of today would conclude, either payment would be made or the transaction would be nullified. Qingya, do you comprehend how difficult it is to have Brother Qin assist us? Do not dawdle. Listening to Tian Zilong's words and his incessant hints, Su Qingya realized she had indeed overstepped. She swiftly took out her phone and said, Mr. Qin, I apologize. I am someone who enjoys a small bargain. As you must understand, I am in the business of trade and accustomed to haggling. Please provide your account details, and I shall transfer the funds to you. Qin Hao found her explanation somewhat acceptable. In business, it is customary to negotiate, regardless of the initial offer. This was indeed reasonable. Consequently, he provided his bank account number, and shortly thereafter, a notification chimed in. Exactly 700,000. Su Qingya felt a wave of dizziness. She had forgotten the risks associated with this restoration. Should the repair fail, the money would not be refunded. In other words, her 700,000 plus the previous 100,000 could very well be lost entirely. Just as she contemplated saying something, she was interrupted by Tian Zilong. Brother Qin, yesterday I acquired several exquisite raw stones at the market. Would you care to take a look? Brother Qin is proficient in antiques. Yet I am quite the connoisseur when it comes to jade. Would you be interested in examining them together? Qin Hao's eyes narrowed. He had never dabbled in raw stones, though he had heard of them. Jadeite is extracted from such materials, and he had been contemplating ways to rapidly accumulate funds, even considering lottery tickets. Yet had never thought to gamble on stones. With his ability to see through, it was akin to possessing a cheat. The more he pondered, the more excited he became. Observing Qin Hao's expression, Tian Zilong knew he had piqued his interest and promptly produced several raw stones purchased the previous day. Brother Qin, look at these. I handpicked them yesterday. Choose whichever you fancy, and I shall gift it to you. Qin Hao did not respond verbally, but began to inspect them. The first stone was empty, the second as well, until he reached the third, where he discovered something. A high-quality iced jadeite, though regrettably too small, with a market value of 100,000. Qin Hao was taken aback and inquired, isn't jade and jadeite essentially the same? Upon hearing this, Tian Zilong realized that Qin Hao was completely uninformed. Thus, he hurriedly explained, not at all. They are not synonymous. Any beautiful stone that is warm and lustrous may be referred to as jade, while jadeite is a specific type of jade. It is akin to the distinction between saying, I wish to purchase a jadeite bracelet and I wish to buy a jade bracelet. These expressions are not interchangeable. Jade is a broad term, and within the jade industry, it is customary to categorize jade into soft jade and hard jade. The term jade refers to stones primarily composed of nephrite and kunlun jade, while hard jade refers to jadeite or jadeite rock. In the field of gemology, jade encompasses jadeite, nephrite, water jade, xiao jade, Dushan jade, Huanglong jade, Malaysian jade, agate, and other stones, whereas jadeite refers specifically to one type of jade. It is a member of the extensive family of jade, but not all jade is jadeite. Jadeite and other types of jade not only differ in quality and characteristics, but also exhibit significant price disparities. Overall, jadeite commands the highest prices among all types of jade, with a single bangle of glass-like, fully green jadeite sometimes fetching nearly 10 million yuan. Qin Hao listened intently, absorbing knowledge. Perhaps the greatest insight he gained today came from Tian Zilong's words. Where's the raw stone market? Chapter 0036, Purchasing Jadeite Raw Stones. Tian Zilong glanced at Qin Hao and said earnestly, Brother Qin, dealing with jade is not akin to collecting antiques. It is a meticulous process. Take me, for instance. After studying this for over a decade, I have achieved what I have today. It is best not to be overly curious. Remember, gambling on stones carries immense risk. Even if you possess vast wealth, you could find yourself destitute overnight. Therefore, heed my advice, stay clear of this pursuit. If you're interested, feel free to choose from these options. Qin Hao was somewhat speechless. Was this level of expertise truly an achievement? Nevertheless, the intention behind the warning was commendable, at least dissuading him from engaging further. All right, I understand. It's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. Let's converse another day. With that, Qin Hao prepared to leave. Tian Zilong naturally tried to insist on sharing a meal, but Qin Hao firmly declined. After seeing Qin Hao off, Su Qingyao expressed her displeasure. Uncle, how could Qin Hao do this? He promised not to charge for the appraisal, yet he still took 200,000 from me. Moreover, the repair fee was an outrageous 500,000. He's worse than I expected. Tian Zilong replied curtly. I believe his fees are quite reasonable. First, he cannot provide appraisals for free. As for repairs, we may not understand the intricacies, but we can imagine the challenges involved. The crux of the matter is, you attempted to bend the rules for your own advantage. I did not. Su Qingyao retorted. Tian Zilong chose not to dwell on the topic further. In business, women often possess sharp acumen. However, this very shrewdness can lead to greater losses. Remember this. Qin Hao is not an ordinary individual. His accomplishments will soon surpass those of Li Yuren. Su Qingyao gasped in disbelief. Such a statement was utterly astounding. After all, who was Li Yuren? He was a figure of prominence in Jinling, and now her uncle claimed that Qin Hao would surpass him? Was that even conceivable? Qin Hao entered his vehicle and promptly stored the gourd bottle in his space, then dialed Song Chuxiong. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Xiao Hao. Have you struck gold again? At this point, Song Chuxiong had become immune to Qin Hao's so-called finding opportunities. With a wry smile, Qin Hao replied, Brother Xiong, there aren't that many opportunities to seize. I'm actually inquiring about where the jade market is in Jinling. Upon hearing jade, Song Chuxiong's brow furrowed momentarily. Then he earnestly advised Qin how to steer clear of it. Echoing Tian Zilong's sentiments. Brother Xiong, I merely wish to take a look. I have no funds to gamble on stones. Besides, I am not foolish enough to dive into stone gambling without any knowledge. Qin Hao's reasoning resonated with Song Chuxiao. In that case, come to my place, and I will have Tingting accompany you. Today, I find myself unable to attend an important meeting, so I have asked Tingting to guide you, and, while at it, to remind you. Qin Hao sensed the genuine concern emanating from Song Chuxiao, and after concluding the call, he joined Song Tingting, heading towards the so-called Jade Street. The destination was the Qingshan Park Stone Market in Jinling, the very place Song Tingting had brought Qin Hao to. After finding a suitable parking spot, the two commenced their leisurely exploration. Uncle, my father has specifically instructed that we are only to look, not to buy. Upon hearing Song Tingting's words, Qin Hao remained unfazed. Rest assured, I shall not exceed 700,000. That should suffice, right? Song Tingting was momentarily taken aback and inquired, why 700,000 and not 500,000, 800,000, or even 1,000,000? Qin Hao retrieved his phone, displaying the recent transaction record from Su Qingya. This amount I earned just today. Even if I incur a loss, I will not be distressed. Should fortune favor me, it would merely be luck. Uncle, you earned so much in just this morning? She exclaimed. By the way, my father asked me to remind you that tonight is the ghost market, so you should prepare accordingly. Qin Hao was indeed aware of the ghost market scheduled for that evening, yet he was somewhat unclear about what preparations were necessary. What exactly should I prepare? Song Tingting, discerning his lack of knowledge, advised cash. The ghost market only accepts cash. No other forms of payment are permitted. She added, my father mentioned that if you are unprepared, he could assist in arranging 2 million in cash. As they conversed, they had arrived at the stone market, where several shops and street vendors were in operation. Qin Hao entered a store named Stone Abode, where a few individuals were selecting stones. The shopkeeper, noticing Qin Hao and Song Tingting, could hardly be bothered to greet them. It was evident they seemed like a young couple merely wandering about, a common sight with many curious individuals who ask questions but seldom make purchases. Qin Hao was not there for idle chatter. The lack of attention suited him just fine, as his objective was to purchase jade. New Myanmar rough stones, worthless. New Myanmar rough stones, worthless. After examining over a dozen pieces, all appearing quite similar, Qin Hao shook his head and decided to seek another shop. At that moment, the shopkeeper grew displeased, questioning, what is the meaning of your incessant head shaking? Are you dissatisfied with my raw stones, or perhaps consider them of insufficient quality? Not wishing to incite trouble, Qin Hao clarified, you have misunderstood. My head shaking signifies my lack of understanding. This is my first visit here, and I have never even touched such items before. Thus, after inspecting for some time, it all seems as incomprehensible as reading a foreign script. His explanation garnered the agreement of all present in the shop. Firstly, given Qin Hao's youth, it was entirely reasonable for him to be unfamiliar with raw stones. Secondly, his sincerity was evident. Ah, I see. Young man, it's perfectly fine not to know. Allow me to assist you in selecting a piece. I guarantee that this one will definitely yield green. I originally intended to purchase it, but seeing your honesty, I shall pass it on to you. Another customer, selecting raw stones, brought forth a basketball-sized stone and presented it to Qin Hao. Lao Lu, spare me the theatrics. More often than not, your predictions are misguided. If this stone were to reveal jade, I would gladly consume it whole. Another customer began to jest. This time feels different. I sense a significant chance for this piece to yield green. The man known as Lao Lu was scorned by acquaintances and began to retort. Qin Hao cast a curious glance at the raw stone, his pupils narrowing. Freshly unearthed material from Myanmar, imbued with boundless potential, worth a fortune. Qin Hao observed a yellow jade stone, roughly the size of an adult's fist, nestled at the center of the raw stone. Most importantly, the appraisal from his clairvoyant vision proclaimed its immense value. Thank you, esteemed patrons. I was just contemplating a purchase to test my fortune, and this piece is perfect. I cannot discern well, so I'll take this one. Should it yield jade, I shall craft a bracelet for my girlfriend. Young man, you will be better off buying mine. Lao Lu's selections are flawed 8 times out of 10. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, clarifying that he was merely indulging in whimsy and subsequently spent 80,000 to acquire the stone. Chapter 0037. I suspect you are exaggerating. Uncle, are you certain this has merit? Song Tingting appeared skeptical, clearly aware that the earlier Lao Lu was quite unreliable. 80,000 is but a trifle. Consider it a playful venture. Come, let us proceed to the next establishment for shopping. It was surprising that Qin Hao used the term shopping, sounding rather sophisticated. Yet they only managed to procure 3 raw stones by midday. The total expenditure amounted to less than 300,000. Upon hearing a request to exchange 1 million in cash, the bank staff promptly sought managerial approval. Mr. Qin, greetings. I'm the bank manager, Song Jia. Please accompany me to my office for tea. I will arrange for your cash withdrawal. Qin Hao nodded in understanding, recognizing that even withdrawing 50,000 from a bank now requires prior notice, let alone a million. Nevertheless, significant clients enjoy certain privileges. May I ask, Mr. Qin, what purpose does such a large sum of cash serve? No offense intended. This is merely a routine inquiry from our bank. Qin Hao casually offered a rationale to deflect, and Song Jia dared not press further, especially since Qin Hao's account held several million. Should he inadvertently displease him and cause him to withdraw all his funds, it would be a considerable loss for the bank. As for the money, it was all stowed away in his spatial pocket. After lunch, Qin Hao commenced the restoration of the gourd vase. He cradled the vase, channeling his spiritual energy slowly into it, a painstaking process. When he had expended a substantial portion of his internal energy, he finally succeeded in restoring the gourd vase. Goodness, what a loss this has been, Qin Hao lamented. The amount of spiritual energy consumed yielded a meager profit of only several 100,000, which felt rather unworthy. It seems I must raise my prices next time. Just as Qin Hao had predicted, the individual who had come to sell the gourd vase failed to appear after the agreed time. Su Qingya understood that the seller would not be returning. Now, she fervently hoped that Qin Hao could indeed restore the gourd vase. Otherwise, her losses for the day would total 800,000. She typically earned that amount in a month, and if the restoration failed, her efforts this month would be in vain. Conversely, she could earn an additional 1 or 2 million, which was the reason she shamelessly employed her cunning. Just as she silently prayed in her heart, Qin Hao arrived. Miss Su, as expected, has successfully restored it. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya was overjoyed, quickly expressing her gratitude as she received the gourd bottle and began to examine it closely. Once she confirmed that no traces were visible, she offered cigarettes and poured water. Mr. Qin, I truly appreciate your help this time. Please do not think ill of me for seeking a bargain. I have my own difficulties. This shop originally belonged to my father-in-law, who, tragically, passed away in a car accident 3 years ago along with my spouse, leaving me a widow with no support. If it weren't for this shop, my livelihood would be in jeopardy. Sometimes, a woman must be a bit brazen to survive. Qin Hao was taken aback, realizing there was a deeper story behind her situation. It was no wonder that Su Qingya, a woman, was managing the business. This explained everything. Empathy is inherent in all humans, and Qin Hao, having faced his own hardships, could naturally understand her plight. Mr. Qin, if you do not mind, I would like to offer you something from my shop as a token of my appreciation. Su Qingya's fervent gaze made him almost confess that he would accept her offer without hesitation. However, Qin Hao was not one to exploit another's vulnerability. Besides, he had renown and would not indulge in fleeting desires. Women, after all, can become complications. Once entangled, it is difficult to extricate oneself. Miss Su, there is no need for gratitude. I have been compensated for my services. However, may I inquire if you have any antique fragments in your shop? Antique fragments? Such items are typically found in most shops. Some are sold by others, while some result from accidents. Occasionally, enthusiasts come to purchase them. They're not expensive, usually selling for 10 or 20. Larger pieces might fetch around 40 or 50. Anything sold would be an extra gain. Fragments? Qin Hao's heart leaped with excitement as he made his way to the corner, where indeed he found 2 large bags filled with porcelain shards. Estimating their weight to be around 50 to 60 pounds, he addressed Su Qingya. Miss Su, I shall not take advantage of you. I will take these 2 bags and pay you 2,000. Su Qingya hesitated to accept money, but Qin Hao remained resolute and insisted on completing the transaction via payment app. He did not wish to acquire a reputation for being exploitative over a trifling amount. Mr. Qin, sometimes it is acceptable to indulge a little, as long as neither of us speaks of it. No one will ever know, Su Qingya hinted subtly. Qin Hao pretended not to hear her, focusing on his phone as he bid her farewell and exited her antique shop, carrying the 2 bags. What a man of desire without the courage to act. Watching Qin Hao leave, Su Qingya muttered under her breath, recalling how he had stolen glances at her chest more than once, almost as if his eyes would pop out. Yet, he lacked the audacity to make a move, prompting her to disdain him thoroughly. Meanwhile, Erin was peeling an apple for Qin Hao. Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry, she quickly replied, I was merely concerned that Dad had no one to peel apples for him, right, Dad? After speaking, she gave Qin Hao a knowing wink. Qin Hao, of course, was well aware and played along. Ah, how commendable it is to be filial and dutiful, unlike some individuals who are seldom seen throughout the day. Alas, had I known earlier, I would have preferred to have a daughter instead. Qin Hao, caught off guard, felt the weight of the comment directed at him. Pray do share. What have you been up to today? Qin Hao picked up an apple and began to munch on it, then proceeded to recount the events of the day. My dear, do you still engage in the art of stone gambling? Qin Hao recognized that it was time to indulge in some bravado and began to speak earnestly, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. Stone gambling is, in fact, a form of antiquities dealing. It is all interconnected. It is rather simple, without delving into specifics. Just the 3 stones I purchased today could potentially yield a profit of several million. One must assess the exterior, while the treasures hidden within are an entirely different matter. It is worth noting that the Yin family has its roots in the jewelry business. The jade and gemstone stores in Jinling are all properties of the Yin family. This does not even account for their ventures in other locations, so Ran possesses a modicum of knowledge about jade. My dear husband, I believe you are merely boasting. Chapter 0038. The desk mate, after coordinating a time with Song Chuxiong, Qin Hao decided to take a nap in the afternoon, and Ran snuggled beside him, and initially, Qin Hao felt a bit uneasy, for it was not every day that one lay next to such a stunning beauty. To claim he was not excited would be a falsehood. However, being in a hospital room with Qin Dahai and Lu Xiaohong present rendered any romantic notions impractical. And at that moment, Qin Hao regretted his decision to wait until Qin Dahai was discharged before moving into the villa. Drifting into slumber, Qin Hao awoke to find it was already past 8 in the evening. And Ran had ordered takeout, and after they all finished their meal, it was nearing 9 o'clock. With nothing else to occupy their time, Qin Hao took and Ran for a drive. They arrived by the banks of the Yangtze River, enjoying the gentle breeze, which was quite delightful. Qin Hao, how many days until our father is discharged? And Ran inquired, as Qin Hao affectionately ruffled her hair. Not long now. Just a day or 2, he replied. Then we shall move into the villa, and I will finally have a home of my own. Indeed, Qin Hao was on the brink of establishing his own residence. My dear husband, be honest with me. Have you truly never been intimate with Song Huina? How have you managed to resist? And do you not desire it at all? As she spoke, and Ran began to tease him, her hands playfully caressing him. Du he frank. We are in public, and it would be inappropriate to be seen. And Ran chuckled mischievously. Dear husband, would you consider experimenting the car? Had such words come from anyone else, Qin Hao would have been taken aback. However, within Ran, it was entirely expected. Her forthrightness and boldness were simply part of her nature. Listening to her, Qin Hao licked his lips, ready to act. Yet in Ran's next remark extinguished his enthusiasm. How naive. I refuse to surrender my first time in such a manner. I desire a proper environment and a sense of ceremony. At that moment, a gentle guitar melody captivated the attention of Qin Hao and Ran. They gazed into the distance, discovering a wandering minstrel performing the poignant song Classmate by Lao Lang. The lyrics echoed, questioning whether tomorrow would evoke memories of yesterday's diary and recalling the tearful self of a former classmate. This young man, in his early 20s, sang with a tender softness, drawing in many passers-by who were enchanted by his voice, Qin Hao included. The lyrics continued, pondering who would marry the sentimental soul, who would read her diary, and who would fashion her bridal gown. Qin Hao and Ran were no strangers to this song. It was one he had performed during a university celebration in his freshman year, though he admitted with a hint of self-deprecation that his rendition paled in comparison to the minstrel's. As the song concluded, applause erupted from the audience. Some began to rummage through their wallets, offering donations, while the majority opted to enjoy the performance for free. Qin Hao reached for his wallet, finding only 300 yuan. He intended to keep some change for fuel the next day, but Ran swiftly snatched the wallet and generously gifted all the money to the wandering singer. She then took Qin Hao's hand, leading him towards their parked vehicle. And Ran, that 300 yuan was meant for my fuel tomorrow. Once inside the car, Qin Hao was still brooding over the money he had just relinquished. You are not in need of money at present. Besides, did you not notice how similar he is to the person you once were a few years ago? And Ran remarked, your methods may differ. He chose to sing, while you opted to sell goods on the street. Fundamentally, both paths serve the same purpose, survival. I often wondered why no one would buy a pair of socks from you, or why someone would haggle over a 2 yuan keychain. In essence, you and this man are alike, both striving to exchange your labor for the fruits of your efforts. So, giving him a few hundred yuan might truly make a difference in his life. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback by Ran's words, realizing their truth. Indeed, a few hundred yuan was insignificant to him now and could potentially aid someone else. And Ran's kindness remained unwavering. I must admit, his rendition of that song was truly delightful, far surpassing your previous attempts at singing. Oh, so you criticize my singing now, yet you once praised it. They exchanged banter, laughter accompanying them as they arrived at Song Chuxiong's villa, still a quarter of an hour ahead of their scheduled time. Uncle and Ran, Song Tingting seemed to have anticipated Qin Hao's arrival, waiting at the door. Tingting, your attire suggests you might also be heading to the ghost market? Qin Hao inquired curiously. Of course. I am your assistant and the proprietor of the antique shop. Just then, Song Chuxiong emerged from the villa, carrying 2 heavy canvas bags. Xiao Hao, come help me with these. Brother Xiong, what are these? Qin Hao received a package, which held little weight for him. Money, 1 million for a single package, totaling 2 million. Tonight, I shall refrain from taking action, entirely assisting you in preparing for the grand opening of your antique shop. Brother Xiong, I have prepared 1 million. Song Chuxiong placed the canvas bag into Qin Hao's trunk before continuing. Although items in the ghost market are inexpensive, they are strictly cash only. If one encounters a valuable piece and lacks sufficient funds, they can only stare in vain. Better to be prepared than to find oneself unarmed. Naturally, Qin Hao refrained from further comments. For missing out on a good find due to inadequate cash would be a significant loss. Once everything was ready, the 4 of them boarded Qin Hao's vehicle, though this time, it was Song Chuxiong who took the wheel. After winding through various streets, Qin Hao having completely forgotten the route, approximately half an hour later, the car halted at an abandoned auto repair shop. A glance at the time revealed it was just past midnight. Brother Xiong, how long until the ghost market opens? Song Chuxiong opened the car door and peered into the distance. It's still early. Let's rest for a while. The ghost market typically opens in the dead of night, so we likely have about an hour to wait. Thus, Song Chuxiong began to impart the rules and precautions of the ghost market to Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, if you find something you fancy, do not haggle. Simply signal me, and I shall negotiate on your behalf. The depths of the ghost market are profound. Qin Hao nodded, acknowledging that Song Chuxiong was indeed more knowledgeable in such matters. Brother Xiong, how do you ascertain the true value of an item? Chapter 0039. I'll give you double. This posed a question, and after some contemplation, Song Chuxiong devised a method. Here is the plan. When you browse, if you find something of interest, just give me a hand signal. For instance, for something valued at 100,000, hold up 1 finger. For 500,000, hold up 5 fingers. And for items exceeding 1 million, signal twice. Time swiftly passed, and by 2 o'clock in the morning, Qin Hao instructed and ran and Song Tingting to remain in the car, as it contained 2 million, while Song Chuxiong held the other million. Qin Hao walked ahead, with Song Chuxiong trailing several paces behind, ensuring that unfamiliar onlookers would not suspect their connection. Qin Hao approached the first stall and stopped. The proprietor, wearing sunglasses, exuded an untrustworthy aura. Care to take a look? All genuine articles here. The vendor began to entice. Qin Hao responded casually. Zheng Banchao's ink bamboo painting. A genuine piece. Estimated market price. 500,000 to 800,000. Qin Hao's heart soared with joy. It seemed fortune was on his side tonight, as he had stumbled upon a valuable find right from the outset. This was a promising start. He picked up the painting, noticing its exterior was marred with oil stains and dust, along with some wormholes. Clearly, the painting had not been properly preserved, or the vendor had not regarded it as a true masterpiece. How much for this painting? Upon hearing Qin Hao inquire about the price, the vendor immediately recognized him as an outsider, for in the ghost market, it is customary to refrain from asking prices so openly. Generally, transactions are conducted through coded language, making it evident that Qin Hao appeared a novice in the vendor's eyes. This amount, the vendor gestured across, signifying 100,000, and Qin Hao felt reassured. The vendor was evidently unaware of the authenticity of the painting. However, Qin Hao was only there to ascertain its genuineness, not to engage in a transaction, leaving the vendor to indulge in a fleeting joy. After placing the painting down, Qin Hao stood up, brushed his pants, and discreetly signaled to Song Chuxiong with a gesture indicating 5, implying the artwork was worth 500,000. As the vendor contemplated further discourse with Qin Hao, he noticed Song Chuxiong approaching with a canvas bag, prompting him to eagerly extend his invitation. Feel free to browse. Everything here is genuine, and the prices are the most reasonable. Song Chuxiong feigned interest, inspecting various items, eventually picking up the very painting Qin Hao had just examined. Boss, how much for this? In the black market, 1 unit equals 1 monetary unit. Thus, inquiring about a price translates to asking for several. The vendor, recognizing that this individual was knowledgeable, refrained from arbitrarily quoting a price. Qin Hao, eavesdropping from a distance, learned of this peculiar convention, adding a valuable tactic to his repertoire. The vendor then indicated a price of 8 units. 3 units is my offer. If you accept, I will take it. Otherwise, I shall seek elsewhere. After stating this, Song Chuxiong subtly patted his canvas bag. 3 is too low. The The minimum is 6. 6 is exorbitant. You are. The two commenced their bargaining, ultimately settling on 5 units. Song Chuxiong produced 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills, and to Qin Hao's surprise, the vendor possessed a counting machine. After a flurry of sounds confirming the transaction's accuracy, it was completed. I have many more exquisite items. Would you care to take another look? And this ding is. Regardless of the vendor's grandiose claims, Song Chuxiong remained unmoved, politely nodding before turning to depart. Qin Hao felt exhilarated. A painting valued at over 500,000 had been procured for merely 50,000. Truly, Song Chuxiong was quite the shrewd negotiator. Nonetheless, Qin Hao appreciated it. After the transaction concluded, he continued to browse the stalls and soon halted at one. Sir, how much for this ashtray? Qin Hao picked up an inkstone and shook it, inquiring. Young man, that's an inkstone, not an ashtray. An inkstone? I mistook it for an ashtray, Qin Hao said, feigning embarrassment as he scratched his head. What is the price? The vendor, sharing the sentiments of the previous seller, but with a more ruthless approach, immediately quoted 20,000. Qin Hao showed no hesitation, turning to leave and once again signaling a 6 to Song Chuxiong. Boss, how much for this? Sir, what is the price of this item? Throughout the journey, Qin Hao repeated his inquiries, while Song Chuxiong echoed his negotiations, and soon their bag of cash was depleted. After placing their purchases in the car, they returned to the black market with another bag of bills. Suddenly, Qin Hao was captivated by a rusted dagger displayed at one stall. The Remnant Rainbow, also known as the Abyssal Rainbow, among the top 10 renowned artifacts. Its original owner was Jing Ke. Its value is incalculable, and its significance far transcends its intrinsic worth. Qin Hao inhaled sharply. The tale of Jing Ke's assassination of the Qin king is a legend known to many. This rusted dagger, however, is none other than the Remnant Rainbow wielded by Jing Ke, its worth surpassing that of Tang Bohu's famed dream of the immortal Her Pavilion. This is a treasured artifact, one that must be acquired. Qin Hao had an extraordinarily fruitful evening. Yet, despite the plethora of treasures he had gathered, none could compare to the iron dust upon this dagger. Boss, how much for this? Qin Hao inquired, his excitement prompting him to disregard his prior agreement with Song Chuxiong. $50. The vendor, an experienced trader, immediately inflated his price upon sensing Qin Hao's eagerness. Although he had possessed this dilapidated dagger for nearly a year, he had contemplated discarding it due to its unsellable nature. However, should he encounter a fool, any profit would be a boon. Upon hearing the quoted price of 500,000, Qin Hao nearly agreed without hesitation. But then he noticed the vendor's smug expression and realized his own impatience had betrayed him. With a quick mental pivot, he devised a remedy. Boss, $50 is far too low. How about this? I didn't bring cash, so let me send you a red envelope. I'll double it, $100. As Qin Hao spoke, he took out his phone to add the vendor as a friend and send the payment. The vendor was left bewildered, realizing that this individual was quite eccentric, genuinely believing he was negotiating for $50 and offering to send a red envelope. Enough. If you're not buying, don't create a disturbance, he retorted, simultaneously gesturing to Song Chuxiong that the item was worth over $1 million. Chapter 0040, Remnant Rainbow. Song Chuxiong, observing from a distance, narrowed his eyes at the mention of a treasure exceeding $1 million. This must be something extraordinary. After Qin Hao departed, he approached the vendor's stall, exhibiting a seasoned demeanor. Song Chuxiong refrained from immediately grabbing the dagger and instead perused other items. After a considerable amount of time, the vendor's patience wore thin. Are you going to buy or not? You've examined nearly everything. If you're not interested, kindly step aside. I have business to conduct. Song Chuxiong took offense. How can you speak to me like that? Why would I come over if I weren't interested? How much is it? I'll take it. Ultimately, Song Chuxiong made his move. $2, take it or leave it. He gestured, indicating 5,000. This battered dagger, which the vendor had acquired for $20, would have likely sold for 100 had Qin Hao not provoked him. With someone now offering 5,000, it was a significant profit, especially as dawn approached, and the flea market was nearing its end. Fine, you can have it. It's getting late. I should close up. Let us settle the payment. Thus, a priceless treasure was purchased for 5,000, and had the vendor known the truth, he would likely have been infuriated. With the transaction complete, Qin Hao's heart finally found its peace. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed, and the ghost market was nearly explored. The dawn was approaching, and some vendors were preparing to pack up their stalls. At that moment, a shifty-eyed man approached Qin Hao. My friend, I have some exquisite items. Would you care to take a look? Startled, Qin Hao quickly regained his composure. He recalled hearing from Song Chuxiong that such characters often appeared in the ghost market. typically carrying a snakeskin bag filled with antiques. These artifacts were mostly genuine and offered at remarkably low prices, if not downright cheap. However, they usually had dubious origins. The majority were likely freshly excavated treasures, illicitly obtained. It is important to note that the state imposes severe penalties for tomb raiding and trafficking in stolen goods. Though Qin Hao was in need of money, he was not inclined to brazenly violate the law, for he had a promising future ahead and saw no reason to jeopardize it for meager gains. "I'm afraid I'm not interested," Qin Hao decisively declined. Just then, Song Chuxiong approached. "Mr. Song, is that you?" he exclaimed, surprised that this man recognized him. "Who are you?" Song inquired, taken aback. "Mr. Song, you seem to have forgotten. I'm He Go, from last year's sting." Suddenly, comprehension dawned on Song Chuxiong. "Ah, it's you. How has business been lately?" He Go felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, tomb raiding was not a particularly honorable profession. "He Go, the state is cracking down hard on this trade. It would be wise for you to change your line of work soon. One can easily fall into trouble. Those who frequently tread the riverbank are bound to get their feet wet," admonished Song Chuxiong. He Go felt a mix of shame and irritation at the lecture. At that moment, a wailing siren echoed from afar. Before Qin Hao could react, He Go took off running, abandoning his bag, which landed right at Qin Hao's feet. Seizing the opportunity, while no one was paying attention, Qin Hao swiftly tucked the snakeskin bag into his space. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" A familiar, crisp female voice rang out. Indeed, moments later, Qin Hao spotted his acquaintance Lin Mashue racing by with several police officers in pursuit of the fleeing He Go. Lin Mashue cast a curious glance at Qin Hao, but there was no time for pleasantries. Nodding, Song Chuxiong grabbed his canvas bag and left the ghost market with Qin Hao, finally feeling at ease once they were in the car. True to his name, He Go displayed remarkable agility, managing to evade the police once more. "Xiao Hao, do tell me about this rusted dagger. What is its origin?" As soon as they were in the car, Song Chuxiong eagerly inquired. Anren, who was unfolding the canvas to inspect the items, perked up at the mention of Lin Mashue. "Was that police squad, led by my cousin? Did she see you?" Qin Hao pondered for a moment before responding. "She probably did. I noticed her glance in my direction." Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he confirmed it was indeed Lin Mashue. "Anren, you take this call. Just say I'm driving." Anren answered the phone, connecting directly, and Lin Mashue's voice came through. "Qin Hao, what brings you to the ghost market? Are you engaging in trade with Shoho? I warn you, if you conduct any dealings with him, it constitutes fencing." "Cousin, it's me." The voice on the other end abruptly ceased. After a prolonged silence, it resumed. "Anren, how come I didn't see you earlier? By the way, where's Qin Hao? Is he avoiding my call due to some guilty conscience?" The phone was on speaker, allowing everyone present to hear. Qin Hao felt quite innocent. It seemed that every encounter with Lin Mashue brought him misfortune. "Cousin, he's driving and can't take the call," Anren explained. The fact that Anren was the one on the line only added to Lin Mashue's frustration, leaving her with no outlet for her irritation. Song Tingting hurried off to prepare food, and Anren joined her, leaving Qin Hao and Song Chuxiong to unpack the items they had purchased that day, laying them out on the table. "Now, can you enlighten me on the origins of this wretched dagger?" Song Chuxiong inquired. "Is it a divine weapon, like Ganjiang or Moi, or perhaps the Yuchang sword?" He stretched his imagination to the limit. "No, Ganjiang and Moi are swords, and so is the Yuchang sword. This is a dagger," Qin Hao replied, inspecting the rusty blade from various angles before slowly continuing. "Brother Xiong, although you haven't accurately guessed the name of this dagger, your speculation is close enough. Allow me to share a tale that will clarify things." The Qin army was preparing to attack the state of Yan, prompting Prince Dan to enlist Jing Ke for the assassination of the Qin king. Jing Ke persuaded General Fan to take his own life, and Prince Dan subsequently provided Jing Ke with a companion and a fine dagger. Jing Ke wished to wait for his friend before proceeding, but Prince Dan urged him on. Thus, after bidding farewell to everyone at the Yishui River, he journeyed to Qin. When presenting the map, Jing Ke drew forth the dagger to strike the Qin king. However, he missed, and after a brief struggle, the Qin king severed his left leg, ultimately leading to Jing Ke's demise and the failure of the assassination. Song Chuxiong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "The map is exhausted, and the dagger is revealed." Jing Ke attempted to assassinate the Qin king. "You assert this is the Yuchang sword?" Song Chuxiong, having previously spoken with utmost seriousness, now veered off topic to the Yuchang sword. "Brother Xiong, please review history before you speak. In ancient China, we had 4 renowned assassins, Zhuang Zhu, Yao Li, Nie Zheng, and Jing Ke. The Yuchang sword you mentioned belongs to Zhuang Zhu, while Jing Ke wielded a weapon called Qin Hao, which is this very dagger. However, it is not a sword. It is more accurately termed a short sword, or even a dagger. Qin Hao, also known as the Yuanhong sword, ranks second among the 10 famous swords and was wielded by the sword saint, Qin Hao. It was originally forged by Su Fuzi's mother and crafted from celestial iron. It was bestowed upon Jing Ku by the Mahists as he prepared to assassinate the Qin. Following Jing Ku's failure, the Yuanhong fell into the hands of the Qin king, who had it further refined by the finest swordsmiths of Qin, eliminating its murderous intent and enhancing its power. This enhanced blade was then granted to Qin Hao for his service in protecting the emperor. Song Chuxiong felt his face flush with embarrassment. His knowledge was limited, and he had not read extensively, often becoming the subject of ridicule. So what is the true name of this short sword? Is it Qin Hong or Yuanhong? Song Chuxiong posed a pivotal question. The remnant rainbow, though overshadowed by the illustrious reputation of the original rainbow, is renowned solely due to its association with Jing Ku's assassination attempt on the king of Qin. Thus, it often holds true that the quality of an object is secondary to its provenance, the hands that wield it, and the context in which it is employed. Hence, you should now comprehend the more fitting appellation for this dagger. Song Chuxiong's eyes brightened with understanding. It is akin to a stick in the hands of a mere beggar. It is but a staff for alms, yet in the possession of the great Hong Qigong, it transforms into the formidable dog-whipping stick. The significance lies not within the remnant rainbow itself, but in its historical association with Jing Ku, which elevates its status from mere bronze to that of a royal artifact. However, with its rusted surface, can it be restored? The corners of Qin Hao's mouth lifted slightly. Emboldened by the precedent of the restoration gourd, he felt confident. Rest assured, within 3 days, you shall behold an extraordinary weapon. At that moment, Song Tingting and Anren approached, carrying dishes and rice. Dad, Uncle, wash your hands and come and eat. The day has dawned. Finish your meal and take a rest. Song Tingting's words sounded somewhat peculiar. What did she mean by the day having dawned? Urging them to rest early? Qin Hao sheathed the dagger, setting aside other matters for now. Song Chuxiong would surely examine each piece in the following days. After breakfast, Qin Hao did not decline the invitation and took a nap in the villa, while Anren and Song Tingting shared a room. He slept soundly, awakening to the clock striking 3 in the afternoon, with the others still slumbering. Qin Hao resolved to visit the hospital first before fetching Anren. However, barely 15 minutes into his drive, the road ahead became obstructed. Exiting his vehicle, he observed a crowd gathered in the middle of the street. His immediate reaction was to assume an accident had occurred, and he contemplated turning back. Yet, as he hesitated, he found himself trapped by another blockage behind him. Reluctantly, he decided to step out and assess the situation, peering into the throng and listening to the murmurs of onlookers. How could that old man faint for no reason? Could it be a heart attack? A middle-aged man muttered. Perhaps so. Did you not see him clutching his chest before collapsing? It's likely a heart condition, a forgotten medication, perhaps. Through the fragmented conversations of the crowd, Qin Hao discerned that this was not an accident. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he began to retreat, preparing to call for emergency assistance. Just then, a tender voice altered his course. Grandpa, please wake up. Tong Tong doesn't want her Barbie doll anymore. Grandpa, don't scare Tong Tong. She is afraid. The panicked, helpless cries of the little girl echoed in Qin Hao's mind, stirring memories of his own desperation when he sought to gather 200,000 for his father Qin to Hai's surgery. With that recollection, all thoughts of inconvenience and trouble vanished. He pushed through the crowd, shouting, "Everyone, please make way. The elderly gentleman requires fresh air." In an instant, the onlookers began to cooperate, genuinely stepping back. "Young man, do not assist him. Indeed, young man, you are still so young. Do not act foolishly." Many among the crowd started to offer their cautions. It is not that humanity has lost its virtue, but rather that the world has deteriorated. Qin Hao had once heard a saying that resonated with him. It is not that the elderly have succumbed to corruption, but that the wicked have merely aged. Qin Hao was acutely aware that offering this assistance could lead to significant trouble, perhaps even legal repercussions. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to ponder such matters. After all, a life was at stake. "Little sister, do not be afraid. I will take your grandfather to the hospital, all right?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the tearful little girl immediately gazed up at this older brother with her big, watery eyes. "Big brother, Tong Tong doesn't want a Barbie doll anymore. I want my grandfather." Qin Hao gently ruffled the girl's hair. "Your name is Tong Tong, correct? Your grandfather is unwell, and I shall take him to the hospital right away. Hold on to the hem of my shirt and do not let go, understood?" The little girl obediently nodded. Without hesitation, Qin Hao lifted the elderly man onto his back and, with the girl in tow, sprinted towards the First People's Hospital. As he ran, he dialed for emergency assistance, disregarding the well-meaning warnings of the crowd, resolutely carrying the old man and the little girl towards the hospital. After completing the call, he grasped the elderly man's hand, channeling his spiritual energy into his body. Just as Qin Hao was on the verge of exhaustion, the ambulance finally arrived, heading directly to the First People's Hospital. The elderly man was swiftly taken into the emergency room, while Qin Hao assisted with the paperwork and even fronted 20,000 yuan for the expenses. Once he had attended to everything, he finally noticed the little girl still by his side. "Little sister, how old are you? Do you know your parents' phone numbers?" The girl nodded, then shook her head. "Big brother, I am 6 years old, and my name is Tong Tong. I do not know my daddy's number, but I do know my mommy's." As long as he could contact her family, Qin Hao felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Should anything happen to the elderly man, it would be impossible to clarify matters. Luo Anjiao had just concluded a meeting when her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw an unfamiliar number. Initially reluctant to answer, she noticed it was a local call and decided to pick up. "Hello, who is this?" "Mommy, it's Tong Tong." "Ai, woo woo woo." As soon as Qin Hao heard Tong Tong begin to cry, he sensed that the situation was dire and quickly took the phone. "Hello, are you Tong Tong's mother?" "I am." Before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end erupted in fury. "Who are you? What have you done to Tong Tong? I swear, if she loses even a single hair, I will hold you accountable." Qin Hao winced at the volume from the phone, his greatest fear materializing. He could only attempt to explain, "Ma'am, I believe you are misunderstanding the situation. Let me clarify." Thus, Qin Hao began to elucidate, and upon hearing his explanation, Luo Anjiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Initially, her thoughts gravitated towards the notion of kidnapping, as Tong Tong had burst into tears the moment she answered the phone, likely out of sheer fright, which could explain her extreme reaction. This response was understandable. Women are inherently vulnerable, yet fiercely protective when it comes to motherhood. The sound of her daughter's wailing had thrown her into a state of disarray. However, after listening to Qin Hao's clarifications, Luo Anjiao found herself convinced. The reasoning was straightforward. No kidnapper would provide such extensive explanations, relishing instead in the panic of their victim. After ending the call, Luo Anjiao hurriedly made her way to the First People's Hospital. Once Qin Hao hung up, he lifted Tong Tong into his arms. "Be good, Tong Tong. No more tears. Big brother will take you to get something delicious, all right?" When Luo Anjiao arrived at the hospital in a flurry, she found her daughter happily indulging in an ice cream cone, cream smeared around her mouth, while a young man in his 20s was tenderly wiping her face with a napkin. The scene was so harmonious that Luo Anjiao felt an urge to preserve it. "Mom." At that moment, Tong Tong spotted Luo Anjiao and dashed towards her. "Tong Tong, are you all right? I was so worried." "Mom, I'm fine." Tong Tong was very good and didn't he cry? This statement was promptly overlooked by Luo Anjiao, who was baffled. Didn't she just hear her crying uncontrollably on the phone? At that juncture, Qin Hao approached them. "Hello, I am Qin Hao. Tong Tong has been very good. I encountered her when her elderly companion fell ill, and I brought her to the hospital. She is currently in the emergency room receiving treatment." Qin Hao succinctly summarized all he wished to convey. Luo Anjiao quickly extended both hands to grasp Qin Hao's. "Thank you, young man." If it weren't for you, her excitement rendered her momentarily speechless. "No need for thanks. Ma'am, I merely happened upon the situation." As Qin Hao spoke, he suddenly paused. "What's the matter?" Luo Anjiao inquired, puzzled by his expression. "Well, I need to attend to a few matters. My car is still parked in the middle of the road. It has probably been towed by now." Qin Hao felt a wave of embarrassment as he realized he had forgotten about it. "You need not worry about that. Allow me to handle it," Luo Anjiao replied, pulling out her phone to make a call. "Rest assured, young man, someone will bring your car back shortly." Qin Hao felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed this woman held considerable influence, resolving matters with a mere phone call. "Young man, I must express my gratitude once again. I will reimburse you for the expenses you incurred. Moreover, if you have any urgent matters, you are welcome to use my car. That won't be necessary." Qin Hao waved his hand. "My father is currently hospitalized in this very hospital, so I have no pressing concerns." The two conversed a while longer until Qin Hao mentioned he would visit his father's ward. Tong Tong insisted on accompanying him, though Luo Anjiao was initially apprehensive. She reasoned that if Qin Hao had any ill intentions, he would not have waited until now, and thus she consented. "Darling, where are you? Are you sneaking out without me?" Qin Hao hurriedly recounted the unfortunate events of the afternoon to Anren. "So, you are unable to come pick me up now? Very well. I shall have Ting Ting escort me there. See you shortly." This is precisely the charm of Anrin's understanding nature. Grandfather, may I share a story with you? Upon entering the ward, Tong Tong quickly became acquainted with Qin Hao. In truth, Qin Hao had long desired a grandchild, yet alas, Qin Hao encountered Song Huina. Now, witnessing Tong Tong's charming demeanor, how could he not be fond of her? Anrin and Qin Hao's vehicle arrived almost simultaneously. After receiving the car keys, Qin Hao, accompanied by Anrin and Tong Tong, made their way once again to the emergency room. However, by this time, the emergency room was deserted. After a brief inquiry, Qin Hao proceeded to his grandfather's ward. Before entering, a robust voice resonated from within. Jiao Jiao, I've already told you, I am perfectly fine now. I merely forgot to bring my medication today, but I am well again. Quickly take me to meet my savior. I must express my gratitude. At that moment, a knock echoed on the ward door. Luo Anjiao opened it to find Qin Hao and Tong Tong arriving, accompanied by a stunning lady carrying a selection of fruits. Although Qin Hao had initially forgotten, it was Anrin's thoughtful nature that led her to purchase the fruits. Little Qin is here. Is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. Greetings, I am Anrin. Luo Anjiao quickly accepted the fruits from Anrin's hands. Oh dear, you needn't have gone to such trouble. Please come in and sit. Father, your savior has arrived. Luo Anjiao's words were directed at the elderly man in bed. Grandfather, I hope you are feeling better. Qin Hao promptly stepped forward to greet him. Ah, young man, I cannot thank you enough. Otherwise, my life would have been. Grandfather, please do not say such things. I merely happened to be at the right place at the right time. Through their conversation, Qin Hao learned that the elder was a retired cadre, one with considerable influence and connections. His surname was Zhang, and his given name was Zhang Wo. It turned out that Luo Anjiao was his daughter-in-law, while Qin Hao had mistakenly thought she was his daughter. As for Tong Tong, her name was Zhang Yuner. The reason for her nickname, Tong Tong, remained a mystery to Qin Hao. Grandfather, may I check on you again? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Little Qin, you possess medical skills? Qin Hao was no expert in medicine. He merely wished to use his spiritual energy to assist the elder. Sister, I am not versed in medicine, but I understand a bit of Qigong. I simply wish to give grandfather a massage and see if it yields any effect. At that moment, Zhang Jingguo recalled something. Little Qin, previously, I felt a cool sensation throughout my body, quite pleasant. Was it you? Qin Hao nodded, offering no further explanation, and gently grasped the elder's hand, slowly channeling his spiritual energy. The familiar sensation swiftly coursed through Zhang Jingguo's body, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, this was the very feeling he had experienced before. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Hao gradually withdrew his spiritual energy. Grandfather, how do you feel? Zhang Jingguo moved his body and erupted into hearty laughter. I feel as though I could fell a bull. Grandfather, you are boasting. Tong Tong interjected, playfully undermining the moment. Yet Zhang Jingguo showed no signs of embarrassment. The conversation then flowed in a more relaxed manner. Luo Anjiao transferred the medical expenses that Qin Hao had helped pay to him and invited him and his companions to dinner. However, Qin Hao declined the invitation, as both families currently had patients, making the gathering rather inappropriate. After a night of silence, Qin Hao returned to Song Chuxiong's place early the next morning, for it was the day designated for Song Chuxiong to show Qin Hao the shopfront. Xiao Hao, this establishment used to be an antique shop, but due to certain circumstances, the owners relocated. All valuable items were taken away, leaving behind these shelves and high-quality replicas. I thought they might come in handy, so I didn't have anyone clear them out. Qin Hao surveyed the space casually. The shelves were still usable, and the replicas, when displayed separately with clear pricing, could yield a profit. However, what truly caught his attention were the fragments in the corner. It seemed that he would need to start cleaning them up when time permitted. After exploring the first floor, Qin Hao ascended to the second floor, which comprised 2 rooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, alongside a balcony and a restoration room, likely utilized by the previous owner. Brother Xiong, how much does this shop cost per year? Song Chuxiong remained silent, directly pulling out the property deed and handing it to Qin Hao. Upon receiving it and glancing at the document, Qin Hao was taken aback, for the deed bore his own name. Brother Xiong, this. Song Chuxiong waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Hao, this shop isn't worth much, and I'm giving it to you. Don't refuse. As you said, we are brothers, and such matters shouldn't be trifled with. I can't offer you much help, but let us agree on this. If you find something valuable, don't rush to sell it. Let me have a look first, and you'll need to take good care of Tingting in the future. Qin Hao refrained from further comment. Any additional words would be superfluous. Song Chuxiong nodded and asked, by the way, who do you plan to invite to liven things up? Qin Hao paused, realizing he hadn't considered that aspect. particularly as he didn't know many people. Li Yurin could be invited, as could Tian Zilong, and the only other person he had recently met was Luo Anjiao. How about this? I'll help you invite some colleagues to enhance the atmosphere. Most of them you already know, and we can treat everyone to a meal at a hotel at noon. By the way, you haven't thought a name for the shop yet, have you? Qin Hao nodded, having contemplated this matter over the past few days. Brother Xiong, I have thought of 2 names, but I can't decide. Could you assist me in deliberating? After a quarter of an hour of discussion, the name for the antique shop was finalized as Treasure Pavilion. Once the name was settled, the subsequent organization would be entrusted to Song Tingting, while Qin Hao's task was to determine the pricing for the antiques. Pricing antiques differs from other items. It lacks a standard. For instance, with a smartphone, one can typically discern its approximate value by recognizing the brand and model. However, antiques are more complex. An item worth 30,000 could sometimes sell for 100,000, or even 300,000 or 500,000. Given the intricate nature of this market, wherein treasures flourish in chaotic times and antiques are coveted in peaceful eras, each antique would have 2 proposed prices assigned by Qin Hao. The highest price is displayed for the customers, while the lowest price is quite straightforward, essentially representing the minimum transaction price of an item. For instance, if an antique has a maximum price of 100,000 and a minimum price of 50,000, selling it for any amount between 50,000 and 100,000 will yield a profit. The exact profit depends on the skills of the salesperson, which in this case refers to Song Tingting. The more she sells, the higher her commission. Big brother. Tong Tong was the first to spot Qin Hao and rushed him. Qin Hao embraced Tong Tong before greeting the others. Tong Tong, get down now. You're all grown up and still need someone to carry you? Luo Anjiao said, while attempting to set Tong Tong down. Tong Tong, however, was reluctant and quickly retorted, I'm still little. It's fine to be held. My sister is all grown up too. She let big brother carry her yesterday and even stole a kiss. Upon hearing this, Anren's face flushed with embarrassment, and the atmosphere turned awkward for the others. Tong Tong, stop joking. Big sister is big brother's girlfriend, Luo Anjiao quickly clarified. I'm also big brother's girlfriend. This revelation amused everyone. Tong Tong, do you know what a girlfriend is? Anren asked. After pondering, Tong Tong replied, of course I do. I have many boyfriends, like Xiao Qiang and Xiao Ming. The group fell silent, realizing that to Tong Tong, boyfriends merely referred to the little boys in kindergarten who stood to urinate. Qin Hao, have you resolved the matters at the store? Qin Hao nodded, almost done. We'll open on May 1st. Luo Anjiao interjected, Xiao Hao, what kind of store are you planning to open, and where? Qin Hao then explained his plans for the store, and while Luo Anjiao nodded in response, her thoughts remained unknown to others. Since Qin Dahai was to be discharged from the hospital, after dinner, Qin Hao intended to visit the villa. Anren planned to find her cousin and buy some daily necessities, though she kept her shopping list a secret from Qin Hao. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse outside the city, Huang Bingsheng was concocting a scheme against Qin Hao and Anren, involving Haizi and Shouho, whom Qin Hao had previously dealt with in a fit of rage. The plan was simple, to kidnap Anren while she was out alone and then proceed with whatever intentions they had. Haizi, after much contemplation, felt that the situation was dire. Although he often engaged in fights, those were not serious crimes. However, if they proceeded with the kidnapping and did something to Anren, it would be a grave matter, and he refused to accompany Huang Bingsheng into danger. After all, Anren's father was in Tianchong. Who would dare to kidnap the daughter of such a prominent figure in Jinling City? This was tantamount to courting death. Even Huang Zhen would not dare to take such a risk, let alone Huang Bingsheng. Thus, Haizi resolved to flee from this perilous situation. Before leaving, however, he called Qin Hao. Chapter 0044, The Kidnapping in Progress. Just as Qin Hao arrived at the villa, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? No response came from the other end. And just as Qin Hao was about to hang up, after a moment of hesitation, Haizi finally spoke up. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Hao? This is Haizi. Qin Hao was taken aback, pondering who Haizi might be. Mr. Qin, I am the one. Haizi proceeded to explain, and Qin Hao finally grasped the situation. You must protect Missen at once. Huang Bingsheng intends to harm her. Haizi revealed the entire scheme. Qin Hao was horrified. If this is indeed true, I shall be forever grateful to you, but I must first verify this. He hung up and promptly called and ran, only to be met with the sound of her phone being powered off. Haizi, quickly tell me where that location is. Also, please help me safeguard Ran. I shall reward you handsomely. Armed with the specific location, Qin Hao sped towards the outskirts of the city, not forgetting to call Lin Mashua along the way. Throughout his frantic drive, Qin Hao disregarded numerous red lights, his foremost concern being Anran's safety. Meanwhile, Anran found herself bound to a chair, her mouth gagged with a cloth. Huang Bingsheng forcefully tore the cloth from her mouth, leering at her maliciously. Anran, today is your day of reckoning for conspiring with that scoundrel Qin Hao. Anran, terrified, had never encountered such a situation before. Huang Bingsheng, my father is in Tianchong. Release me at once, or he will not spare you. Slap! Huang Bingsheng struck her fiercely, leaving a distinct mark on her cheek. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You wretched girl, once I have my way with you, your father will become my father-in-law. He commanded his men to guard the entrance, ensuring no one could enter. Huang Bingsheng's eyes were ablaze with lustful desire. Sir, this is unwise. She is in Tianchong's daughter. Your actions will not be forgiven even by your own father. Just as Huang Bingsheng prepared to strip Anran of her clothing, Haizi stepped forward. Though he had originally intended to flee, his promise to Qin Hao compelled him to stand firm. Haizi, are you seeking death? Huang Bingsheng glared with menace. I am doing this for your own good, and Tianchong is not to be trifled with. Bang! Haizi was struck in the abdomen by Huang Bingsheng's kick. I will fight you. Haizi, a man of loyalty within the underworld, had vowed to assist Qin Hao and would do so unless he was incapacitated. He also realized that aligning with Huang Bingsheng would lead to inevitable doom. Thus, why not choose Qin Hao? The current Qin Hao was no longer the man he once was. Seize him. Take him down. Huang Bingsheng barked, as 7 or 8 men rushed towards Haizi, including the slender monkey. Haizi apologized. The slender monkey, still reluctant, had the closest bond with Haizi. Slender monkey, a man must know when to act and when not to. We cannot become accomplices, or we shall. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, leaving Haizi with no opportunity to speak. Now solely focused on self-preservation. Damn it, I will risk it all. The slender monkey shouted as he charged into the fray. Not to attack Haizi, but to become another target of the assault. 2 minutes later, both the slender monkey and Haizi lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Please drag those two out for me. I will deal with them after I have my pleasure. Thus, Haizi and Shouho were unceremoniously dragged out like lifeless dogs. Ugh, damn it. Huang Bingsheng spat on the ground, and then approached and ran once more. Stay back. Qin Hao will not spare you. He will come to rescue me. Qin Hao? Huh, if he dares to come. I will have my fun with his woman right in front of him. With a swift motion, Huang Bingsheng tore open Anran's clothing at the collar, exposing a generous expanse of her fair skin. He was nearly drooling with anticipation. No help, please. Shout all you want. The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Just then, a series of anguished cries echoed from outside, followed by a cacophony of distress. Huang Bingsheng froze, realizing the gravity of the situation, just as the door was forcefully kicked open by Qin Hao. What unfolded before him was a shocking sight. Anran's outer garment lay in tatters, her bra askew. Qin Hao's eyes nearly blazed with fury. He surged forward at full speed and, before Huang Bingsheng could react, knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Husband, I am scared. Qin Hao rushed to untie Anran's restraints and draped his coat around her shoulders. Don't worry, it's all right. After comforting Anran, Qin Hao noticed Huang Bingsheng attempting to make a stealthy escape. Qin Hao, spare me. I swear I won't do it again. I'll pay you whatever you want. Just let me go. Would Qin Hao show him mercy? The answer was a resounding no, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Husband, let me handle this. Anran had regained her composure. She was no novice when it came to fighting, having always been the first to stand up for Qin Hao during their high school days. This time, she was even more ruthless, delivering a decisive kick to Huang Bingsheng's groin. With a painful cry, he collapsed, unconscious. Don't move. Police. Indeed, it was Lin Moshue who had arrived. Upon entering the factory, she was met with the sight of several individuals sprawled across the floor, her heart sinking with concern. She feared for both Anran and Qin Hao, but upon confirming their safety, relief washed over her. Control the people outside. Yes. Once her teammates had departed, Lin Moshue closed the door behind her. Anran, are you all right? Cousine, I'm fine. After confirming Anran's safety, Lin Moshue turned her attention to Huang Bingsheng on the ground. Xiaoxue, what charges could Huang Bingsheng face? Lin Moshue pondered for a moment before responding, kidnapping, attempted crimes, trafficking in counterfeit antiques. He'll face multiple charges, certainly no less than 7 or 8 years. Qin Hao shook his head. But what if he attempted to seize a police firearm and assault an officer? Lin Moshue was momentarily stunned before she could react. Qin Hao had snatched the gun from her hands, wiped it clean on Huang Bingsheng's clothing, and placed it firmly in his palm. He even fired a shot, and Lin Maxue finally understood his intentions. He was determined to make an example of Huang Bingsheng. With a determined expression, Lin Maxue resolved to act decisively and delivered a fierce kick to Huang Bingsheng's crucial area. Thus, Huang Bingsheng was awakened by pain, only to succumb to it once more. Darling, cousin, there are 2 individuals outside. We must hasten to the hospital for treatment. They were the very ones who delayed Huang Bingsheng's situation until your arrival. Otherwise, Chapter 0045. That thing has been ruined. Lin Maxue acted with decisive efficiency. This incident was grave, involving the abduction of a prominent figure from a major conglomerate, alongside various other crimes, a rarity in Jinling City for many years. Even the director was stirred, and in Tianchong, in a fit of rage, exerted pressure on Wang Jianjun while simultaneously initiating a crackdown on the Huang group. Upon learning of this news, Huang Zhun was equally astonished, filled with fury and scorn, condemning Huang Bingsheng as utterly foolish. Nevertheless, the issue required resolution, primarily concerning Huang Bingsheng's safety, and secondly, ensuring he refrained from making reckless statements. If the matter of the counterfeit antiques implicated him, not only would he fail to rescue Huang Bingsheng, but he would also be unable to escape legal repercussions himself. Thus, Huang Zhun promptly contacted a lawyer and proceeded to the hospital. As for Qin Hao and Ran being directly involved, they were taken to the police station. My dear, you are truly wonderful. I knew you would come to my rescue. I am utterly blissful. Moreover, you looked so dashing while fighting. I adore you. In that moment, Ran exhibited no trace of fear. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Qin Hao playfully slapped her on the backside. What compelled you to provoke that madman? Huang Bingsheng? And Ran's cheeks flushed from the playful admonishment, yet she clearly relished it. Darling, I want more. At that instant, and Tianchong entered with a lawyer. Ran, are you unharmed? Father, what brings you here? Qin Hao recognized the man before him as Ran's father, his future father-in-law, and Tianchong, and promptly greeted him. Hello, uncle. And Tianchong glanced at Qin Hao, nodding in acknowledgement. He had already been informed of the events by Lin Maxue, and was quite pleased with Qin Hao's conduct. Rest assured, I shall ensure Huang Bingsheng serves a lengthy sentence. Next, the lawyer began gathering evidence, as Qin Hao and Ran and Lin Maxue had already coordinated their statements. They articulated what needed to be said, while remaining silent on matters that should not be disclosed. Once the police completed the statements and the lawyer finished collecting evidence, Qin Hao and Ran were permitted to leave. Qin Hao, well done. And Tianchong first commended Qin Hao before offering a caution and subsequently leading and ran away. And Tianchong was visibly exasperated. After a moment of contemplation, and Ran spoke. And Tianchong, now thoroughly irritated, turned and departed, fearing that he would be driven to distraction by Ran. Meanwhile, Huang Bingsheng had escaped immediate danger, yet certain aspects of his condition had indeed been compromised. Outside the intensive care unit, several plainclothes officers stood guard. At that moment, Huang Zhun found himself barred from entry. I am sorry, Mr. Huang, you cannot enter. Lin Maxue, clad in her uniform, obstructed Huang Zhun's path. Officer Lin, the one gravely injured inside is my son. Why am I not allowed entry? Huang Zhun inquired. His face darkened with frustration. Your son is currently a prime suspect. No one is permitted to enter. At this moment, a figure emerged behind Huang Zhun. Officer Lin, he stated, you have just mentioned that my client is merely a suspect. According to national law, Mr. Huang Bingsheng has not yet been convicted. Therefore, we possess the right to visitation. Lin Maxue furrowed her brow. And you are? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. Huang's attorney. My surname is Li. Here's my business card. Lin Maxue took the card, glanced at it, and found herself at an impasse. The matter of the antiques was undoubtedly orchestrated by Huang Zhun, and once the two met, they would surely conspire. However, she truly had no justification to intervene. You may enter, but I must be present at all times, and I shall record the conversation. The attorney, Li, seemed poised to say more, but Huang Zhun interrupted him. Bingsheng, how are you? Upon seeing Huang Zhun, Huang Bingsheng began to wail uncontrollably. Dad, they are framing me. I did not strike anyone, nor did I attempt to seize a weapon. They are slandering me. Also, I am incapacitated. Mr. Huang, there were numerous witnesses present. Do you truly think I would fabricate such claims? Lin Maxue coldly retorted. Considering your current state of mind, I will refrain from pursuing this matter further. However, should there be a next time, you will face additional charges of defamation. Lin Maxue was unyielding. Having aligned herself with Qin Hao, she was resolutely determined to bring this individual to justice. Although the term colluding may not have been perfectly applicable, it was inconsequential. Huang Zhen cast a glance at Lin Mashua. This was not the time to dwell on such matters. Rest assured, I will have Attorney Li assist you with your case. But how could you engage in such actions? Selling counterfeit antiques? Upon hearing this, Huang Bingsheng became agitated, ready to respond, but Huang Zhen continuously signaled him to remain silent. Bingsheng, remember, as long as your father is here, you will be safe. Huang Bingsheng was not entirely foolish. He quickly grasped the implication. If Huang Zhen were also implicated, then truly no one could rescue him. Huang Zhen nodded, finally feeling a sense of relief. Do not worry. Your father will find the best doctors to treat you. An attorney Li will represent you legally. You need only focus on your recovery. Remember, if your health is poor, eat well and speak less. At this juncture, Lin Mashua interjected. Mr. Huang, time is of the essence. Any further discussion can take place in court. Huang Zhen had conveyed all he needed to say. He patted Huang Bingsheng's shoulder, offered a few more words, and prepared to depart. As he reached the door, Huang Zhen turned to Lin Mashua. Officer Lin, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Lin Mashua shrugged. She was indifferent. Only 4 individuals were privy to the truth. First was Huang Bingsheng, but as a suspect. He could not testify. The others were Qin Hao, the victim, and Ran, who shared a deep-seated enmity with Huang Bingsheng. Lastly, there was Lin Mashua herself. Unless struck by a sudden lapse of reason, not even the great Di Renjia could solve this case. Thus, the vehicle in question bore numerous dents and scratches, likely requiring a repair cost of at least 20,000. After calming down Ran, Qin Hao entered the hospital room of Haizi and Shouho. Both had sustained only superficial injuries, which were not severe, and with Lin Mashua's care, they had managed to attend to their wounds. At this moment, the two were lying in their hospital beds, engaged in conversation, when Qin Hao approached, carrying 2 baskets of fruit. Mr. Qin, Haizi and Shouho attempted to rise to greet him. But Qin Hao quickly halted them. Haizi, Shouho, I am deeply grateful to both of you for this incident. I, Qin Hao, will remember it. And if there is ever anything I can assist you with in the future, I shall certainly oblige. Chapter 0046, Accepting 2 Subordinates. Mr. Qin, we may indeed be ruffians, capable of brawling, but we are not fools. Everyone knows what the Yin family represents. Not just us. Even Huang Zhen would not dare provoke them lightly. Only that fool Huang Bingsheng would act recklessly without considering the consequences. Haizi spoke with stark realism. Regardless, I sincerely appreciate your help. This card contains 1 million. Please divide it between you two. Qin Hao offered a card to Haizi, who did not accept it. Mr. Qin, we cannot accept this money. I have thought it over. Although we were injured this time, I feel it is the most meaningful thing I have done in years. If possible, I wish to follow you. Indeed, Mr. Qin. I also wish to accompany you. Qin Hao was taken aback. But I am not involved in that world. Haizi shook his head, saying, Mr. Qin, we have discussed it and decided not to continue in that life. If you need companions or followers, we are willing to serve. Qin Hao nodded. After this experience, he indeed felt a sense of unease. Very well, you two focus on your recovery. Once you are healed, you will serve as my bodyguards. I have recently opened an antique shop and require assistance. Additionally, my girlfriend, Ran, will need you as a driver and bodyguard when she goes out. Upon hearing this, Haizi and Shouho were elated, eagerly nodding in agreement. In the end, Qin Hao still handed them the card. After all, without their intervention, he truly could not have believed the outcome. By the way, Mr. Qin, there is a wealth of incriminating evidence on Huang Bingsheng's computer. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly took out his phone to call Lin Mashua. The call connected swiftly. Xiaoxua, where are you? I am on the 3rd floor. What's the matter? The so-called 3rd floor referred to the 3rd floor of the First People's Hospital. Hurry and take people to Huang Bingsheng's residence. There is a plethora of criminal evidence on his computer. Lin Mashua hung up and promptly called the chief. In no time, a swarm of police officers surrounded Huang Bingsheng's villa. Meanwhile, Huang Zhen also realized something amiss and hastily dispatched 2 trusted aides to the villa, but regrettably, they arrived too late. The computer was quickly decrypted by experts, revealing not only countless illicit films, but also compromising videos of Huang Bingsheng's cohabiting girlfriend, including one featuring Song Huina. Thus, another charge was added to Huang Bingsheng's list of offenses. On the other side, in the office of the chairman of the Huang Group, Huang Zhen hurled the contents of his desk onto the floor. Even the computer was smashed, and he was on the verge of losing his mind. He considered himself wise throughout his life, yet he bore such a foolish son. The once favorable situation had devolved into utter chaos. Now, He must not only contend with the oppressive measures of Tianchong, but also devise a means to mitigate Huang Bingxing's culpability. Undoubtedly, exoneration was out of the question. The focus must shift to reduction of the sentence. Furthermore, according to the analysis provided by lawyer Li, the most favorable outcome would still result in Huang Bingxing receiving a sentence of around 20 years. 20 years. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? By then, it was uncertain whether Huang Zhen would even still be alive. Even if, hypothetically speaking, Huang Bingxing were to be released after 2 decades, he would be rendered incapable, effectively extinguishing the family line. Thus, the difference between a 20-year and a 200-year sentence was virtually negligible. Contemplating this, Huang Zhen glanced at the secretary who was busy tidying up. At only 50 years of age, he still had time to conceive another child. With this thought in mind, Huang Zhen rose from his executive chair and approached the secretary from behind, enveloping her in an embrace. Secretary Liu, the one who had previously conspired with Huang Bingxing, was taken aback when Huang Zhen suddenly held her. "Boss, I'm still cleaning," she exclaimed. "From now on, let others handle such matters. Your only task is to bear me a son. As long as you can provide me with an heir, the Huang group will belong to you and your child in the future." Initially stunned, Secretary Liu quickly grasped the implications and felt a surge of elation. She was well aware of Huang Bingxing's predicament. He was now incapacitated, which left Huang Zhen in dire need of a successor. Realizing that her long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived filled her with excitement. And Ran had already begun tidying up, while Song Tingting lent a hand. And the absurdity of Song Chuxiong was evident as he had even purchased several fireworks. Fortunately, Qin Hao managed to intervene in time, as the use of fireworks was prohibited in Jinling City. "Brother, congratulations on your discharge and your new home." Song Chuxiong had initially disregarded etiquette, creating a cacophony of titles. He instructed Qin how to refer to him as Xionggu, while Song Tingting called Qin Hao little uncle, leading to her referring to Ran as Ranjia. And now he himself addressed Qin Dahai as old brother. In summary, it was a complete mess. "Little Hao, will we be living here from now on?" Qin Dahai asked, still somewhat uncertain, as this felt almost too surreal. In the past, such a notion would have been unthinkable. "Dad, this is our home now. From now on, you and Aunt Lu will stay on the first floor. Given your age, climbing stairs will be inconvenient." As soon as Qin Hao finished speaking, Lu Xiaohong's face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Dahai felt a twinge of shyness as he pulled Qin Hao aside. "Little Hao, regarding my relationship with your Aunt Lu, her son and daughter-in-law do not approve." Qin Hao was taken aback. "Why not?" Qin Dahai shook his head and sighed. "What other reason could there be? We were poor before. They fear we might drag them down. Moreover, my recent illness has only exacerbated their disapproval. Your Aunt Lu even had a quarrel with them before coming over on her own." Understanding the situation, Qin Hao resolved to treat Lu Xiaohong as his own mother. "Dad, don't worry. Is it just money? At that moment, I shall wield wealth against them." With Qin Hao's support, Qin Dahai felt considerably more at ease and promptly began to tour around with Lu Xiaohong. "Little Hao, from this moment forth, you have officially entered the realm of the affluent. Moreover, the antique shop is set to open the day after tomorrow, so you should prepare accordingly." After having lunch, Qin Hao instructed and ran to accompany the elderly couple while he retreated to the designated studio. This workspace was situated atop the villa, in a duplex that boasted ample light and ventilation. Although modest in size, it featured a large central table adorned with a soft mat and a toolbox. Qin Hao had come here today with a singular purpose: to restore the several bags of antique fragments. However, matters did not unfold smoothly. Just as Qin Hao had begun to sort through half of a bag of shards, his phone rang. The caller was Lin Mashua. This struck him as somewhat peculiar. What could Lin Mashua want at this hour? Curiosity piqued, he answered the call. "Qin Hao, you need to come over quickly. This time, you're about to strike it rich." Qin Hao was taken aback. "Yesterday in that warehouse, we discovered hundreds of antiques, though it is likely that 90% are counterfeit. However, there must be some genuine items among them. The area has now been cordoned off, so you should come to authenticate and register them." Lin Mashua's message conveyed 2 critical points. Firstly, there were numerous antiques requiring authentication. Although most were replicas, a few genuine pieces surely existed. After all, even Huang Bingxing, in dealing in fakes, would need to possess a few authentic items to effectively blur the lines. Secondly, the need for registration indicated that a comprehensive inventory had yet to be compiled. This was why, despite knowing that Qin Dahai was being discharged from the hospital today and that Qin Hao would be preoccupied, Lin Mashua still reached out to him, because immense profits were at stake. "All right, I'm on my way." After ending the call, Qin Hao descended the stairs, and Ran was tidying up the villa with Lu Xiaohong, while Qin Hao basked in the sunlight in the yard. "Darling, are you done with your tasks?" Qin Hao shook his head and replied, "Do you remember that warehouse from yesterday? It was where Huang Bingsheng stored his replicas. The police have now uncovered a plethora of counterfeit antiques, and they want me to authenticate them." And Rand nodded. How could she possibly forget? Yet, her mind was preoccupied with tonight's plans, contemplating whether to take contraceptive pills or use a condom, or perhaps to forego either option entirely. Qin Hao's car had been sent to the repair shop, and he had accumulated several traffic violations for running red lights yesterday. Although Lin Moshue would assist in mitigating the penalties due to the unique circumstances, this would take time, leaving Qin Hao with no choice but to take a taxi. By the way, Ran, if you have no plans this afternoon, perhaps you should consider purchasing a car. It's terribly inconvenient to be without one, unlike other wealthy offspring. And Rand did not possess a vehicle of her own. The reason is rather simple. During school, in order to spare Qin Hao's face and dignity, she declined in Tianchong's offer to buy her a car. Now, upon hearing that Qin Hao intends to purchase a vehicle for her, and Ran is utterly elated. "Darling, are you truly going to buy me a car? Quickly tell me, do you wish to keep me? Are you tempted by my body?" Qin Hao promptly gives Ran a playful smack on the head. "You're always so frivolous. Who desires whom is still uncertain." He clarifies, "Let us set the budget at around 500,000, no more." After taking a few steps, Qin Hao suddenly halts. "Well, let us choose a better one. Although we don't have much money now, we can earn it swiftly. Just pick a type you like." With that, Qin Hao leaves the room, and Ran is deeply touched. After all, Qin Hao drives a car worth just over 100,000, yet he intends to buy her something superior. In that moment, and Ran feels immensely valued, unaware that Qin Hao's motives are rooted in other reasons. Of course, such thoughts must remain unspoken, otherwise. And Ran would surely tug at Qin Hao's hair in frustration. As Qin Hao prepares to hail a taxi, Lin Moshue arrives in her car. "Get in." Qin Hao is taken aback, not by her presence, but by her knowledge of this location. Once inside the vehicle, he voices his confusion. "You fool. Your brain is as antiquated as an artifact. Have you considered where I work? It wouldn't take me more than 5 minutes to uncover your little secrets. Remember, if you dare to hide a mistress, be careful." Qin Hao remains skeptical of Lin Moshue's claims. Even if she could investigate, he doubts she would go to such lengths. After all, a simple phone call to Ran would suffice. Why toil for no reward? Observing Qin Hao's disbelief, Lin Moshue shrugs. "All right, a few days ago Ran brought me here. That makes sense. It is still the same warehouse, but now it is adorned with colorful ribbons." A few team members on duty see Lin Moshue and Qin Hao approaching and immediately salute, allowing them passage. "Qin Hao, remember, take the most expensive and valuable items. Don't be greedy. The few I've chosen to remain are precisely for this purpose. Do you understand?" Qin Hao certainly comprehends. "Xiaoxue, what should we do with these high-quality replicas?" "Destroy them," Lin Moshue declares before turning to leave, taking the 2 guards responsible for monitoring the scene with her. This grants Qin Hao the freedom to operate independently. Meanwhile, a chain reaction appears to be taking place. Nationwide efforts to crack down on such activities are intensifying, and dark clouds loom ominously. Numerous trafficking dens are being dismantled, and the police, following the trail, ultimately capture the mastermind behind the counterfeiting, Yun Peng, in the Jiangsu region. Huang Zhen has aged considerably in recent days, weighed down by the troubles surrounding Huang Bingsheng and the pressure from Tianchong. Although Huang Zhen primarily manages real estate, and Tianchong focuses on jewelry and jade, it is essential to remember that primary does not mean exclusive, as numerous projects overlap between the two. In terms of background, Huang Zhen originates from the underworld, while in Tianchong, despite his unremarkable status, should not be underestimated. After all, and Tianchong's father-in-law, who is also Ran's maternal grandfather, is a wealthy magnate in the capital with significant connections. Consequently, when it comes to heritage, networks, and financial resources, the Huang family cannot be compared to the Yin family. Unless Huang Zhen were to join forces with Song Chuxiong, they might stand a chance against their adversaries. But is that even feasible? It would be fortunate if Song Chuxiong did not take the opportunity to undermine them during this time. Naturally, since Ran emerged from this ordeal relatively unscathed, and Tianchong merely chose to exert a minor amount of pressure as a warning. This is not a matter of Tianchong being lenient or unwilling to dismantle the Huang family. Rather, it is simply beyond his capabilities, or it would result in mutually assured destruction. The Huang family is, after all, one of the 4 leading enterprises in Jinling City. And while it is feasible to apply some pressure, completely obliterating them is an impossibility. Furthermore, relevant authorities would likely not permit such an outcome, though inflicting significant losses is certainly achievable. Ultimately, Huang Zhen had no choice but to engage a mediator to negotiate with Tianchong, culminating in a ceasefire agreement in exchange for half of a newly constructed commercial street. Chapter 0048. The peeping Lin Mashu gently pushing the door open. Qin Hao remained unaware, engrossed in his meticulous appraisal of an item, jotting down notes as he did so. Lin Mashue observed him intently, captivated by the sight of a man so diligently at work. A man who is earnest possesses an inherent charm, and if he is already handsome and skilled, he becomes all the more enchanting. Aside from his divorce, Qin Hao could be deemed nearly perfect, leaving Lin Mashue feeling both happy for Ran, yet somewhat disheartened. Occasionally, she would find herself regretting having called in Ran in the first place. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Mashue remained entranced until she snapped back to reality, only to find Qin Hao had completed his assessment and was now gazing at her. "What are you looking at?" she blurted, her cheeks flushing as she regained her composure. "Xiaoxue, are you spying on me?" Qin Hao teased. "Let me assure you, I belong to Ran, and I shall remain faithful to her. You must not harbor any intentions towards me." Lin Mashue's face reddened further, perhaps due to her secret thoughts being exposed, and she attempted to feign anger. "Qin Hao, you can go to hell. You voyeuristic fiend, you lecherous narcissist. I will not let you off easily." Thus, Lin Mashue and Qin Hao found themselves in a playful tussle. The warehouse echoed with Qin Hao's mock cries and the sounds of their playful scuffle. Outside, two team members initially believed something serious had transpired and entered to investigate, only to be met with an awkward scene that left them stunned. They quickly retreated, closing the door behind them, pretending they had seen nothing. "Let us see if you dare bully me again. Just because I'm not roaring like a tiger doesn't mean you can treat me like a sickly cat." After a considerable time, Lin Mashue finally spoke. "Qin Hao, could you let me up now?" Qin Hao paused, realizing their position was rather compromising. If a third person were present, they would witness Qin Hao pinning Lin Mashue to the ground, himself seated upon her, with one hand resting upon her backside. The most telling detail was that their clothing lay in disarray due to the scuffle. "Ahem, are you all right?" "I was merely jesting." Qin Hao hastily rose, assisting Lin Mashue to her feet. As she adjusted her attire, she diverted the conversation, inquiring, "Have all the assessments been completed?" Qin Hao presented the list to Lin Mashue. "It's all sorted. Every item has been documented, and my task is now at an end." Lin Mashue shot him an incredulous glance. "Are you truly so desperate for money?" Qin Hao shrugged. "It's my rightful earnings. Why would I refuse? Besides, Aaron has her eye on a handbag, and the funds are just enough to procure it for her." Upon hearing this, Lin Mashue's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Yet, a subsequent remark from Qin Hao would soon brighten her mood. "That handbag costs 98,000, and with 200,000, we could purchase two, one for you and one for Ran. I have no interest in that," Lin Mashue retorted, turning to leave. However, after taking 4 or 5 steps, she paused. "I prefer the cream color." Lin Mashue did not question whether Qin Hao had indulged himself, nor did she inquire about the whereabouts of the items. Such matters were of no concern to her. What mattered was that Qin Hao had benefited. The rest was irrelevant. "Oh dear, little Hao, what has happened? Did you get into a fight?" Upon entering the villa, Lu Xiaohong immediately noticed Qin Hao's state and inquired anxiously. "Don't even mention it. I was bested by a female tyrant. Did you provoke my cousin again? She has that temper. Be cautious next time. Come here. Let me apply some ointment." Anren quickly retrieved the first aid kit, drawing Qin Hao into her embrace to tend to his wounds. Qin Hao found himself pressed against Anren's chest, his nose twitching incessantly. "What are you smelling?" an inquisitive Anren asked. "The scent of milk." At this, Anren's cheeks flushed crimson, igniting an impulse within her to deliver another beating to Qin Hao. Not for any other reason, but with Lu Xiaohong nearby. How embarrassing. Lu Xiaohong swiftly sought an excuse to exit. With her departure, Qin Hao became even more audacious. "Is it truly that fragrant? Would you care for a taste?" Qin Hao's eyes sparkled yet. "Dream on, you lecher. Do it yourself." Anren pushed Qin Hao away, thrusting the ointment into his hands before swaying her hips as she departed. In a luxurious private room of an upscale club in Jinling City, 2 individuals sat in conversation. One, in his 50s, was Huang Zhen, while the other, in his 40s, would be instantly recognizable to Anren as her uncle and Tianyuan, the general manager of the group. "Mr. Huang, what brings you to summon me today?" Huang Zhen glanced at Tianyuan, speaking candidly. "Mr. N, let us dispense with the pretense. We shall collaborate." And Tianyuan's eyes narrowed. He had contemplated this partnership with Huang Zhen more than once. However, Huang Zhen is excessively cautious, to put it plainly, he harbors doubts regarding Tianyuan's capabilities. And Tianyuan aspires to supplant Tianchong. Yet, such an endeavor is far from straightforward. Tianchong is a formidable figure, while Tianyuan is merely a mediocre manager of the family. Were it not for his elder brother Tianchong, would Tianyuan have attained the position of general manager? Certainly, this is not the crux of the matter. The primary reason lies in Huang Zhen's reluctance to invite unnecessary troubles, as he has no conflicts with Tianchong. Thus, he has consistently refused. However, the situation has now changed. Huang Zhen and Tianchong have openly clashed, and due to the incident involving Huang Bingsheng, enmity has ensued between the two. Although things appear to have temporarily calmed down, Huang Zhen is convinced that the shrewd Tianchong will secretly plot against him. In truth, Huang Zhen's suspicions are well-founded, and Tianchong would not let the Huang family off easily. Upon hearing the prospect of collaboration, Tianyuan's spirits lifted. How shall we collaborate? Huang Zhen refilled Tianyuan's glass and spoke slowly. Remove Tianchong and take his place. Chapter 0049, a hard-to-guard against traitor. At this statement, Tianyuan was taken aback. Are you suggesting? Huang Zhen cast a scornful glance at Tianyuan and replied slowly, a petty man is no gentleman. A man without guile is no true hero. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your ambitions to usurp him. You simply lack the opportunity. If one chooses to act, one must do so decisively and without hesitation. Trembling, Tianyuan raised his glass and took a sip to steady his nerves. What do you intend to do? Huang Zhen recognized that Tianyuan had fallen into his trap, and thus began to cast his net. I have a friend in Miaojiang who specializes in venomous insects. I am aware of a type known as the disorientation bug, which can consume human brain tissue. Moreover, it does not prove fatal in the short term. When it does manifest, it resembles an epileptic seizure, and the cause remains undetectable. Tianyuan was startled. Is this true? Do such insects truly exist in this world? Huang Zhen nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic. All you need to do is discreetly place the bug on Tianchong's head. It will enter on its own. Once Tianchong is hospitalized due to his seizures, his condition will worsen day by day, and that will be your opportunity. As for whether you can persuade the other shareholders to support your bid for the chairmanship of the family, that depends on your capabilities. By then, I will find a way to contact the jade suppliers and cut off supplies to your family. Besiege from within and without, barring any unforeseen circumstances. A month should suffice. Listening to Huang Zhen's words, Tianyuan's eyes sparkled with dreams of occupying the chairman's seat. Suddenly, a thought struck him, or rather a flaw in the plan. Even if my elder brother were to be hospitalized, or even pass away, it would still be challenging for me to ascend to the chairmanship. After all, he has a son and a daughter. You know the daughter, Ran, and the son is named Lu. Regardless of the shareholding ratios, the senior shareholders are likely to support Lu in inheriting the chairmanship. Huang Zhen felt a sense of frustration at Tianyuan's naivety. With such limited intellect, how could Tianyuan possibly aspire to seize control of Tianchong's company? Yet, this predicament bears its own advantages. Ultimately, it would render the acquisition of the family conglomerate considerably easier. Contemplating this, Huang Zhen chuckled. Merely a naive youth. He posed no real threat. All that was necessary was to introduce him to detrimental vices such as gambling and solicitation. After a few encounters, his reputation would undoubtedly tarnish. Would the other board members still support such a frivolous heir to take the helm of the family enterprise? Tianyuan's eyes gleamed with intrigue. When will you provide me with the poison? Huang Zhen pondered for a moment before responding. I will require approximately 3 to 5 days. Furthermore, refrain from contacting me too frequently. I shall reach out to you should matters arise. We need to further refine our specific plans. Thus, a nefarious scheme to usurp another's wealth was born. Meanwhile, after a dinner, Qin Hao took a shower, simultaneously alleviating the bruises on his face. At that moment, Ran was enveloped in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, anticipation, anxiety, and shyness. She had finished her bath an hour earlier and had retreated to her room, fidgeting and organizing for some time, ultimately donning a sheer nightgown. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nestled into bed. When the door creaked open and Qin Hao's footsteps echoed in her ears, Ran felt her heart race. Ran, Qin Hao called out twice, and Ran feigned slumber, though the slight tremor of the covers betrayed her. A subtle smile graced Qin Hao's lips as he shed his coat, lifted the covers, and slipped in beside her, wrapping his arms around her. Instantly, he sensed that not only was Ran awake, but she was also unadorned beneath the sheets. Qin Hao's hands began to wander, and while Ran initially endured, she soon relinquished her pretense. She decided to embrace the moment. There's a song that went something like this. After waiting for so long, today has finally arrived. After dreaming for ages, the dream has come true. And Ran had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Here, she needed no decorum, no disguise. After all, she was essentially transparent before Qin Hao. Even her menstrual cycle was recalled more accurately by him than herself. Was there any need for pretense? And thus, a vast expanse of narrative is omitted here. The following morning, when Qin Hao opened his eyes, and Ran had already risen. After a night of exertion, fortunately, Qin Hao's constitution was exceptional. Just then, the door swung open, and Ran approached. "Darling, rise and shine. Breakfast is ready, and I need to wash the sheets." Qin Hao was momentarily bewildered. What was the connection between breakfast and washing linens? However, as he threw off the covers and stood, he understood. There were numerous crimson marks adorning the sheets. "Look what you've done. Hurry up and get out." Ultimately, and Ran, through gentle persuasion, ushered him out of the room. With the antique shop set to open tomorrow, Qin Hao had to piece together the fragments today. Thus, after breakfast, he entrusted his phone to Ran and sequestered himself in a studio. His plan was straightforward. First, to use his X-ray vision to identify the genuine shards among the fragments. Then, he began to meticulously piece together the fragments in order, a process that proved to be quite slow. A moment's inattention could lead to a complete failure, but fortunately, Qin Hao did not have to contemplate subsequent repair issues like others. He simply produced a bottle of 502 glue and proceeded to adhere the pieces. This endeavor lasted until 2 in the afternoon, by which time Qin Hao's stomach was growling with hunger. However, gazing at the 5 completely restored antiques before him, a smile crept onto his lips. The Tang Sankai pottery jar, an authentic piece, standing at 22 centimeters tall with a diameter of 32 centimeters and weighing 655 grams. It was appraised at a market value of 5.2 million. After placing down the Tang Sankai jar, he reached for another item. The enamel color bead and jade plate, also genuine. Just as Qin Hao was admiring his treasures, there was a knock at the door. He felt a twinge of confusion. He had instructed and Ran not to disturb him unless it was urgent, so the interruption indicated something significant. Upon opening the door, he found Ran standing there. "What is the matter?" And Ran peeked inside, and, upon seeing the disarray, lost interest. "My cousin has come over." Upon hearing that Lin Mo Shui was visiting, Qin Hao's eyes brightened. "Is she here to deliver my bonus and certificate? Come on, take me to see." He closed the door behind him and pulled and ran downstairs. Chapter 0050. Lin Montag zuestis over nicht. Lin Mo Shui was not in her uniform today. Perhaps she felt it was inappropriate to wear it on her first visit, opting instead for casual attire. She was in the living room, engaging in polite conversation with Lu Xiaohong, until she spotted Qin Hao, at which point her expression brightened. "Xiao Shui, you're here. Are you here to reward me?" Lin Mo Shui shot Qin Hao a look, but still retrieved a certificate and a good citizen award from her bag and handed them to him. Qin Hao glanced at the items before tossing them to Ran and extending his hand. "What is this for?" he said petulantly. "What do you mean? What is this for?" "The money, of course. What happened to the reward you promised me? You and TB trying to renege, would you? Or perhaps you've pocketed it." And Ran tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve, signaling him to temper his tone. Lin Montag Su's lips twitched. This guy was truly all about the money. "Don't worry. You want TB shortchanged." She produced a cash check and handed it to Qin Hao, then presented a receipt for him to sign. "Now, that is more like it. If such good fortune arises again, feel free to seek me out." After signing, Qin Hao gazed at the check and continued, "And Ran, this 200,000, you and your cousin can each have 100,000. Tomorrow is May Day. So once my shop opens, you can go shopping and buy whatever you desire." "Thank you, darling." And Ran, without a hint of modesty, planted a kiss on Qin Hao, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of receiving pocket money from him. Meanwhile, Lin Mo Shui was taken aback. She had not anticipated Qin Hao would truly give her 100,000 to spend. To put into perspective, Lin Mo Shui's annual salary, including bonuses, amounted to roughly that sum. Lin Ma Shui is quite different from Ran. And Ran hails from a wealthy family, whereas Lin Ma Shui's family, though not lacking, pales in comparison to Ran's affluence. "Thank you." Lin Ma Shui expressed her gratitude for the first time. "No need for such formality. We're all on the same team. Besides, you have truly assisted me greatly this time, so it's only right to show my appreciation." Qin Hao's words were not mere flattery. He had indeed benefited from her support. With this in mind, Qin Hao resolved to visit the store. as it was time to arrange the merchandise on the shelves and provide the price list to Song Tingting. Ran, could you keep Xiao Shui company for a moment? We'll have dinner here tonight. I need to make a quick trip to the store. We open tomorrow, and I must check on things. After speaking, Qin Hao hurried upstairs to pack the antiques he had repaired that afternoon. As in Ran's car was not yet available, he had to shamelessly ask Lin Moshue to lend him her vehicle. Lin Moshue handed over the car keys, reminding him, make sure to refuel. Yes, refuel. Qin Hao misunderstood her, even mimicking a pumping motion. I mean, my car has very little gas left, so remember to refuel. Qin Hao felt quite embarrassed, having thought Lin Moshue was cheering him on. Ignoring the laughter from the two women, he set off in the car. Finding an isolated spot, he parked and retrieved all the antiques from the trunk. However, he refrained from taking out the painting by Tang Bohu and the broken rainbow dagger, both of which were invaluable treasures. Not only was Qin Hao reluctant to part with them, but even if he were, few could afford to buy them. Keeping them in the store was also risky. If they were stolen, he would have no tears left to cry. Recently, Song Tingting had been busy, but she was quite pleased, as, under her management, the Rare Treasures Hall was ready for business. The only drawback was the limited inventory. Tingting, you've worked hard. Qin Hao felt a bit guilty, having not contributed to the setup of the store. It was entirely thanks to Song Tingting that they were ready to open. Uncle, it's no trouble at all. Upon seeing Qin Hao unloading items from the car, some in plastic bags and others in shoeboxes, Song Tingting exclaimed, are you planning to run a shoe store too? Qin Hao was nearly shocked by her comment. Selling shoes alongside antiques? That would surely elicit laughter from everyone. Just help me bring these inside. You'll see soon enough. Be gentle. Shortly thereafter, when Song Tingting laid eyes on the dozens of antiques displayed before her, she was so excited that she nearly bit her tongue. Most of these antiques had been acquired through dubious means during appraisal, and others were left over from the ghost market incident involving the fleeing black dog. However, Qin Hao had already eliminated any earthy odors. Well, Tingting, am I impressive or what? Yes, uncle, you are truly remarkable. Qin Hao felt a swell of pride. By the way, here is the list of items and the price list. The higher the prices, the greater your commission. Also, in a couple of days, I will arrange for someone to come by to assist you and provide protection. Upon hearing this, Song Tingting felt a twinge of discontent. She had mistakenly believed that Qin Hao harbored doubts about her and had assigned someone to keep an eye on her. Qin Hao, perceptive to the shift in her expression, promptly clarified, Tingting, please do not misunderstand. You are the daughter of Brother Xiong. If I cannot trust you, to whom can I extend my faith? Allow me to share something with you that will elucidate my intentions. He recounted, without reservation, the incident of Ran's abduction, as well as the injuries sustained by Haizi and Shouho. The revelation left Song Tingting astonished. Consider this. Those two were hospitalized on my behalf, and now they wish to assist me. Yet I currently possess only this one establishment. Thus, after much contemplation, I decided to have them come over to lend a hand, and, in doing so, also provide you with protection. Following Qin Hao's explanation, it was Song Tingting who felt embarrassed. Uncle, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Qin Hao gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. Oh, my dear girl, do you truly think I would hold a grudge against you? Uncle, please do not regard me as a mere child. I have seen your identification. You're only a mere 2 years and 1 month my senior. This revelation rendered Qin Hao somewhat sheepish. Uncle, everything is set up. Should we link the payment information to your phone? Qin Hao shook his head, reluctant to be interrupted by the sound of an incoming payment notification while engaged in business discussions. No need for that. However, every transaction, regardless of its size, must be meticulously recorded. It is both a habit and a principle. Let us dine before you depart. As he carried items into the kitchen, he spoke casually. Very well. Chapter 0056, Lu Xiaoxiao seeks help. In the familiar setting, with the same two individuals present. President In, I have brought you the items. The next steps are in your hands. And Tian Yuan received a small vial, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Director Huang, await my favorable news. Huang Jin nodded, filling their glasses to the brim. President In, no, from now on it shall be Director In. How do you intend to deal with the family of Tianchong? Every individual possesses their moral boundaries. Once crossed, they will harbor no further reservations. And Tian Yuan exemplified this principle. As for my nephew, I have already conceived a method to deal with him. A mere 20-year-old boy. Handling him will be quite straightforward. As for my niece, she will marry eventually. She poses no threat. Huang Zhen nodded, then shook his head. To put it plainly, the current predicament of Huang Bingsheng can largely be attributed to Ran and Qin Hao. How could he possibly let this go? Director In, that Qin Hao is no ordinary individual. Setting aside other factors, he built an antique shop from scratch in a remarkably short time. This alone is extraordinary. Moreover, the fact that he has gained the acknowledgement of Tianchong is even more impressive. After listening to Huang Zhen's words, Tianyuan waved dismissively. Director Huang, you're overthinking this. I have conducted my investigations. Qin Hao and Ran were high school classmates, and their relationship blossomed through mutual affection. This is unrelated to capability, and I do not believe that without my elder brother's assistance, Qin Hao could possess the wealth and ability to open a shop. However, there are undoubtedly undisclosed matters that elude our understanding. Perhaps this establishment was a gift from my elder brother to them. Huang Zhen pondered, and it seemed plausible. Thus, the two concluded their discussion on the matter, while Huang Zhen resolved to address the troublesome couple, Qin Hao and Ran, once the situation had settled. After all, once Tianchong faltered, dealing with Qin Hao would be akin to swatting an ant. It was a call from Lu Xiaoxiao. Hello, Sister Lu. As Qin Hao greeted her, he was met with Lu Xiaoxiao's tearful voice on the other end. Sister Lu, what's wrong? Please don't cry. After a moment, Lu Xiaoxiao managed to compose herself. Qin Hao, I broke a Ming Dynasty vase. It was worth over 7 million. EM ruined. It turned out that this antique vase had been entrusted to her for auction. Typically, items authenticated by the auction house's appraisers are sealed and await their turn at auction. However, by some twist of fate, Lu Xiaoxiao had left the vase in her office, and in a moment of carelessness, it shattered. Lu Xiaoxiao came from a well-off family. Her father, Lu Chinda, was the director of the First People's Hospital. Although her salary was decent, 7 million was an insurmountable sum for her. Even if she sold all the properties and vehicles her father had provided, it would still fall short of the needed compensation. In her desperation, Lu Xiaoxiao thought of Qin Hao, perhaps as a last resort, or simply to find someone to confide in. What's the matter, dear? Qin Hao feigned a casual demeanor as he started the car. Sister Lu has broken a vase worth over 7 million. I'm going to check it out. This inquiry was somewhat redundant, as Ran was well aware of Lu Xiaoxiao's affections for Qin Hao. Though she trusted Qin Hao, she held reservations about Lu Xiaoxiao. It was essential to note that Lu Xiaoxiao embodied the archetype of a mature, sophisticated woman, whose allure can be quite potent. More critically, her feelings for Qin Hao posed a potential threat. Should Lu Xiaoxiao burst into tears and fall into Qin Hao's embrace, the situation could easily escalate. As anticipated by Ran, upon seeing Qin Hao, Lu Xiaoxiao rushed toward him. Fortunately, Ran was by his side. Lu Xiaoxiao could only afford a token embrace. Xiao Qin, what should I do? I just calculated that I can only muster a little over 1 million. This includes the money from selling my house. And I haven't dared to speak to my father about it. Qin Hao patted Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulder reassuringly. Sister Lu, it's all right. I can repair it. And Ran, please take Sister Lu to wash her face. I'll handle the restoration. Upon hearing that Qin Hao could mend the vase, Lu Xiaoxiao was filled with hope, albeit with some uncertainty. Xiao Qin, if you can help me this time, Don't worry. Just wash your face. It will be fine. Qin Hao gestured for Ran to escort Lu Xiaoxiao away, then began to work with the fragments strewn across the desk. Soon, a vase identical to the original emerged before him. Xiao Qin, have you truly restored it? Qin Hao nodded, though he needed a plausible excuse to ensure the repairs were not too conspicuous. Lu Jia, it has been repaired, but it will take 12 hours. Just leave it here and do not touch it. When you come by tomorrow morning, it will be as good as new. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly at this moment. She would believe anything Qin Hao said, even if he claimed that a sow was flying in the sky. Thank you so much, Xiao Qin. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. As it was getting late, she invited them for dinner. However, Qin Hao politely declined Lu Xiaoxiao's invitation, as he wished to maintain a distance from her. Now that he had Ran, he could not afford to engage in any flirtation with another woman. Although he was aware of Lu Xiaoxiao's feelings for him and knew ways to seduce her, he pondered the consequences. There were no secrets that could remain hidden forever, and he did not wish to hurt Lu Xiaoxiao, nor did he want to betray Ran. If he were to act on such impulses, how would he differ from Huang Bingsheng? Darling, don't you ever think about having an affair? I find Lu Xiaoxiao quite appealing. She has both the looks and the figure, and she is a professional white-collar worker, fitting the mature woman archetype. Doesn't that stir your heart? This was a loaded question, and Qin Hao was not foolish enough to fall into that trap. And Ran, what do you believe is the most important aspect of a relationship? And Ran was taken aback. She anticipated that Qin Hao would argue or dismiss the notion. She had not expected him to pose such a question. After contemplating, Ran replied, emotions? Qin Hao nodded and then shook his head. Emotions are merely the foundation, in a relationship, beyond affection. There must also be shared interests and a solid economic foundation. Without these, even the strongest emotions can falter amidst the daily grind of life, leading to disputes over trivial matters, work, and environmental factors. Over time, this could lead to discontent. Let us set aside Lu Xiaoxiao for a moment and consider Song Huina. Song Huina, Chapter 0057, Epilepsy. Due to the May Day holiday, Tian Yuan found it challenging to apply a curse, but fortunately, he was the brother of Tian Chong. Making a visit to his brother during the holiday seemed quite reasonable. Tian Yuan, it's rare to have a break. What brings you here? In the living room, Tian Chong poured a glass of water for his younger brother, as well as one for himself, and then shifted to casual conversation. Don't mention yourself. I can hardly even see her now. She is in a relationship and hardly has time for us. Tian Chong said with a hint of jealousy. Brother, children grow up to be the same. When they are around, they can be bothersome, but when they are away, they are missed. Tian Yuan did not speak this lightly, as he felt the same way. Unlike Tian Chong, who had multiple children, Tian Yuan had only one daughter, who was currently studying at a university out of town. By the way, I heard that Ranran's boyfriend owns an antique shop. Doesn't that seem a bit incongruous with her status? Tian Chong waved his hand dismissively. His name is Qin Hao, a fine young man with great ambition. Most importantly, he is filial. Such a person is unlikely to possess poor character. Tian Yuan nodded in agreement and continued the conversation, feeling that the time was drawing near for him to leave. Ah, brother, you've got some gray hairs. Let me help you pluck them. Tian Yuan exclaimed as he approached Tian Chong from behind, beginning to remove the gray strands. What's the big deal about gray hair? In a few years, you'll have some too. Truly, time spares no one. Tian Chong sighed, though he did not deter Tian Yuan. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill. Half an hour later, Tian Yuan departed from Tian Chong's villa, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He casually dialed Huang Zhen's phone. It's all set, just await the news. With that, Tian Yuan hung up and drove away. In the following 2 days, Qin Hao visited Luo Anjiao's family once and strolled through the antique street several times. However, finding bargains had become increasingly challenging, as many shopkeepers and stall owners recognized him. Nevertheless, Qin Hao devised a strategy. He would merely observe without purchasing, jotting down notes on valuable items, then instructing Song Chuxiong or Ran to make the purchases. Unfortunately, the antique street was not vast, and several genuine treasures had already been claimed by him. Notably, thanks to Li Yoren's recommendation and the support of his peers, Qin Hao had now become a member of the Jinling Antique Association. Honey, stop messing around. My mother is calling. Upon hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Qin Hao immediately became subdued. Hello, Mom. Ran, it's bad news. Your father has suddenly fallen ill and is currently in emergency care. Qin Hao's senses, sharpened beyond mere sight, caught every word of Huang Meiwan's distress. What? My father is perfectly healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill? What did the doctor say? While Ran was on the phone, Qin Hao began changing his clothes. I don't know. He was fine until suddenly he began foaming at the mouth. The doctors are trying to save him now. P.S. at the First People's Hospital. You must hurry. After the call ended, Ran became flustered. Despite her intelligence and clarity in thought, a true crisis could easily throw her into disarray. What should I do, husband? If my father... Quickly, Qin Hao sought to reassure her while assisting her in changing clothes. It's probably just the stress from being busy all the time. Now that he suddenly has a break, it might be a case of adjustment syndrome. Medical science is so advanced now. Don't frighten yourself. Let us hurry over. Remember, I can treat illnesses. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Ran felt a sense of relief and hurriedly changed her clothes, not even bothering with her makeup before grabbing her bag and heading out. After briefly informing Qin Hao drove towards the First People's Hospital. Mom, how's my father? He appeared anxious, overwhelmed by urgency. Xiao Hao, Ran, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't know what to do. Qin Hao helped Huang Meiwan to a chair before inquiring further. Mom, please tell me the details. Does my father have any other medical history? Huang Meiwan shook her head. Your father has always enjoyed good health, rarely succumbing to even a common cold, let alone a serious illness. However, over the past few days, he has mentioned experiencing some mild headaches, which seemed to dissipate quickly and were not given much thought. I initially assumed he was simply feeling unwell due to idleness. Yet, during dinner, he suddenly fell ill, convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and rolling his eyes back. This sight terrified me, prompting me to urgently call for medical assistance. The rescue efforts are currently underway, and Director Liu is present as well. Upon hearing Huang Meijuan's words, Qin Hao furrowed his brow, recognizing that such symptoms could indeed resemble those of an epileptic seizure. Mother, does Grandpa Anrin or the generations before him have any similar ailments? You know that certain hereditary diseases can skip generations, and some may even manifest after two. Huang Meiwan shook her head. No, neither Grandpa Anrin nor great-grandfather or grandmother exhibited such conditions. Shall I contact Uncle? He might have clearer insights, Anrin suggested, reaching for her phone, but Qin Hao intervened. Let's hold off on calling for now. We should wait until we can ask Dad. The more people who know, the greater the potential for confusion and panic. Huang Meiwan nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Qin Hao's reasoning. At that moment, the emergency room door swung open, revealing Luchinda clad in white. Director Liu, how is my father? Yes, how is he? Luchinda promptly removed his mask and replied slowly, Mr. N, this symptom is characteristic of an epileptic seizure. However, the absence of a hereditary history is rather peculiar. Mrs. N, I suggest we transfer Mr. into the observation unit. He is currently not in life-threatening danger, but I will arrange for a specialist consultation tomorrow. Later that evening, Qin Hao bid farewell to Luchinda and the attending physician before approaching the bedside. Chapter 0058, a countermeasure. Qin Hao activated his perception ability, scanning from his father's head to his abdomen, but found nothing, leaving him feeling awkward. Xiao Hao, is your father truly suffering from epilepsy? Huang Meiwan approached, her face etched with worry. It's still uncertain. We must wait for Dad to regain consciousness before assessing the situation. Qin Hao replied, channeling his energy into Tianchong. Soon, Tianchong stirred awake. Where am I? Tianchong, you've finally woken. You scared me to death. Huang Meiwan exclaimed, grasping his hand and recounting the events. Mother, let us hold off on that for now. Dad could lapse into unconsciousness or have another episode at any moment. I need to understand what has transpired. Acknowledging the urgency, Huang Meiwan stepped aside. Father, please tell me what has happened in the last couple of days. Not much has occurred. I've been at home since the day you left. My head started hurting then, feeling like a sharp prick, but the duration was brief, so I didn't pay it much mind. Qin Hao's frown deepened. Have you eaten anything unusual, or have you bumped your head? Have you had any contact with others? And Tianchong shook his head. In the past few days, I've consumed the same food as your mother, and I neither fell nor collided with anything. I haven't gone out. I've only answered a few calls. And aside from your mother, I haven't spoken to anyone else. At this point, Tianchong paused abruptly. Dad, what have you thought of? Please tell me. And Tianchong hesitated and shook his head uncertainly. It shouldn't be. Tianyuan would never do such a thing. At this moment, Ran could no longer contain herself. Dad, what does this have to do with Uncle? Did he come by? And Tianchong nodded and recounted the events of that day. Regardless of that, first tell me, is the location of your white hair the same as where it hurts? After receiving a definitive answer, Qin Hao helped Tianchong sit up and then activated his vision from behind. The sight was startling. On Tianchong's occiput, there was a red dot smaller than a pinhole, and within it lay a nearly transparent white worm. Perhaps due to having eaten well, or perhaps from absorbing the spiritual energy that Qin Hao had infused, the little worm lay there motionless. Dad, I must tell you something. Someone has cast a dark hand against you. There's a flesh worm in your mind. This revelation left the three of them in shock. Xiao Hao, are you certain? And Tianchong still found it hard to believe, or perhaps he was unwilling to accept that his own brother would have harmed him. Whether it's true or not, we will know once I extract the worm. However, it may hurt a bit, and it could be somewhat dangerous. At this point, Huang Meiwan felt a tinge of fear. Xiao Hao, why don't we get a checkup or take an x-ray? Qin Hao shook his head. If the equipment could detect it, it would have been discovered long ago. Xiao Hao, go ahead. This little pain Dad can endure. With Tianchong's consent, Qin Hao began to channel spiritual energy into the wound. As the energy entered his head, the flesh worm sensed it and began to wriggle toward the source of the energy. And Tianchong felt an excruciating pain in his head, but persevered. Just as Qin Hao's energy was nearly depleted and Tianchong was about to give in, a worm the size of a maggot shot out. Quick as lightning, Qin Hao grabbed a disposable cup to contain the worm and covered the opening with a magazine. Dad, how do you feel? And Tianchong hurriedly touched the back of his head and patted it. I feel better. It doesn't hurt at all. Xiao Hao, what is this thing? Qin Hao picked up a saline bottle and placed the flesh worm inside. Through his vision, he identified the creature's name. Dad, Mom, this is called Diangu. Once afflicted by this curse, the head initially feels as if pricked by needles, and over time, it can lead to madness. In about half a month, it may pose a threat to life, resembling an epileptic seizure, which is why doctors might misdiagnose it as epilepsy. Tianyuan, my dear brother, and Tianchong sighed deeply. How long has it been since Tian Yuan last visited me? The most recent occasion was during the New Year celebrations. Yet, inexplicably, he came by the other day, uttering trivial remarks, and even offering to pluck my gray hairs. Can such coincidences truly exist in this world? Father, what could his motive be? How did he acquire the means to manipulate? Qin Hao voiced the doubts that plagued him. The motive, is merely a desire to usurp my position. Though his abilities are lacking, his ambitions are quite grand. As for the manipulation, the source is easily deduced. Huangjun. What? Huangjun? This revelation left Qin Hao in shock. Indeed, it must be Huangjun. They are colluding both internally and externally. And Tianchong is perceptive enough to grasp the situation's intricacies immediately. Tianchong, we must report this. Forget about brotherly ties. If it weren't for Xiaohai, the consequences would be dire. Huang Meiwan expressed her genuine fear, and Tianchong furrowed his brow and replied, reporting it now would serve no purpose. We cannot claim this worm as evidence. Even if it could be considered proof, they would deny it and instead take precautions. It will be better to turn the tables on them. To turn the tables, Qin Hao mused, is indeed the most prudent strategy, but executing the plan will be challenging. At this moment, Qin Hao interjected, Father, if you suspect that Ranran's uncle and Huangjun are conspiring, then they must have a substantial backup plan. To put it bluntly, even if something were to happen to you, Mother is still here, Ranran is still here, and I have yet to meet my uncle. Thus, this cannot be their ultimate goal. They undoubtedly have many contingencies. And Tianchong regarded Qin Hao with admiration. Exactly, they intend to incapacitate me temporarily, but they will not take my life in the immediate future. They will gradually undermine the company's shares and influence, plunging the family into crisis. Meanwhile, as I languish in the hospital, unconscious, the board will elect a new chairman. And Lu is still young, and Ran is unsuitable. The only ones capable of temporarily taking over the company are your mother and Tianyuan. Given my situation, your mother will be unable to manage the affairs. So it is clear into whose hands the chairmanship will ultimately fall. Qin Hao's mouth fell open with just a few sentences, and Tianchong had dissected the situation with remarkable clarity. No wonder he could ascend to the chairmanship of the family enterprise. Chapter 0059, Turning the Tables. With this understanding, let us not shy away from staging a compelling performance. Shortly thereafter, Tianchong conceived a plan to turn the tables. Xiaohai, here is what we shall do. The four began to conspire around this strategy. The plan was not overly complicated, and Tianchong would continue to feign illness while entrusting the company to Huang Meiwan temporarily. No matter what Tianyuan intended to do, let him proceed. Meanwhile, we would secretly report to the authorities, diligently gathering evidence of Tianyuan and Huangjun's crimes. And Ran posed a pivotal question, to which Tianchong nodded in satisfaction. This is certain, barring any unforeseen events. He has likely already commenced his actions. However, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. In recent years, the quality of jadeite raw materials provided by these suppliers has been deteriorating, while the prices have been escalating. Therefore, seizing this opportunity, we can embark on a quest to rediscover new channels. Xiaohao, I initially planned to personally visit Yunnan after the May Day holiday to attend the annual jadeite conference. Why not let you go in my stead this time? I have already prepared a procurement fund of 300 million, which I will transfer to a newly opened account shortly. You will be in charge of this money, with Ranran's assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was taken aback and hastily shook his head. Dad, that amount is excessive, and I have never been to Yunnan. Moreover, I am not well-versed in jadeite and related matters. I am apprehensive. Before Qin Hao could finish, and Tianchong interrupted him. Xiaohao, the only individuals I can trust now are you few. Even Ranran's uncle has betrayed us, and I cannot fathom anyone else in the company who is trustworthy. However, you need not worry. Once you arrive, someone named Huang Chang will contact you. I saved his life, so he is absolutely reliable and will heed your directives. Reluctantly, Qin Hao nodded in agreement, although the weight of the responsibility loomed heavily over him. The little Lu mentioned by Huang Meiwan naturally referred to Ran's brother, and Lu, and Tianchong nodded affirmatively. Of course, we must inform him. If I am on the verge of death, it would be suspicious not to notify Lu. Meiwan, please call Tianyuan and convey the situation as seriously as possible. Thus a plan was set in motion. Qin Hao felt somewhat bewildered. Xiao Shui, why are you here? Upon hearing this, Lin Ma Xue appeared displeased, feeling slighted. I just came to play a little. I have no time for leisure. We are heading out of town early tomorrow. If you wish to play, do so at your own pace. Ran, I will book the tickets. You gather your belongings. Qin Hao plopped onto the sofa, taking out his phone to book the tickets. Book an extra one. I shall go too. At that moment, Qin Hao noticed a suitcase beside Lin Maxue. Don't look at me like that. I received orders to protect you. Qin Hao comprehended that this must be in Tianshan's directive. Setting aside the question of whether Lin Maxue could indeed protect them, one thing was certain. Her identity was significant. Do not underestimate this identity. It can prove to be quite advantageous, especially in overt situations, where it certainly serves as a deterrent. Qin Hao gazed at Lin Maxue, momentarily lost in thought, not for any particular reason, but because she appeared more like a tourist than someone on official duty. Why are you staring at me? Hurry and book the tickets. Qin Hao snapped back to reality, sensing that something was amiss with Lin Maxue. For instance, during their first meeting, he had inexplicably known that there was a crayon Shinchan on her underwear, even when Lin Maxue had discreetly adjusted her pants in the restroom. The adorable crayon Shinchan remained unseen. Thus, a question arose. How had Qin Hao acquired that knowledge? If it was mere peeping, that was utterly implausible, as they had not known each other prior. On that day, it was merely a fortuitous encounter, a perplexity that left Lin Maxue in a state of confusion. She had previously inquired of Qin Hao, yet he absurdly claimed to possess the ability of X-ray vision. What nonsense! Lin Maxue was thoroughly incensed. Such an excuse was utterly ludicrous. If he truly had such powers, would he be in such disarray? After all, he had even lost his wife to another man. Consequently, Lin Maxue resolved to cease her fixation on this matter. After Qin Hao completed his flight booking, he turned to Lin Maxue and spoke. How could she possibly acquiesce? Qin Hao shrugged, gesturing for her to make her own choice. Lin Maxue's frustration was palpable. Observing her reluctant concession, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. When the topic of his secretary arose, Lin Maxue's thoughts took an inappropriate turn, leading her to contemplate a rather dubious saying. When there is work, the secretary is useful. When there is none, they are idle. A blush crept across her cheeks. Hey, are you even listening to me? She suddenly realized, responding hastily, I heard you. Is there more? Today, Lin Maxue was acting uncharacteristically, and Qin Hao, uninterested in her unusual behavior, continued with his discourse. Lin Maxue shot him a disdainful glance, encouraging him to proceed. The third point is that you must comply completely with my directives. No independent actions are permitted. Upon hearing this, Lin Maxue was initially opposed. Yet Qin Hao's demeanor left her exasperated. However, after a moment of contemplation, she relented, though the slight curve of her lips hinted at ulterior motives. At the First People's Hospital, in the intensive care unit, and Tianyuan rushed in, drenched in sweat. Sister-in-law, is my brother all right? Huang Meijuan's eyes were puffy, clearly bearing the marks of tears. Tianyuan, your brother has yet to regain consciousness since he collapsed this evening. The doctor has diagnosed him with epilepsy, but I don't recall the family having such a medical history. And Tianyuan assisted Huang Meijuan in taking a seat, feigning to adjust in Tianshan's blanket. Sister-in-law, sometimes an illness does not require a prior history. He posed a rhetorical question. If every illness was traced back to a medical history, who would be the original carrier of such afflictions? Strangely enough, Tianyuan's words held a certain validity. Chapter 51. The Antique Shop Grand Opening. Qin Hao was quite adept at cooking. While not on par with professional chefs, his culinary skills certainly rivaled those of local diners. There was a time when Qin Hao dreamed of earning enough to open his own fast food restaurant, though that aspiration seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. He swiftly prepared a few simple home-cooked dishes, the last being crayfish. When a large platter of garlic crayfish was presented at the table, everyone began to salivate. The aroma filled the entire dining area. Honey, would you care for a drink? And Rand feigned ignorance, holding a bottle of red wine next to the glasses on the table, inquiring if Qin Hao wished to partake. Clearly, she desired to indulge herself while slyly seeking his approval. Naturally, this was indicative of Rand's cleverness. Dad, you should also drink sparingly. Red wine is harmless. Seeing Qin Hao nod, Rand promptly poured half a glass for Qin Hao. Then, she poured wine for Lu Xiaohong. However, Annie does not drink. Lu Xiaohong gazed at the half glass of red wine, feeling somewhat at a loss. Annie, it's fine, just have a little, Anren said before pouring wine for Qin Hao and Lin Maxue. Lin Maxue intended to mention that she couldn't drink because she was driving, but seeing everyone else pour, she refrained from objecting. Dad, I first wish you a swift recovery, Anren said, raising her glass to toast Qin Hao. Anren enjoyed drinking and could hold her liquor quite well, a fact that Qin Hao was initially unaware of. It was back in their freshman year when Qin Hao invited Anren to a dormitory gathering. The other guys in the dorm were all single, with only Qin Hao in a relationship. Thus, they conspired to get Qin Hao drunk as a form of punishment. To their surprise, It was the three men who ended up inebriated, though their underestimation played a part. They had a delightful dinner that evening, although Lin Mashue remained somewhat reserved. Well, Annie has nothing much to do all day. Why don't you and Xiao Hao consider having a child? I would take care of him as if he were my own grandchild. Upon hearing this, Anren's cheeks flushed, and she stole a glance at Qin Hao, who also appeared a bit embarrassed. What's the big deal? You two are not getting any younger. If you were to conceive now, you could arrange the wedding by the end of the year. By early spring next year, the little one would arrive. What a delightful time. Lu Xiaohong grew more enthusiastic, with even Qin Dahai nodding in agreement, as if Anren having a child next year was a foregone conclusion. The meal lasted over 2 hours, not because they could eat so much, but because it had been years since they had enjoyed such lively company at dinner. To be honest, they were somewhat reluctant to part ways. Darling, my cousin cannot drive after drinking, so she will stay here tonight. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, considering it reasonable. However, Anren's next statement left Qin Hao frozen in place, devoid of motivation. You will sleep in the guest room tonight. I'll share a bed with my cousin. Qin Hao had just bid farewell to his single life yesterday and was eager to savor the moment. He wanted to say something, but Anren had already pulled Lin Mashue into the bathroom to shower. Qin Hao glanced at the bathroom, feeling a surge of desire, and used a little trick to peek inside, where an exhilarating sight unfolded before his eyes. Sleeping in the guest room had become a reality. Yet in the middle of the night, Qin Hao felt someone touching him. Anren, why did you come over? Anren, opting to abandon her stealth, directly slipped under the covers. I can't sleep with my cousin snoring. Qin Hao was speechless. It seemed that snoring was Anren's specialty. Indeed, he had known since high school that Anren snored while sleeping. He chose not to expose her. Darling, what do you think about what Aunt Lu said during dinner? Qin Hao was taken aback. What about? Anren pinched him in a sensitive area, causing him to grimace in pain. About having a child. It was then that Qin Hao recalled. Anren, we are still young. We haven't enjoyed our time together as a couple for long, and my career has just begun. Thus, my contemplation is to perhaps wait for 2 years, or even embrace spontaneity. This notion resonates profoundly with Anren, who believes in allowing events to unfold naturally without undue pressure. She yearns to relish the intimacy of a world shared by two, as pregnancy may complicate such cherished moments. It is best to retire early, for tomorrow marks the grand opening of the antique shop. Anren agreed, albeit her words contradicted her actions as her hands began to wander restlessly. Before long, Qin Hao could no longer contain himself, leading to a fervent encounter within the guest room. Lin Mashu awoke the moment Anren exited the room, initially presuming that Anren had merely gone to the restroom. The following morning, as Qin Hao and Anren stepped out of their room, they fortuitously encountered Lin Mashue, who had just emerged from her own quarters, resulting in an awkward moment. Cousin, I just entered to rouse Qin Hao from slumber, Lin Mashue remarked, casting a disparaging glance at Anren, as if to say, isn't this a typical case of denying the obvious? Anren, did you truly call Qin Hao to wake him at such an hour? After breakfast, Lin Mashue drove Qin Hao and Anren to the antique street before departing. By then, it was 7:30. However, the shop had already opened its doors, with Song Tingting diligently cleaning and Song Chuxiong lending a hand. Generally, the antique shop opens at 9 in the morning, sometimes even later, yet today marked a special occasion, with the opening scheduled for 8:08, necessitating thorough preparations. Shortly thereafter, Tian Zilong arrived, bearing 2 floral arrangements and a red envelope. Brother Qin, congratulations. Wishing you a prosperous opening and abundant wealth. Following him, several attendees from the previous banquet, who had briefly met Qin Hao, began to trickle in. Song Chuxiong took charge of the reception, while Qin Hao and Anren welcomed the guests. Boss Qin, congratulations. Upon seeing one familiar face, Qin Hao was taken aback. It was none other than Su Qingya, the proprietor of Qingya Residence. Miss Su has arrived, welcome. Qin Hao promptly greeted her. At that moment, 3 more individuals appeared, surprising Qin Hao yet again. Xiao Qin, congratulations. The newcomers were Zhang Jingguo, whom Qin Hao had rescued, along with Luo Anjiao and Tong Tong. Big brother, Tong Tong, unreservedly familiar, dashed into Qin Hao's embrace. Grandpa, sister, you are here. Qin Hao greeted them warmly. While Qin Hao was unaware of Zhang Jingguo's background, the others certainly recognized him. As they processed the unexpected connections, they felt a sense of gratitude for their presence today, realizing that Qin Hao was indeed remarkable. Chapter 0052. Xiaoli. Qin Hao, congratulations on the opening of your new store. At that moment, Lin Mashue also arrived, accompanied by 2 colleagues, each carrying a floral arrangement. It turned out that after escorting Qin Hao, Lin Mashue had made a stop at the flower shop. Xiaoxue, you needn't have gone to such lengths. Lin Mashue playfully stuck out her tongue before introducing her two colleagues to Qin Hao. Xiao Hao, time is of the essence. At this juncture, Song Chuxiong emerged to offer a reminder. As the nation has prohibited the use of fireworks, Song Chuxiong arranged for a sound system that contained the sounds of firecrackers. Just then, a distinguished Audi pulled up outside the shop. The car door opened slowly, revealing a middle-aged couple. Father, mother, what brings you here? It turns out that these two individuals are indeed Enran's parents, and Tianchong and Huang Meiwan. Today marks the grand opening of my son-in-law's new store. How could I possibly miss it? Huang Meiwan, without a hint of pretentiousness, immediately opened her mouth with a bombshell revelation. It is well known that many people are present here, and virtually everyone is acquainted with the Tianchong couple. Consequently, all eyes turned toward Qin Hao with expressions of astonishment. In an instant, the crowd began to speculate about Qin Hao's true identity. Uncle Aunt. Qin Hao promptly approached to greet them, bringing Enran along. Still calling her aunt? Qin Hao quickly realized his faux pas and corrected himself. Dad, Mom. Huang Meiwan was quite pleased with Qin Hao's response, surveying him from head to toe with the discerning gaze of a mother-in-law. This scrutiny left Qin Hao feeling rather uneasy. Quite impressive indeed. A perfect match for my Ran. Huang Meiwan lavishly praised Qin Hao, doing so with deliberate intent. Her purpose was to create a favorable impression in front of the crowd, signaling to everyone that Qin Hao is the son-in-law of the Yin family. Those who might dare to bully Qin Hao would first need to weigh the potential repercussions from the Yin family. Mr. and Mrs. Yin, please come inside. Let us ascend to the upper floor for tea and also admire your son-in-law's collection. The speaker was none other than Song Chuxiong, who was an old acquaintance of Tianchong. Thank you for your support, Mr. Song. And Tianchong extended his right hand for a handshake with Song Chuxiong, and their conversation began to flow seamlessly. The last person to arrive was Lu Xiaoxiao. In truth, both Lu Xiaoxiao and Qin Hao had been invited. It was not that Qin Hao had neglected Lu Xiaoxiao as a friend, but rather that he had simply forgotten amidst the busyness. At 8:08, the sound of firecrackers echoed through the speakers, marking the official opening of Qin Hao's treasure hall. Regardless of their motivations, some came to show support, while others were genuinely interested in the antiques. Most attendees opted to purchase at least one item, typically without haggling. Even replicas found a few buyers, much to Song Tingting's delight. Her smile unwavering. Lunch was reserved at a nearby Grand Hotel, with 3 tables set, lasting until 2 in the afternoon, since the store could not be left unattended. Enran, Song Tingting, and Lin Mashue remained behind to manage it. You must be starving. I brought you some delicious food, so hurry and eat. Qin Hao placed the packed food on the counter. Little uncle, we hit the jackpot. Look, Song Tingting presented the account book to Qin Hao. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. I'm feeling lightheaded from the drinks. My vision is all blurred. I shall review it once I'm sober. Reluctantly, Song Tingting accepted this. Darling, why don't you head upstairs for a rest? We 3 can manage down here. And Ran, empathetic towards Qin Hao, quickly suggested he take a break. Just as Qin Hao nodded in agreement and prepared to ascend, a female customer entered the store. Or rather, she was the first bona fide customer of the day. The earlier visitors did not count. In the world of antique shops, there's a saying, 3 years without opening. Yet when you do, you feast for 3 years. There are times when not a single customer graces the store in a day, and such occurrences are considered perfectly normal. Unlike other industries, such as shopping malls and supermarkets, which are perpetually bustling, the antique trade is widely recognized as a realm of substantial profit. If it resembled the crowded nature of malls, it would imply that antiques hold little value. Upon noticing a visitor enter, Song Tingting promptly stepped forward to greet her. Greetings, beautiful. How may I assist you today? The newcomer, a woman in her 30s, was strikingly adorned and possessed a commendable appearance, falling within the realm of an approximate score of 80. Who is the owner here? Qin Hao, opting not to approach just yet, wished to observe Song Tingting as professional demeanor. Hello, beautiful. I am the proprietor of this establishment. Please feel free to speak with me directly regarding any inquiries. The woman nodded slightly and produced a painting, placing it upon the counter. Could you assess the value of this painting? If the price is right, I am willing to sell. Song Tingting glanced at Qin Hao, who affirmed her with a nod. Donning specialized gloves, she delicately unveiled the artwork, while Qin Hao employed a discerning gaze, instantly perceiving the painting's details. Zhao Mengfu's autumn colors on the Qiao and Hua. Genuine piece. The suggested market price is between 2 to 3 million. Following this revelation was an extensive description. After studying it for a moment, Song Tingting, with her knowledge and comprehension, concluded that she could not decipher its worth. Recognizing that it was time for him to step in, Qin Hao addressed the woman. "Greetings, my lady. I am the owner here, Qin Hao. May I inquire your name?" "Hello, I am Xiaoli," she replied. "Mr. Qin, it is impressive that you own an antique shop at such a young age." Captivated by the handsome proprietor before her, Xiaoli momentarily forgot her original intent. "Miss Xiao, you flatter me. It is merely a means to earn a living. I am curious as to your asking price for this painting." Qin Hao aimed to be direct, wishing to avoid unnecessary pleasantries, as he sensed two pairs of eyes scrutinizing him from behind. "I am uncertain of its worth. It was left to me by my late husband. Please make an offer, and if it suits me, I shall part with it. I have no fondness for such items and would prefer the tranquility that money brings." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao gleaned a clearer understanding. It appeared that this woman was likely involved in a relationship with an older man, or perhaps she was a mistress of a wealthy individual. Following an unexpected demise, she was now dealing with the remnants of her husband's possessions. With this insight, Qin Hao formulated a strategy. "Miss Xiao, as I previously mentioned, my assessment is genuine." Zhao Mengfu, a figure from the Yuan dynasty, was both a calligrapher and painter. Qin Hao prepared to elaborate, intending to impress Xiaoli with his knowledge, only to be interrupted. "Mr. Qin, I am not particularly interested in the history. I simply wish to know how much you are willing to offer me." Chapter 0053, The First Transaction. "I can only offer you this amount, as I must also manage other matters." Qin Hao gestured with his hand to indicate a figure. 80,000? That is far too low. I have heard antiques are quite valuable." Quickly shaking his head, Qin Hao clarified. "Miss Xiao, you have misunderstood. I meant 800,000. If I were to handle this painting, it would likely fetch no more than 1 million at best. Furthermore, I would have to account for authentication fees, channel costs, and so forth. Thus, I genuinely wish to make a purchase. Should Miss Xiao be willing to part with it, I shall accept it. If not, she may take it away." The veracity of Qin Hao's words is of little concern to Xiaoli. Her focus lies solely on the monetary aspect. Previously, she had shown it to others, who offered prices around 200,000 to 300,000. To her surprise, Qin Hao presented her with an offer of 800,000, far exceeding her expectations. She is convinced that, even with further exchanges, it is unlikely anyone would offer a higher price. "Mr. Qin, I agree to this price. By the way, this shop just opened today, correct?" Qin Hao nodded in affirmation. "Miss Xiao, you possess keen insight. Indeed, we just opened today, and you are the very first customer to sell an item. How fortunate I am. Let's become friends. I have quite a few of these items at home. Whenever I find myself in need of funds, I shall bring them to exchange." Qin Hao felt a surge of joy. His gamble had paid off. The reason he offered 800,000 was for the sake of future transactions. After all, he was no fool to start with such a high figure. They exchanged contact information, made payments, wrote receipts, and signed transfer agreements. Half an hour later, Xiaoli departed. "Darling, are you craving fast food?" After Xiaoli left, and Ran's hand, as if equipped with a tracking device, reached towards Qin Hao's vulnerable spot. "Do not jest. I am conducting business." And Ran pouted. 80,000 for a single painting? Anyone could make that deal. Qin Hao rolled his eyes and began to speak earnestly. "Do you truly think I, Qin Hao, will be interested in someone like Xiaoli? Look at her makeup. She resembles a ghost, with wrinkles that could cradle a 1 yuan coin, and the amount of powder she wears could cover an entire wall. Moreover, she even plays the role of a mistress. Do you think my taste is so abysmal?" As he spoke, he silently apologized to Xiaoli in his heart, and Ran chuckled in satisfaction. "Little uncle, that price is indeed a bit steep. It is evident that Xiaoli knows little of antiques," Song Tingting interjected. Qin Hao shook his head, picked up the painting, and began to explain. "This Xiaoli, just as we speculated, is likely the mistress of some wealthy individual. This person must have an affinity for antiques, hence there are probably numerous items at their residence. Did Xiaoli not mention this herself? Since she is unfamiliar with antiques, she will certainly sell, whether to us or to others. If I offer her double, or even more, do you think she would still sell someone else?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the three of them suddenly comprehended. However, one of them remarked, "But we aren't making much profit. 1 million, with 80,000 as the cost, plus shop expenses and labor. Our earnings are minimal." Qin Hao noticed and Rand's puzzled expression and quickly clarified. "First, earning less is still better than allowing others to profit. Second, this painting is worth far more than 1 million. At this declaration, the three turned their gazes towards Qin Hao, who felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutiny. "Why do you gaze at me? Am I truly that foolish? Would I naively inform that Xiaoli that this painting is worth 2 to 3 million? 2 to 3 million? Qin Hao, I wish to resign and work for you. Lin Moshue was genuinely astonished. Within such a brief span, Qin Hao had amassed 1 to 2 million. Today marks a prosperous opening, and with business thriving. I am rewarding each person with 100,000 yuan. I am here to oversee the store. Ran, why don't you take your cousin and Ting out for some shopping? Hooray, my husband is wonderful. And Ran planted a sweet kiss on Qin Hao and then whisked the two ladies away for a day of shopping. Initially, Qin Hao thought there would be no further developments and prepared to indulge in a game on his phone when a middle-aged man, around 40, entered, cradling a box. Boss, do you accept ancient artifact fragments? Qin Hao was about to decline, aware that for porcelain fragments to be restored, there must be a significant portion intact. A couple of individual pieces hold little value. Qin Hao had discerned a pattern. As long as a relic could be pieced together to at least 70%, he could undertake its restoration. Below this threshold, he would be powerless. This conclusion derived from prior experiments. Are you intending to sell the fragments? Qin Hao set aside his phone and gestured for the man to place the box on the counter. There is a certain delicacy to this matter. Otherwise, the customer might later claim that Qin Hao damaged his antique, leading to complications. However, such situations are rare in shops nowadays, as almost every establishment is equipped with surveillance cameras. When Qin Hao opened the box and the fragments lay before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Fragment of a Qing Dynasty glass cup, genuine 1. Fragment of a Qing Dynasty glass cup, genuine 2. Fragment of a Qing Dynasty glass cup, genuine. This was indeed a Qing Dynasty glass cup that had been shattered. Greetings, I am Qin Hao. May I inquire how this item came to such a state? Hello, I am Wang Qi. This is a long story. This item was bequeathed to me by my father and is quite valuable. Unfortunately, a couple of days ago, I had a quarrel with my wife, and she accidentally broke it. I've heard that there are those who can restore such items. So I wanted to ask if you accept this. The monetary value is of little concern. What matters is not allowing a treasured item to be wasted, is it not? Qin Hao nodded. The fragments of the Qing Dynasty glass cup were plentiful, and restoration would not pose a challenge. Mr. Wang, first let me enlighten you on some antique knowledge. In ancient times, Liuli referred to what we now call glass. In fact, from a certain perspective, it is inferior to modern glass, given the advancements in contemporary craftsmanship. Of course, we do not sell glass in our antique store. For a complete and intact Liuli cup such as yours, it could fetch anywhere between 80,000 to 100,000 yuan. This information is readily available online, but since yours is already broken, it essentially amounts to a pile of glass shards. Wang Qi shook his head. The boss is an honest man. I have already consulted 3 other shops, and they echoed your sentiments precisely. 1,000 yuan was offered, and Qin Hao, too apathetic to issue a receipt, completed the transaction with a simple scan. Chapter 0054, A Visit. This is the current state of the antique shop. There may be days when no transactions occur, yet once a sale is made, it is undoubtedly a substantial profit. Qin Hao set down his phone, observing the 3 individuals laden with packages, clearly having indulged in considerable spending. Women, after all, find joy in shopping, and consumption is an innate talent. What delightful treasures have they procured? Qin Hao understood that at this juncture, he must inquire, as it presents an opportunity for Ran to showcase her purchases, and not only to ask, but to offer compliments as well. Oh, we didn't tea buy much. Just a bag, and I got you a suit, a tie, a shirt, and leather shoes. Qin Hao was taken aback. Why are all these items for me? What about you? And Ran, with a triumphant smile, presented the bag to Qin Hao. Look, this bag is stunning, isn't it? At this moment, Qin Hao knew he had to start praising her. Indeed, Ran has exquisite taste. This bag perfectly complements your elegance. Qin Hao's flattery elicited peals of laughter from Ran, while Lin Moshue and Song Ting exchanged glances, speechless, realizing they need not worry about dinner. They were already satiated with their share of affection. Well, the day is drawing to a close. We ought to wrap up. Qin Hao continued. Ting, could you bear with a bit more effort tonight? Tomorrow, Pei Zi and Shou Ho will be discharged from the hospital. Once they are here, they can take over, and you'll have a much easier time. Song Ting shook her head in response. Qin Hao nodded, tucked away his phone, and then handed a glass lamp to Song Ting. Lin Moshue, wishing to mooch a meal, felt too shy to voice it, and thus took her leave. The following morning, after retrieving his vehicle, Qin Hao went to the hospital to bring Pei Zi and Shou Ho to the antique shop. After giving them a brief rundown, he proceeded to the mall. His purpose for visiting the mall today was to purchase gifts, and he intended to buy them in pairs. One set was, of course, for his father-in-law, while the other was meant for Zhang Jingguo and Tong Tong. Consequently, he promptly bought 3 jean of apples and 2 jean of oranges. Afterward, he drove back to the shop, having arranged a meet and ran there. Today, Qin Hao looked exceptionally dapper, dressed in a deep navy suit, a crisp white shirt, a striking red tie, and polished leather shoes. He resembled an international superstar. Ran. Do you think I should bring Hazy along? Having him drive would certainly underscore my status. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Ran nearly burst into laughter. Darling, spare me. This car costs over 100,000. Do you really think you need a driver and bodyguard? What are you aiming to achieve? Feeling slightly embarrassed by Ran's remarks, Qin Hao touched his nose and started the car, heading towards the destination indicated by the navigation. By the way, did you bring the 3 raw stones? Ran gestured towards the trunk. I did. I mean, could you be a bit more reliable? It's one thing to bring a few jade of fruit for your first visit, but you actually brought 3 round stones. Surely, you could have at least bought a box to make it look presentable. Are you afraid my father will chase us away? Ran was well aware of Qin Hao's unreliability. Thankfully, she had secured the gifts the previous day. Otherwise, carrying 3 jade of apples and 2 jade of oranges would certainly have led to being shown the door. Meanwhile, Tianchong and Huang Meiwan were tidying up at home, with the chairman of the group donned in an apron, diligently mopping the floor, while Huang Meiwan busied herself in the kitchen. Meiwan, this is our son-in-law visiting us. Why do I feel as though it's my father-in-law coming instead? Huang Meiwan leaned forward, casting a fierce glare at Tianchong. Xiao has had it tough. His mother passed away early, and he has endured many hardships over the years. We must provide warmth to his family. As they spoke, Qin Hao's car arrived in front of the villa. He's here, and Tianchong hastily removed his apron, not wanting his daughter and son-in-law to see him in such a state, lest his authority diminish. Dad, Mom. Qin Hao was still somewhat unaccustomed to addressing them in such a manner, especially calling her mom. He couldn't recall the last time he had done so. Xiao is here, come in. Huang Meiwan promptly stepped forward to greet him, while Ran was entirely overlooked. So you've come, but why bring so many things? It's just a couple of pounds. Qin Hao began, only to be halted by Ran. Dad, these are 3 jade stones I acquired, meant to be crafted into jewelry for my mom. Upon hearing this, Tianchong's interest was piqued. Having spent a lifetime dealing with weapons and jewelry, he was not an expert on raw stones, but was certainly familiar with them. He took the 3 basketball-sized stones and began inspecting them. Darling, can you really fool me with these? Ran whispered to Qin Hao, not doubting his ability to recognize stones, but rather his sincerity. Qin Hao shot her a sharp glance. After examining the stones for about 10 minutes, Tianchong took out his phone and made a call, indicating he wished for these stones to be processed. Dad, you don't need to be so serious. Qin Hao doesn't know much about stones. There's no need to process them, right? Tianchong glanced at Qin Hao and then at Ran. How do you know he doesn't understand? Let me tell you, despite their modest size, the chances of these stones yielding valuable gems are quite significant. Look here. As he spoke of raw stones, Tianchong became animated, evidently having long harbored an interest in them, but never had the means to explore. Just then, the villa doorbell rang. Let's go. Oldley has arrived. We're going to process the stones. Oldley was the skilled artisan from the group's raw material warehouse, specifically responsible for jade processing. This time, he came equipped with a cutting machine. Oldley, please do us a favor and cut these 3 stones. Oldley promptly agreed and began his work in the villa's yard. Half an hour later, the 3 stones were processed. One revealed a yellow jade resembling an egg yolk. Another was green, and the last was a rare red jade. Dad, how much are these 3 pieces of jade worth? Tianchong first held up the yellow jade, declaring, this is top-quality yellow jade, and its size is substantial. We can craft 2 bracelets from it, and the remainder could be fashioned into several pendants or rings, which would be splendid. The green one, known as spinach green jade, is sizable but pales in comparison to the other 2. The most remarkable is this red jade. It is even rarer than yellow jade. Excellent. After listening for a while, Ran, eager for clarity, asked, Dad, you still haven't told us how much they're worth. Chapter 55. The next step in our plans indeed, as the saying goes, gold has its price while jade is priceless. As for the exquisite jadeite, its value is determined solely by personal affection. Otherwise, it is merely a more aesthetically pleasing stone. Nonetheless, everything must have a standard of measurement. These 3 pieces of jadeite, if appraised at market value, would fetch no less than 10 million. Upon hearing the figure, Ran immediately lost her composure. Father, you may keep the tobacco, alcohol, and the oranges and apples. We primarily brought the jade for you to see. Now that you have seen it, please hand it over to me. As soon as she uttered these words, Qin Hao and Tianchong exchanged bewildered glances, their lips twitching in unison. It was hard to determine who felt more embarrassed. Qin Hao reached out and gently reclaimed the jade from Ran's grasp, offering her some comfort. And Ran reluctantly placed the jade on the table, her attachment palpable. Xiao Hao, why don't you come work at the group? I can have you oversee the jade and gemstone division. A yearly salary of 10 million, with flexible hours. And Tianchong was essentially opening a back door for his son-in-law. Father, a salary of 10 million is insufficient. My husband's sales yesterday nearly equaled that amount. If you genuinely wish for him to join your company, you must offer a better compensation. Her remark about needing a higher salary encapsulated in Tianchong's silent struggles and illustrated the warmth of familial bonds. Father, I personally dislike being constrained, and besides, I don't have that much time. However, if there is anything I can assist with, I am willing to help. And Tianchong nodded, recognizing that Qin Hao's words were more dependable. At that moment, Huang Meiwan approached, her gaze immediately fixed on the yellow and red jadeite. Xiao Hao, I hadn't expected you to possess such filial piety. You surpass your father in this regard, she remarked, referring to Tianchong. Let me arrange for 2 bracelets to be made, one for myself and one for Ran, along with his pendant. Without hesitation, Huang Meiwan took the yellow and red jadeite, leaving the remaining piece to Tianchong. His lips twitched in irritation. It was no wonder Ran had attempted to snatch it. She undoubtedly learned that from her mother. By the way, Tianchong, with such a generous gift from Xiao Hao, shouldn't you, as the father-in-law, express your gratitude? And Tianchong shot Huang Meiwan an exasperated glance, as if to say that the two of them had already divided the spoils, and now it was he who was expected to make sacrifices. Nevertheless, despite his dissatisfaction, he held a favorable view of Qin Hao. After all, Qin Hao's worth was merely equivalent to a single antiquity shop. Although he had indeed earned a significant sum yesterday, the circumstances were exceptional. The previous day was the grand opening, with each visitor purchasing an item, which accounted for the unprecedented profits exceeding 10 million. Such a feat could hardly be sustained daily, and Tianchong understood this, as did Qin Hao. Yet even so, Qin Hao presented the 3 pieces of jadeite without a flicker of hesitation, demonstrating that he was a man capable of handling significant matters. Xiao Hao, I now own the 2 prime storefronts and shopping centers on Huangshan's Commercial Street, so I'm giving them to you. They are perfectly suited for you, especially since they are not under the group's name. Although the Commercial Street is still under construction, it is progressing rapidly. At that time, whether you choose to open a branch or pursue other endeavors is entirely up to you. Alternatively, you could consider franchising Ongshi Jewelry. In any case, you are free to make your own decisions. After speaking, Tianchong presented a pre-prepared folder to Qin Hao. Qin Hao was taken aback and hastily declined. However, Ran was unreserved and snatched the folder away, and then there was no further discussion. One cannot blame Ran for her avarice. After all, Qin Hao rose from nothing, whereas the family is quite different. With substantial wealth and resources, it is crucial to note that all of this will eventually be inherited by Ran's brother. Thus, any additional gains would be advantageous. Huang Meijuan's cooking was exquisite, primarily due to her exceptional performance today. Xiao Hao, what are your plans moving forward? After dinner, Tianchong and Qin Hao settled onto the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. My initial goal was to open an antique shop, and now that it is established, I can confidently say that my first objective has been accomplished. Therefore, my second goal is naturally to generate profit. However, while the antique shop can yield income, it serves merely as a safety net. To amass wealth in a short period, I must consider alternative methods. And Tianchong nodded in understanding. So, you're turning your attention to jade and emeralds, correct? Qin Hao did not conceal his intentions. Recognizing that to profit in this domain, he cannot avoid the group and requires Tianchong's financial support. This aligns with the adage that one finds comfort beneath a sturdy tree. Given such circumstances, it would be foolish for Qin Hao not to take advantage of it. The finest jade rough stones originate from the Jadeite Kingdom, and currently, in Huaxia, the only way to acquire the best and most authentic old pit rough stones is from Yunnan. However, the rough stone public auction is set to commence soon. At that time, you should accompany me to observe. If you can seize the opportunity, it is possible you could soar to new heights. Qin Hao had previously heard of the rough stone public auction, but had not delved into it, so he began to inquire further. Huang Meiwan, understanding the situation, recognized that Tianchong and Qin Hao were discussing business, and thus engaged and ran in conversation within the room. Ran, have you and Qin Hao taken that step? And Ran was well aware of her mother's inquiry. Mom, why are you asking this? Upon seeing Ran's expression and tone, Huang Meiwan realized that her daughter had been courted by Qin Hao. Ran, when do you plan to get married? And have you taken precautions? This time proved to be quite smooth, as not only had she obtained what she desired, but she also had a rendezvous with an old flame, and most importantly, she discovered that she had a daughter out of wedlock. Although not a son, a daughter is certainly better than none. Huang Bingsheng had completely given up. Not to mention the impending 20 years of imprisonment. He had also lost his reproductive capabilities. How could such a person possibly be entrusted with the Huang group? Thus, Huang Zhun had two tasks ahead. First, to address the matters concerning Huang Bingsheng and Tianchong, and second, to seek an opportunity to welcome his old flame. After which he could eliminate Tianyuan, establishing dominance in the entire Jinling city. Upon contemplating this matter, he felt as though he had rejuvenated by 20 years. However, meticulous planning was imperative. Thus, he resolved to meet Tianyuan at their usual rendezvous that evening. Chapter 0060, Arrival in Yunnan. Sister-in-law, brother is currently unwell. You must take charge of the situation. I have heard from several of our raw material suppliers that they are becoming increasingly restless upon learning of brother's illness. Huang Meiwan suddenly lifted her gaze towards Tianyuan. Tianyuan, how did they come to know about your brother's condition? Upon hearing this, Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, subsequently becoming somewhat tongue-tied. Indeed, considering who your brother is, any slight disturbance would naturally attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Huang Meiwan offered Tianyuan a way out. Yes, public figures inherently possess no secrets. Tianyuan felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, grateful that he had feigned a hurried arrival by running a short distance before coming to the hospital. Tianyuan, your brother has only you as a sibling. Given the current state of affairs, with Lu still young and Ranan being a girl, as a woman, I'm not versed in company management, so I implore you to exert extra effort. Tianyuan had been awaiting this very statement, and thus he hastily reassured her. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will assist in managing the company. There will be no issues. You only need to care for brother. He emphasized that as long as his brother could recover swiftly, everything else would be manageable. Upon hearing Tianyuan's words, Huang Meiwan nodded, as if suddenly struck by a thought. Tianyuan, I have already contacted Xiao Lu. He is arriving on a flight tomorrow. Please arrange to pick him up. Rest easy, sister-in-law. By the way, what about Ranan? Tianyuan responded affirmatively, only then recalling Ran's presence. Ranan and Qin Hao will represent your brother at the annual auction in Yunnan tomorrow. Upon hearing Huang Meijuan's words, Tianyuan's brows furrowed. Yet he soon conceived another thought. After conversing with Huang Meiwan for a while, he departed from the hospital. As soon as he left, he dialed Huang Zhun. Director Huang, did I not mention that the current circumstances warrant minimal communication? Tianyuan occasionally found himself disdainful of Huang Zhun's audacity. How could he boast of having once mingled with the underworld? Director Huang, I am calling you for a significant matter. My brother has surprisingly arranged for Qin Hao to attend the annual jade auction in Yunnan. I perceive this as an opportune moment. Do you not have someone on your end? Devise a scheme to ensure they incur substantial losses. This would undoubtedly provoke dissent among the board members. Coupled with my orchestration here, I estimate that within a month, we shall see results. Huang Zhun, upon receiving this news, was momentarily taken aback. But soon he devised a clever plan of his own. Leave this matter to me. After hanging up, Tianyuan hummed a cheerful tune as he left. In the hospital room, after Tianyuan departed, Tianchong resurrected. Why did you prompt me to inform Tianyuan about Xiao Hao going to Yunnan? Are you not deliberately setting them up against Xiao Hao and Ranan? Huang Meiwan genuinely struggled to comprehend this issue. Meiwan, you must place your trust in Xiao Hai. Consider the glint in Ranan's eyes. Xiao Hai harbors a secret, the nature of which eludes me. Yet I am convinced that his rapid ascent carries a rationale of its own. Growth is an inevitable part of life, and this moment presents a valuable opportunity for him to hone his abilities. Success will be splendid, but even in the face of failure, it would serve as a rare learning experience in his journey. 300 million is but a trifling sum. I, Anti-Anchang, can certainly shoulder that responsibility. Huang Meiwan shot Anti-Anchang a sidelong glance. You are quite generous, wagering 300 million. Anti-Anchang chuckled lightly. Perhaps Xiao Hai will surprise us all. You see, our supply channels have often been constricted, costing us a significant sum annually. Should we resolve the issue of the raw stones this time, we would no longer be at the mercy of others. Do you hold such high hopes for Xiao Hai? Huang Meiwan inquired, handing a freshly peeled apple to Anti-Anchang. Anti-Anchang shook his head. How could he possess absolute confidence? All his reassurances were merely to ease Huang Meijuan's concerns, which is why he sought to have Lin Mashue accompany them. As for the 300 million, he would consider it a grand gamble. Should he win, all would rejoice. And should he lose, the repercussions would not be devastating. There was, however, one aspect Antianchang withheld. Qin Hao would also serve to divert attention. It is akin to a net. The larger it is drawn, the more vulnerabilities emerge, thus revealing the flaws of Huang Zhun and Antianyuan. In essence, Qin Hao is merely a pawn in this game. Nevertheless, this matter must be postponed for the time being, though fortunately, it is not pressing. Qin Dahai and Li Xiaohong would undoubtedly understand. Upon learning of the illness afflicting their in-laws, the two wasted no time in purchasing gifts to visit Antianchang in the hospital. Yet, Qin Hao remained oblivious to these developments, as he had already boarded a plane. Yunnan, a relatively remote region of Huaxia, lies near the border. It connects with several small nations, including the Emerald Kingdom, famed for its jade stones, but also notorious for its drug trade. Consequently, the area is somewhat chaotic. However, due to years of rigorous enforcement, the overall situation has improved significantly. At least open lawlessness is no longer rampant. What transpires in the shadows remains a mystery. Another note contained only a name and a number, given to him by Zhang Jingguo. After some contemplation, Qin Hao decided against contacting this individual for the moment. As the name strongly suggested, he was likely Zhang Jingguo's son. Instead, he opted to reach out to someone named Huang Chang. Before he could dial, Huang Chang's call preempted him. Huang Chang had, a decade prior, been involved in the underworld. During a violent confrontation, he suffered severe injuries, fortuitously receiving aid from Antianchang. From that day forth, Huang Chang owed Antianchang a debt of gratitude, for loyalty among those in the underworld is paramount. Huang Chang was no exception. Thus, when Antianchang reached out, he readily agreed. He meticulously checked the flight information and awaited in a rugged vehicle. As the call connected, he heard, "Hello, is this Mr. Qin? I am Huang Chang. I currently find myself at the airport's exit, where a rugged vehicle with a license plate is parked." It was 5 minutes after Qin Hao first spotted Huang Chang. Huang Chang's physique was not as robust as Qin Hao had envisioned. Instead, he appeared somewhat slender. Chapter 0061, The Purchase of Raw Stones. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I am Huang Chang. Uncle Chang." Before Qin Hao could utter a word, Ran emerged from behind him. "Are you the young lady?" Huang Chang inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Qin Hao felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that the two were acquainted? However, back then, Ran was merely a middle school girl, now transformed into a young woman. "Uncle Chang, it's me, Ran. Have you forgotten?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Huang Chang realized that Ran had changed significantly. After a round of introductions and reminiscing, they all boarded the vehicle and headed toward the hotel near the venue for the raw stone auction. "Sir, I will first arrange accommodations for you, then take you to assess the situation." The auction for the raw stones would commence the day after tomorrow, lasting an entire week. Qin Hao nodded, acknowledging the necessity of familiarizing himself with the environment. "Darling, I wish to go shopping." Qin Hao acquiesced. Shopping is an intrinsic nature of young ladies. "Let Xiaoxue accompany you this afternoon while I head to the raw stone market for a preliminary inspection." With Lin Maxue accompanying Ran, Qin Hao felt assured, given Lin Maxue's reputable status. After lunch, Qin Hao took Huang Chang to the raw stone market, which was bustling with shops selling raw stones due to the upcoming auction. The establishments varied in size, with some even conducting business right by the roadside, eager to capitalize on the surge of interest. Casually observing, it was evident that the raw stones here were incomparable to those in Jinling. One could aptly describe the abundance as mountainous. "Young brother, would you care to come in and take a look?" As Qin Hao entered the market, a shopkeeper greeted him warmly. Qin Hao was indeed there to purchase raw stones. Though not for the family group, but for himself. He had brought his entire fortune, amounting to 13 million. Meanwhile, he left less than 2 million in the antique shop for Song Ting as working capital. "Boss, I heard there is an auction for raw stones these days, so there should be quite a crowd. Why do I see so few people?" As he examined the raw stones, he casually inquired, with Huang Chang standing a short distance away. As an attendant, he was aware of his role. "You must have just arrived from out of town, right?" Qin Hao nodded. There was no need for concealment, as it was evident that 99% of the visitors were from elsewhere. The raw stone market has 2 entrances. I am at the north gate, which is relatively obscure. Most people gather at the south gate. However, the shops there are exorbitantly priced, beyond the reach of individuals like us. Conversely, the prices here are comparatively lower. The shopkeeper's explanation resonated with Qin Hao. In business, location is paramount. A prime location naturally leads to prosperous trade, whereas a less favorable one results in lower rents and, consequently, diminished prices. Ultimately, it is the consumer who bears the cost. Being averse to complications, Qin Hao activated his ability to see through the stones. Upon a thorough examination, it appears that merely 30% of the inventory consists of quality stones, with the majority being rather ordinary, and only a select few exhibiting significant appreciation and value. The exceptional specimens that witness substantial price surges are few and far between, with Qin Hao having only encountered one or two. "May I inquire your name?" Qin Hao casually asked. If An Ran were present, she would discern that Qin Hao was poised to make a purchase. "My surname is Gao. You may simply call me Old Gao." Qin Hao clapped his hands and rose to his feet. "Old Gao, I perceive that the quality of the raw stones here is quite mediocre. You possess a keen eye, young man." With the public auction approaching, not only do I set aside the better stones, but all merchants do the same, waiting to unveil them for sale during the 3-day public auction. Qin Hao was taken aback. 3 days? Old Gao, you mentioned the auction lasts 3 days, yet we have heard it is 7 days? The shop owner chuckled softly. That is merely a marketing ploy. The crux of the matter is indeed the 3-day time frame. Once the public auction concludes, all necessary transactions are completed. What remains is merely the finalization of details. Naturally, some merchants may hold on to stones due to insufficient purchase quantities, hoping to seize opportunities, as prices tend to drop significantly post-auction. After the owner's explanation, Qin Hao finally grasped the general situation. Old Gao was indeed astute in business. Impressive. Old Gao waved his hand dismissively. "I merely make a living, engaging in trivial dealings. Compared to others, this is but a drop in the bucket." "Do you offer stone-cutting services here?" Qin Hao inquired, having set his sights on 2 raw stones. "I do not, but there's a place nearby that specializes in cutting stones. A nominal fee is required, and you may choose to cut them yourself or hire a skilled cutter." The term cutting refers to the industry jargon for stone processing. Nodding in understanding, Qin Hao retrieved the 2 stones he had selected. They were reasonably priced, totaling less than 100,000, as this was indeed a wholesale market, significantly cheaper than in Jinling. At that moment, An Ran and Lin Mo Shui arrived after perusing the street. "Qin Hao, did you purchase these?" Lin Mo Shui inquired curiously, gazing at the 2 raw stones. Having never encountered such items before, the raw stones were indeed quite inexpensive, with the total amount being merely 100,000. "I am about to process the stones. Would you like to join me?" Lin Mo Shui picked up one of the raw stones, weighing it in her hand, noting its heft. "Are you certain there is jade within?" Qin Hao, aware of Lin Mo Shui's skepticism, quickly assured her, "While I cannot guarantee excess, earning a few million is certainly feasible." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo Shui moved a step closer to Qin Hao. "You don't intend to support me financially, do you? I must warn you, be cautious. For An Ran might take drastic measures against you." This statement raised some eyebrows. Logically, if any drastic measures were to be taken against Qin Hao, it would be at Lin Mo Shui's behest, so why invoke An Ran? Or perhaps Lin Mo Shui did not wish to take such actions against Qin Hao. "Are you basing your calculations on the 100,000 for the in-family group, or on the jade's actual value?" Lin Mo Shui suddenly posed this question. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but An Ran interjected before he could respond. "If we incur a loss, we shall account for it based on the raw stone's price within this procurement plan. Conversely, should there be a significant increase, it will naturally be calculated at the finished product's price. We cannot toil in vain, can we, my dear?" Upon hearing An Ran's words, Qin Hao promptly gave a thumbs up, appreciating the wisdom of having a shrewd wife. Lin Ma Shui, surprisingly, found An Ran's reasoning quite persuasive. After all, since she purchased it, any gains from a price surge would rightfully belong to her. "Let us cut it open and see." This was my first experience witnessing the cutting of stones. Thus, the 4 of them made their way to the stone cutting area. Chapter 0062. A bet? "Darling, will you cut it all the way through?" Qin Hao shook his head. "No, I will only remove the excess portions of these stones. I want to expose the jade within. Fortune should not be revealed too openly." As the 3 conversed, they arrived at the stone cutting station. Qin Hao paid 1,000 yuan as a machine usage fee, intending to undertake the cutting himself. "Boss, please help me cut this stone." At that moment, a voice with a somewhat imperfect command of Mandarin interrupted. "Sir, please wait a moment. This gentleman has already paid, so you must wait for them to finish." The owner of the stone cutting machine gestured toward the 2 raw stones Qin Hao was about to work on. "Kid, move your worthless stone aside. Let me go first." Qin Hao glanced at this reasonably attractive individual and continued to tend to his raw stone. "Kid, are you deaf? Can't you hear me?" Initially indifferent to this fellow, Qin Hao found that some individuals simply thrive on attention. If ignored, they assume you are easy to bully. "Who are you? Why should I let you go first? What makes you so important?" Qin Hao was not one to indulge him. He was not his son, after all. "Listen well. I am Ming Daoyuan, and my master is the Jade King Chakai. With that proclamation, Ming Daoyuan displayed an air of arrogance. Whenever he mentioned his master's name, everyone would flock to flatter him. This had fostered his overbearing demeanor. So, he is indeed the disciple of the Jade King Chakai. This should be entertaining. Yes, this kid is in for some misfortune. Hearing the murmurs of the onlookers, Ming Daoyuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He was already envisioning the moment when the young man before him would apologize and introduce him to the two beautiful women by his side. Suddenly recalling the women, Ming Daoyuan realized he had been so preoccupied with provoking Qin Hao that he had overlooked Anren and Lin Mashue. This was a blunder, and he quickly began to straighten his clothes and hair. Qin Hao regarded Ming Daoyuan with a bemused expression, pondering what audacity fueled such bravado. Ming Daoyuan, the disciple of Chakai? Qin Hao inquired casually. Indeed, Ming Daoyuan beamed with self-satisfaction, but the next words from Qin Hao infuriated him. And who is Chakai? I don't know him. In truth, Qin Hao had not spoken falsely. He genuinely had no knowledge of who Chakai was. Nevertheless, even if he did, it would matter little to him. Kid, if you don't even recognize my master and me, I suggest you don't expect to thrive here. At this moment, Qin Hao had securely fixed the raw stone and was ready to commence the cutting. Do you think you are impressive? How about we make a wager? Upon hearing these words, Ming Daoyuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You think you can challenge me? He exclaimed, prompting nearby onlookers to chime in. Indeed, this lad seems blissfully unaware of his own limitations, daring to bet against Ming Daoyuan. It's like the birthday celebrant hanging themselves, asking for trouble. In my opinion, he must either have a head like a mule or simply wish to garner attention. It is worth noting that Ming Daoyuan bears the title of the young prince of betting stones. Listening to the murmurs around him, Ming Daoyuan felt a swell of satisfaction. Despite his somewhat arrogant demeanor, he possesses genuine skill. To put it plainly, he has the audacity to be proud. Yet today, he stands before Qin Hao. Will you bet or not? If not, then leave. Qin Hao's words transformed the atmosphere instantly. You have successfully incited my ire. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. If I win, you must allow the two lovely ladies by your side to dine with me, Ming Daoyuan declared, his intentions clear. Qin Hao glanced at Ming Daoyuan and replied nonchalantly, That's unacceptable. Your mother is far too old for my taste. Perhaps I could settle for her washing my feet instead. The laughter that ensued from Anren was unabashed and boisterous, causing her bosom to tremble, much to Ming Daoyuan's dismay as he swallowed hard. You are in for it now. Ming Daoyuan had never experienced such humiliation, his teeth grinding audibly. Will you wager or not? If not, then get lost. What a so-called emerald prince. You are merely a cowardly little prince. Qin Hao continued to taunt Ming Daoyuan, relishing the sight of his flushed face. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Fine, I will wager with you. Let us bet on this raw stone. We shall see whose judgment prevails. At last, Ming Daoyuan took the bait. Very well, what shall be the stakes? Qin Hao replied without hesitation. You seem to have limited funds. Let us wager 1 million. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all that, merely 1 million? However, with Anren present, she spoke up on his behalf. Darling, perhaps you should reconsider. Just 1 million? If word gets out, you'll be the laughingstock. If my father discovers that you would wager such a paltry sum, it would be utterly shameful. The subtle sting of her words was aimed at Ming Daoyuan, mocking him for being too stingy to risk more. With such a small wager, how could he possibly hope to attract the attention of beautiful women? The disdain was palpable. Infuriated by Anren's sarcasm, Ming Daoyuan, however, could not help but admire her stunning beauty and flawless figure. He envisioned using this contest as a means to undermine Qin Hao, ultimately seeking to win her heart. With this plan in mind, he proposed, What stakes would you prefer? I have only 13 million in pocket money today. Shall we wager 13 million? Winner takes all? Gamble on the value of the jade within this raw stone. Qin Hao proposed, revealing the bank details on his phone for the confirmation of those present. Very well. I shall wager 13 million, he declared. But what if you refuse to honor the bet in case of a loss? Qin Hao inquired. Ming Daoyuan was incensed. A mere 13 million is hardly a concern for me. My reputation alone commands far more. At that moment, onlookers began to step forward as witnesses, many of whom were individuals of notable standing. Should Ming Daoyuan attempt to renege, word would spread throughout the entirety of Yunnan within the hour, tarnishing his reputation irreparably. Thus, Qin Hao had no reason to worry about that eventuality. Very well, I request your assistance as witnesses. Furthermore, since you have presented this raw stone, you must allow me to inspect it, correct? Chapter 0063, Ming Dao Yuan. Of course, feel free to examine it. Qin Hao nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and began to turn the stone over for inspection. To Ming Dao Yuan, Qin Hao's efforts appeared almost childlike. He could hardly be considered knowledgeable in the field. At this moment, Qin Hao activated his ability to see through the stone. Old mine raw jade, a world within. As his vision penetrated the stone, its internal structure unfolded before him. Inside lay a piece of pale green jade, approximately the size of a basketball. It seemed that Ming Dayuan possessed some genuine skill. However, Qin Hao had no intention of letting this man profit, and thus he initiated the process of absorption. Indeed, Qin Hao had recently discovered a novel method for harnessing spiritual energy through jade, which was the very purpose of his visit. Unfortunately for Ming Dayuan, he had unwittingly walked into a trap. Are you finished yet? Does procrastination serve any purpose? Ming Dayuan taunted. Unfazed by the provocation, Qin Hao brushed the dust from his hands. I am ready. You may proceed. Ming Dayuan shook his head, realizing the risk. That will not do. What have you learned from my answer? Ultimately, the stone dealer proposed a reliable solution. Both parties would write their estimates on paper. Qin Hao readily agreed. Soon, eager spectators provided paper and pens. Qin Hao took the materials and swiftly penned his answer. In contrast, Ming Dayuan wrote with great seriousness. Boss, how about you reveal the results? Qin Hao casually handed his answer to the stone dealer, who accepted the papers without hesitation and began to announce the verdict. First, Mr. Ming's estimate is that the basketball-sized jade is blue or green, valued between 15 to 20 million. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. He knew this outcome was not surprising given his advantage. However, for Ming Dayuan to arrive at such an accurate estimate was indicative of true skill. At that moment, the stone dealer opened Qin Hao's note. The dealer was momentarily stunned, convinced he had misread the answer. Pray tell, what has he inscribed? The stone master appeared bewildered. Yet the onlookers exhibited little patience, hastily urging him on. Ahem, the answer from this gentleman is a light green jadeite, approximately the size of a basketball. Its value? 0. Laughter erupted. Young man, you are bound to lose this time. Even a jadeite the size of a fist would be worth millions. A basketball-sized jadeite valued at 0? Ming Dayuan was nearly in stitches. The victory seemed effortlessly within reach. We shall ascertain the truth through cutting, he remarked confidently. To Qin Hao, the calm demeanor of his opponent appeared as mere bravado, a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Cut it. Proceed with the cutting. With Ming Dayuan's command, the stone master commenced the process. As the cutting machine buzzed, all eyes were glued to the unfolding scene. Betting is commonplace in the stone gambling world. These spectators were merely there for the spectacle, indifferent to the outcomes. Qin Hao, are you certain of your claim? Lin Moshue, standing nearby, began to grow anxious. Even though she lacked expertise in stone gambling, she understood the fundamental principles. After all, if Qin Hao insisted on the existence of a basketball-sized jade, its worth could not possibly be 0. Just watch. The truth shall reveal itself shortly. Qin Hao maintained an air of assuredness, leaving Lin Moshue and ran even more perplexed. Green. It's green. The crowd erupted in excitement as the jadeite was revealed to be genuine green jade. Ming Dayuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as the chatter of the onlookers intensified, while Lin Moshue and Enran's tension escalated. Young man, you've lost. It's time to transfer the funds. Ming Dayuan brandished his bank card, signaling Qin how to make the payment. Qin Hao cast a sidelong glance at Ming Dayuan, replying nonchalantly, why the rush? It hasn't been fully cut yet. Are you attempting to evade your obligation? Ming Dayuan's expression shifted. He secretly hoped Qin Hao would resort to trickery, for that would surely embarrass the two lovely ladies accompanying him, thus presenting an opportunity for himself. Meanwhile, the crowd began to murmur, criticizing Qin Hao's integrity. Everyone, please remain calm. I previously stated that this rough stone contains a basketball-sized piece of green jade. I did not err in my assertion, did I? Ming Dayuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you made that claim, along with details regarding the jade's color. However, regrettably, you stated its worth was 0. Ladies and gentlemen, I assert that his value is indeed nil. If you doubt it, feel free to test it with your fingers. At that moment, some onlookers seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation, engaging in hushed discussions. Could there be a flaw with this jadeite? It seems improbable. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't deem it worthless. Ming Dayuan remained steadfast in his disbelief, harboring unwavering confidence in his own stone gambling prowess. A mere ploy for attention. He stepped forward, seizing the rough stone, and before he could even tap it, the jade within crumbled into fine powder, scattering across the ground. How could this be? It shattered. No wonder Mr. Qin claimed it was worthless. Indeed, Mr. Qin is quite remarkable. I have long suspected that he possesses extraordinary skill. As anticipated, my instincts proved correct. In an instant, the crowd began to address Mr. Qin. As for Ming Daoyuan, who remained in a daze, he had already been forgotten. The Jade Prince, right? Transfer the funds. By the way, you wouldn't try to renege, would you? At that moment, Ming Daoyuan gradually emerged from his shock. What is a mere 10 million? Can I afford to lose? However, he insisted on challenging Qin Hao once more. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Qin Hao's eyes. He had awaited this very statement. Very well, but first, transfer 13 million to me. I fear some may not honor their debts later. Ming Daoyuan was infuriated. After all, he was the illustrious disciple of the Jade King, the Jade Prince. To be hounded repeatedly by Qin Hao over a trivial sum was a blow to his pride. Without further ado, he transferred the funds to Qin Hao. Once Qin Hao confirmed the receipt of money, a satisfied smile graced his face. Xiao Xue, let's celebrate this evening. Enrin and Lin Ma Xue readily nodded in agreement. Darling, I'm at your command. However you wish to celebrate is fine by me. This endearing remark ignited a fire within Ming Daoyuan. Even Lin Ma Xue was exceptionally agreeable. Kid, this time let us raise the stakes. Let us wager 30 million. Ming Daoyuan proposed a new bet. Qin Hao shook his head in response. I'm afraid I can only muster 26 million. Then it shall be 26 million. This time, we shall each select a piece of jade, priced no higher than 1 million. We will wager on whose holds greater value, with a time limit of 15 minutes. Besides the 26 million, the chosen raw stones will also belong to the victor. Do you dare to gamble? Ming Daoyuan resorted to provocation. Yet, would Qin Hao be intimidated? The answer was a resounding no. Very well, let us proceed next door to select our stones. I would appreciate witnesses to this wager. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, we shall bear witness. In a moment, the tides had turned, and people began to rally behind Qin Hao. This shift was understandable. Initially, the crowd supported Ming Daoyuan due to his esteemed status. After all, in this industry, few dared to offend the Jade King, despite Ming Daoyuan's arrogance. Generally, people would tolerate his behavior. As business thrives on amicability, one never knows when assistance may be needed. However, the situation was different now. It was evident that Qin Hao possessed genuine skills, and being of Chinese descent further endeared him to the crowd. A sense of blind loyalty began to form. Ming Daoyuan seethed with anger as he recalled how these individuals had once fawned over him, now so swiftly aligning with Qin Hao. Go, darling. Enrin now had every confidence in Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded and began to select his raw stone. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his ability to see through, swiftly scanning the pile of stones priced under 1 million, akin to a fleeting glance. Soon, he selected a raw stone valued at 580,000. Boss, I'll take this one. After completing the transaction, he turned to Ming Daoyuan. This fellow indeed had some skill, as he had managed to pick a piece of glutinous rice jade. Kid, let us see if you can escape losing your pants this time. Ming Daoyuan cast a challenging glance at Qin Hao and provocatively remarked, You said the same thing earlier. What was the outcome? After speaking, Qin Hao turned on his heel, presenting the back of his head to Ming Daoyuan. Darling, make him suffer. As long as you win this round, there will be a surprise waiting for you tonight. Rest assured, just make yourself presentable and wait for me. The two flirted without noticing Lin Ma Xue pouting slightly. First, unseal mine. Whatever. With their consent, the stone cutter began his work. As the stone chips flew, Ming Daoyuan's piece quickly reduced to the size of a basketball. Oh, it's fogging up. We're getting results. Indeed, it appeared this jadeite was substantial. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Ming Daoyuan felt a surge of pride. Wipe it down for me. Once we uncover a good piece of jade, your reward is assured. This comment, while harmless on a typical day, drew visible irritation from the stone cutter in such a public setting. Reward is never a pleasing term. Soon, Ming Daoyuan's original stone was fully revealed, showcasing a glutinous rice type of jadeite. A glutinous rice variety? That's quite rare. It must be worth a fortune. Such material is seldom seen. Without several million, it would be unattainable. The onlookers engaged in lively discussions, all well-versed in the value of jadeite within their circle. A mere glance could yield an approximate valuation. Ming Daoyuan brimmed with pride. This jadeite must be worth at least 30 to 40 million, right? Are you ready to concede? Qin Hao paused, inquiring. Are you suggesting that if I concede now, the wager becomes null and void? This statement left Ming Daoyuan momentarily speechless. He had spoken off the cuff, not expecting Qin Hao to seize the opportunity. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. To admit defeat would invalidate the agreement, yet to deny it would leave him trapped by his own words. However, Qin Hao interjected once more. Fear not, I keep my promises. As the Chinese say, a promise is like a nail. I wouldn't mind adding a zero to that amount. By intentionally invoking the identity of their nation, Qin Hao deftly shifted the atmosphere in the room. Mr. Qin is right. We support you. The crowd began to rally, as their losses bore no consequence to them. Qin Hao understood their sentiments, yet recognized the necessity of not antagonizing them. Enough chatter. It's your turn. Hurry up and unseal. Ming Daoyuan urged. Qin Hao secured his original stone. Indeed, he intended to unveil it himself. With a straightforward and forceful motion, Qin Hao cleaved the stone in two. Is this how one uncovers stones? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered, before turning their eyes back to Qin Hao. Ignoring their discussions, Qin Hao continued his work. It's green. It's truly green. The hue appeared peculiar. Goodness, it's glassy imperial green. The revelation of glassy imperial green jadeite sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a fervor akin to water splashing into a boiling pot of oil. The entire assembly erupted in excitement. It is no wonder that the crowd was astonished. The glass-type imperial green is exceedingly rare, often encountered only a few times within a year. Some individuals may go their entire lives without witnessing the unveiling of imperial green in person. Naturally, Lin Moshue, standing nearby, whispered to Anren, "Is imperial green truly valuable?" "Indeed, it is," Anren replied. "Imperial green is emblematic of status. Its price is measured in grams." "Grams? How much does 1 gram cost?" Lin Moshue was taken aback, aware of the stone's worth, but surprised that it was quantified in grams. "Let me put it this way. A couple of years ago on my birthday, my father crafted a pendant for me using 18 grams of imperial green, which cost a staggering 2 million. Regrettably, I lost that pendant." Upon hearing Anren's words, Lin Moshue was utterly petrified. 18 grams, 2 million. How outrageous. To confirm her sanity, she discreetly pinched the inner thigh of her leg. The pain assured her that this was no illusion. "Rest assured, we stand to gain immensely this time." As Anren recounted her story, the others listened intently, especially Ming Daoyuan, whose expression darkened considerably. As a disciple of the gambling stone master Chakai, he was well aware of the value of imperial green. Even a piece the size of a fist would far surpass the quality of his jadeite. "That small gambling stone, right? How do you think my piece of imperial green compares to your jadeite?" The smug Qin Hao's demeanor incited an impulse in Ming Daoyuan to confront him. Ming Daoyuan's mind raced as he contemplated strategy. Although your imperial green is precious, its size is limited. Whether it can surpass my jadeite remains to be seen." With those words, the crowd erupted in derision, clearly sensing Ming Daoyuan's intention to play tricks. He flushed, but the 26 million was no trifling sum, especially with his jadeite at stake, amounting to tens of millions. He was determined to resort to deceit, despite the potential damage to his reputation. Yet, he was indifferent. In a few days, people would forget, and even if they did not, he was still Chatsai's disciple. The crucial point was that the price disparity between the two pieces of jadeite was not significant. "Are you planning to renege?" Qin Hao fixed his gaze on Ming Daoyuan. "Who is reneging? I merely state the facts. This time, we may at best break even." Ming Daoyuan was resolute, firmly holding onto his stance. "Are you suggesting that my piece of imperial green is on par with your jadeite's value? Then allow me to unveil another piece." This proclamation left not only Ming Daoyuan perplexed, but also the entire audience in a state of confusion. Qin Hao chose not to elaborate, lifting the previously split stone to commence the unveiling. Could there truly be another piece? Who could say? Perhaps China might indeed witness the emergence of a new gambling stone master. It must be said, should another piece be revealed, the title of gambling stone master would be rightfully earned. In an instant, the crowd resumed their discussions, each voice imbued with anticipation and excitement. As Qin Hao made his move, a miracle unfolded shortly thereafter. The jade had turned green. Indeed it had. "Let me take a look," someone exclaimed. "Goodness, it's imperial green. 2 pieces of imperial green, no less." Listening to the murmurs of the onlookers, Ming Daoyuan's countenance darkened, for he realized he had lost. Utterly. Not only had he lost, but this piece of imperial green was even larger than the previous one. He had contemplated defaulting on his debts, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Initially, one might excuse his desire to renege, given the minimal price difference between the two. However, it was now abundantly clear that what Qin Hao had unveiled far surpassed his own. After all, the reputation of Shigai extended beyond mere monetary value. After much deliberation, Ming Daoyuan resigned himself to fate, and at that moment, Qin had already revealed the imperial green. As Ming Daoyuan spoke, he prepared to depart. "Are you planning to default?" someone asked. "There are at least dozens of witnesses here. If you renege, it could tarnish your reputation in the entire jade gambling community. Qin Hao misinterpreted the situation. Ming Daoyuan was so flustered by Qin Hao's actions that he had forgotten the matter entirely. How could that be? I, Ming Daoyuan, cannot afford to lose. A mere 26 million and a piece of jadeite. How could I be incapable of bearing that? Qin Hao reached out to take the jadeite from Ming Daoyuan's grasp, urging him to transfer the funds promptly. Enraged, Ming Daoyuan completed the transaction in haste and departed without uttering a single harsh word. Today had indeed been a humiliation of the highest order. Everyone, I sincerely thank you for witnessing this event. Qin Hao expressed generously, knowing that a few polite words would not go amiss, as these individuals might cross paths with him in the future. Establishing a familiar rapport was prudent. Not all, Mr. Qin is one of our own, and naturally, we shall support him, came the replies. Indeed, Mr. Qin's jade gambling skills are unparalleled. Even Shigai himself may not be his match. We have finally produced a jade gambling king in our nation. In a flurry of congratulations, flattery, and exchanges of business cards, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Esteemed guests, as a newcomer, I hope to have your guidance in the future. It is getting late, so let us conclude for today. Until tomorrow. With those words, Qin Hao, accompanied by the two women and Huang Chong, departed, cradling the jade and the two original stones he had initially purchased. Little did Qin Hao know, as soon as he left, the others sprang into action. Quickly, to that store. The quick-witted ones had already arrived at the shop, clamoring to seize the stones. There were no slow responders in this frenzy. In any case, the shopkeeper was grinning ear to ear, never expecting that even before the public auction began, his inventory would be snatched away so swiftly. Qin Hao was blissfully unaware of all this. Uncle Chong, here, SA million for you. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Hao handed Huang Chong a check. He understood a fundamental truth. If one feasts while others merely sip the broth, how could one expect assistance from anyone? Mr. Qin, I cannot accept this. Huang Chong naturally declined. Uncle Chong, please take this. As you can see, I am not in need of this small sum. Additionally, I require your assistance with another matter. After much reluctance, Huang Chong ultimately accepted the check. Observing Huang Chong's acceptance, Qin Hao felt a sense of relief. Mr. Qin, please feel free to instruct me. Qin Hao nodded. I need a warehouse, one that is not too distant and possesses a high level of security. It will be used for storing raw stones. Furthermore, please arrange for several armed security personnel to be assigned to me. Huang Chong understood Qin Hao's intentions and promptly departed. My dear, I'm so tired. Could you please give me a massage? I want one that covers my entire body, and ran cooed after Huang Chong's departure. Qin Hao shook his head with a wry smile, pondering the peculiar nature of women. A minor cut on a finger would elicit tears, yet she remained unfazed by several days of menstrual discomfort. She would don stockings and high heels in the depths of winter, only to curl up in his embrace. Claiming to be cold, alone at home, she could manage to lift a water jug onto the dispenser, yet in his presence. She would wail about a bottle of mineral water being impossible to open. Such contradictions were utterly baffling. Husband, you are truly amazing. How did you know there would be 2 pieces of imperial green? And Ran exclaimed excitedly while enjoying Qin Hao's massage, discussing the stone identification. Do you believe I guessed? These are merely basic operations. Remain calm. Observing and Ran's delight and Qin Hao's self-satisfied expression, Lin Moshue felt an urge to kick him. Indeed, she was feeling a twinge of jealousy. Qin Hao, could you help me select a piece tomorrow? Lin Moshue finally spoke up. Choosing a piece of raw stone was no challenge for Qin Hao, and he agreed without hesitation. Xiaoxue, I will select a fine piece for you tomorrow. Is that true? Lin Moshue's excitement was palpable. Of course it is true. Besides, I cannot let you make the trip for nothing. Tomorrow, I will share with you which raw stones will yield valuable results, and you may purchase them. If you like them, keep them. If not, sell them to Anne's jewelry. I cannot guarantee wealth, but a few days of this could make you a millionaire. Qin Hao's intention was straightforward. Lin Moshue had previously aided him, and while her family was well off, it paled in comparison to Ran's status. Therefore, this was an opportunity to offer Lin Moshue a small benefit, a blend of personal and professional gain. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lin Moshue's eyes brightened. Husband, what do you plan to do with this glutinous rice variety and these 2 pieces of imperial green? Qin Hao pondered for a moment before replying. If you like them, take them to create some jewelry, a set for your mother and another for Xiaoxue. And Ran shook her head. I believe it would be too wasteful if what you say is true. It would be wiser to convert them into money. After all, Ens isn't a single entity. And wouldn't that simply benefit those ungrateful wolves? I believe that would be inappropriate, considering we are here representing An's group. Lin Moshue was quite straightforward and expressed her concerns. My father merely suggested purchasing rough stones, and we could simply buy more if needed. Whatever we uncover naturally belongs to us, if nothing is revealed. Do you believe the company will acknowledge it? Thus, we should take what is fair. After all, we cannot afford to suffer a loss. Anren's words were indeed reasonable. Should Qin Hao lose his bet today, he alone would bear the cost of this money and the rough stones. Not to mention the glutinous rice type and imperial green. It is likely that Qin Hao's own 13 million would be at stake. If losing is deemed a personal loss, then winning should not require giving anything to the company. This is simply illogical. To put it plainly, this is a personal endeavor, having nothing to do with the family group. Qin Hao nodded. Those 2 pieces of imperial green, along with the glutinous rice type that Ming Daoyuan lost to him, would certainly be worth over 100 million. Additionally, considering Qin Hao's previous purchases, he was here solely to profit. He decided to keep a small piece for himself and offer the larger one to the family group. Opportunities abound, and tomorrow we shall commence our official shopping spree. Lin Moshue observed the affectionate pair, a pang of jealousy stirring within her as she checked the time. Qin Hao, Anren, let us go out for something to eat. I am famished. After earning so much today, it is your turn to treat. Qin Hao glanced at the time. There was still a while before dinner. Since this was a business trip on the company's expense, it would be unwise not to take advantage. However, he needed to take a shower first, as he was covered in dust from the stone cutting. Once I wash up, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Qin Hao, you better wait for me. I vow I shall not rest until I repay this grudge. After venting his frustration, Ming Daoyuan finally regained his composure. Boredom led him to seek out 2 ladies to alleviate the tedium. However, the thought of ladies reminded him of Anren and Lin Moshue, one exuding femininity, the other pure and adorable. With this in mind, Ming Daoyuan resolved to take action. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Hello. Chigo, I need that kind of medicine. Within an hour, it must be delivered. After hanging up, Ming Daoyuan chuckled to himself, plotting to teach Qin Hao a lesson. As Qin Hao was showering, the outside world was already in a frenzy, not for any trivial reason, but due to Qin Hao's earlier events. A young master of gambling stones had competed against a favored disciple of Chakai, winning 2 consecutive matches and revealing 2 pieces of imperial green. This news rapidly spread, ensuring many remembered the name Qin Hao. Anren, tonight we shall share the large room. Lin Moshue glanced at Qin Hao showering and quietly informed Anren. I refuse. I want to stay with Qin Hao. Anren was certainly unwilling to agree. Being with Qin Hao opened doors to intimate moments, while sharing a bed with Lin Moshue held no allure. You used to linger on my bed. Tonight you must sleep with me. Besides, you and Qin Hao are not married yet. That would be considered a legal cohabitation. As your cousin, I have the responsibility to keep an eye on you. Lin Moshue spoke with righteous conviction, but Anren simply rolled her eyes in response. Cousin, what era are we in to still consider illegal cohabitation? The young man remains unmarried, and the young woman is also single. Their cohabitation is both open and legal. It is evident to me that jealousy is at play. Anren's assertion holds true. Lin Moshue is indeed envious. Cousin, have you developed feelings for Qin Hao? Anren's sudden remark left Lin Moshue bewildered. Don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly like him? Lin Moshue vehemently denied it, though the truth remained only within her own heart. Cousin, it is for the best if you do not. I can relinquish many things, but not Qin Hao. He is everything to me. In truth, Lin Moshue felt a tumult of emotions, fearing that Anren might uncover her secret. Indeed, Lin Moshue had fallen for Qin Hao, though she could not pinpoint when it began, perhaps during their first encounter at the police station, or maybe on subsequent occasions. Regardless, she knew she had fallen for someone she should not love. After Qin Hao finished his shower, Anren and Lin Moshue proceeded to bathe as well. Thus, she began to examine 2 pieces of imperial jade, which contained a particularly potent energy. The spiritual energy within Qin Hao was brimming with an eager impulse, akin to a vampire's thirst for blood or a long-time smoker's craving upon spotting a pack of fine cigarettes after days of abstinence. As Qin Hao contemplated whether to absorb one or both pieces, Anren's voice echoed from the bathroom. Darling, I forgot to grab my lingerie. It's in that bag on the sofa. Qin Hao hastily concealed the jade, fearing he might lose control and consume both pieces, which were worth millions. If he did so, he would have no tears left to shed. Upon reaching the sofa and opening the bag, he indeed found a brand new set of lingerie. However, to his astonishment, it was transparent, clearly an invitation to entice him. This raised another dilemma. How could he deliver the lingerie to Lin Mashua and Anren, who were in the bathroom? Although Qin Hao had peeped at Lin Mashua on more than one occasion, he would never admit to it. Darling, did you find it? It's a transparent set, the one you said you liked. Qin Hao was rendered speechless. Anren could so openly speak of such things while Lin Mashua was right there. Eventually, Qin Hao knocked on the bathroom door. When it opened, he cast a sidelong glance inside. But before he could fully comprehend the scene, Anren snatched the lingerie from his hand, and the door was promptly closed again. Yet, he had caught a glimpse of something he would never divulge. The duration of a woman's bath is often lengthy, so Qin Hao resumed his examination of the initial 2 raw stones he had purchased. These stones were not particularly precious, and Qin Hao felt no remorse at the thought of absorbing one of them. Just as he pondered which to absorb, Anren and Lin Mashua emerged from their bath. Darling, cousin says you have to sleep alone tonight. Qin Hao instinctively replied, I want both. The moment the words left his mouth, both women froze, exchanging glances of surprise. Anren, being seasoned in such matters, remained composed, while Lin Mashua's cheeks flushed crimson. You harbor such beautiful fantasies, and you even desire a double date? Upon hearing Anren's words, Lin Mashua quickly grasped the situation. You impudent girl, do you seek a beating? Instantly, the two began to wrestle, and soon enough, the springtime atmosphere became palpable, leaving Qin Hao utterly astonished. As Lin Mashua inadvertently glanced up, she caught sight of Qin Hao, who was swallowing hard. Realizing his gaze, she cursed him silently, rogue, and hastily began to adjust her nightwear. Ahem, I must say, I desire both of these precious gems. Where do you two think you are going? Moreover, Xiaoxue, how have your thoughts become so unsavory? Have you been influenced by Anren? Lin Mashu merely scoffed, remaining silent, while Anren stuck out her tongue. By the way, what were you two just discussing? Darling, my cousin said she will sleep with me tonight. Upon hearing Anren's words, Qin Hao stroked his chin, nodding seriously. While 3 people sharing a bed may be somewhat cramped, I believe it is manageable. As soon as these words left his lips, Lin Mashu seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him. You shameless rogue, dreaming too grandly. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. The trio immediately ceased their playful banter. Lin Mashue, with an instinctive habit from her police training, grabbed the bag hanging on the wall, knowing it contained her service weapon. Qin Hao also composed himself, shedding his earlier nonchalance, and exchanged a glance with Lin Mashue before approaching the door. This was not a matter of cowardice. The region of Yunnan was far from the tranquility of Jinling. With the recent unveiling of jade worth over 100 million, it was prudent to exercise caution. Upon reaching the door, Qin Hao peered through the peephole. He could have effortlessly used his ability to see through walls. Yet, given Anren and Lin Mashua's presence, he refrained from being too conspicuous. It was that foolish Mr. Ming Daoyuan. Qin Hao muttered before opening the door. Isn't this the esteemed Jade King, Mr. Ming Daoyuan? What brings you to my doorstep at such an hour? Surely, you don't seek to engage in a stone gamble? A twitch flickered at Ming Daoyuan's lips, but he quickly donned a friendly smile. Ah, Brother Qin, today I must admit my fault. After my master learned of the situation, he chastised me thoroughly. Thus, I have come to apologize to you, dear brother. I would also like to invite you and the 2 lovely ladies to dinner as a gesture of my contrition. Ming Daoyuan's sincerity left Qin Hao somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom the man's true intentions. However, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Qin Hao resolved not to be overly harsh. Mr. Ming, since it is merely a misunderstanding, let's put it behind us. As for dinner, I think it best to defer until another day. Mr. Qin, won't you invite me in for a moment? Before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, Ming Daoyuan interjected. Reluctantly, Qin Hao stepped aside, allowing Ming Daoyuan entry. Though he harbored a dislike for the man, he could not find a valid reason to refuse him at that moment. Mr. Qin, I'm genuinely inviting the 3 of you to dinner. You see, I have even brought wine. This is a 1982 law fight. Upon hearing about the esteemed 1982 law fight, Anren and Lin Mashue instinctively glanced at the bottle of red wine that Ming Daoyuan had placed on the table. Lafite is renowned, and the 1982 vintage is particularly famous. As for the reasons behind its acclaim, neither Qin Hao nor Lin Mashue could elucidate, but Anren was well aware. Mr. Ming, it is getting late, and we must visit the raw stone market tomorrow. How about we save the celebration for another day? I would be delighted to treat you to dinner then. With this overture, Ming Daoyuan felt it inappropriate to press further and engaged in casual conversation before taking his leave. He did not take the law fight with him. It contained an additive capable of inducing disorientation. At a crucial moment, Ming Daoyuan intended to alert the authorities, exposing an unsightly scene, thereby intending to humiliate Qin Hao and his companions. Simply put, he sought to strip Qin Hao of his dignity in that setting. To facilitate this malevolent scheme, Ming Daoyuan had even secured a different room directly across from Qin Hao's, allowing him to surveil the trio with a telescope through the window, ready to summon help at any moment. Is the 1982 law fight genuine? Lin Maxiue inquired, lifting the bottle and inspecting it closely. Indeed, the production date confirmed it was from 1982. I believe all red wines taste alike, and I find them rather unpleasant. Regardless, if you wish to indulge, please do. I shall abstain. Qin Hao made his stance clear, genuinely disliking red wine, as it always left him with an unpleasant aftertaste. Qin Hao, this is the 1982 law fight. Aaron urged. Could you explain why this vintage is so celebrated? After contemplating Lin Maxiue's question, Aaron began to articulate her thoughts. In truth, while Lafite ranks among the top 10 wines, it is not the best and often falls behind others, such as Romanée-Conti, Petrus, and Latour. The acclaim surrounding the 1982 Lafite is significantly influenced by marketing. The year 1982 was not the finest for wine production in France. However, the conditions at the Lafite estate were reasonably favorable, compounded by a reduced yield that made the wine scarce and, thus, more valuable. The price of the 1982 Lafite escalated to 880 yuan per bottle. Generally, a good wine must possess three qualities: an excellent origin, a favorable vintage, and a skilled winemaker. Wine is said to be comprised of 70% raw material and 30% craftsmanship. Moreover, it is often asserted that great wines are born from the land. In my perspective, the hype surrounding it is merely a marketing ploy. Fundamentally, it is just a bottle of wine. This is akin to smoking, for those without a nicotine addiction. There is little distinction between a 10 yuan pack and a 100 yuan pack of cigarettes. Chapter 0068, being schemed against. Aaron's reasoning seemed quite sound. I would like to have some wine. Ultimately, Lin Maxiue could not resist the allure of the Lafite. All right then, please tidy up while I arrange for the hotel to send over some dishes, Qin Hao declared before departing. After he left, Lin Maxiue and Aaron began to clean up, with clothes from their recent shower strewn across the floor. At that moment, Ming Daoyuan was peering through binoculars, albeit obstructed by the curtains, allowing him only a vague glimpse of three shadows swaying in the light. Qin Hao, won't you indulge in a sip? It's rather delightful. Lin Maxiue urged Qin Hao while savoring her Lafite. Qin Hao shook his head, showing no interest in red wine, though he did have a penchant for food. Darling, shall we go out and watch the match later? Qin Hao was taken aback, gazing at Aaron with suspicion. Match? What match? After taking a sip of her drink, Aaron began to explain. It turned out there was an underground entertainment venue featuring dogfights and, of course, human combat. In essence, it was an underground boxing match where one could purchase tickets to watch and place bets on the victor. Although Qin Hao had never been. He had seen such spectacles on screen in movies and television. Aaron, as a young lady, why are you so drawn to such things? If I hadn't grown up alongside you, I might suspect you had undergone gender reassignment surgery, Lin Maxiue remarked, causing Qin Hao's hair to stand on end as he instinctively distanced himself from Aaron. This was, of course, a deliberate act to play along with Lin Maxiue's jest. From now on, I'll keep my distance. Perhaps what Xiaoxue said holds some truth. The two bantered, prompting Aaron to frown. Stop joking. Haven't you figured out whether I'm male or female? As the trio engaged in light conversation while dining, Qin Hao poured himself a bottle of beer to join in. Qin Hao, tell me about your academic days. Why did you start dating in your first year of high school? With the alcohol flowing and the atmosphere relaxed, Lin Maxiue inquired about Qin Hao and Aaron's school experiences. There was little to conceal, and as Qin Hao recounted the tales while eating, Aaron and Lin Maxiue listened intently. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Aaron and Lin Maxiue began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Initially, Qin Hao dismissed it, attributing it to the effects of the wine. However, as their speech became increasingly incoherent, he finally sensed something amiss and pinpointed the issue. Damn it, Ming Daoyuan. The detailed proceedings here are omitted. Meanwhile, Ming Daoyuan felt the time was ripe and picked up the phone to call Song Jun. Song Jun was a team leader in charge of the area, and he shared a good rapport with Ming Daoyuan, often engaging in dubious dealings together. Captain Song, I have a business proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing. On the other end of the line, Song Jun's voice responded promptly. Mr. Ming, what sort of business? Is there any risk involved? Without reservation, Ming Daoyuan outlined the situation concerning Qin Hao, including the matter of the red wine. He was unperturbed by any potential repercussions from Song Jun, for they were, after all, two peas in a pod. When trouble arose, neither could escape. Upon hearing Ming Daoyuan's words, Song Jun's eyes lit up. The jadeite raw stone was worth over 100 million, and most importantly, Qin Hao was an outsider, indicating a lack of connections. With no background, he was but a fish on the chopping block, ready to be carved up at will. Thus, a report from the masses prompted an immediate inspection to be set in motion. This action, though not entirely compliant with protocol, was of little concern to Song Jun, who had engaged in such dealings on numerous occasions. It would not be an exaggeration to describe his familiarity with the situation as second nature. Captain Song, let me make myself clear. You must not touch those two women. I trust you understand my meaning. Song Jun, of course, grasped the implication. Ming Daoyuan, that fellow, was driven by both greed and lust. Clearly, the two women accompanying Qin Hao were exceedingly beautiful, which had caught Ming Daoyuan's attention. However, Song Jun remained indifferent. His interests lay solely in wealth and promotion. Women? In the region of Yunnan, as long as one possesses riches, attractive women abound in abundance. There is no need to jeopardize their partnership over such trivial matters, especially as they were to collaborate long-term. Rest assured, Mr. Ming, the women are yours, while the goods belong to me. Shall we proceed as per our usual arrangement? He awaited the unfolding of the drama with anticipation. Meanwhile, Qin Hao placed the two women into a bathtub and turned on the faucet, resolutely dousing them with cold water. If all else failed, he would have to expel the residual effects of the drugs from their systems using his spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour, Ran and Lin Moshue finally regained consciousness. Qin Hao's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Damn that Ming Daoyuan for daring to deceive me. I shall have his skin. Lin Moshue seethed, mortified that Qin Hao had witnessed her embarrassing moment. How was she to face anyone after this? Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly help me up. We need to prepare ourselves. A grand show is about to commence, lacking the strength to rise. Qin Hao could only rely on Ran and Lin Moshue to assist him. Husband, do you mean to say that Ming Daoyuan has a backup plan? Upon hearing Ran's inquiry, Qin Hao nodded. This is certain. Otherwise, why would he exert such effort to curry favor, invite us to dinner, and present us with Lafite? Is he truly that benevolent? This afternoon made it evident that Ming Daoyuan is petty and overbearing. One must question how such a person could suddenly change character. Qin Hao's words resonated with both women. So what shall we do? Pretend nothing has occurred? Lin Moshue exclaimed, visibly irritated. Qin Hao shook his head. Fear not. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds beget retribution. To deal with such a person, we must employ methods that are even more unscrupulous. Ming Daoyuan prides himself as the little jade king, so let us exploit this very aspect to ensnare him. He began outlining his plan, a sequence of retaliatory schemes. Lin Moshue listened with a frown, while Ran appeared excessively enthusiastic. Very well, let us proceed. We must prepare quickly. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Song Jun summoned several trusted aides and set off in 2 cars towards Qin Hao's hotel. Chapter 68, Deceived. And Ran's reasoning seemed quite sound. Well, I think I would like some wine. Lin Moshue ultimately succumbed to the allure of Lafite. All right, you clean up, and I will request the hotel to prepare some dishes to send over. With that, Qin Hao stepped out. After Qin Hao departed, Lin Moshue and Ran began to tidy up, as the clothes they had just worn during their bath lay strewn across the floor. Meanwhile, Ming Daoyuan secretly spied through binoculars, although the curtains obstructed his view, allowing him only to discern the blurred silhouettes of the 3 moving in the dim light. Qin Hao, one tea you indulge in just a sip? It's truly delightful, Lin Moshue urged, savoring the Lafite wine. Qin Hao shook his head, showing no interest in red wine, though he was quite fond of food. Husband, shall we go out to watch the match later? Qin Hao paused, looking at Ran with suspicion. Match? What match? Ran took a sip of her wine and began to explain. It turned out there was an underground entertainment venue nearby, featuring dogfights and, of course, human combat. In essence, it was an underground boxing match, and to view the spectacle, one needed to purchase tickets and could place bets on the victor. Though Qin Hao had never attended, he had seen such events depicted in films and on television. Ran, as a young lady, why do you have such an affinity for these things? If I hadn't grown up with you, I might suspect you had undergone gender reassignment surgery, Lin Moshue remarked, causing Qin Hao to feel a chill, and he instinctively maintained a safe distance from Ran. Fine, I shall keep my distance from you. Perhaps what Xiaoxue said holds some truth, he jested. Nonsense. Am I not clear to you, male or female? Should I provide proof, right now? What began as a casual jest was not taken seriously by Qin Hao, yet in Ran's subsequent actions shattered his worldview. She abruptly stood up, clearly behaving oddly. At this moment, Qin Hao sensed something was amiss. If it had been just the two of them, it would not have raised alarms. And Ran was capable of such antics. However, Lin Moshue was different. They were merely friends, with a hint of familial ties, making it improbable for them to engage in outrageous behavior in front of Qin Hao. "Darling, are you not feeling warm?" And Ran inquired. "Xiaoxua, stop messing around. We've been set up." Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Hao that both women had likely ingested some sort of stimulant. At that moment, and Ran and Lin Ma Xue were teetering on the edge of absurdity, oblivious to anything Qin Hao said. They continued to ramble nonsensically. Under normal circumstances, Qin Hao might have played along, half-heartedly encouraging the situation, as such an opportunity was rare. However, this was not the case, since they had been ensnared. It was evident that further complications awaited them. Pondering the situation, Qin Hao concluded that the issue stemmed from that bottle of Lafite. He had consumed all the food but had avoided the wine, thus escaping the effects. And Ran, "Xiaoxua, please snap out of it." Yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. As both women had completely lost their composure, even the inexperienced Lin Ma Xue began to speak in a disjointed manner. Qin Hao gritted his teeth, clutching both women as he made his way towards the bathroom, unceremoniously tossing them into the bathtub and turning on the shower. Icy water cascaded over them, jolting and Ran and Lin Ma Xue into a semblance of consciousness. They exchanged startled glances, particularly Lin Ma Xue, whose cheeks flushed crimson as she feared that Qin Hao might take advantage of their inebriated state. Inwardly, she chastised him, questioning how he could engage in such behavior in front of Ran. As her thoughts spiraled, the invigorating shock of the cold water began to fade. Just then, Qin Hao spoke up, urging them not to misunderstand. The red wine had been laced with a drug, and he was attempting to alleviate its effects. Yet, his words fell upon deaf ears, for the cold water could not address the underlying issue, and the two women began to succumb again. Qin Hao, drenched in sweat and anxiety, was oblivious to when the next scheme would unfold. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He extended his hands toward each of them, channeling his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Ming Daoyuan set aside his binoculars to calculate the timing. The drug's potency was formidable. It would not dissipate in less than 2 hours, so he remained patient. His intentions were clear. He awaited the moment when the three would be engaged in a compromising situation, at which point the police would burst in, providing him with the evidence he needed to manipulate Qin Hao and the two women into submission. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. Qin Hao was not fond of red wine. Furthermore, Qin Hao had not acted unscrupulously. The timing simply wasn't right. Sensing that the moment was nearing, Ming Daoyuan dialed the number of a captain he knew. On the other side, Qin Hao lay exhausted in the bathtub, having exerted himself to counteract the drug's effects on the two women, and Ran, brimming with indignation, contrasted with Lin Ma Xue, who felt a twinge of regret. "Are you all right, dear?" And Ran's immediate concern was not for her own exposure, but for Qin Hao's well-being. Lin Ma Xue mirrored her worry with her gaze fixed on him. "I'm fine, just need a moment to rest." "You two, quickly get dressed. This is a conspiracy, and I suspect someone will be here shortly." It was only then that Lin Ma Xue realized her disheveled state, her face flushing as she hurried to find her clothes. Meanwhile, Ran seemed unperturbed, playfully teasing Qin Hao as she gathered her belongings. "Which of us do you think is a better figure, me or my cousin? Beautiful? You and your sister." Qin Hao muttered under his breath, exasperated by the triviality of her question amidst the gravity of the situation. The priority was to erase any incriminating evidence before the police arrived, particularly that bottle of red wine. Remembering the wine, a chill ran down Qin Hao's spine, prompting him to dash towards the living room. Chapter 0069, The Bandit Song Jun. This was yet another treacherous dilemma, regardless of whose merits were extolled or criticized. It was inevitably Qin Hao who would bear the brunt of the consequences. What was more bewildering was that at such a critical moment, Ran still found the capacity to concern herself with such matters. In a moment of desperation, Qin Hao delivered a resounding slap to Ran's backside, the sound echoing sharply. Even Lin Ma Xue, who was already in the living room, could hear it distinctly. The pain, perhaps the effects of the medication, had not entirely subsided, as Ran began to exhibit signs of desire once again. At such a moment, her thoughts were still wandering into chaos. It was time to regain composure. Qin Hao discreetly stashed away the remaining half bottle of Lafite, along with several invaluable jade stones. Just as he finished tidying up, there came a knock at the door, and before he could respond, the door was forcefully flung open from the outside, ushering in 5 or 6 uniformed individuals. Upon seeing Qin Hao and the others engaged in dinner, they were momentarily taken aback. The scene was entirely different from what they had envisioned. The leader of the group, a captain named Song Jun, had anticipated a lucrative opportunity when he received a call from Ming Daoyuan. If all proceeded smoothly, as Ming Daoyuan had indicated, he could secretly appropriate the jade stones Qin Hao had acquired that day. This was a plan they had mutually agreed upon. Later, they could easily frame Qin Hao and his companions, leaving him with no recourse. As for Ming Daoyuan's intentions regarding the two women, Song Jun was indifferent, each pursuing their own interests. However, upon entering, he was met with a scene that diverged drastically from his expectations. "Are you police officers or bandits?" Qin Hao discerned the truth as the intruders stormed in. "We are from the Dianan branch," Song Jun stammered, momentarily at a loss for words as he struggled to articulate a charge. "We received a report stating that you... A report? Who filed it?" Qin Hao interjected. "We are law-abiding taxpayers. You barged in here with firearms drawn. I now suspect you are robbers." Song Jun's eyelids twitched. This man was unlike the others. Faced with the ominous barrels of guns, he exhibited no trace of fear, which instilled in Song Jun an unsettling premonition. While the Jiannan region was indeed chaotic, many individuals of status resided there, and this man before him likely had connections. Otherwise, he would not be so composed. After a brief contemplation, Song Jun realized that the charge of public indecency could not hold. Therefore, a charge of illegal possession of firearms in pursuit of the coveted imperial green jade would suffice. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed with feigned righteousness, "I suspect you are terrorists, possibly in possession of firearms. I must conduct a search." At this statement, Lin Moshue grew displeased and attempted to assert her identity, but Qin Hao restrained her, revealing their identities would thwart his forthcoming plan. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Hao inquired nonchalantly. "Whether or not you possess firearms, we shall ascertain that through a search." "Search them," Song Jun commanded, initiating the search with his subordinates. Meanwhile, Anren remained composed, engrossed in her phone, secretly recording the events. Once she felt she had captured enough footage, she saved the video and sent it to Tianchong. Minutes later, while Song Jun found no trace of the imperial green jade, he did uncover a handgun and a magazine. However, he could not find joy in the situation. For alongside him were also discovered Lin Moshue's police credentials and the documentation for this mission. This indicated that the three individuals were official personnel, arriving here with a specific purpose. Song Jun realized the gravity of the situation. Typically, circumstances like this suggested one undeniable fact. Lin Moshue had been dispatched to handle a case. Should this matter escalate, Song Jun would find himself in an irretrievable predicament. Contemplating this, he exchanged a glance with his team members and approached Qin Hao. "My apologies, it appears you are a colleague," he remarked, suspecting that someone had played a prank by reporting a false incident. Qin Hao slowly rose from his chair, glancing at the time, which indicated that their scheduled appointment was drawing near. After deducing that this was a scheme, he finally dialed the number Zhang Jingguo had provided him. The phone rang twice before it was answered. "Hello, this is Zhang Wei." "Greetings, Wei Yi Oim Qin Hao." Indeed, Zhang Wei was the son of Zhang Jingguo, husband to Luo Anjiao and father to Tong Tong. Coincidentally, Zhang Wei was stationed near Yunnan, engaged in operations along the border to apprehend criminals and maintain security. Zhang Wei was already aware of Qin Hao's identity, having learned about their connection from his wife. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Qin Hao was a savior to Zhang Wei's father. Thus, upon hearing Qin Hao recount the events, Zhang Wei considered for a mere 3 seconds before assuring him not to worry. He would take care of it, and they had an hour to meet. "Captain Song, may I inquire about the identity of the person who reported this incident?" Song Jun shook his head, realizing that revealing such information would expose his dealings with Ming Daoyuan. Resolutely, he declined, offering an apology before striding away with his team. "Qin Hao, are we just going to let them leave?" Lin Moshue pouted, visibly displeased. Qin Hao smiled gently and replied. Meanwhile, as Song Jun had just entered his vehicle, his tense demeanor finally relaxed. He was about to call Ming Daoyuan when a brilliant light blinded him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a fully armed squad of soldiers surrounded him. "Who are you? Assaulting a police officer with firearms?" Song Jun demanded, his voice firm. "Are you the bandit Song Jun?" Zhang Wei accused, labeling him a criminal. It is noteworthy that this was Yunnan, a border city where during certain periods, military personnel held law enforcement authority. Cold sweat trickled down Song Jun's back as he understood he had provoked the wrong individuals today. "My brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We are," before he could finish. His phone rang. It was a call from the chief. Song Jun answered immediately. As soon as the line connected, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "Song Yun, you scoundrel, what have you done? You took a team into the hotel to rob it, and now the calls are coming to me. Chapter 0070, The Misfortunate Song Jun. As Song Jun was drenched in a cold sweat from the scorn directed at him, he suddenly recalled that Ming Daoyuan had not reported through the proper channels, but rather had contacted him on his personal phone. This indicated that the current operation was a private endeavor, thus rendering it illegal. Now, if you were to be held accountable, wait, home invasion? Song Jun abruptly remembered a keyword mentioned by his superior. Director, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm being wrongfully accused. He hastily attempted to clarify, yet his words proved futile. Song Jun, you've been suspended and are under thorough investigation. Additionally, there's a video you ought to see. By the way, it seems the military has also intervened. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to stir up such a hornet's nest. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. With that, the call ended abruptly. Recalling the mention of the video, Song Jun quickly opened his phone, and indeed, he received a video. It depicted him and his associates ransacking Qin Hao's room, and at that moment, Song Jun realized he had been ensnared in a trap. Just then, Zhang Wei produced a cigarette, lit it, and approached Song Jun, speaking in a calm tone. As a public servant, you unlawfully intruded into another's residence, committed robbery, and absconded with over 100 million worth of jade. Such a charge is sufficient to imprison you for a lifetime. Robbery? Over 100 million? You cannot accuse me baselessly. We merely conducted a routine inspection following a report. Zhang Wei chuckled, discarding his cigarette, but, to my knowledge, the reporting center received no calls. And you lacked a search warrant, yet you forced your way in. The hotel corridor is equipped with surveillance cameras, and there is footage of your robbery. What further defense can you offer? Now at a loss for words, Song Jun recognized he had been cleverly ensnared. Suddenly, he thought of Ming Daoyuan. Just then, Qin Hao staggered over. Qin Hao first approached Zhang Wei. Brother Wei, I am Qin Hao. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Zhang Wei embraced him, leaving Qin Hao somewhat bewildered. My father's situation. I have yet to express my gratitude. Qin Hao shook his head and casually engaged Zhang Wei in small talk, which left Song Jun in a state of panic. Mr. Qin, I truly had no knowledge of your substantial connections, but I assure you, I did not take your jade. Qin Hao then turned, speaking with a teasing tone. Captain Song, this afternoon at the raw stone market, I extracted 2 exquisite imperial greens and a piece of glutinous rice jade. Many are aware of this, yet following your search, my jade has vanished. Are you claiming you did not take it? I truly did not take anything. Song Jun was on the verge of tears. I am indifferent to your claims. I have evidence. If necessary, we shall engage in litigation. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. If you choose to be a pawn for others, be prepared to shoulder the blame. It is quite simple for me to overlook this matter. Simply compensate me with 100 million, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Moreover, I can utilize my connections to ensure you retain your position as captain. Otherwise, you may consider your options. By the way, I shall grant you 2 hours. If I do not see my jade or receive compensation within that time frame, we shall meet in court. Thank you, my dear brothers, for your support. It is getting late, so I would like to invite you all to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Initially, Zhang Wei had no intention of dining, but he could not refuse Qin Hao's invitation. Thus, he called everyone in and entered the hotel. At that moment, the hotel owner was quite alarmed. He had heard the incident's backstory. If Qin Hao decided to pursue the matter, it would spell disaster for his establishment. After all, guests had not only been without any security, but had also lost items worth over 100 million. If Qin Hao firmly asserted that the loss occurred in their hotel, compensation would be unavoidable. With such a formidable background, who would dare provoke them? Therefore, seeing dozens of people enter the hotel for a meal, the owner felt relieved and promptly presented the finest and most expensive dishes. Naturally, he dare not charge them for the meal. Meanwhile, Song Jun, feeling despondent, got into his car and, after much contemplation, decided to call Ming Daoyuan. Ming Daoyuan was residing in the same hotel, so he was well aware of the unfolding events. Were it not for the imminent auction of raw jade and his current mission, he would have considered fleeing. Just then, Ming Daoyuan's phone rang. It was Song Jun. With a heavy heart, he answered. Hello, Captain Song. You scoundrel, Ming Daoyuan. You have deceived me. If I end up in prison, you shall not escape unscathed either. As soon as the call connected, Song Jun unleashed a torrent of curses, leaving Ming Daoyuan with no choice but to endure. Over the years, the two had engaged in numerous illicit transactions, and should Song Jun be apprehended, Ming Daoyuan would undoubtedly face repercussions. Unless he intended to hide in the Emerald Kingdom for the rest of his life, there was no escape. Captain Song, I regret the oversight on my part. I was outwitted by that Qin Hao. I shall cover the 100 million, but you should find a way to mitigate the aftermath. Thus, the two conspirators began to deliberate on the ensuing events. Ultimately, they concluded that to untangle the mess, they must confront Qin Hao. After bidding farewell to Zhang Wei, Qin Hao glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Captain Song, is there something you wish to discuss at such a late hour? Song Jun's lips twitched. Was this not a rhetorical question? Mr. Qin, I have not located the jade you lost, but I am willing to pay compensation. Qin Hao smiled. For the truth was that his aim was not to target Song Jun. Rather, Song Jun was but an inconsequential figure. Even if Song Jun were imprisoned, it would bring Qin Hao no advantage. Thus, he sought only monetary recompense. If you had said so earlier, we would not be in this predicament, Qin Hao replied. I do not wish to escalate this matter either. We came here on a mission. It is not just you and law enforcement. Even the military must cooperate. Qin Hao began to weave a grand narrative, spinning tales to persuade. Surprisingly, Song Jun was convinced, leading him to once again berate Ming Daoyuan. Mr. Qin speaks the truth. It is my fault for lacking discernment. Please provide an account number, and I will arrange for the payment. Furthermore, this situation has escalated significantly, jeopardizing my position. Qin Hao understood. Rest assured, Captain Song, I will notify the higher-ups. We shall consider this matter settled. In the future, you shall remain the captain. But what about my safety concerns? Upon hearing these words, Song Jun was filled with joy and promptly assured, Mr. Qin, rest assured. I will arrange for personnel to patrol the vicinity 24 hours a day. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction, intending to provide his bank account details when Ran approached. Handing him a card. Darling, this is a Swiss bank card. It's much more secure. Chapter 0071, Dogfighting. It was only then that Qin Hao realized, secretly giving Ran a thumbs up. Essentially, large monetary transfers such as these are easily traceable by relevant authorities. In that case, it would be an exercise in futility. Even if such a scenario were implausible, being scrutinized by the authorities could cause Qin Hao considerable distress regarding the taxes owed. However, the Swiss bank was different. Once funds entered this institution, security concerns would be alleviated. 10 minutes later, having seen off Song Jun, Qin Hao refrained from inquiring about who had reported the incident. And Song Jun remained silent. Yet, whether spoken or not, it mattered little. Qin Hao was as clear as day in his mind. Darling, you are now a billionaire. And Ran exclaimed joyfully, leaping up upon Song Jun's departure. What does that even matter? I am dedicated to becoming the world's richest person. This amount is trivial. Qin Hao felt a swell of pride, while Ran nodded earnestly, believing in his words. Even if he could not become the richest in the world, becoming the wealthiest in Huaxia was still attainable. What about Xiao Shui? Qin Hao soudainement recaled, noting la mauvaise absence. Upon mentioning this, Ran appeared somewhat uneasy, considering the events that had transpired, which were vividly etched in her mind. For her, it was of little consequence. Their relationship was solid, and Qin Hao being a man rendered it less significant. However, Lin Mo Shui was different. She had been seen by Qin Hao, and the circumstances had been quite embarrassing. Thus, Lin Mo Shui was now hiding in her room, reluctant to emerge. Darl, what should we do about this? My cousin is shy, and now you've seen her. What nonsense are you speaking? The situation was urgent, and I saw nothing. He interjected. She is your cousin, and by extension, mine as well. Do not tarnish her reputation. All right, it's getting late. Shouldn't we be resting? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Mo Shui had overheard their entire conversation from her room. Had the process not been so delicate, if Qin Hao had not refrained from touching her inappropriately while channeling spiritual energy, she might have doubted his intentions. The crux of the matter was that he had seen and touched her, yet he still refused to acknowledge it. Lin Mo Shui was both furious and discontent. If Qin Hao had truly intended to do something to her, she would have accepted it, as such situations were uncontrollable. What irked her was that Qin Hao would rather act in an unbecoming manner than to embrace his true nature. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Mo Shui pushed open her door. Qin Hao, I want to watch the match. Qin Hao was taken aback, recalling their earlier agreement to watch the underground boxing match after dinner. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Perhaps tomorrow. It's almost 10. Qin Hao was taken aback by Lin Mo Shui's words, feeling both flustered and vulnerable, as Ran's hand had already found its way to his waist. Hey, stop talking nonsense. It's just a game we're going to watch. Come on, Qin Hao exclaimed, hastily grabbing his keys and phone before heading out. You have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. You're more beastly than a beast, shameless and unmanly. Lin Mo Shui muttered under her breath, while quickly changing her clothes. In truth, she wasn't genuinely interested in the match. She merely sought an opportunity to ease the tension in their relationship and clear her mind. The underground boxing matches were, as the name suggested, held in a clandestine venue, masquerading as a club. However, the place was rife with intrigue, with connections intertwining like a web. One thing was certain. The owner held formidable influence. The tickets were rather expensive, priced at 2,000 each, leaving 6,000 vanished in an instant. Darling, should we watch the dogfights first or the boxing matches? I find the dogfights more intriguing. Let us go see those first. And Rand chimed in, her enthusiasm palpable. Qin Hao, indifferent to the matter, had little interest. Yet, since Rand was keen, he would not oppose, and the trio proceeded to the dog-fighting arena. In this place, dog-fighting was legal. As long as you purchased a ticket, entry was granted. Of course, one could also place bets, with odds determined by the breeds and their likelihood of victory. Typically, the odds were 50-50, with variations such as 40-60 or 30-70. For instance, a dog on a 10-match winning streak would boast an even greater odds ratio. Along the way, Rand elucidated the rules and knowledge of dog fighting to Qin Hao. Shall we place a bet for fun? She proposed, gazing at him expectantly. I'm indifferent to playing, but I know nothing about dog fighting. He replied, you don't need to understand. I do. And Rand blurted out, quickly covering her mouth, realizing she had let something slip. Indeed, Qin Hao turned to her with a quizzical look. You understand? Don't tell me you learned all this while studying abroad? And Rand, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her head and fell silent. Qin Hao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. How did he end up with a girlfriend who resembled a woman only in appearance, while all else seemed decidedly masculine? Of course, he held no disdain. If he had, it would have shown during their high school years. Then enlighten me. If you do well, there will be a reward. He challenged, and upon hearing this, Rand perked up immediately. Many breeds qualified for dogfighting, but only a select few garnered fame, such as the pit bull, Tosa, Dogo Argentino, and Tibetan Mastiff. I see. After listening to Rand's insights, Qin Hao grasped the general idea. You understand? That was quick. I haven't finished yet. And Rand, skeptical, felt she had much more to share, and the build-up was stifling. What I understand is not that, but rather what you've been up to all these years. You've used studying abroad as a pretext to gamble overseas. Haven to you? If I'm not mistaken, you're not just proficient in dogfighting, but also in underground boxing. Moreover, you must be well-versed in poker, mahjong, and dice games, right? And Rand, caught at her secret, felt a tinge of embarrassment and hastily retorted, I am not. Qin Hao cast a skeptical glance at Rand, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if to say, I can't believe you, you incorrigible gambler. His words struck a chord, and I couldn't help but laugh heartily at the truth of it. Lin Mo Shui, standing nearby, burst into malicious laughter, relishing the moment. In a fit of frustration, and Rand pinched Lin Mo Shui's thigh, venting her dissatisfaction. From next month onward, all bank cards and such will be entrusted to me for safekeeping, with a monthly allowance of 20,000 yuan, Qin Hao declared, turning to leave for the audience seats, leaving Rand in a state of disarray. Chapter 0072, Lost 1 million. Well, isn't this splendid? You've lost all economic control now. And Rand shot Lin Mo Shui a fierce glare, yet soon her mood lifted. Cousin, 20,000 a month is quite generous, especially since it's my husband providing me with his pocket money. It's certainly better than some who toil away at jobs for a meager few thousand. With that, Rand bounced off toward Qin Hao, leaving Lin Mo Shui seething with envy. Qin Hao, are we placing bets now that it's about to begin? Lin Montauk Sua inquirit. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Hao responded, since we're here to enjoy ourselves, let us wager 100 yuan. I bet on the Tibetan Mastiff to win. Darling, the minimum bet here is 10,000 yuan. Besides, the Tibetan Mastiff isn't the most formidable fighting dog, and Rand promptly reminded him. That's irrelevant. Let us treat it as a game. I'll wager 10,000 on the Tibetan Mastiff to win. Very well, I shall place the bet. Lin Mo Shui exclaimed, eager to join. The two of them rose immediately and made their way to the betting point. Qin Hao chuckled to himself, already aware of their intentions. They were undoubtedly going to bet on that Dogo Argentino. Are you sure about betting so much? What if you lose? Lin Mo Shui voiced her concern after placing the bets, glancing at Qin Hao from a distance. Rest assured, the Dogo Argentino is bound to win. Just wait and count your money. All right, I hope you're right. If we lose, I'll be left destitute. How much did Qin Hao wager? 10,000. I meant the Dogo Argentino. Lin Mo Shui hurriedly covered her mouth, but it was too late. Qin Hao fell silent after that, and Rand exchanged glances with Lin Mo Shui, sticking out her tongue in response. Qin Hao was no longer concerned about the tens of thousands. After all, times had changed. Still, Lin Mo Shui had also joined in, which could lead to unfortunate consequences if they lost. With the ringing of the bell, two doors swung open, and the fighting dogs were unleashed, charging at each other and engaging in a fierce battle. The ferocity of the fight was palpable, and Qin Hao frowned at the brutality of the competition, which he found distasteful. In stark contrast, Ran and Lin Mo Shui were electrified, akin to fans watching the World Cup, nearly waving flags in fervor. The Tibetan Mastiff, being larger in size, initially held the advantage over the Dogo Argentino. However, its size also bore disadvantages, leading to quicker fatigue, while the Dogo Argentino, being more agile, soon gained the upper hand. "Husband, look, it's about to collapse." With a thud, Qin Hao tapped Ran's forehead. Who was about to collapse? And Ran rubbed her forehead, which didn't really hurt. Sure enough, moments later, the Dogo Argentino clamped its jaws around the Tibetan Mastiff's neck, refusing to let go. Over half the crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Hao knew these people had placed their bets on the Dogo Argentino. By the way, what happens if that fighting dog gets seriously injured or even dies? And Ran paused, then pondered before responding. If it can be treated, they will treat it. If not, it will be slaughtered or sold to a hot pot restaurant. A fighting dog that has lost its value will not warrant any further investment. Oh no, the Tibetan Mastiff is done for. Isn't that even better? You two bet on the Dogo Argentino to win. And Ran realized the truth in that. She and Lin Moshue had indeed placed their bets on the Dogo Argentino, and they could now collect their winnings. Qin Hao also stood up. "You two go collect your money. I need to use the restroom." After saying this, Qin Hao followed the staff backstage, while the Tibetan Mastiff appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Seizing the moment when the staff was distracted, Qin Hao swiftly concealed the Tibetan Mastiff within his space before heading towards the restroom. Finding an empty stall, Qin Hao shut the door and stepped into his space. At that moment, the Tibetan Mastiff lay on the ground, clearly gravely injured. "Buddy, today you are fortunate to encounter me. I shall save your life." Without regard for whether the Tibetan Mastiff understood him, Qin Hao began his treatment. This was indeed perilous. If the Tibetan Mastiff recovered or regained mobility, Qin Hao would be in considerable danger. Fortunately, the Tibetan Mastiff did not attack him, seemingly aware that Qin Hao was attempting to save it. After approximately 15 minutes, Qin Hao ceased channeling his energy, and the Tibetan Mastiff's injuries were nearly healed. However, due to significant blood loss, it still lacked vitality. "Stay here and recuperate. Once you're healed, I will release you. I will bring you some food shortly." After making this promise, Qin Hao prepared to leave when the Tibetan Mastiff approached him and began to nuzzle against him. Having raised dogs in his youth, Qin Hao recognized that a dog rubbing against its owner's leg signifies trust. Some dogs even turn their backs to their owners, a gesture that denotes profound trust. However, since the Tibetan Mastiff was quite large, it nuzzled Qin Hao's waist instead. Qin Hao reached down to stroke the Tibetan Mastiff's head, feeling quite pleased. "Let me give you a name. From now on, you should be called Big Yellow." "Husband, why are you taking so long? You didn't go off to handle your biological needs, did you?" "I must tell you, that would be a waste." And Ran could be relentless when she got going. "Waste? Nonsense. All right, let us head out for a late-night snack. This place is rather dull. By the way, you two should treat us since you just won so much." As soon as Qin Hao finished speaking, and Ran and Lin Moshue lowered their heads in silence. "Lost again?" "Yes." And Ran nodded shyly. "You two spendthrifts. The money hasn't even warmed up before you've lost it." Qin Hao helplessly shook his head, preparing to stand up and leave. "Darling, the winnings don't count. I've lost another $1,000,000. Qin Hao shot and Ran a fierce glare. $1,000,000 is no trivial sum, and this was rather excessive. And Ran was acutely aware of her misstep, her head lowered in shame. "Xiao Shui, how much did you lose?" Lin Mo Shui fidgeted, hesitant to speak. Qin Hao could tell she had also incurred a significant loss. After speaking, Qin Hao headed towards the dining area. This venue not only hosted dog fighting and underground boxing matches, but also featured a mahjong parlor, game rooms, and a restaurant. In this vast world, dining reigned supreme. Recouping losses could wait until after the meal. Chapter 0073. The feeling of being pampered. It is noteworthy that the dining experience here is complimentary, albeit in a buffet style. For gourmet delights, one must pay extra. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Qin Hao stealthily pocketed a few large chicken legs into his space. "Darling, how shall we place our bets?" Qin Hao glanced at the two with annoyance. "It's my bet, not ours." After enjoying a late-night snack, the trio returned to the dog-fighting arena. Qin Hao was not particularly interested in winning. Rather, he harbored suspicions about the integrity of the dog-fighting operations. Earlier that morning, while observing the large yellow dog, he noticed a syringe on the table, leading him to suspect that the fighting dogs might have been injected with performance enhancers. "Darling, which one should we bet on to win?" Given Ran's personality, It would have been peculiar for her to remain quietly waiting. Should we still bet on the Dogo Argentino to win? Qin Hao shook his head. That Dogo Argentino is destined to lose. Noticing Rand's confusion, Qin Hao began to elucidate. First, let me ask you, the last match where you lost, was that dog defeated by the Dogo Argentino? And Rand nodded. This indicates the Dogo Argentino is formidable. Is there an issue with that? The problem is significant. Qin Hao gathered his thoughts. Let me ask you again. In the subsequent match I exited, did more people place bets on the Dogo Argentino? Of course. The Dogo Argentino is too powerful. Naturally, they would continue to bet on it, and Rand replied, assuming it was a given. So you believe the same, correct? Both nodded. If you think this way, others will too. Do you think the dogfighting operators are oblivious to this? Thanks to Qin Hao's explanation, the two began to grasp his meaning. Both Rand and Lin Mo Shui were astute individuals and quickly caught on. Do you understand now? Since many share your perspective, the dogfighting operators would undoubtedly prevent the Dogo Argentino from winning. Are you suggesting they would cheat? And Rand suddenly realized something. In gambling, deception prevails. Those who win are invariably few. The Dogo Argentino must have been administered performance enhancers to secure consecutive victories. After 2 matches, the effect of the enhancers will wear off. And this time, the Dogo Argentino is assured to lose. And Rand nodded in agreement. Darling, you're brilliant. Let South go place her bets now. Qin Hao shook his head. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Lin Mo Shui. And Rand nodded, and Qin Hao looked back at Lin Mo Shui. Xiao Shui, would you like to exchange for a new sports car? Lin Mo Shui nodded, her thoughts racing. The odds stood at 3-1, and within this card lay 10 million. Should they lose, it would be her loss. Should they win, each of them would receive 5 million. Thank you, my dear husband. Thank you, she exclaimed. Remember, place the bet in the final minute. Do not hesitate with that 10 million. Just go ahead and buy it. After reiterating his instructions, Qin Hao handed the bank card to Rand. He was 70% confident in his assumption. The remaining 30% would depend solely on fortune. This time, Rand remained composed and decisively placed the bet of 10 million just before the deadline. Rest assured, we won't lose, Qin Hao reassured her, then turned his attention to the match. As anticipated, the Dogo Argentino succumbed in less than 10 minutes, perhaps due to the dog's considerable value. The staff promptly intervened to secure the animal. 80% of the crowd had wagered on the dog's victory. Consequently, not only were their prior winnings lost, but they also faced substantial losses. The atmosphere was rife with murmurs and curses. It was a case of mixed fortunes. Qin Hao, however, had profited immensely. Yay, we won! Lin Mo Shui and Rand exclaimed joyously, leaping into the air. This was 30 million, a sum Lin Mo Shui had never encountered in her lifetime. Although Rand did not particularly need the money, it was a victory, especially since Qin Hao had promised to buy her handbag. Most importantly, it was she who had placed the bet. While it was Qin Hao who urged her to do so, that detail seemed inconsequential. The time is nearly upon us. Tomorrow we shall purchase raw stones, and afterward we will return to witness the underground boxing match. And Rand and Lin Mo Shui remained in a state of exhilaration. Qin Hao, I cannot accept this money. Once Lin Mo Shui calmed down, she realized a significant truth. In a certain sense, she and Qin Hao were merely friends. 5 million in cash amounted to a substantial sum. Believing that no reward should come without effort, Lin Mo Shui felt undeserving of such a windfall. Had she been Qin Hao's lover or mistress, accepting it would have been easier. Like Rand, who took pride in spending Qin Hao's money. He is my man. Spending his money brings me peace of mind. Lin Mo Shui could not share that feeling. Due to her relationship with Rand, any romantic involvement with Qin Hao was implausible. Both moral and familial ties prohibited it, leading her to ultimately decide against accepting the money. Xiao Shui, do not overthink it. You know my wealth will only increase. This is nothing. And Rand began to persuade her. Surely, you do not wish for our disparities to widen. Besides, haven't you longed for a new car? After Rand and Qin Hao's entreaties, Lin Mo Shui reluctantly accepted the substantial sum, simultaneously feeling as though she were being kept. Glancing at the time, nearly 1 o'clock, she hurried off to bed. However, Lin Mo Shui found herself alone and restless, while Qin Hao, inflamed by the playful banter with the two women, took Rand directly into the room. Whether due to the noise or the room's inadequate soundproofing, Lin Mo Shui could hear everything. They had initially agreed to visit the raw stone market in the morning, but Qin Hao ended up sleeping until 10 o'clock. It was indeed Qin Hao who was roused from his slumber by Rand's incessant chatter. Otherwise, he would have continued to sleep soundly. Upon exiting his room, he chanced upon Lin Mo Shui yawning as she emerged from her quarters. Good morning. Qin Hao greeted her, preparing to depart. when he suddenly noticed her lackluster demeanor, accentuated by the dark circles beneath her eyes. Out of sheer curiosity, he inquired, Xiaoxiu, did you not sleep well last night? You seem to have developed panda eyes. Lin Moshue, filled with indignation, promptly stepped on Qin Hao's foot in response. This is all your fault. You and your friends were so loud in the middle of the night. It was like a pile driver on a construction site. Chapter 74. The Rebellious and Lu. Meanwhile, in Jinling City, at the First People's Hospital, Rant's brother, Lu, made his first appearance. Mom, is Dad going to be all right? Gazing at his son, who seemed perpetually immature, Huang Meiwan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If Ran was merely mischievous and not particularly girlish, then Lu could undoubtedly be described as rebellious. He would stubbornly go against any directive. If told to head east, he would insist on going west. And if instructed to gather firewood in the mountains, he would rather fish in the river. His contrariness often resulted in him receiving harsh reprimands from Tianchong. Yet the more he was punished, the more defiant he became. As he aged, Tianchong and his wife found it increasingly difficult to manage him. Fortunately, despite his rebellious nature, Lu had his limits. At least he refrained from engaging in criminal activities. For this reason, Tianchong chose to turn a blind eye, hoping that maturity would temper his behavior. Lu, you're no longer a child. Your father lies unconscious, and your sister, Huang Meiwan, began a lengthy lecture. Initially, Lu listened, but his impatience grew as she continued. Were it not for his father's condition, he might have erupted in protest. Mom, you said it yourself. I am of age now. Can you please stop treating me like a child? I believe I'm doing well. I haven't caused any trouble. Could you grant me a moment of peace? Huang Meiwan was about to retort when Tianyuan interjected, sister-in-law. Guiding children requires a gentle approach. Your current method makes it difficult for Lu to absorb what you're saying. Considering his words, Huang Meiwan realized he was right. Given Lu's weary expression, it was unlikely he was receptive to her words. She waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Once they departed, Tianchong opened his eyes on the hospital bed. Tianchong, do you think Lu will be safe with Tianyuan? Safe? I'd wager there's a 100% chance of trouble. However, as long as he doesn't resort to violence or arson, it's not a grave concern. Sometimes, the best way for a person to grow is through hardship. Parents can repeat their admonitions 1,000 times, but experiencing setbacks firsthand is the most effective teacher in life. Huang Meiwan nodded, though she remained somewhat anxious. What if Lu falls into bad habits? He is our only son, Tianchong retorted irritably. This is your fault. You spoiled him as a child, which is why he turned out this way. As for bad habits, do you really think Lu is lacking in those? At this, Huang Meiwan bristled. Oh, so now you're blaming me? It's my fault that our son was not raised properly? You're casting the blame on me, a mere housewife. Initially, I cannot fault you for neglecting protective measures. Otherwise, we would not have this troublesome brat, Lu. Now, as Huang Meiwan reminisces about the past, Tianchong feels a sense of bewilderment. How can she still bring up matters from 2 decades ago? It leaves him utterly speechless. Observing in Tianchong's silence, Huang Meiwan soon loses interest in her own monologue. What about Xiao Hao and Renan? I worry about them. Upon mentioning this, Tianchong recalls the events of the previous night. After receiving a video and messages from Ran, he swiftly leveraged his connections, and fortunately, the situation was resolved. There is no need to fret over that matter. Even if I were to worry, it would be futile, for my reach is limited. What truly concerns me now is how many individuals in the company will choose to align themselves with Tianyuan. For the past couple of days, Tianchong has been resting, his energy quite spirited. At 48, Huang Meiwan, having taken good care of herself, possesses both grace and beauty. As Tianchong gazes at her, he finds himself unable to resist temptation. Thus, he begins to make advances. Tianchong, do not be foolish. This is a hospital. Huang Meijuan's coy resistance only ignites Tianchong's desires further. Regardless of the setting, be it home or hospital, he boldly pursues his intentions. Huang Meiwan, caught in the moment, can only yield to his advances. Meanwhile, Tianyuan drives Lu towards the villa, his eyes darting about with a calculating glint. Lu, you should not always oppose your mother. Your parents have your best interests at heart. Of course, their methods may be somewhat extreme, but their intentions are good. At first glance, Tianyuan's words seem reasonable as he attempts to counsel Lu. Uncle, I understand what you're saying, but I have grown up. I am no longer a child. Yet they treat me as if I were still 3 years old, constantly meddling in my affairs. It is utterly exasperating. I am an adult now, and my thoughts differ from theirs. I do not appreciate being controlled by them. Studying diligently, to take over the company after graduation? Is that not absurd? The purpose of studying well is to secure a good job, yet if I were to follow their plans, I would already have a good job waiting for me. So why must I study hard? Does this not seem contradictory? And Tianyuan is taken aback. Enlu's words challenge his understanding. He, too, believed that children should focus on their studies, never contemplating the true purpose behind it. Nevertheless, this realization does not hinder his plans. Rather, it may even aid them. Enlu, you are correct. Studying diligently to find a good job is a concern for children from less fortunate backgrounds. You should enjoy your youth and embrace life. Otherwise, once you graduate, opportunities to revel in life will be scarce. This statement borders on the excessive, hardly resembling the words of a caring uncle. However, Enlu perceives it differently. He believes only his uncle truly understands him. Were it not for their familial bond, Enlu would consider offering his uncle a token of gratitude. Uncle, you truly get me. Look at my parents, they are always controlling me. And my sister? They never impose any restrictions on her. Mentioning Anren, Enlu feels a twinge of apprehension. Recently, your sister has begun dating a boy, seemingly a classmate from high school, named Qin Hao. The two have traveled out of town. If you miss her, you may call her. Upon hearing that Anren is in a relationship, Enlu leapt excitedly from a passenger seat. My sister has a boyfriend? How delightful. But wait, is it possible that someone likes my sister, that tomboy? Perhaps this means no one will bully me anymore. I finally have an ally. Enlu's excitement grew with each word. Chapter 0075, Shopping. And Tianyuan smiled, well aware that Enlu feared Anren. It was common knowledge that Anren was Enlu's nemesis. The mention of playing cards sparked Enlu's interest. Uncle, take me along to have some fun. I have nothing else to do. And Tianyuan quickly shook his head. That one do. Playing cards is a form of gambling. And you're still too young for that. If your parents find out, I will surely be in trouble. Despite Tianyuan's refusal, Enlu remained undeterred. Uncle, do you really see me as a child? I'm already 20. Besides, watching is better than being cooped up playing video games at home. And Tianyuan stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. Taking you along is not out of the question, but this must remain a secret. Your parents must never know. Otherwise, not only will you be in hot water, but I will be implicated too. Seeing in Tianyuan relent, Enlu eagerly promised, almost swearing an oath to the heavens. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smirk graced Tianyuan's lips. In Yunnan, after being taken aback by Lin Mashue's words, Qin Hao felt slightly embarrassed. Last night, the commotion caused by him and Anren was indeed significant, as they had attempted several challenging maneuvers. Did Anren not still appear exhausted, barely able to rise? Qin Hao's desire for peace did not deter Lin Mashue's discontent. Today, she found every little thing about him irritating, using her cup for brushing his teeth, leaving traces on the toilet. She seemed intent on picking a fight, leading Qin Hao to suspect that Lin Mashue might be experiencing her monthly cycle. However, after using his powers of observation, he dismissed that notion, ultimately concluding that women are incomprehensible creatures. Fortunately, Anren soon awakened. As soon as she opened her eyes, Lin Mashue returned to her usual self. Darling, why didn't you wake me? Didn't you say you would take us to the raw stone market this morning? Lin Mashue retorted with annoyance. You two are both such heavy sleepers. How could you expect him to wake you? He might as well call you for dinner. Anren stuck out her tongue and shot a glare at Qin Hao. It's all your fault for keeping me up half the night with your antics. Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. While he had indeed been restless at first, Anren had ultimately taken the initiative, leaving him to merely respond. Yet now, somehow it was all his fault. Lin Mashue looked at the table laden with food and suddenly lost her appetite. Consuming too much of this dog food could become overwhelming. I'm full. You two can eat. It's your fault for making such a racket. My cousin must have definitely heard it. Anren complained once more. Ran, you must speak with integrity. It was indeed you who raised such a commotion last night. Do not place the blame solely upon me. After lunch, Huang Chang arrived as well. Mr. Qin, the warehouse has been successfully rented, and we have also secured a security company. They will provide us with 4 armed guards, who shall protect us round the clock. In the event of any issues, they will assume full responsibility. Though the cost is rather substantial, Qin Hao nodded in agreement. A higher price is of little concern, as long as safety is ensured. I will transfer another $1 million to you. Please settle the expenses and also procure a pickup truck for my use. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Once Huang Chang had departed, Lin Mashue had already tidied herself up, clearly preparing to head out. Qin Hao, what are our plans for the afternoon? Qin Hao pondered for a moment before replying. You should accompany Ran for a shopping excursion. Selecting raw stones can be quite tedious, and I fear you may find it unbearable. Who do you underestimate? I intend to join you. You promised to assist me in selecting some fine raw stones. My aspirations of becoming a wealthy woman rely on your expertise. Lin Mashue's statement had its flaws, yet Qin Hao paid them no mind. As time was of the essence, they hastened their departure. Upon arriving at the raw stone market, it was evident that the crowd had swelled since yesterday. Qin Hao wasted no time. He began to browse through each raw stone shop, swiftly selecting items as he walked, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace where one simply chooses what pleases the eye. The chosen stones were placed onto a small cart, and once it was filled, payment was made, after which they were positioned for Anren and Lin Mashue to oversee. The shopping spree continued for over an hour before concluding. Looking at the amassed raw stones, Qin Hao felt a profound sense of achievement. Fortunately, Huang Chang arrived promptly with the pickup truck, and they began loading it to transport to the warehouse. Well, we have nearly acquired enough raw materials. Let us now explore the semi-gambling raw stones. Darling, what are semi-gambling raw stones? Anren, being the daughter of the Yin family, which originated from the jewelry and jade business, was well aware of semi-gambling raw stones. However, following the events of last night's dogfight, Anren decided to feign ignorance. In essence, she chose to act as though she lacked knowledge for two primary reasons. Firstly, to signal to Qin Hao that she had not participated in stone gambling. And secondly, to enhance Qin Hao's sense of accomplishment. Anren firmly believed in a certain truth. A woman need not be overly intelligent. Even if she is genuinely clever, she should adopt a somewhat naive demeanor. After all, one must not outshine their partner in intellect. A seemingly foolish woman is often endearing, whereas an excessively astute one, especially if she surpasses most men in cleverness, may find it difficult to inspire affection. Have you not noticed how in television dramas, the couples often depict the woman as adorably silly while the man affectionately pinches her nose, playfully calling her a little fool, to which she responds with a playful tongue gesture? Feigning cuteness? Returning to the topic at hand, semi-gambling raw stones are those from which a window has been cut, revealing a portion of the jade within. These stones are typically priced higher, but correspondingly carry less risk. Thus, risk and reward coexist. Anren wore an expression of understanding. It seemed that the price of raw stones today was significantly higher than yesterday. Was this a deliberate attempt by these individuals to inflate prices in anticipation of the upcoming public auction? Moreover, was there truly a scarcity of quality raw stones in this area? Qin Hao nodded in affirmation. Of course, there are still good ones. I merely selected the finest among them. It's only natural for the prices to rise. After all, venue rental comes at a cost. In summary, the expenses are borne by the buyers, who ultimately suffer the consequences. Additionally, the quality of these raw stones is undoubtedly superior to the usual standards. As the three conversed, they made their way toward the semi-gambling material area. Upon arriving, Qin Hao spotted a familiar figure, none other than the young Jade King, Ming Daoyuan. Darling, it's Ming Daoyuan, Lin Mashue exclaimed, eager to rush over, but was swiftly restrained by Qin Hao. Qin Hao, why are you holding me back? I want to teach him a lesson. Qin Hao quickly sought to calm her. Do not act impulsively. Rushing in to confront him will only provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction without achieving anything meaningful. My intention is to ensure that he leaves this public auction with nothing to show for it. Indeed, Qin Hao had his own plans, which explained why he had refrained from inquiring about the identity of the puppeteer behind the scenes last night. What do you intend to do? Lin Mashue asked. It's a secret. Anren cast a disdainful glance at Qin Hao. You have secrets from me? Yet you didn't hesitate to undress me. Qin Hao hastily covered Anren's mouth, his forehead lined with anxiety. How could this woman say anything? Lin Mashue was still present. Both of you, keep quiet and do not jeopardize my plans, or you shall face the consequences. On the other side, Ming Daoyuan was busy acquiring goods, but he wasn't doing it for himself. He was doing it for others. The individual following him to settle the accounts was named Kong Yaozhong, representative sent by Huang Zhan. Kong Yaozhong had two objectives for this trip. The first was to purchase raw stones and then, through dubious means, sell them at inflated prices to Tianyuan to profit. The second was to deal with Qin Hao. Huang Zhan's strategy was simple. Pay Ming Daoyuan to help assess the goods, then devise a plan to ensnare Qin Hao. When Ming Daoyuan spotted Qin Hao, unease filled his heart. He was uncertain whether Qin Hao had deduced that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Furthermore, regarding that bottle of red wine, Ming Daoyuan silently hoped that Qin Hao had not opened the 1982 law fight. As for the tens of millions lost yesterday, along with the 100 million he had to compensate, would it not weigh heavily on his conscience? Of course, it was a ridiculous question. Ming Daoyuan had spent a sleepless night consumed by worry. This was over 100 million. and he had only recently ventured out on his own to earn some money after years of following his master, Chakai. Any profits had typically been claimed by Chakai. Thus, in one day, nearly half of Ming Dayuan's assets had vanished. He had originally planned to teach Qin Hao a lesson today, but then Kong Yaozhong arrived. He conveyed the purpose of his visit, and a nefarious scheme materialized in Ming Dayuan's mind. As he saw Qin Hao approaching, Ming Dayuan hastily adopted a congenial and familiar demeanor. "Ah, it's Brother Qin. Why didn't I see you here this morning?" "Ah, Mr. Ming. I attended a dogfighting match last night, so I overslept," Qin Hao replied. "I ended up sleeping until noon, which caused me to miss my important engagement." In that moment, two individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, engaged in animated conversation, appearing as if they were long-lost friends reunited. This infuriated Lin Moshue to no end. If she had to choose the person she despised most, it would undoubtedly be Ming Dayuan. Or rather, she loathed how Ming Dayuan insisted on gifting red wine. Couldn't he have brought a bottle of white instead? Lin Moshue had witnessed Qin Hao drinking white wine during the opening of an antique shop, where he consumed nearly half a pound alone. Had he received white wine yesterday, the outcome would surely have been favorable. If Qin Hao were privy to Lin Moshue's thoughts at that moment, he would have undoubtedly remarked, "What a lunatic." Anren, fearing Lin Moshue might jeopardize Qin Hao's plans, swiftly pulled her away. "Brother Qin, I have insider information. At the auction on the third day, there are several significant pieces, and the likelihood of obtaining exquisite jade is quite high. There are 6 pieces in total, and I cannot possibly acquire them all, which is why I thought of you." After a round of pleasantries, Ming Dayuan finally divulged the purpose of his visit. Indeed, upon hearing Ming Dayuan's words, Qin Hao was elated. "Really? That is splendid. My visit here primarily concerns procurement for my father-in-law's company. He allocated 300 million, and thus far, I have only spent 30 million. I was at a loss on how to fulfill my task, and now Mr. Ming has delivered a solution." Ming Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Qin, you are too modest. There are plenty of quality raw stones at the public auction. I cannot consume them all, so why not share the fortune? After all, we hit off so well." Qin Hao was genuinely grateful. As they conversed, they arrived at the first semi-gambling raw material shop. To demonstrate sincerity, Ming Dayuan intended to let Qin Hao taste some initial success. "Brother Qin, take a look at the semi-gambling raw material number 47. In my experience, it is bound to appreciate significantly. If you wish to purchase raw stones, this one is a must." Qin Hao nodded, discreetly casting a glance. It was indeed the finest piece in the shop. "Mr. Ming, the name 47 is rather unappealing," he remarked. Ming Dayuan was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the Chinese culture indeed placed importance on such matters. What? 8 symbolizes prosperity, while 4 signifies death, and so forth. He anticipated that Qin Hao would adhere to these beliefs. It seemed this fellow relied entirely on luck when purchasing raw stones. What a naive notion. "Brother Qin, these numerical identifiers are randomly assigned and should not be taken seriously. How about this? You buy it, and if it yields a loss upon cutting, it will be on me." To gain Qin Hao's trust, Ming Dayuan was willing to take a significant risk. However, Qin Hao was merely playing along with Ming Dayuan's charade. He was well aware of the value of that jade. Without hesitation, he spent 2 million to acquire it. Subsequently, Qin Hao truly set about unearthing the stone, and, as expected, its value soared remarkably. Initial estimates suggested that a profit exceeding 10 million was well within reach. Following several rounds of verification, Qin Hao found himself reaping substantial rewards, and he had come to regard Ming Dayuan with utmost respect. In a moment, the tide had turned completely regarding Ming Dayuan, and admiration for him grew exponentially. Anren and Lin Moshue observed from the sidelines, at one point questioning whether Qin Hao had become a mere sycophant of Ming Dayuan. Sensing that the time was ripe, Ming Dayuan prepared to take his leave. "Brother Qin, I have matters to attend to. Tomorrow the public auction begins, and we shall prosper together. Mr. Ming, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. Allow me to treat you and Manager Kong to dinner tonight." Ming Dayuan waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Qin, there's no rush for dinner. We can dine together after the auction concludes. I truly have pressing matters to handle." Recognizing Ming Dayuan's genuine urgency, Qin Hao could only depart regretfully with Anren and Lin Moshue. "Mr. Ming, why assist him?" After Qin Hao and the others had left, Kong Yaozhong finally voiced his lingering curiosity. "Assist him? Huh, I wouldn't let him off that easily. This is merely a long line to catch a big fish. You shall see during the auction." As Ming Dayuan finished speaking, a subtle smile graced his lips. Those familiar with him understood that he was up to no good once again. Chapter 0077. Am I truly so flamboyant? Meanwhile, Lin Moshue could no longer contain herself. Qin Hao, do you genuinely trust this scoundrel? And do you? I believe not a shred. Trusting him is akin to believing a sow can climb a tree. Qin Hao shrugged. If you of all people do not believe him, why would I? I suspect he is concocting some nefarious scheme to ensnare me. So I am merely playing along. In the end, who ensnares whom remains uncertain. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Lin Moshue and Anren finally grasped the situation. Darling, your demeanor earlier resembled that of a sycophant. Just as Qin Hao intended to give Anren a playful tap on the head, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number, yet it was from Jinling, so he answered. Hello, may I ask who is speaking? Hello, Boss Qin, how forgetful you are. It's Xiaoli. Qin Hao paused, taken aback. Xiaoli? Oh dear, Boss Qin, you've forgotten me. I've been thinking of you. You recall the painting I sold you for 800,000. Suddenly, Qin Hao remembered, and the name Xiaoli felt familiar. Wait, he distinctly recalled saving Xiaoli's number. Could it be? Qin Hao discreetly glanced at Anren. Hello, Miss Xiao, of course, I remember you. My phone was damaged a few days ago and just got repaired, so Qin Hao hastily fabricated a lie, for Xiaoli's family possessed numerous antiques and artworks. He needed to acquire them without fail, as they represented genuine wealth. Miss Xiao, what brings you to contact me? Mr. Qin, I have decided to part with 2 more items. I wonder if you might be available to come see them in person? Recently, I have not been feeling well and have no desire to venture outside. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing that his suspicion was indeed correct. Xiaoli possessed quite a few treasures. Miss Xiao, I am currently not in Jinling. Would it be acceptable if I sent someone else to you? Rest assured, the price will be absolutely fair. Upon hearing that Qin Hao was not in Jinling, Xiaoli felt a twinge of disappointment. Her intention to sell was feigned. Her genuine interest lay in Qin Hao. To put it plainly, she had been preparing to make a move on him today. Xiaoli was not in need of money. She resided in a grand villa, drove a sports car, and had an abundance of antiques at home. What she lacked was a man, a handsome one, like Qin Hao. She considered herself quite attractive, skilled in matters of intimacy, and, crucially, wealthy, a quintessential example of a privileged beauty. Once Qin Hao graced her bed, she believed he would never want to leave. However, the revelation that he was not in Jinling extinguished the fervor she felt within. Very well, let's postpone this for another day. After hanging up, Qin Hao felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Postpone for another day? This woman is truly audacious. And Rand, who had been listening attentively, could not help but exclaim in irritation. Audacious? I believe you are misjudging her. I think you are the more audacious one. Upon hearing this, and Rand felt a surge of joy and excitedly inquired, Darling, am I really that audacious? Do you like it? I like it as much as a headless ghost, always behaving inappropriately. Qin Hao remarked, returning to his shopping spree. And Rand touched her head and turned to her cousin Lin Moshue. Cousin, do you think she truly likes audacity? Lin Moshue, exasperated by her cousin's antics, could only shake her head and follow Qin Hao's lead. Due to the nature of the public auction, all the raw stones here had been carefully selected. The high-quality ones had been hoarded by merchants, leaving only the ordinary ones behind. It was only Qin Hao, equipped with his extraordinary abilities, who could hope to uncover hidden treasures amidst the commonplace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Hao concluded a day's, rather, an afternoon's shopping. Notably, he had instructed Lin Moshue and Ran to each purchase 5 raw stones. While this might seem modest, earning a few thousand or even millions was certainly within reach, instantly making Lin Moshue a millionaire. Of course, she was fully aware that these fortunes were bestowed upon her by Qin Hao. To put it more candidly, Qin Hao had guided her in selecting the stones, essentially gifting her those that were poised for significant appreciation. Underground boxing matches are inherently different from dogfighting contests. After all, one involves humans while the other involves animals. This distinction is crucial as humanity reigns supreme in this world. After dining, Qin Hao escorted the 2 women back to the club. Qin Hao, shall we place bets again tonight? Perhaps due to the thrill of winning the previous night, Lin Moshue was even more enthusiastic than Iran. She had forgotten her position as a public servant, unwittingly participating in gambling, an act that could lead to dismissal and scrutiny. However, Lin Moshue had little to worry about, for this was Yunnan, a place where the emperor was far removed from the mountains. Taking a step back, even if she were to labor her entire life, she could never amass such a fortune, hence her indifference. One must understand the virtue of moderation. We are here for amusement, not for wagering. Gambling can become an addiction, often fraught with deceit. And Ran and Lin Mo Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment from Qin Hao's words. However, the subsequent statement from Qin Hao utterly shattered their preconceived notions, or rather, refreshed their understanding of him. Yet I am unafraid of addiction, for I shall not lose. Gulme, let's first examine the competitors' profiles and then place our bets. Zhao Kai, age 31, previously served in a covert unit and has been involved in underground fighting for a year. On this platform, he has already triumphed over 19 opponents. Should he emerge victorious in tonight's match, he would rightfully earn the title of underground fighting champion. Nevertheless, Zhao Kai is indifferent to such accolades. Every fighter has their reasons, either for fame or fortune. For Zhao Kai, it is solely for the latter, as his sister requires funds for her leukemia treatment. This bout pits him against a formidable adversary, who also boasts a record of 19 consecutive victories. Consequently, the organizers have begun to fervently promote the event, heralding it as a clash of titans. Xiaoling, after this match, the prize money will suffice. Then I shall take you to the big city for treatment. As he gazes at his sister, Xiaoling, who appears somewhat frail, Zhao Kai's eyes brim with tenderness and concern. At 19, she is 12 years his junior. Yet the ravages of illness have rendered her physique akin to that of a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl. Her pallid face betrays her worry, not for herself, but for her brother. Unlike before, Zhao Ling harbors doubts about her brother's chances, having witnessed his opponent's previous bouts. Brother, your opponent tonight is De Kuei, who has also won 19 matches in a row. Perhaps we should reconsider. We could devise another plan. I am worried. Zhao Kai gently ruffled Zhao Ling's hair, exuding confidence as he replied, Silly girl, I too have achieved 19 consecutive victories. If I win this match, the prize will be 300,000, combined with previous earnings. It will cover your treatment costs. Once you are well, I shall retire from fighting, find a security job, and send you back to school. As the match approached, she resolved to banish any negative thoughts and cheer for her brother. Yes, brother, go for it. Zhao Kai affectionately patted Zhao Ling's head before making his way to the arena. Qin Hao perused the profiles of the two fighters, recognizing both as formidable contenders. He was at a loss as to who held the greater likelihood of victory. However, a slight awkwardness ensued as he noticed Lin Mo Shui and ran gazing at him with eager anticipation. Perhaps we should refrain from placing any bets. The odds are 1-to-1, and the potential returns are minimal. I prefer contests with greater risk-reward ratios. This one does not pique my interest, Qin Hao rationalized to himself. Surprisingly, the two women seemed convinced. Then let us casually wager 10,000 for fun. After all, it's about participation. Then I shall place my bet on the formidable De Kuei. The name itself evokes a sense of dominance. And Rand proclaimed, promptly wagering 10,000 yuan. Qin Hao shrugged indifferently. Had it been him, he would undoubtedly have bet on the red-clad Zhao Kai. The rationale was simple. Zhao Kai had served in the military. Now, let us proceed to witness the match. It is about to commence. Approximately 10 minutes later, as the audience grew increasingly impatient in the stands, the host finally ascended the stage. May I invite the competitors to the ring? Clad in red, the first contender was Zhao Kai, boasting an impressive record of 19 consecutive victories. The other garbed in black. The host rambled on about their achievements. But the audience was far from interested in such trivialities, clamoring instead for the bout to begin. The host, accustomed to such scenarios, concluded his preamble and ceded the floor to the referee. I shall reiterate the rules. No weapons other than your bodies are permitted during the match. Attacks are prohibited once an opponent concedes or is rendered incapable of resistance. Do you understand? The two fighters nodded in acknowledgement. With a sharp whistle, the match officially commenced. Both competitors proceeded with caution, testing each other's defenses. You are no match for me. It would be wise to surrender. The fighter known as De Kuei began his psychological warfare. Zhao Kai remained unmoved. Were this not a regulated arena, he could devise 100 ways to eliminate this De Kuei. Alas, this was indeed a confined space bound by rules. As a former special forces operative, Zhao Kai excelled in guerrilla warfare and lethal combat techniques, not in arena bouts. Offer me 300,000, and I shall concede. That sum would merely cover my medical expenses, De Kuei declared, charging at Zhao Kai with fists akin in size to sandbags. Qin Hao, who do you believe will emerge victorious? Qin Hao shook his head. I believe De Kuei has the upper hand, in terms of both physique and explosive power. He surpasses Zhao Kai. Lin Moshiwe, who had once trained in grappling combat, mused that under ordinary circumstances, one or two opponents would scarcely be her match. Take for instance the two encounters with Qin Hao. He was left battered and bruised, ultimately resorting to his abilities to escape defeat. Without the advantage of his X-ray vision to slow down his opponents, he would have stood no chance against Lin Mashue. Indeed, De Kuei held an advantage, yet lacked agility. In an unrestricted brawl, he would surely falter against Zhao Kai. Regrettably, this was an arena match. Darling, are you suggesting that Zhao Kai is destined to lose? Qin Hao shook his head once more. Observe closely. Zhao Kai is acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses, consistently avoiding direct confrontation. He is strategically exhausting De Kuei's stamina. It remains to be seen whether De Kuei's endurance will falter first or if Zhao Kai will make a mistake. Zhao Kai possesses extensive combat experience, yet it is unfortunate that the arena is so confined. De Kuei may make multiple errors, but a single lapse on Zhao Kai's part could prove fatal. Just as Qin Hao and the others surmised, Zhao Kai found himself in a rather precarious position. The formidable figure of Dakuai was larger and more muscular than Zhao Kai, yet he lacked a certain agility. Otherwise, victory would have been unattainable for Zhao. In a wilderness setting, Zhao Kai could easily contend with someone like Dakuai, defeating him effortlessly even in a more expansive arena. However, rules are rules. Kid, is evasion your only tactic? Should I lay hands on you, your fate would be sealed. Zhao Kai disregarded the brash remarks, executing a feint that successfully baited Dakuai into dodging, allowing Zhao to land a punch squarely on Dakuai's cheek. Staggering back, Dakuai's fury was ignited. You have managed to provoke me. Without hesitation, he surged forward, opting for an aggressive exchange rather than defense. This reckless approach sent the audience into a frenzy. They relished such brutal spectacles, indifferent to the possibility of fatal outcomes. My dear, that Dakuai is remarkably foolish for neglecting defense, Enrin remarked. Yet Lin Mashue held a different perspective. Dakuai is far from foolish. He is acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. Should the standoff persist, his considerable frame would soon tire. An aggressive, decisive approach is indeed the best strategy. Zhao Kai was formidable and experienced, adept at leveraging his advantages while avoiding a direct clash with Dakuai. Unfortunately, Dakuai was no simpleton. At that moment, Zhao Kai found himself with no retreat, forced to engage Dakuai in a direct confrontation. Dakuai stepped back, and Zhao Kai nearly toppled from the platform. What do you think you're running to? Dakuai taunted as he advanced again. Zhao Kai seized his evasion. Victory in this boxing match was paramount. The unfolding situation was clear to all, including Zhao Ling, who was watching from backstage. Brother, please stop. However, Zhao Kai was oblivious to her cries, drowned out by the tumultuous atmosphere. His body was battered, his nasal bone fractured, and his left eye blurred. Dakuai, though, was not in much better shape, having lost his front teeth to Zhao Kai's blows. Nevertheless, his physical advantage over Zhao Kai rendered the outcome all but certain. Chapter 0079. Healing and Salvation. The match concluded with Zhao Kai gravely injured and Dakuai barely standing victorious. I hereby declare the black team the winner. Just as Qin Hao prepared to turn away, a piercing scream pierced his ears. Looking up, he beheld a girl in a yellow dress, around 14 or 15 years of age, clinging to Zhao Kai and shouting desperately. Her clothing was soaked in blood. Brother, are you all right? Please don't scare me. My illness cannot go untreated. Zhao Ling's cries were heart-wrenching. Ling, I am useless. At that moment, Zhao Kai was gasping for breath. His injury severe. Qin Hao, witnessing Zhao Kai coughing up blood and the frantic cries of the helpless girl, was reminded of his own father's sickness and the helplessness he had felt. He resolved to assist the brother and sister. I can save him. A sudden voice emerged beside Zhao Ling's ear. Zhao Ling could swear that this was the most melodious voice she had ever heard in her 19 years of life. This is what she would recount to others many years later. I require a tranquil space and a first aid kit. By the way, I am a physician. As the host and proprietor of an underground fight club, he was not keen on the occurrence of fatalities. Despite having connections, a death would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications, including issues of compensation. The monetary aspect was of little concern to them, as they were not in want of wealth. Thus, upon hearing Qin Hao claim he could save him, a responsible party promptly approached. Sir, please follow me. Qin Hao lifted Zhao Kai and followed the speaker backstage. Internally, Qin Hao contemplated, this fellow is quite heavy. Xiaoxue, guard the door. No one is permitted to enter and disturb us. After instructing, Qin Hao turned to Zhao Ling, who was trailing behind. I will treat your brother's injuries. You must wait outside. I must emphasize that I do not possess absolute confidence. Should anything untoward occur with your brother, do not hold it against me. Without allowing the young girl a chance to respond, Qin Hao entered the room and closed the door. Without hesitation, Qin Hao helped Zhao Kai into a sitting position, placing his hands on Zhao Kai's back, directly channeling his energy. Zhao Kai's injuries were quite severe. In addition to external wounds, all his internal organs had sustained significant trauma and were misaligned in several areas. Today was Zhao Kai's fortunate day, encountering the protagonist. Otherwise, he would have surely met his demise. Lin Moshue furrowed her brow, sharing the same concern. You need not worry. They have signed a waiver of liability. Even if the treatment proves ineffective and he perishes, no one will pursue accountability. This is an underground boxing match. We will manage the situation, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. Listening to the responsible party's words, Lin felt a degree of reassurance and turned her gaze to Zhao Ling. Is your name Lingling? Yes, hello, I am Zhao Ling, and I am 19 years old. Lin Moshue was taken aback. 19? She appeared to be merely 14 or 15. Sensing Lin Moshue's incredulity, Zhao Ling promptly clarified. It turned out that Zhao Ling had been in poor health since childhood, later diagnosed with leukemia, compounded by malnutrition and other factors. Consequently, her physical development had been considerably delayed. Having listened to Zhao Ling's explanation, Lin Moshue grasped the situation. So your brother participates in boxing matches to earn money for your treatment? Yes. Originally, if my brother won this match, the money would suffice. However, Zhao Ling cast a glance at the tightly shut door, and her naturally introverted demeanor fell into silence. She was engulfed by fear. What would she do if Zhao Kai encountered a mishap? She feared that hope for survival would be extinguished. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, he was oblivious to the events unfolding outside and Zhao Ling's life story. He was solely focused on carefully realigning Zhao Kai's internal organs and repairing the damaged areas. This was a painstakingly slow process. Had it been in the past, the internal energy would have surely faltered. After an hour, Qin Hao exhaled a breath of turbid air, wiping the sweat from his brow. Try it out. See how it feels. Zhao Kai stretched his body, feeling a twinge of pain. However, based on his experience, he understood that he was ultimately fine. All that remained was to rest for a few days. I cannot express my gratitude. Your life-saving intervention belongs to you henceforth, he declared to Qin Hao. Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort on my part. To you, it may seem trivial, but for my sister and me, it is a profound act of salvation. I may not be well educated, yet I understand the significance of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Zhao Kai replied earnestly. You are Zhao Kai, correct? Have you served in the military? Zhao Kai nodded affirmatively. Yes, I was a special forces soldier and even worked as a mercenary in the Emerald Nation. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing he had stumbled upon a valuable asset. I watched today's match. Had it not been for the constraints of the arena rules, that formidable opponent would not have stood a chance against you. At the mention of the match, Zhao Kai could only manage a bitter smile. A loss is a loss. There is little to discuss. I had initially intended to complete this last bout and then retire, using the earnings to fund my sister's treatment. But now, suddenly, Qin Hao recalled something. What illness afflicts your sister? My sister suffers from leukemia. I participate in boxing matches to save money for her treatment. Leukemia, also known as blood cancer, can indeed be treated with sufficient funds, with bone marrow transplantation being the most straightforward and effective method. If he intended to bring Zhao Kai under his wing, Qin Hao knew he must assist with Zhao Ling's illness. You cannot continue with the boxing matches. I can heal your sister. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai sprang to his feet. Can you really cure Lingling's illness? In his excitement, he grasped Qin Hao's arms tightly, unaware of his own strength. Fortunately, his injuries tempered his grip. Otherwise, Qin Hao's arms might have been severely squeezed. Realizing this, Zhao Kai quickly released him, apologizing profusely. With the state you were in, I could have revived you. Do you think I jest? Qin Hao replied. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, we must leave, or your sister will worry. As he finished speaking, he swung open the door. Just as Zhao Ling and the others were growing impatient, the door opened, revealing Zhao Kai emerging unharmed, leaving everyone in astonishment. Chapter 0080. Qin Hao enters the arena. Brother. Upon seeing Zhao Kai, Zhao Ling rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face in sorrow. All right, brother's fine. Feeling somewhat embarrassed with so many eyes upon him, Zhao Kai comforted Zhao Ling before approaching the fight coordinator. Please convey my decision. I shall follow my esteemed mentor and will no longer participate in this boxing competition. The coordinator nodded, retrieving a check to hand to Zhao Kai. Mr. Zhao, regarding today's incident, it was an unfortunate accident. This is a token of our boss's appreciation. We kindly ask you to accept it. A loss is a loss. It is a matter of my own inadequacy. I cannot accept this money. After Zhao Kai concluded his words, he stepped back and positioned himself behind Qin Hao. officially assuming the role of his bodyguard from that moment on. Qin Hao remained silent, observing without concern for whether Zhao Kai desired the money. He would not inquire. However, Zhao Kai's decision not to accept the money did not disappoint Qin Hao, leading him to believe that he had not misjudged the man. Yet, it is often the case that surprises arise unexpectedly. Just as Qin Hao and the others prepared to depart, a discordant voice pierced the air. "Well, Zhao Kai, you're still alive? Shall we have another round? This time, I'll let you use one hand." The brash voice belonged to none other than the formidable De Kuei. Having matured beyond impulsiveness, Zhao Kai would not have entered the ring if it were not for the sake of treating Zhao Ling's illness. Ignoring De Kuei's provocation, he remained unmoved. The lack of response only fueled De Kuei as arrogance. "Coward! Pathetic wretch! Do you wish to fight?" Just as De Kuei was about to leave, Qin Hao interjected. "How about I join you for a match?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Ran and Lin Mo Shui were well aware of Qin Hao's capabilities, particularly Lin Mo Shui, who had experienced 2 physical encounters with him. Although Qin Hao had triumphed in both instances, often taking advantage of her, it was evident that her skills were merely rudimentary. She could handle a couple of street thugs, but stood no chance against a professional boxer like De Kuei, especially in an underground fighting context. "Darling, please don't be reckless. I don't want to become a widow. I'm still young. I still wish to enjoy my soy milk." And Ran-ass words nearly caused Qin Hao to black out. How could such brazen sentiments be uttered so indiscriminately? Meanwhile, Zhao Kai quickly regained his composure. "Sir, allow me to handle this. I'm almost fully recovered." Qin Hao smiled and turned his attention to De Kuei. "If you truly wish to fight, I will indulge you, but I require a wager of 2 million. If you win, I'll give you 2 million. If you lose, you owe me 2 million. Do you dare to accept?" Upon hearing Qin Hao's proposition, De Kuei burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha, you're actually offering me money. Very well, I accept." At that moment, the match coordinator stepped forward. "Mr. Qin, this is against the rules, and if anything were to happen, we cannot assume responsibility." It turned out that while Qin Hao was attending to Zhao Kai, they had thoroughly assessed the trio's background. This was why they had been willing to let Zhao Kai go and even issue a check. The events of the previous night might have eluded the average person, but as the owner of such a prominent club, particularly one engaged in underground activities, he was well aware. Thus, they had classified Qin Hao as a significant figure, someone whom even female officers regarded as a bodyguard, and whose commands were heeded by the military. A person of such stature was undoubtedly formidable, and should anything transpire here, no one would bear the consequences. Qin Hao, however, waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. If I cannot win, I will concede. Additionally, you are welcome to make arrangements. I am Zhao Kai's brother, and I seek vengeance on his behalf. This is undoubtedly a compelling selling point. Adjust the odds in my favor. You are experienced in such matters, but I demand a 30% share of the profits." The arena manager immediately grasped Qin Hao's intention. His brother boldly challenged the formidable Daki, casually revealing that Qin Hao was merely an ordinary individual. Consequently, the onlookers would naturally place their bets on Daki's victory, aligning with Qin Hao's plan to profit from this situation. However, the pressing question remained: how would Qin Hao secure a win? Should he lose, they might face a significant financial loss that evening. In the case of others, they could simply bribe fighters to throw the match. Yet Daki was different. He was a madman, indifferent to monetary gain, consumed solely by the thrill of fighting. Noticing the manager's hesitation, Qin Hao discreetly whispered into his ear, "Very well. I shall make the arrangements. The match will commence in half an hour." With that, the manager departed with his team, leaving only Qin Hao and his 5 companions behind. "Mr. Qin, this Daki is exceptionally formidable," Zhao Kai exclaimed. "What if something happens? Let me handle it." Zhao Ling echoed. "Yes, big brother, perhaps it's best if you abstain from the fight." Lin Ma Xue inquired, "Qin Hao, are you confident? Perhaps we should reconsider." Indeed, the most unreliable one was in Ran. "Rest assured, I am utterly confident in my victory. Simply await your earnings. By the way, Zhao Kai, lend me your entire set of gear." On the other side, as anticipated by Qin Hao, the crowd was abuzz upon hearing that an amateur dared to challenge Daki. Consequently, they rushed to place their bets, overwhelmingly favoring Daki's victory. Despite the low odds, nearly all bets were placed on Daki. The stakes soared within just half an hour, surpassing 300 million in favor of Daki, while bets on Qin Hao remained under a million. The organizers were equally anxious. If Qin Hao triumphed, they stood to gain 300 million. Even if they awarded Qin Hao 100 million, they would still reap substantial profits. Conversely, should Qin Hao lose, They would incur a 300 million loss, as Daki's odds were 1-1. They had attempted to bribe Daki to throw the match, but this clueless fellow outright refused, infuriating the organizers. Time swiftly passed, and half an hour later, Qin Hao finally appeared in the ring. His tall stature and handsome visage elicited screams from numerous wealthy women in the audience. Some had already resolved to approach Qin Hao after the match, hoping for a fleeting encounter. Chapter 0081, An Eye for an Eye. As the women cheered, the male spectators grew displeased. Many of these women were wives or lovers of the men in attendance, prompting them to join in the uproar. Daki, crush him. Show no mercy. Fight to the finish. Observing the atmosphere in the arena, Daki grinned broadly. As for those shouting for him to show no mercy, he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. After all, who were they to him? Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Don't weep later. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life. At most, I shall reduce you to a state akin to that of Zhao Kai. Qin Hao disregarded the arrogant fool, patiently awaiting the referee's signal to commence the match. This was an underground fight, belonging to the realm of free combat. Aside from the prohibition of weapons, there were no restrictions whatsoever. Qin Hao was acutely aware of the disparities between himself and this formidable opponent, primarily in terms of physique and strength. Additionally, the difference in combat experience, or more accurately, fighting expertise, was significant. Nevertheless, Qin Hao had the confidence to stand upon this stage, for he possessed an advantage. His abilities were enhanced, allowing for rapid feedback to his brain, and his own speed had been augmented. This could undoubtedly be attributed to the benefits derived from absorbing spiritual energy, which had subtly transformed his physique. To employ a term from gaming, Qin Hao's reaction speed and agility had been significantly heightened. As the preparatory bell tolled, the referee ascended the ring, and after the customary introductions, the contest began. The formidable opponent bellowed and raised his right fist, launching it directly toward Qin Hao's face. For a moment, it appeared as though Qin Hao was paralyzed with fear, standing motionless, which sent Lin Moshue and the others into a panic. Evade him, Lin Moshue cried out, but the cacophony of the crowd drowned her voice. Just as everyone anticipated that Qin Hao would be struck by the opponent's punch, he suddenly tilted his head, deftly evading the blow. The opponent, realizing the folly of his attack, was met with a swift punch to the abdomen from Qin Hao. Fortunately, the opponent was robust and muscular, feeling only a slight discomfort from the blow. Impressive. I underestimated you, the opponent remarked, stepping back and rubbing his midsection. You talk too much. Now, it's my turn to attack. With that, Qin Hao vanished from sight. Though it would be more accurate to say he left behind an afterimage. His speed was simply too rapid for the human eye to discern. With a resounding thud, Qin Hao delivered a powerful kick to the opponent's chest, sending him staggering back several paces. The force of the kick left the opponent struggling for breath, and he soon realized that while Qin Hao's strength was not greater than his own, or even that of Zhao Kai, the greatest advantage lay in speed. Therefore, employing the same strategy used against Zhao Kai would suffice to defeat Qin Hao. If he could simply withstand Qin Hao's onslaught and seize him, the match would be swiftly concluded. Darling, that was incredible. Kick him where it hurts. And Ran shouted exuberantly, her insistence stemming from her previous thrill when Qin Hao had kicked Huang Bingsheng. And Ran, please exhibit some decorum. This is quite unbecoming, Lin Moshue exclaimed, hastily pressing and ran back in her seat. Cousin, I'm just so excited. I had no idea my husband was this formidable. At that moment, not only were Ran and her companions exhilarated, but the other spectators also joined in the fervor, particularly the affluent women. They gazed at Qin Hao on stage, then cast a glance at the pretty boys beside them, finding the contrast stark. Meanwhile, the male spectators began hurling insults, denouncing the opponent as worthless. In the arena, the ferocity of De Kuei's attacks escalated with each strike, while Qin Hao evaded them with the grace of a butterfly, skillfully dodging to the left and right. Each time he narrowly escaped De Kuei's blows, he retaliated with a well-placed punch. It was evident to any observer that Qin Hao was thoroughly dominating De Kuei. Sensing that he had played enough, Qin Hao recalled and Rant's earlier words about rewarding him tonight by unlocking new moves. With that thought in mind, he decided to get serious. Previously, you shattered Zhao Kai's nasal bone. Now it's time for retribution. With a resounding thud, Qin Hao's fist connected forcefully with De Kuei's nose, and blood sprayed forth. You also fractured 2 of Zhao Kai's ribs. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, De Kuei resembled a punching bag, as Qin Hao relentlessly attacked from all angles. Each blow was non-lethal yet excruciating, and within a mere 2 minutes, he unleashed dozens of punches. De Kuei collapsed to the ground, bloodied and battered, his injuries mirroring those of Zhao Kai earlier. The only distinction was that Qin Hao had shown restraint. Ensuring takuit survival. The Kuei, do not be too arrogant. You may keep the 2 million. Use it for your medical expenses. Qin Hao declared before descending from the stage after the referee announced the match's conclusion. And Ran and the others hurried to meet him. Sir, are you all right? As a bodyguard, Zhao Kai felt a mix of embarrassment and gratitude. Qin Hao had fought to avenge him and given to Kuei's injuries. It was clear they were identical to Zhao Kai's previous wounds. This was a clear case of tit for tat. And Zhao Kai silently vowed to serve Qin Hao diligently in the future. Honey, you are truly remarkable. Qin Hao felt a swell of pride. Had it not been for Lin Moshua and Zhao Kai's sister being present, he would have inquired and ran about the specifics of his prowess. At that moment, a representative approached. Mr. Qin, our boss would like to invite you to join her. Qin Hao nodded, signaling for the representative to lead the way, instructing and Ran and the others to wait. Upon arriving at the so-called boss's office, Qin Hao was taken aback, not by anything else, but because the boss was a woman. A sophisticated beauty in her 30s, with flowing waves of hair, she donned a dark red cheongsam. Her figure was well-proportioned, accentuating her curves. Indeed, a cheongsam can be striking, but its allure largely depends on the wearer. For instance, Ran's mother, Huang Meiwan, exuded femininity in a cheongsam, while Ran herself radiated a captivating charm. However, the woman before him, clad in the cheongsam, emanated an air of nobility and elegance, coupled with a sense of competence, a truly enchanting presence. Hello, Mr. Qin Hao. I apologize for the abruptness of this invitation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Yuqi, the owner of this establishment. Hello, Qin Hao. Qin Hao extended his hand to shake Song Yuqi's. He uttered only 4 words. It was not that Qin Hao intended to appear aloof, but rather that he was uncertain as to the purpose of her invitation. Surely, it could not be merely for a casual introduction. Clearly, Qin Hao did not believe that to be the case. Song Yuqi naturally discerned Qin Hao's apprehensions, which was quite understandable. Were she in his position, she would likely feel the same. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Song Yuqi invited Qin Hao to sit down and personally prepared a cup of tea for him. She was subtly observing him while contemplating the fact that most individuals who encountered her often harbored some degree of desire. After all, Song Yuqi held considerable confidence in her appearance and physique. However, Qin Hao did not exhibit such inclinations, even when Song Yuqi deliberately turned her body. He refrained from casting any furtive glances. In truth, Song Yuqi had misjudged him. It was not that Qin Hao lacked interest in women, but rather that there are no men devoid of such inclinations in the world. To quote Lin Moshua, Aaron is quite flirtatious, and Qin Hao is rather lustful. They are a natural match. The primary reason for Qin Hao's lack of interest in Song Yuqi was his sense of caution. Just moments ago, he had surveyed the room and discovered 4 hidden cameras in the office. The presence of surveillance equipment in the boss's office, especially so discreetly installed, warranted further scrutiny. Upon reflection, there were 2 possibilities. First, that Song Yuqi had installed them herself for unclear purposes. Second, that someone else had done so to monitor her. The first scenario seemed unlikely. Who would install such devices in their own office, let alone 4? The second possibility carried significant implications, though Qin Hao couldn't ascertain the reasoning behind it. Mr. Qin, this is the total amount for the wager. After deducting the payouts, there remains 310 million. Please review it, and if everything is satisfactory, kindly sign so that I can arrange for the funds to be transferred, Song Yuqi stated. Qin Hao took the so-called list and perused it, finding the details somewhat perplexing. Consequently, Song Yuqi began to elucidate the particulars. According to their prior agreement, Mr. Qin would receive 30% of the profits, amounting to over 90 million. I'll round it up for you, Mr. Qin. If you find it acceptable, you may sign. She added. Within 5 minutes, a substantial sum would be deposited into a Swiss bank account. This card had been arranged for him by Anren, and though Qin Hao was unaware of the specifics, he knew that it now held 200 million. With the transfer complete, indicating the conclusion of their transaction, Qin Hao intended to take his leave. However, before departing, he decided to subtly address the matter of the cameras. Ms. Song, may I inquire why these cameras are installed here? He began, uncertain if they were of her own doing and gesturing vaguely. Song Yuqi smiled, choosing not to respond, and instead extended her hand for a brief handshake. In that instant, Qin Hao felt a crumpled piece of paper slip into his palm. Mr. Qin, this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. I hope we will have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Certainly, I look forward to it, Qin Hao replied, discreetly pocketing the note before the representative escorted him out. Watching Qin Hao depart, Song Yuqi's expression was somewhat complex. She was wagering on the hope that he could assist her. "You're out." Enrin and the others had grown somewhat impatient, and upon seeing Qin Hao, they hurried over. "Darling, did the money arrive?" "My dear husband, I believe it would be prudent to close your antique shop. Focus solely on boxing. With $1 billion earned each day, in less than 2 years, we shall be the wealthiest in Jinling." Qin Hao swiftly delivered a light smack to Enran's forehead, responding with irritation. "Do you think others are fools? $1 billion a day? Today, as circumstances are exceptional, these individuals wager heavily under the illusion of guaranteed success. If I continue boxing tomorrow, I suspect this establishment will be bankrupt within 3 days." And Ran stuck out her tongue, realizing the gravity of the situation. Should Qin Hao step into the ring tomorrow, the onlookers would undoubtedly bet on his victory. A loss would imply a fixed match, likely leading to the downfall of the venue. While rig matches are not uncommon, much like the saying goes, 9 out of 10 gamblers cheat, everyone is aware that casinos may employ deceit, but if you are not caught, all remains well. This is an unwritten rule. Just when it seemed the matter had concluded, a group of affluent women approached as Qin Hao prepared to leave. "Handsome, would you care to join me for a meal?" "Fear not, I shall treat you well." "Indeed, handsome, simply dine with us, and I shall grant you 1 million. In an instant, several women surrounded Qin Hao, their hands far from innocent. Step aside, step aside." Zhao Kai and the others rushed to clear the scene. Yet their efforts proved futile. These were women, untouchable and unapproachable, and with Zhao Kai still injured, there was little he could do. "Do you not have eyes? This is my husband. Seek someone else." And Ran, feeling cornered, revealed her identity, but it was to no avail. "You are his wife? Just a mere girl. Can you truly satisfy him? What talents do you possess? Just being pretty is of no consequence. Skills are paramount. I'm not only wealthy, but also skilled. Handsome. Spend a night with me, and I shall offer you 1 million along with a sports car." Qin Hao was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. And these women seemed utterly devoid of modesty. Security, security. With no other recourse, Qin Hao called for security, managing to escape the clutches of the wealthy women unscathed. However, he had suffered quite a bit, as the women had taken liberties with him. Qin Hao instructed Lin Moshue to procure some dishes from the hotel, and soon the 5 of them began to feast voraciously. After their late-night meal, Lin Moshue and Ran and Zhao Ling tidied up the remnants and retreated to their rooms, fully aware that Qin Hao and Zhao Kai had matters to discuss. "Zhao Kai, you may accompany me. You will serve as my driver and bodyguard from now on. As for Zhao Ling, I can offer treatment, but as you know, such ailments cannot be resolved in just a few days. The quickest remedy will take at least a month. Moreover, a crucial point is that Zhao Ling is a girl, and the treatment process, as you have experienced, requires physical contact." Qin Hao delicately expressed his concerns. Zhao Kai understood. Qin Hao was apprehensive about the necessity of undressing for the treatment due to Zhao Ling's gender. Chapter 0083, and Lu lost in thought. Zhao Kai, however, felt indifferent. The so-called illness does not shy away from a physician. In the eyes of a doctor, there exists only the patient, devoid of gender. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in whether Zhao Ling can accept it. "Boss, you need not worry. I have faith in you. As for Ling I shall communicate with her. Asured Zhao." Qin Hao nodded, reassured by Zhao Kai's promise. "It will be troublesome to be accused of misconduct later on. Let her recuperate for a couple of days. Once her health stabilizes, I shall commence with the first treatment session." For tonight, Zhao Ling would have to share a room with Lin Moshue, while he would make do with the sofa. Zhao Kai had no objections. He had endured worse conditions, having once slept in a doghouse during difficult times. Noticing the hour was late, Qin Hao decided to take a shower after a rather sweat-inducing day. After all, Enran's remark about unlocking new positions lingered in his mind. Just as he was about to undress, he recalled the crumpled paper that Song Yuqi had given him. He hastily retrieved it to examine its contents. This woman certainly harbored secrets. He was certain. As the paper unfolded, a single line emerged. "Tomorrow at noon, at the Juxian Hotel, room 206, do not be absent." Qin Hao stared at the note, momentarily taken aback. It felt as though it were a clandestine rendezvous reminiscent of young lovers. He ripped the paper into shreds and disposed of it in the toilet. After his shower, he discreetly tossed a roasted chicken into the enclosure of the Tibetan Mastiff in his space. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Jinling City, and Tianyuan was listening intently to Lu Hui as he animatedly recounted the events of their gambling escapade. And Lu Hui's words flowed continuously, with Tianyuan occasionally chiming in. "Uncle, let me tell you with my luck and skill, winning money is an effortless feat, you wouldn't believe it. I managed to draw 7 pure hands in one afternoon. Just look at those fellows. They lost everything to me. You have no idea. I could draw any card I desire. Alas, those guys are all paupers, playing too conservatively. Otherwise, I would be the gambling god. Enlu Hui's boasting was observed keenly by Tian Yuan, who, unbeknownst to Enlu Hui, was aware that his supposed card prowess was due to someone discreetly assisting him by placing the needed cards in his reach. Enlu Hui, remember, gambling is merely entertainment. Do not take it too seriously. Speaking of which, when I was your age, I, too, relished playing cards and even ventured to ouching to gamble. Let me tell you, ouching is where the real fun lies. The casinos, they're illegal, and as long as you possess the skill, all winnings are yours. However, your uncle is not as fortunate. In a month, I barely won less than 100 million. Upon hearing about ouching, Enlu Hui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who doesn't he know of ouching? His mind began to race with possibilities. Uncle, when are you going? Take me along. And Tian Yuan felt a surge of joy at Enlu Hui's eagerness, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Little Lu, you must not go to ouching. While winning there may be easy, losing happens even faster. Many individuals find themselves utterly ruined, and unless one possesses exceptional luck, it is best to refrain from such pursuits. Take my driver, Xiao Lu, for instance. His fortunes have not favored him, as he lost hundreds of thousands during his last visit. And Tian Yuan often speaks of luck, implying to Enlu that possessing good fortune and a favorable hand can lead to winnings. By the way, it would be prudent for you to remain here. Do not entertain thoughts of going to AO City. I have matters to attend to in the coming days. If you require transportation, you may enlist Xiao Lu's services, as I shall arrange for him to be your driver temporarily. Enlu nodded in agreement, though he took mental note of the driver, Xiao Lu. Little did he know that this was all part of Tian Yuan's calculated plan, first expressing his disapproval of Enlu's trip to AO City, and then revealing that Xiao Lu had previously ventured there, lending him to Enlu for use. This was transparent to any discerning observer. Yet, the naive Enlu remained oblivious, or perhaps he harbored an overabundance of confidence in his luck and skills. It is not entirely fair to label Enlu as foolish. Rather, his innocence rendered him unaware of the world's treacheries. Several individuals had been feeding him cards, and he remained blissfully ignorant of the fact that his own uncle would scheme against him. Let us not overlook Enlu's father, and Tianchong, who fell victim to the same trap. This illustrates the adage, one can guard against external threats, but familial betrayal is the hardest to foresee. The following morning, Qin Hao awoke in a sour mood, and the reason was simple. Last night, after an invigorating shower, he had been eager to explore new moves within Ran, only to be met with an awkward revelation, and Ran was on her menstrual cycle. Consequently, Qin Hao had a restless night, his spirits dampened to the utmost degree. Had it merely been this, it would have been bearable, as taking a few days off from poker is quite normal. However, Ran was not behaving herself, teasing him playfully, which left Qin Hao in a predicament. Thus, he arose early, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Qin Hao, how did you end up with dark circles? This doesn't seem right. I didn't hear any sounds last night. Lin Mo Shui, having spent considerable time with Ran, had grown adept at making suggestive remarks, clearly relishing the moment. Enough already. Some matters are better left unspoken, she thought, understanding the importance of knowing when to cease her jests. How are you feeling, Zhao Kai? Qin Hao inquired, attempting to temper his own discontent. Rest assured, I am recovering quite well, Zhao Kai responded. Just then, Zhao Ling emerged from her room, and upon spotting Qin Hao, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was evident that Zhao Kai had confided in her about their discussions. Good morning, big brother. Zhao Ling called out before darting into the bathroom, evidently shy. Qin Hao chuckled to himself. Although Zhao Ling was 19, she appeared quite petite and slender, likely having endured her share of hardships over the years. So, Ran, will you be shopping today, or accompanying me to the public auction? Qin Hao inquired as he enjoyed the breakfast provided by the hotel, and Ran tilted her head thoughtfully before responding. I intend to accompany you in the morning to take a look, and in the afternoon, we shall indulge in some shopping. Very well, let us hasten our meal, and afterwards, we can embark on our shopping spree. Chapter 0084, A Reunion with Ming Daoyuan. Upon arriving at the exhibition, Qin Hao immediately spotted Ming Daoyuan and Kong Yaozhong. He hurried over to them. How are you? Have you set your sights on any particular pieces? The numbers mentioned by Ming Daoyuan referred to the marked stones. As previously noted, the first day was dedicated to the sale of jadeite rough stones. The term marked pieces implies a clear pricing system. The organizers assign numbers to all the rough stones presented at the exhibition. Each stone bears a number akin to an identification tag. Naturally, in addition to the number, each tag contains fundamental information about the stone, such as its origin, dimensions, weight, and price. Buyers interested in a particular piece need only approach the staff for a transaction, which is quite convenient. Conversely, the unmarked pieces are somewhat more intricate. Essentially, they're similar in nature. Each rough stone still carries basic information, the only absence being the price. For all unmarked stones, prices are not displayed. If one is interested in a particular piece, they simply submit their desired price. However, this introduces an element of uncertainty. For instance, regarding piece number 008. Qin Hao wished to purchase it, but was unaware if others were also interested or what prices they had submitted. Thus, he could only indicate his highest acceptable price, which posed a risk of being at a disadvantage. This is because, desiring the piece, yet fearing that someone might outbid him, he is compelled to raise his offer first. This method is favored by many merchants, akin to the thrill of guessing in a blind box. As for the auction on the third day, it is even more straightforward. The highest bid wins. However, only the finest stones qualify for auction. Mr. Ming, I have just arrived and have yet to view any pieces. Nevertheless, I will consider numbers 8, 18, and 28. Upon hearing the numbers Qin Hao mentioned, Ming Daoyuan felt a twinge of disdain. You did not come to purchase jadeite. You merely seek auspicious numbers. However, when Ming Daoyuan laid eyes on piece number 8, he was left speechless, for he too had taken a liking to it. This particular rough stone was priced at 1.5 million, yet Ming Daoyuan estimated its worth to be at least 5 million, perhaps even more. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had spoken whimsically, believing he could decide whether to buy it later. However, upon activating his discerning vision, he discovered that this jadeite rough stone, sourced from an ancient pit, contained an internal treasure, estimated to be valued between 7 to 8 million. He then noticed that within this stone was a piece of yellow jade the size of a grinding disc. Mr. Ming, I have a penchant for keeping track of data. Of course, this practice may not be esteemed in your circles. Thus, I shall take this rough stone, Qin Hao declared. Without waiting for Ming Daoyuan to respond, he approached the responsible party to complete the transaction with swift efficiency. Ming Daoyuan opened his mouth in surprise, but ultimately said nothing. After all, there were thousands of marked stones available today. One piece was inconsequential. Moreover, merely speculating on the potential rise in value was futile. One must cut the stone to ascertain its true worth. The Qin brothers are indeed fascinating. It seems one can purchase rough stones in such a manner. Well, I shall take a look over there for a moment. Let us have lunch together when the time permits. After Ming Daoyuan finished speaking, he turned and departed with Kong Yaozhong. His destination was the rough stone number 18. He intended to ascertain whether it, too, was of good quality. If it were, Ming Daoyuan would undoubtedly make a purchase, as he certainly would not allow Qin Hao to benefit. Boss, he has gone to the rough stone number 18. Zhao Kai whispered to Qin Hao. Qin Hao smiled faintly, realizing that Ming Daoyuan had been led astray by him. There was no need to pay him any mind. What a fool. After speaking, Qin Hao resumed his shopping. His approach to purchasing rough stones was not merely based on betting on price increases. He would absolutely refrain from buying if the profit margin was less than 3 times. Qin brother, what a coincidence. Just as Qin Hao completed his acquisition of the 14th rough stone, he heard a familiar voice. Boss Tian, what a coincidence. Qin brother, you know me well. Aside from antiques, I have a penchant for this as well. So, have you made any gains? If not, I can help you select a few pieces shortly, guaranteed to appreciate in value. I must admit, I may not surpass you in antiques, but in the realm of rough stones, I can certainly consider myself a half-expert. Qin Hao's lips twitched slightly. Tian Zilong was as reliable as a pig climbing a tree. No, even if a pig could climb a tree, Tian Zilong would still be unreliable. Given his level of expertise, one could only chuckle. Tian Zilong continued to chatter incessantly. Qin brother, have you heard? Recently, a Jade King has emerged in our Huaxia, and it seems he shares the surname Qin. If only I could meet him. A mere hint from him would yield great profits. Just as Qin Hao was on the verge of tuning him out, Zhao Ling rushed over. Big brother, Sister Xiaoxue asked me to call you over. Upon entering the public auction hall, Lin Maxue and the other 2 women expressed their desire to select rough stones themselves. These stones were in a different area from those Qin Hao had purchased, belonging to a category that did not qualify for bidding. However, they were of much better quality than those sold outside. This was to be expected, as the annual public auction could not possibly offer only a limited selection of stones. This situation was akin to a marketplace. It could not solely consist of stalls selling meat and fish. Moreover, vegetable stalls would be even more numerous, as this aligns with a market's operational model. Had Xiao Xue and her companions taken a liking to a specific rough stone? Zhao Ling shook her head. Not a single stone, but a whole pile. A pile? Without hesitation, Qin Hao bid farewell to Tian Zilong and hurried toward the area where Lin Maxue and Ran were located. Qin Hao, come quickly and see the rough stones I selected. Please help me determine whether I have profited or incurred a loss. Qin Hao nodded and examined each stone individually, soon discovering a pattern. Without exception, these rough stones were either round or square, with any slightly irregular ones having been eliminated. Xiaoxue, are you purchasing jade, rough stones, or art pieces? Upon hearing this, Lin Maxue blushed, realizing the implication of his words. I selected them solely for their aesthetic appeal. If the exterior is so captivating, the interior must surely be equally splendid. At first glance, this statement seems to possess a modicum of truth, yet it is utterly nonsensical. Xiaoxue, much like individuals, objects must not be judged solely by their appearance. Allow me to elucidate. You have successfully evaded all the jadeite raw stones that could potentially yield substantial profits. Lin Maxue felt disheartened. How could this be? I only choose the most visually appealing. Chapter 0085. Song Yuqi invites to dinner. When purchasing, one must not rely on mere appearances. By your logic, given your handsome visage, does that imply a heart filled with malice? Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words in response to Lin Maxue's retort. Ultimately, he had to select a few stones anew, discarding the rest. Zhao Kai, you should take one as well. Qin Hao handed Zhao Kai a stone that could potentially yield a profit of around 1 to 2 million. It was not a lack of desire for better choices, but rather a dearth of viable options. The slightly better stones were simply too expensive. Boss, I have no need for this. I am uninterested. Take this raw stone to cut, and if someone desires it, sell it. Zhao Ling still needed to nurture her health and pursue her studies. She could not be without funds. After Qin Hao's persuasion, Zhao Kai accepted the raw stone and proceeded to have it cut. All right, let us conclude for the morning. We shall reconvene in the afternoon. Qin Hao glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and he recalled his appointment with Song Yuqi. Darling, these stones are so expensive. When will we exhaust our 300 million in funds? Anren remembered that this outing was mission-driven. Rest assured, the public auction lasts for 7 days, and the prices of jadeite raw stones will continue to rise for the next 3 days. I am waiting after 3 days. I believe the prices will drop by at least 30%. That will be our opportune moment to act. Rogue, Lin Maxue interjected at an opportune moment. Qin Hao regarded her with a playful glimmer in his eyes. You call me a rogue. I shall not dispute it. However, it is precisely because of my shrewdness that your bank account has increased by over 10 million. It is this very craftiness that has enabled me to select the finest jadeite for you. Look at your attire, your bags, your shoes. Which of these was not procured through my efforts? Whether one is a rogue or a virtuous merchant, as long as one can provide for their family and ensure their loved ones are well fed and cared for, that is commendable and worthy of emulation. Lin Maxue stuck out her tongue. Qin Hao, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. It was indeed a rarity to witness Lin Maxue displaying such a playful demeanor and offering an apology. Qin Hao checked the time. It was time for him to fulfill his engagement. What about you? Where are you headed? Noticing Qin Hao frequently checking his phone, Anren inquired with curiosity. Remember to have Zhao Kai accompany you, Qin Hao remarked, already disappearing from view. Anren, Qin Hao mentioned a date with a beautiful woman. Are you not curious to see? Anren chuckled. How long have we been here? We are inseparable. Not a single beauty, not even a stray dog, has crossed our path. Do not worry. This, in truth, exemplified a fixed mindset, which was precisely why Qin Hao felt emboldened to express such sentiments openly. As Ran remarked, in recent days, a few individuals have been inseparable, and the likelihood of Qin Hao encountering any women is virtually non-existent. Naturally, they are unaware of Song Yuqi's presence. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly followed suit. Qin Hao summoned a vehicle and soon arrived at the Jushinda Hotel. This is a modestly sized establishment, and Qin Hao could not fathom why Song Yuqi would choose this particular venue. Welcome. May I ask how many guests, sir? Upon entering, a hostess approached him. I have a reservation for room 206 on the second floor. Very well, please follow me, sir. Today, Song Yuqi appeared quite different from the previous day. She was not adorned in a cheap Hao, which was entirely reasonable. Who, after all, would don such attire merely for a meal? Qin Hao got straight to the point. Song Yuqi instructed the waitstaff to leave, then poured a glass of wine for Qin Hao before slowly speaking. I believe, Mr. Qin has discerned that my outward appearance is not as glamorous as it seems. Not to embarrass you, but I am merely a puppet, a plaything controlled by others. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. Why would you say such things, Miss Song? Why does Mr. Qin feign ignorance? She replied, as you mentioned yesterday, there are surveillance devices in my office. Furthermore, even my residence, living room, bathroom are under constant watch. Qin Hao sensed a hint of foreboding. He could unwittingly be drawn into a vortex. There's a saying, no good deed goes unpunished. Song Yuqi's invitation to dinner and her lamentations were clearly a pretext to seek his assistance, and Qin Hao was reluctant to wade into such murky waters. Ms. Song, this is your private affair. It has no bearing on me. Song Yuqi seemed to anticipate his response, as she not only remained unperturbed but even chuckled. Mr. Qin, help me resolve this predicament, and I shall gift you that very establishment. Qin Hao was taken aback. The establishment she referred to was undoubtedly the venue where he engaged in underground boxing. What do you mean by that, Miss Song? Besides, I am a newcomer. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to assist you? Song Yuqi, holding her wine glass, moved to sit beside Qin Hao, gazing intently at him. After a prolonged silence, during which Qin Hao felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny, she finally spoke. I heard about the events of the previous night and made inquiries about you. You hail from Jinling and have likely come here on a mission. Your companion is a public official. Moreover, you have the ability to mobilize a military force to address minor inconveniences, indicating that your identity is far from ordinary. Although I am unaware of your true status, it is evident that you are not to be trifled with. At least, no one dares to challenge you openly. At last, Qin Hao comprehended why Song Yuqi sought him out. It was merely a misunderstanding, yet a plausible one. After all, who could summon military aid but an exceptional individual? The answer was unequivocally negative, yet only Qin Hao knew that this was merely a beautiful misconception. He was just an ordinary citizen, mobilizing an army? Absurd. I'm sorry, Miss Song, but I cannot assist you. Thank you for inviting me to dinner, but I have matters to attend to. Qin Hao, however, wishes to avoid trouble. No matter how much money one possesses, what use is it if life itself is at stake? Here in Yunnan, one could perish without ever knowing how it happened. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, Qin Hao does not consider himself a formidable dragon. Yet, the subsequent actions of Song Yuqi left him utterly astonished. She tore her clothing, exposing herself before him. Qin Hao's initial reaction was to perceive this woman as attempting to seduce him. Mr. Qin, look at me, behold the injuries upon my body. If you do not assist me, I shall be tormented to death. He is a pervert, a beast. Chapter 0086, Reaching an Agreement. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, taken aback. His astonishment did not stem from the allure of Song Yuqi's figure. Rather, it was the ghastly sight of her injuries that shocked him. From her neck downwards to her thighs, her skin bore scars, some from cigarette burns, others from whiplashes, as well as numerous bruises. What is this? Qin Hao was bewildered. Who could be so cruel as to inflict such harm upon such a beautiful woman? After donning her clothes once more, Song Yuqi spoke. Mr. Qin, allow me to share a story with you. If, after hearing my tale, you are willing to assist me, I, Song Yuqi, shall keep my word. Not only will my establishment be at your disposal, but if you so desire, I could also be yours. I am willing to be your clandestine lover. Qin Hao speak, and I shall help you to the best of my abilities. However, I must clarify that should your needs exceed my capacity, I can only apologize. Qin Hao found himself in a predicament. He was reluctant to invite trouble, yet the sight of Song Yuqi's battered form stirred his compassion. The story began 5 years prior. Song Yuqi recounted her tale, and Qin Hao listened intently. 5 years ago, when she was 25 and newly married, life had been quite blissful. Her husband worked at a bank, while she managed a club. Their financial situation was quite stable. However, one day, a man named Hu Siyuan entered the club and inadvertently laid eyes on Song Yuqi. In the days that followed, he began pursuing her. Yet, being a married woman, how could she acquiesce? Just as Song Yuqi was on the verge of forgetting him, the police suddenly arrived at her door and took her husband away. He had been framed and accused of embezzlement. At that moment, Hu Siyuan reappeared, this time revealing his true intentions. He confessed that her husband had been set up by none other than himself. Hu Siyuan possessed the power to manipulate the situation, as he was the second in command in Yunnan, a figure capable of obscuring the truth. To save her husband, Song Yuqi had no choice but to concede to becoming Hu Siyuan's woman. As a result, who could have known that Hu Siyuan is devoid of humanity? Not only does he record threats, but he also orchestrates accidents that led to her husband's suicide in detention. From that moment forth, Song Yuqi became nothing more than a plaything for this Hu Siyuan. However, It is noteworthy that despite his twisted nature and penchant for tormenting her in various ways, he possesses commendable qualities in other respects. Utilizing his connections and authority, he established a club ostensibly owned by Song Yuqi, while in reality, the true power lies with Hu Siyuan, who exploits his influence to amass wealth through the establishment. Most of the personnel in the club are likely his loyal subordinates, including the manager Qin Hao encountered. Yet, Hu Siyuan remains wary of Song Yuqi, which is why Qin Hao discovered the presence of 4 surveillance cameras in her office. Mr. Qin, please save me. I am on the brink of madness. I'm constantly watched by living beings, and even in the privacy of bathing or using the restroom, that scoundrel keeps a watchful eye. I possess no freedom. Every day, I am either subjected to his outbursts or tormented in new and inventive ways. I loathe him for shattering my life and for causing my husband's demise. I dream of killing him. If only you would assist me in avenging my plight. Everything I possess will henceforth belong to you. Qin Hao finally comprehended the gravity of her situation, and thus the questions arose. Song Yuqi's eyes brightened, eager to express her willingness. Mr. Qin, please inquire. I promise to disclose all without reservation. Qin Hao nodded. Firstly, since you are but a puppet, even if you were to eliminate this Hu Siyuan, the club would not be yours. How do you propose to offer it to me? Secondly, even if you were to kill him, you would likely face consequences, consequently raising the prior question. Thirdly, to entertain a hypothetical scenario where he meets an untimely end, how would you sustain the club without a patron? Each question struck at the heart of the matter. Mr. Qin, as I have mentioned before, he is the second in command of Yunnan, which allows him to conduct many affairs covertly. Particularly regarding assets, it is impossible for them to be registered in his name, hence the ownership of the club and my residence is under my name. The second dilemma is non-existent, as this is precisely why I sought your assistance. Your willingness to intervene suggests that my involvement will remain undisclosed. Concerning the third question, I am confident that with your background, no one would dare challenge my club. The only issue is how to discreetly eliminate this individual without implicating either of us, as his status would attract significant scrutiny from above should anything arise. Upon finishing her explanation, Song Yuqi produced a pack of lady cigarettes, lighting one with a practiced ease. Would you care for one, Mr. Qin? Qin Hao declined, having long abandoned the habit, and besides, he was unaccustomed to the dainty cigarettes. When will you be able to see him? Song Yuqi paused, perplexed by Qin Hao's inquiry. He visits me every Saturday to vent his frustrations. The phrase, to vent frustrations, simple as it may be, resonated with Qin Hao, revealing the depths of Song Yuqi's sorrow and helplessness. Today is Friday, which means tomorrow? He deduced. Indeed, Qin Hao nodded in affirmation, having formed a plan. I can discreetly eliminate this individual for you, without implicating you in any way. However, what if you have second thoughts later? Song Yuqi's eyes widened as she gazed at Qin Hao. Mr. Qin, you're not deceiving me, are you? Qin Hao echoed her words. As long as he is dealt with, I, Song Yuqi, will certainly uphold my end of the bargain. If you doubt me, we could draft a transfer contract right now. Furthermore, considering your capabilities, do you believe I would be so foolish? Qin Hao lowered his head in contemplation, ultimately deciding to trust this woman once. I can assist you, but upon completion, I require 70% of the club's shares, leaving you with 30%. Additionally, you will manage it. I will merely take dividends. As for that, Hu Siyuan's confidant within the club, you must handle that on your own. Chapter 87. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. Qin Hao's willingness to assist stems from 3 primary reasons. Firstly, he lacks a foothold in Yunnan, meaning he possesses no influence here. Given that he will frequent this border city, which serves as a crucial passage to the Emerald Kingdom, establishing a presence is essential. Secondly, the potential for financial gain is evident. Qin Hao is well aware of the club's profitability. Thirdly, there exists a slight inclination on his part to feel sympathy for Song Yuqi. As for not claiming all the shares for himself, this decision was made after considerable deliberation. Although Song Yuqi is currently consumed by her desire for revenge, thus indifferent to material possessions, what will happen later? Once vengeance is achieved, she may find herself laboring for others without reaping any benefits, leading to disillusionment over time. However, possessing 30% of the shares alters the situation. It is sufficient to ensure Song Yuqi's lifelong prosperity. This represents a mutually beneficial relationship. Groups founded on shared interests are the most stable. Those who seek to monopolize will inevitably face repercussions. Regarding Song Yuqi's suggestion of becoming Qin Hao's clandestine lover, he had never entertained such an idea. If Qin Hao were merely driven by base instincts, he could have pursued Lin Maxue openly, without fear of repercussions or blame from anyone. Yet he did not. He firmly believes that women fall into three categories: familial relationships, such as mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters; friendships, exemplified by Lin Maxiu, Lu Xiaoxiao, and Song Tingting, where mutual assistance is possible but must maintain a safe distance; and finally, transactional relationships, devoid of emotional ties, where payment is exchanged for services, concluding with a simple farewell. If one were to consider additional types, they might categorize them as collaborative relationships. For instance, between Qin Hao and Song Yuqi, their connection is purely one of cooperation, fostering a win-win scenario. Such relationships lack familial or romantic undertones, instead relying on mutual support. At least, that is how Qin Hao perceives it. This is a poison. I have nourished it with blood for several days. Take this and nurture it yourself. Bide your time for the right opportunity. Qin Hao meticulously detailed the methods of nurturing and employing the Diao Gu to Song Yuqi. For the first time, Song Yuqi found Qin Hao somewhat intimidating, as he carried such a terrifying artifact with him. She understood that once the Diao Gu was implanted, symptoms would manifest within a maximum of 3 days, resembling an epileptic seizure. The victim would succumb to death within half a month at the quickest, and at most within a month. Once diagnosed, it would be feasible for her to gradually eliminate the individuals within the club. After imparting this grave information, Qin Hao prepared to depart. "Mr. Qin, do you not require my services?" she inquired. "Not all. Live well from now on. I want to be frequently visiting Yunnan, and in a few days, I will assist you with your injuries," Qin Hao stated before leaving promptly. As Song Yuqi watched him go, her heart raced with excitement, unable to find tranquility. Initially, she merely sensed that Qin Hao's identity was extraordinary. Even if he could not eliminate Hu Siyuan, she intended to rely on Qin Hao to extricate herself from her predicament. At worst, she could leave with him. To her surprise, Qin Hao was genuinely willing to assist her. Most importantly, he had bequeathed her a 30% stake, which for Song Yuqi was akin to acquiring a substantial fortune. Despite the club being lucrative, the profits were all under Hu Siyuan's control, leaving her with no financial ties to it. Shortly after, Ran and others arrived. "Didn't you say you were going shopping? Why are you back here?" "Qin Hao, I've made a decision. I wish to learn from you about the intricacies of gambling stones. I want to be self-sufficient." Qin Hao regarded Lin Maxiu with a look of incredulity. With her limited skills, how could she possibly teach anyone? Yet, he refrained from dampening her enthusiasm. Who knew? Perhaps one day, she might indeed emerge as a female Jade King. However, this notion of Qin Hao's lasted but a mere quarter of an hour. "Qin Hao, quickly evaluate this piece of raw stone for me." "Trash. No need to inspect it. Purchasing it would lead to financial ruin." Lin Maxiu huffed, tossing the stone aside in frustration. "I've reconsidered. As long as I'm by your side, why must I strain myself to learn? Women should rely on men. It saves a great deal of trouble." Qin Hao was left speechless. Her reasoning was astoundingly seamless, but crucially, she should rely on other men, not him. "All right, let us proceed to the stone inspection." Thus, Qin Hao led the group, pushing a flatbed cart to the inspection site. Coincidentally, he encountered Tian Zilong, who was in the midst of examining raw stones, but it appeared he had suffered losses once again. Tian Zilong gazed at the numerous fragmented stones on the ground, feeling despondent. Just then he spotted Qin Hao. "Boss Tian, do not be disheartened. This amount of money is trivial for you. Brother Qin, money is inconsequential. But it seems I ventured out today, without consulting the calendar, cutting 3 pieces of worthless white skin in succession. I had even prepared firecrackers. It appears they are all for naught. The so-called white skin denotes a stone devoid of any valuable contents. That is not certain. I've only just begun to inspect. If you uncover green, you must let off those firecrackers. Indeed, even if you were to unveil jade the size of pigeon egg, I would still insist on setting off those firecrackers." Qin Hao found himself at a loss for words. Was Tian Zilong not clearly cursing him? One could only surmise that in a past life, Tian Zilong had been a coal merchant, for his demeanor was exceedingly dark. Paying no heed to this boastful character, Qin Hao settled the payment and commenced the stone unearthing process. Grasping a marker, he began to delineate lines. This was a matter of great significance. Typically, a stone master would not proceed haphazardly. It was imperative that the owner of the raw stone made the markings, which the craftsman would then follow. Otherwise, if a careless cut were made, resulting in the jade being severed, one would find it difficult to explain. Once Qin Hao had drawn the lines, he signaled that the stone could be processed. 2 workers assisted in securing the raw stone, while the cutter powered up the equipment and started the extraction. With a decisive slice, a faint green hue emerged, precisely along the edges, neither more nor less. Qin Hao had struck green. Lin Mashue was on the verge of jumping for joy, entirely oblivious to the predatory glint in Qin Hao's eyes. What did it mean for Qin Hao to have struck green? Brother Qin, quite impressive. Your skills are nearly on par with mine. No. Could it be that you are indeed the famed Jade King of Huaxia, who has recently made an appearance? Tian Zilong gradually came to a realization. If you're referring to the individual who wagered against Ming Daoyuan, congratulations, you have guessed correctly. Chapter 0088. The energy has mutated. It truly is you. Why did you not mention this sooner? I would not have squandered so much money otherwise. This is unacceptable. You must compensate me. Tian Zilong was both astonished and elated. The astonishment was self-evident, while the joy stemmed from the fact that since Qin Hao was the newly acclaimed Jade King, surely he would be willing to offer guidance. In truth, there was a misunderstanding. The title of Jade King had been exaggeratedly attributed to Qin Hao by those who had witnessed his wager with Ming Daoyuan, with embellishments suggesting that a mere glance from Qin Hao could determine the price of any stone. However, despite the skepticism surrounding this claim, it coincidentally proved to be true. Qin Hao could indeed assess the value of a raw stone with just a fleeting glance, observing the eager anticipation in Tian Zilong's eyes. Akin to a favored concubine yearning for the emperor's affection, Qin Hao could not help but chuckle. Boss Tian, I can assist you in selecting 2 raw stones, but I cannot guarantee absolute accuracy. With that, he proceeded to unveil the stones. Amidst flying stone shavings, half an hour later, a jadeite of apple green, roughly the size of a basketball, was revealed. Wow, it's stunning. Qin Hao, how much is such a large piece worth? Lin Mashue was overjoyed at the sight of the basketball-sized jadeite. This piece had been among her selections from a plethora of options. While the rest had been discarded by Qin Hao, only this one remained. Regardless, this jadeite bore her involvement, and she was delighted to assist Qin Hao. However, this piece would not be included in the company's procurement account. Give it to Xiao Xue, sell it directly, and split the proceeds among the 3 of you. The 3 individuals Qin Hao referred to were naturally in Ran, Lin Mashue, and Zhao Ling. The latter had spent the day trailing behind Qin Hao and the others, speaking little and blushing whenever she caught sight of him. Perhaps it is due to a fear of poverty, knowing that Zhao Kai's path to wealth is fraught with difficulty. Zhao Ling has become particularly sensitive to matters of finance. Boss, this we cannot accept. You have already gifted me a piece of jade this morning, which I sold for over $1 million. Indeed, Qin Hao, I too shall forego it, should I find myself in need of funds in the future. I shall come to you. Lin Mashue's words carried an ambiguous tone, typically reserved for romantic partners. It's all right, cousin. My husband is not lacking in money at present. Let us divide this piece. I need to go for a beauty treatment and could use the funds. And Rand's statement seemed somewhat disingenuous. Would the daughter of the family truly be in need of money? Even if she did not approach in Tianchong, would Qin Hao reduce her expenses? It was evident that Ran was merely attempting to preserve the dignity of Lin Mashue and Zhao Kai. Qin Hao cast a commendatory glance at Ran. Upon receiving his affirmation, was elated, her spirits soaring. Whether to sell this jade or not, I want it. I bid 5 million. I bid 6 million. I bid 6.5 million. In an instant, the onlookers began to compete, and before long, the price of the apple green jade soared to 8 million. 8 million is my final offer. Should anyone bid higher, I will withdraw. A man in his 40s ultimately placed the bid at 8 million. I think it best to step back. While this jade is indeed remarkable, 8 million is already at the limit. Beyond this, there is no profit margin left. Ultimately, the jade was sold for 8 million. At that moment, Lin Mashue felt as if she were being pampered by Qin Hao, and, curiously, it was a delightful sensation. Oh, let us set off firecrackers. Suddenly, Tian Zilong remembered and quickly produced the firecrackers to ignite. The sound of the firecrackers attracted many onlookers, and once again, Qin Hao's name was mentioned. Congratulations, Brother Qin. I heard you unearthed a splendid piece of apple green. It turned out that Ming Daoyuan had been selecting raw stones, and upon hearing the commotion outside, he inquired and learned that it was Qin Hao who had struck it rich. Fueled by jealousy, he arrived with 2 recently purchased raw stones, intent on showcasing his prowess before the crowd and simultaneously diminishing Qin Hao's ostentation. Mediocre at best. Mr. Ming, are these the materials you acquired? At this moment, Qin Hao noticed the 2 towering raw stones on the large trailer behind Ming Daoyuan. Fortune smiled upon you. You procured 2 commendable raw stones, with a high probability of yielding exceptional jade. Brother Qin, these 2 pieces of jade raw material were not inexpensive. I spent over 70 million. Since Brother Qin has struck it rich here, I thought to share in the fortune and participate in this gamble as well. Ming Daoyuan said, patting the two imposing raw stones behind him, his intent to flaunt quite clear. Qin Hao then activated his perspective ability, and a jolt of realization coursed through him. Ming Daoyuan was indeed formidable. Both of these materials contained significant potential. May I take a look? Qin Hao feigned envy, which greatly satisfied Ming Daoyuan's vanity. The Qin brothers dismissed the notion with casual nonchalance, urging everyone to take a look. It was not merely Qin Hao's curiosity that stirred. Ming Daoyuan was eager for all present to witness the event. Qin Hao feigned a casual touch upon the raw stone. Yet beneath this veneer lay a profound intent to absorb its essence. Two sizable jade stones, once fully assimilated, would likely double, if not more, the capacity of spiritual energy within him. At that moment, Ming Daoyuan radiated a sense of pride, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. Indeed, if not for Qin Hao's interference, this reality would hold true, for Ming Daoyuan's skill was genuinely commendable. In merely 2 minutes, Qin Hao successfully absorbed the first jade stone. He retained a fragment of its essence, for if he were to consume it entirely, there was a considerable risk that the stone would shatter, leading to an awkward predicament. Brother Ming, I believe this raw stone will appreciate significantly. Is it the 88th stone? Upon hearing Qin Hao mention the 88th stone, Ming Daoyuan's lips twitched. He regarded Qin Hao with a hint of amusement at his superstition. Actually, this is not the 88th, it is the 99th. Ming Daoyuan's deliberate misdirection was intended to vex Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded, signaling for the stone to be dissected, as the anticipation among the onlookers was palpable. Without hesitation, Ming Daoyuan arranged for the stone as transportation to be cut open, while Qin Hao extended his reach toward the second raw stone. The capacity for spiritual energy absorption had its limits, and at that moment, Qin Hao's internal reservoir was at its maximum. Just as he lamented the inability to absorb every last ounce, a transformation occurred within him. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated through his body. Startled, Qin Hao attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover it ensnared by the stone's grasp. The energy he sought to absorb surged more rapidly toward him. For a brief moment, his body crackled like popping beans in a pan. Yet this sensation was fleeting. Soon, an overwhelming comfort enveloped him. Qin Hao theorized that the quantity of spiritual energy had reached a critical threshold, catalyzing a qualitative shift, and he sensed his newfound strength. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Hao understood that this was not the time for introspection, for Ming Daoyuan's stone had already been unveiled. "It's green," exclaimed the crowd. "Wow, judging by the cut, this piece of jade is certainly substantial. However, why does it seem to lack luster, appearing somewhat dull? It does seem so. Could it be a new variety? Perhaps. If it is a new type, it could be quite valuable. The Jade Prince truly is extraordinary." In an instant, the spectators erupted into a fresh round of discourse. Listening to the chatter, both Kong Yaozhong and Ming Daoyuan's expressions grew increasingly jubilant. Ming Daoyuan aimed to prove his superiority over Qin Hao, while Kong Yaozhong simply sought to showcase himself. "Brother Qin, this jade is remarkable. I truly envy you," remarked Tian Zilong, unabashedly revealing his jealousy. "I shall procure a larger and superior jadeite for you to behold shortly." Tian Zilong chuckled, not taking it seriously, believing it to be Qin Hao's attempt at consolation. Upon its unveiling, what a magnificent jadeite it is. This piece alone must be worth at least 70 to 80 million. A bespectacled gentleman remarked, his eyes betraying unmasked avarice. "You are mistaken. This jadeite is not to be acquired for less than 100 million. Mr. Ming, will you sell this jadeite? I offer 100 million. The announcement of such a price left everyone astounded, marking the highest bid so far in this year's public auction. Ming Daoyuan covertly glanced at Qin Hao, his face radiating pride. In that moment, he felt like a king, a figure of admiration. He experienced an overwhelming sense of supremacy, reminiscent of a lyric from a classic Huaxia song. "You stand amidst 10,000, basking in boundless glory. I apologize, everyone, but this jadeite is not for sale. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to Mr. Ming Daoyuan for his discerning eye, securing this high-quality jadeite for our Huang group." Kong Yaozhong spoke eloquently, lavishing praise upon Ming Daoyuan before promoting the Huang group. "Ah, wait a moment, this jadeite has cracks." Before Kong Yaozhong could finish his speech, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. "Cracks? Let me take a look." The businessman who had previously offered 100 million approached for a closer inspection, taken aback. "My goodness, there truly are cracks, and it seems they are multiplying. Step back a bit. If it shatters, it will be disastrous." He was pulled back by a companion. In an instant, Everyone retreated, scattering like they were evading a plague, fearing they would be implicated if the jadeite were to break. Hearing the commotion, Kong Yaozhong and Ming Deyuan's expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurried forward to investigate. They found the jadeite riddled with fine cracks, resembling a spider's web. The term to describe it would be crazed. Mr. Ming, this. At that moment, Ming Daoyuan realized the gravity of the situation and rushed to inspect it himself. He was equally bewildered. Just days ago, he had unearthed a piece of jadeite valued at 0, and now another piece had emerged? He could not fathom how this had come to pass. The two men wore grim expressions. One could perhaps attribute a single occurrence to coincidence or misfortune. But two was a different matter entirely. Darling, is this jadeite now worthless? Anren's ill-timed voice only deepened Ming Deyuan's distress. Nonsense. While it bears numerous cracks, we can still extract several smaller pieces from it. We could craft a few rings or pendants, and it remains feasible. Qin Hao's words ostensibly aimed to comfort Ming Daoyuan and Kong Yaozhong, yet they dripped with irony. A jadeite purchased for tens of millions, merely to yield a few rings and pendants? Was this not a mockery? Brother Qin is correct. Let us set it aside and carve out a piece. As long as we can extract a similarly sized jadeite from it, we still stand to profit. Kong Yaozhong also came to realize Ming Daoyuan's reasoning. As for responsibility, he need not worry, for his role here is merely to assist Ming Daoyuan. Should any issues arise, they shall pertain solely to Ming Daoyuan. Quickly, let us resolve this. Ming Daoyuan, while sketching out the lines, elaborated to the attentive Qin Hao beside him. Brother Qin, do not be deceived by the smaller size of this raw stone compared to the previous one. I surmise that the jade within holds even greater value. Observe. This stone bears slight yellow spots on its surface, indicative of yellow jadeite. Thus, I conclude that this jade should be classified as yellow jade. Ming Daoyuan continued his enthusiastic discourse on the raw stone, while Qin Hao listened intently. Regardless of the circumstances, Ming Deyuan's insights were indeed quite sensible. This knowledge was precisely what Qin Hao lacked the most. Mr. Ming, I have a query that perplexes me. Could you possibly enlighten me? Qin Hao genuinely sought clarification. Speak. Ming Daoyuan replied casually as he continued to draw lines. The jadeite raw stones are categorized into old pit and new pit. What distinguishes these two? The question posed by Qin Hao momentarily startled Ming Daoyuan, as it seemed a query only a novice would ask. Nevertheless, he chose not to withhold the information, for such knowledge is eventually acquired over time. Primarily, the internal structures of old pit jadeite and new pit jadeite differ. Old pit jadeite possesses a more compact internal structure, featuring tightly packed mineral crystal particles, whereas new pit jadeite lacks this density, resulting in a more loosely arranged crystalline composition. Qin Hao nodded, feeling enlightened. I see. But how can one discern between the two? At this juncture, Ming Daoyuan had completed his sketch and was conducting a final verification check. Qin Hao refrained from urging him, confident that Ming Daoyuan, who relished showcasing his expertise, would provide an explanation. And indeed he did. Chapter 90. The Unfortunate Ming Daoyuan. Ming Daoyuan signaled the workers to commence the stone extraction and began to elucidate further. The luster of old pit jadeite and new pit jadeite also varies. Once polished, old pit jadeite exhibits a sharp, brilliant sheen, exuding both rigidity and vitality. Furthermore, the hardness of old pit jadeite surpasses that of new pit jadeite. If one were to scratch the jade with a slightly harder object, old pit jadeite would remain unscathed. New pit jadeite not only possesses inferior luster, but also lacks the hardness of its old counterpart. This embodies true knowledge. This exemplifies professionalism. Sometimes, theoretical knowledge holds greater significance than practical experience. For instance, a basketball coach may lead an exceptional team, yet may not necessarily excel at playing basketball himself. At the very least, it provides one with an advantage when boasting in the future. In truth, jadeite is not exclusive to the Jade Kingdom. Many nations, including the pickled vegetable kingdom, possess raw stone mines. Even within your own Huaxia, there are sources. However, in terms of both quantity and quality, they cannot compare. For example, a piece of jade from the Jade Kingdom commands several times the price of one from the pickled vegetable kingdom. A cursory examination of literature or research will confirm this. Indeed, yellow jadeite is truly yellow jadeite. Mr. Ming has undoubtedly inherited the genuine teachings of the Jade King. Such a sizable piece of yellow jadeite harbors unimaginable value. Once again, the spectators have commenced a new round of discussions. However, the proprietor, who was poised to bid a staggering 100 million for the Ming Daoyuan jade, uttered a phrase that struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. Surely, it does not have any cracks. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. With all eyes shifting towards Ming Daoyuan, and Kong Yaozhong. Do refrain from such ill omens. Have you not brushed your teeth this morning? A companion hurriedly admonished the speaker. My apologies, merely a slip of the tongue. Let us disregard that. Yet, despite the reassurances, the words pierced Ming Daoyuan's heart like a dagger. He too felt apprehensive. The adage, once bitten, twice shy, resonated deeply within him. Yet oftentimes, the very fears we harbor manifest in reality. With a sudden crack, as if the universe conspired against them, the entire block of yellow jade shattered into countless fragments, disintegrating into a heap of powder even more thoroughly than the previous piece. Disbelief washed over everyone, particularly Ming Daoyuan and Kong Yaozhong. They could scarcely fathom that this promising raw stone had crumbled into mere ice shavings. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Ming Daoyuan was on the brink of madness. He had been so certain of the jade's worth, estimating its value to be significantly higher than that of the one before. Yet now, to witness it reduced to powder was an unbearable reality. Mr. Ming, I suspect foul play. It is inconceivable for two stones to exhibit identical flaws, Kong Yaozhong suggested, restoring a modicum of reason to Ming Daoyuan's frayed nerves. Impossible. No one could orchestrate such a deception under my watchful eye, Ming Daoyuan retorted, his confidence unwavering. At that juncture, it was time for Qin Hao to intervene. Mr. Ming, determining whether there has been any tampering is quite straightforward. How so? Ming Daoyuan inquired, intrigued. Qin Hao deliberately glanced at the jade, now a mere pile of powder, and began to elucidate. There were likely numerous purchasers. Simply inquire about the condition of their stones. If theirs remain intact, it indicates no wrongdoing. Conversely, if they too are flawed, you can band together to approach the organizers. Ming Daoyuan's eyes brightened. This was indeed a sound strategy. As Qin Hao suggested, should others encounter similar issues, uniting efforts to confront the organizers would be prudent. At that moment, Ming Daoyuan found himself reassessing his earlier disdain for Qin Hao, feeling an unexpected desire for reconciliation. Indeed, Mr. Ming, let us investigate the stones of others. Mr. Qin, shall we accompany you? Kong Yaozhong interjected, mindful of Ming Daoyuan's predicament. Qin Hao, however, shook his head with a chuckle. I have other matters to attend to. But rest assured, if this is a widespread issue with the raw stones, I shall assist you in lodging a complaint. Ultimately, as Qin Hao departed under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he heard one companion remark, Qin Hao, did you see that? Ming Daoyuan's face turned a ghastly green. It was utterly hilarious. As soon as Lin Moshue emerged from the venue, she excitedly recounted the incident. I deemed it fitting. However, this unfortunate fool truly had a streak of bad luck, encountering 3 stones of that nature in the mere span of 3 days. Aaron's speech was rather crude and direct. Yet Qin Hao and Lin Moshue had long since acclimatized to it. In contrast, Zhao Ling appeared somewhat embarrassed. This was a case of karma. It was only natural for him to suffer misfortune. Upon hearing Qin Hao mention treating himself, Zhao Ling's face reddened even further. It is rare to find a girl as innocent as Zhao Ling these days. Upon returning to the hotel, Qin Hao allowed everyone to engage in their own pursuits while he retreated into his room, locking the door behind him. Now, your husband is all alone in the room. Surely he isn't up to no good, is he? He wouldn't resort to handling that himself, would he? Lin Moshue's recent boldness in conversation had begun to mirror Aaron's. Don't be ridiculous. If it were as you say, he would be heading to the restroom, Lin Moshue conceded, finding some logic in her words. However, she pondered why a grown man would lock himself in a room. Could it be that he was watching films of a more risky nature? Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, Lin Moshue's thoughts had strayed far afield. At that moment, he was engrossed in his research. First and foremost, both his strength and speed had surged, at least doubling from before. If he were to participate in a marathon, he would undoubtedly secure first place without question. Should he engage in combat with that hulking brute now, he estimated that it would take no more than 2 punches to bring him down. Moreover, he sensed a remarkable increase in his physical resilience. He felt as if he could withstand bullets. Of course, this was a self-imposed belief. Yet he was indeed much stronger than he had been previously. Additionally, Qin Hao discovered he could concentrate the spiritual energy within him to a specific area, such as his chest, rendering that part exceedingly solid. Even a paper cutter would leave no mark. This realization prompted him to consider another vital area, and he lowered his gaze to inspect it. Chapter 0091, Revealing Secrets. However, in the next moment, an awkward scene unfolded. Perhaps the fabric was not sturdy enough. As it unexpectedly tore, Qin Hao was elated. What man does not desire endurance as robust and unwavering as iron? He had now achieved that. Yet the good fortune did not end there. He realized that his ability to project spiritual energy had intensified significantly. In simpler terms, he could previously manipulate objects within approximately 1 meter, such as a teacup or a phone. Now, with a mere gesture, he could extend his spiritual energy to strike objects more than 10 meters away. The concept of levitating items was now effortlessly within his grasp, although the weight and size of the objects remained a limitation. After some time spent in contemplation, Qin Hao ventured into the space again, enjoying some playful moments with De Huang before finally leaving the room. Little did he know, Lin Moshua had secretly glanced at him, filled with curiosity. Now, your husband was likely up to something naughty, she whispered conspiratorially to Anren. Nonsense. With a stunning beauty like me around, would he dare waste his time? Meanwhile, Ming Daoyuan and Kong Yaozhong had been watching others successfully resolve several raw stones without issue. The expressions on the faces of the two individuals grew increasingly perplexed, yet they could not fathom the reason behind it. I, too, found myself in a state of confusion. Perhaps it was indeed a stroke of ill fortune that plagued me. Ming Daoyuan resolved to acquiesce. After an entire afternoon of turmoil, he had no intention of entangling himself further in this matter, deeming it futile. Though he wished to refrain from probing deeper, Kong Yaozhong could not afford such luxury, as he was tasked with drafting a report to convey the circumstances to Huangzhen. Mr. Ming, do you not think someone might have deliberately sabotaged us, tampering with the raw stone? Ming Daoyuan shook his head. Impossible. The raw stones were procured at random, and we never lost sight of them throughout the process. The stone extraction was witnessed by numerous observers. There could be no error. Ming Daoyuan's words caused Kong Yaozhong considerable distress, for the truth of his statement was irrefutable. Given the exorbitant value of the raw stones, Kong Yaozhong had tracked their every movement without so much as blinking. The notion of sabotage was untenable, if it had occurred prior to their purchase. It was even more absurd, as both stones had been randomly acquired. What were the odds that two flawed stones would befall them? Kong Yaozhong's mind raced. Yet he could not conceive of any fault lying with Qin Hao. The mere suggestion seemed ludicrous. What shall we do next? Shall we continue? Ming Daoyuan shook his head. We will not participate in the open tender. It feels too ominous. We shall partake in tomorrow's closed bidding. Kong Yaozhong nodded, realizing there was no alternative. However, he suddenly recalled Qin Hao. Do you think that Qin Hao is genuinely competent or merely fortunate? Why does he always seem to bet on the rise? What Kong Yaozhong failed to notice was that Ming Daoyuan's countenance had begun to darken. To praise Qin Hao at this moment was akin to a slap in his face. Truly, one should not stir the pot at such an inopportune time. Had this occurred previously, Ming Daoyuan would undoubtedly have erupted in anger. Yet he could only suppress his ire now. After all, the events of the day were undeniably rooted in his own actions. You two, come into the room. I have something to discuss with you. The two entered, each with their own thoughts. Lin Moshua pondered that perhaps Qin Hao had not resolved his issues and required their assistance. Meanwhile, Anren was preoccupied with the lingering presence of her menstrual cycle, fearing that Qin Hao might harbor intentions towards Lin Moshua. This she could not abide, while she could turn a blind eye to a man indulging in fleeting pleasures outside. She would not tolerate such indiscretions involving her own cousin. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not graze near its burrow. Such matters were simply unacceptable to Anren. However, it was evident that both were overthinking the situation, their minds wandering to unseemly places. What do you intend to do? As Qin Hao closed the door behind him, Lin Moshua grew anxious. What do you mean? He replied, taken aback. I was asking why you closed the door. Observing the expressions of Lin Moshua and Anren, Qin Hao realized they might have misconstrued his intentions. I intend to share a secret with both of you, one that must remain confidential for the time being, understood? Lin Moshua regarded Qin Hao with suspicion, her eyes reflecting disbelief and a hint of disappointment. In truth, I possess the ability to harness qi. You are both aware of this, as I previously healed Tong Tong's grandfather and treated Zhao Kai's ailments. This is all attributable to my mastery of qigong. Yet the primary matter I wish to address is not this. Pausing momentarily, Qin Hao resumed, just as the two women were about to inquire further. The two jade pieces belonging to Ming Daoyuan today, as well as the one from the day before yesterday, were shattered by my qigong technique. Upon hearing this revelation, the two women's mouths gaped in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate the very objects in question. It took them a considerable time to regain their composure. Qin Hao, why are you sharing this with us? Lin Moshua asked, to which Qin Hao had pondered previously. Wouldn't you eventually discern it without my mention? It's merely that you choose not to voice it. Such coincidences are implausible. One piece of jade shatters, and then 3 others do likewise. it is inherently unreasonable. Moreover, if all goes as anticipated, I shall continue to sow discord in the coming days. It is far preferable for me to disclose this rather than have you harbor suspicions. For we are allies. The phrase "we are allies" touched Lin Mashua's heart. My conflict with Ming Daoyuan is not solely due to the incident from the day before yesterday. My true contention lies with the Huang group. The individual accompanying Ming Daoyuan, Kong Yaozhong, is the representative dispatched by Huang Zhun, while Ming Daoyuan serves as their consultant on raw stones. The reason for Ming Daoyuan's unusual eagerness towards me is to position himself advantageously for tomorrow's clandestine bidding. I have a premonition that he will attempt to ensnare me in some manner. Upon hearing this, the two women felt a surge of indignation, especially Lin Mashua, whose previous encounter involving red wine had yet to be resolved, and now another scheme was afoot. Darling, should we abstain from participating in the clandestine bidding tomorrow? Qin Hao chuckled softly, responding, "The clandestine bidding is the primary reason for my presence here. Besides, it remains uncertain who will ensnare whom. In summary, I implore you both to keep everything I have shared within this room. Do not divulge a single word to anyone else, understood?" "Yes, I swear I shall not speak a word," the two women promised eagerly, their chests thumping loudly, to the point where Qin Hao worried they might injure themselves. "After dinner, I intend to treat Zhao Ling's ailment. You two shall assist her this evening. She will need to remove her clothing, and I fear she may feel bashful. So I ask that you help ease her mind." Upon hearing that clothing would need to be removed, Anran raised an eyebrow. Could she at least keep her underwear on? Qin Hao nearly choked on Anran's remark. "No need to remove everything. She can certainly retain her undergarments," he quickly clarified. Upon hearing that the undergarments could remain, the situation became more palatable, although Lin Mashue recalled the events of the previous night, causing her cheeks to flush. "Darling, who taught you this qigong, and what is its purpose?" Anran finally voiced her curiosity. Qin Hao had already devised a response. "I learned qigong from my grandfather when I was a child. After practicing for over a decade without much effect, I inadvertently discovered that I had developed sensitivity to qi. As for its applications, they are manifold, ranging from healing others to enhancing combat prowess. Just like the last arena competition, I effortlessly manipulated that grand champion at my whim. Allow me to demonstrate, and you shall understand." With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Hao summoned a potted plant from the windowsill into his grasp. This is the star-absorbing technique. One cannot help but admire Anran's vivid imagination, as she even named it the star-absorbing technique. It is not as exaggerated as you claim. In truth, this is spiritual energy. Of course, I coined that term myself. Supernatural ability? Anran gazed at Qin Hao in puzzlement. Yes, precisely. It is a supernatural ability, a name I devised to indicate an extraordinary talent. Aside from telekinesis, do you possess any other abilities? Qin Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, for instance, I have a heightened sensitivity towards raw jade. As long as I touch a raw stone, I can sense whether it contains jade. The stronger the sensation, the larger and higher the quality of the jade within. I see now. No wonder you are so accurate each time you engage. You are indeed cheating. You'd better bribe me, or else... Qin Hao promptly gave Lin Mo Shui a playful knock on the head. This ability of mine should not be deemed cheating, akin to how some individuals are inherently attuned to certain things. Upon first hearing Qin Hao's words, they might seem somewhat plausible, yet with a moment's reflection, one could uncover numerous flaws within them. However, both Anran and Lin Mo Shui are intelligent individuals. Wise people typically refrain from prying too deeply. It is already remarkable that Qin Hao is willing to share this much with them, particularly with Lin Mo Shui, to whom he had no obligation to divulge such information. Well, it is getting late. Let's order dinner. We have discussed what needed to be said, and Qin Hao had no intention of revealing anything further, especially regarding his ability to see through things. If Lin Mo Shui were to learn of his clairvoyance, she would likely hold him accountable. Moreover, even Anran would prefer not to feel like an invisible presence before Qin Hao every day, as that would be too unsettling. In Jinling City, Enlu returned once again, laden with spoils. He no longer frequented the local game rooms. Today, he ventured into a small gambling den. It was none other than Xiao Lu, the driver of an Tian Yuan, who took him there, and without a doubt, luck was on his side. Whether it was Mahjong, Team Patty, or any other game, as long as Enlu participated, victory was assured. Amidst Xiao Lu's flattery, Enlu finally believed he was indeed the unparalleled king of gamblers, a once-in-a-millennium talent. On this particular day alone, Enlu won over 2 million. Though 2 million may not seem significant to the family, it was a win, a fortune gained without labor. The crucial point was that the stakes here were rather low, and Lu aspired to win even more to prove to Tianchong that he was far from ordinary. In truth, Lu's nature was not malevolent. He was merely somewhat rebellious. This was also a consequence of Tianchong's upbringing, who aimed solely to mold Lu into his successor while neglecting Lu's own aspirations. Consequently, Lu's current thoughts revolved around how to validate his worth, which presented Tian Yuan with an opportunity. "Lu Gu, I heard my uncle mention that you have been at Ouching?" The driver, Xiao Lu, paused, then inquired with a hint of suspicion. "Why do you ask that?" Lu replied with a smile. "Liu Yi, immediately inquired." The driver, Xiao Lu, nodded and began recounting tales of the past. "It was 2 years ago when I heard that general and had won a considerable sum over there. So I was curious to witness it for myself. To my surprise, the place was indeed far more vibrant than Jinling, unlike our side, where everyone retires for the night. Over there, the nightlife flourished with an abundance of lights and revelry. Whether it was the casinos or the dance halls, they were all bustling with life." Xiao Lu, not merely a driver, spoke as if he were a performer, his words flowing rapidly. He described the grandeur of Ao City as if it were a realm of untold riches, where winning tens of millions in a single night was a commonplace affair. Lu listened, momentarily dazed, his heart racing with a tumult of emotions. "Lu Gu, please take me there just once." At last, Lu could no longer contain his desires. Upon hearing Lu's request, the driver Xiao Lu shook his head vigorously. No, I cannot take you. If the boss finds out, I would surely lose my job. You might as well enjoy yourself here." Lu, upon hearing this, could not acquiesce. What enjoyment could be found here? The locals would curse at losing merely a few 100,000. "Xiao Lu, please take me. I promise I won't tell my uncle." "Here, take this." Lu discreetly handed Xiao Lu a cash check, which he had deliberately exchanged at the bank that day. This indicated that Lu had been plotting all along. Xiao Lu, whose full name was Lu Xiangdong, had the task of playing along with Lu's scheme, ultimately being persuaded to take him to Ao City. Unexpectedly, Lu was quite adept at this, even offering him a benefit. Lu Xiangdong discreetly glanced at the check, his lips twitching in surprise. 100,000. Having never encountered such wealth before, a surge of jealousy brewed within him. If he were to bring this upon himself, it would be his own fault. After a feigned reluctance, he decisively pocketed the check. Lu smiled, and so did Lu Xiangdong. "Xiao Lu, technically, I shouldn't take you. After all, your uncle would disapprove. However, given our relationship, I'll take the risk. If I get fired, so be it. With 1 million, what can't one do? Why continue being a driver?" This was Lu Xiangdong's true sentiment, and moreover, Tian Yuan had promised him 500,000 once the plan succeeded. Chapter 0093. The ticklish Zhao Ling brother Qin Hao. "Do I really have to take off my clothes?" After dinner, Qin Hao led Zhao Ling into the room, accompanied by Ran and Lin and Mo Shui. There were 2 reasons for inviting the 2 along. First, to bolster Zhao Ling's courage, as she was still a young girl. The presence of a lone man and woman in a room could surely create tension or shyness. Second, to prove his innocence. He did not wish to be misinterpreted, particularly by Ran. If rumors began circulating about Qin Hao and Zhao Ling in a compromising situation, it would be difficult to clarify, as women can be unreasonable. "Don't be nervous. You only need to remove your outer garment." Qin Hao felt akin to a dubious figure luring a child. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Ling obediently nodded and began to disrobe. And Ran discreetly observed Qin Hao's eyes throughout the process, relieved that he exhibited no unusual behavior. This does not imply that Qin Hao was a paragon of virtue. Rather, Zhao Ling's frail form, ravaged by illness, resembled a mere wisp of straw, devoid of aesthetic appeal. Even the areas that should have been pronounced were scarcely discernible. Observing Zhao Ling's physique, both Ran and Lin Moshue felt a pang of compassion for the unfortunate girl. "Zhao Ling, you may feel a bit chilly. Bear with it," Qin Hao remarked, taking a seat behind her. He mimicked the healing techniques he had seen on television, gently placing his hands on her back. He, that tickles. It tickles terribly." Zhao Ling suddenly sprang up, giggling uncontrollably. The 3 of them were momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances of confusion. "What's going on? Brother Qin Hao, I am ticklish." It turned out that Zhao Ling's skin was quite sensitive, and she could not suppress her reaction when his large hand made contact with her back. After Zhao Ling's explanation, the trio shared a knowing look, and after 2 attempts, they withdrew from the room. Outside, Zhao Kai, who had been anxiously awaiting their return, rushed forward upon seeing them emerge so quickly. "Boss, how did it go?" Qin Hao shook his head, causing Zhao Kai's heart to sink, fearing the worst for Zhao Ling. "Boss, You must find a way to save Ling. I would work tirelessly to repay you. Realizing Zhao Kai had misunderstood, Qin Hao quickly clarified, Zhao Kai, your sister is fine. It's just. He recounted Zhao Ling's situation, and Zhao Kai's expression transformed into one of understanding. Boss, my sister has been ticklish since childhood. When she misbehaved, I would tickle her. Is there any other method? Qin Hao pondered before responding. There are two options. First, we could administer sleeping pills to her. Once she is asleep, I can begin the treatment. Second, we could bind her with sheets to restrict her movements. The first method carried uncertainties, such as whether I might inadvertently negate the effects of the sleeping medication. The second method was more straightforward and likely to yield better results, provided Zhao Ling could endure it at the outset. At that moment, Zhao Ling approached, her face flushed with embarrassment. After all the fuss over her ticklishness, she felt she had thwarted their efforts. Brother Qin Hao, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. Seeing her distressed expression, Qin Hao gently patted her head in reassurance. Being ticklish is nothing to be ashamed of. It merely complicates the treatment. Brother Qin Hao, it's all right. Please buy me up. I can endure it. Qin Hao cast a hesitant glance at Enran. What do you think, Enran? Should we give it a try? Thus, the second treatment commenced. With Zhao Ling's hands and feet bound, one might mistakenly assume that Qin Hao and the others were kidnappers. In truth, overcoming ticklishness requires a period of adjustment. Initially, Zhao Ling squirmed, prompting Enran and Lin Mashue to hold her down. Gradually, as she adapted, Zhao Ling began to experience an unprecedented sense of comfort. The entire treatment lasted for over half an hour, a feat that Qin Hao managed to accomplish only after a recent breakthrough. Otherwise, enduring it would have been quite arduous. You two take her to shower, then allow her some time to rest, Qin Hao instructed before attempting to depart, only to be gently pulled back by Enran. Darling, my time will be up tomorrow. Why don't we explore some bondage? Enran's words instantly invigorated the fatigued Qin Hao, igniting within him a fervor akin to that induced by a shot of adrenaline. Enran possessed a playful spirit and an open-minded nature for three primary reasons. Firstly, it was her inherent disposition to be lively. Secondly, her time spent abroad exposed her to a more liberal attitude toward such matters, undoubtedly leaving an impression on her. And thirdly, and most importantly, her comfort and freedom in front of Qin Hao allowed her to express herself without constraints. Reminiscent of a child in the presence of their parents, unreservedly crying or throwing tantrums as they pleased. This was a manifestation of her intrinsic nature unshackled. However, Qin Hao soon found himself disheartened again, for Enran mentioned tomorrow, leaving him pondering what to do tonight. Don't worry, I'll take care of it tonight, Enran replied, playfully licking her lips, leaving the interpretation of her intent open to subjective interpretation. Boss, how is my sister? Upon exiting the room, Zhao Kai approached with concern. She is fine now, but the treatment does not yield immediate results. The first session is the most effective and noticeable. Once Zhao Ling has bathed, you will discern a significant difference from before. The subsequent treatments must be gradual. We cannot rush them, as it may take 2 to 3 months. Also, you need not refer to me as boss. I dislike that term. Understood, sir. My sister and I owe our lives to you, sir. Zhao Kai. Vow that from now on, my life belongs to you. I would not flinch even if it cost me my life. Qin Hao was quite pleased with Zhao Kai's loyalty. Zhao Kai, I entrust you with a task. Please, sir, speak. Qin Hao gestured for him to lean closer. Starting tomorrow, I need you to assemble a team akin to mercenaries abroad. You may select the personnel yourself. Train them in the warehouse where the jade rough stones are stored, offering them generous compensation, with the sole requirement being obedience and compliance. In recent days, Qin Hao had conceived an ambitious plan, driven by the immense profits associated with jade rough stones. As the saying goes, one cannot achieve wealth without taking risks. He had grown weary of gambling on rough stones in Yunnan, where the process was laborious and the returns painfully slow. Thus, the jade mines in the country were set as his target. Chapter 0094. Lin Mashue's Whimsical Charm. Qin Hao had thoughtfully chosen the jade warehouse for Zhao Kai's training. It was a rented space, sufficiently spacious and secluded, allowing for the dual purpose of training and monitoring the rough stones. A strategic move indeed. Sir, that is certainly feasible. However, may I inquire about the intended purpose of training such a team? In response to Zhao Kai's question, Qin Hao felt no need for secrecy. At the very least, Qin Hao was assured of one thing. Zhao Kai would not betray him. Once I complete my current tasks, I shall make my way to the Emerald Nation. I trust this clarifies matters for you. Zhao Kai, comprehending the implication, nodded vigorously. Sir, if that is the case, we face another challenge, the issue of weaponry. Unlike our China, The situation abroad is tumultuous. Disputes can escalate into violence, and casualties are commonplace. Qin Hao furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. China maintains the most stringent gun control in the world. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes as he recalled someone. Zhao Kai, starting tomorrow, you will oversee the tasks I assign you. I will provide you with 2 million as initial funding. As for the other matters, I shall manage them myself. After relaying his instructions, Qin Hao retrieved his phone and dialed Zhang Wei. Indeed, the solution Qin Hao envisioned was to enlist Zhang Wei's assistance. Today, Zhang Wei experienced a mix of amusement and frustration, the latter stemming from a phone call he made home after dinner. He first engaged in some affectionate banter with Luo Anjiao, followed by a warm conversation with his daughter, Tong Tong. However, the subsequent dialogue with his father, Zhang Jingguo, took a decidedly less cheerful turn. The elderly man launched into a tirade, but Zhang Wei was accustomed to his father's temperament. This time, however, the old man seemed to be aware of Qin Hao's troubles, stemming from the previous incident. Zhang Wei had casually mentioned it to Luo Anjiao, who misinterpreted it and related to his father, resulting in a distorted narrative. Luo Anjiao's original words were that Qin Hao had faced grievances in the southern Yunnan region. Consequently, Zhang Jingguo speculated that Zhang Wei had failed to stand up for Qin Hao, accusing him of ingratitude. The ensuing verbal onslaught left Zhang Wei exasperated. And once his father had finished, he began to explain. Realizing his error, the old man refrained from admitting fault in front of his son. Instead, he rambled on about the obligations of familial support, asserting that should Qin Hao encounter difficulties in the future, he must be unconditionally supported. Zhang Wei could only acquiesce to this sentiment. No sooner had he hung up than Qin Hao's call came through. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hao directly stated his purpose. Zhang Wei fell into contemplation. Logically, this course of action was inadvisable, especially for a soldier. However, exceptions could be made. Setting aside the fact that Qin Hao had done favors for their family, the nature of the situation itself warranted consideration. This was a border city where weapon control was not as rigid as in the interior. Numerous factions operated discreetly with firearms. Most crucially, Qin Hao's intentions were not for use within the country, but for ventures abroad, altering the nature of the issue entirely. To put it plainly, even if chaos erupted in another country, it would bear no consequence for China. If Qin Hao could indeed establish a foothold in the Emerald Nation and secure territory, it would ultimately benefit China. This was a positive development. Thus, the remaining concern was the issue of weaponry. In truth, this was quite manageable. The military annually phases out old equipment, and the quantity Qin Hao required was not excessive. 30 handguns, 20 submachine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, 200 grenades, and a substantial amount of ammunition. However, these are not problems. They annually seize numerous tasks, and acquiring a few is hardly an issue. The only challenge lies in the mortars, which are rather difficult to manage. Nevertheless, given Zhang Wei's position, it is conceivable to devise a solution. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wei spoke up. Xiao Hao, I can procure what you mentioned, but it will require time. Furthermore, remember, these items cannot be utilized within Huaxia, at least for the time being. Once we cross the borders, however, it becomes irrelevant. Additionally, I will arrange for a few walkie-talkies and satellite phones, and find you a guide as well. When do you intend to require them? Upon hearing Zhang Wei's agreement, Qin Hao was naturally elated. Just have them ready by the time I come over next. Zhang Wei, upon hearing this from Qin Hao, found it agreeable. All right then, I will prepare on my end. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. In a few days, I will deliver them to you. However, do exercise caution. The situation abroad is chaotic, with many areas being lawless, where murder, robbery, and violent clashes are commonplace. After conversing for a while longer, they finally ended the call. You wish to establish a mercenary group? May I join as well? Qin Hao turned around only to discover Lin Moshue had stealthily approached him. How did you eavesdrop on my call? Lin Moshue pouted. Do not phrase it so harshly. What do you mean by eavesdropping? I was listening openly. It is your own fault for being oblivious. I've been here for several minutes, and you failed to notice. Qin Hao felt speechless. Several minutes meant Lin Moshue had overheard their entire conversation. He shot her a fierce glare. Do not create a ruckus. Do you comprehend how perilous this is? I am going abroad, where it is tumultuous and deadly. Lin Moshue remained unfazed. I do not care, just do not exclude me. If you, an ordinary person, are not afraid, I am a police officer. I have encountered criminals before. If you do not permit me to join, I will inform my aunt and uncle about your inappropriate actions. The aunt and uncle she referred to were, of course, and Tianchong and Huang Meiwan. Hey, do not be ungrateful. I was trying to save you. There are many ways to save someone, yet you chose the most indecent method. Regardless, I do not care. A touch is a touch. Qin Hao realized Lin Moshue intended to leverage her feminine charms to be unreasonable. He attempted to leave, but Lin Moshue was unyielding. Qin Hao, just consider me. I am very obedient and compliant. Please. As she spoke, Lin Moshue wrapped her arms around Qin Hao's, swaying back and forth, incessantly rubbing against him. How could Qin Hao withstand such playful affection from Lin Moshue? After being teased by Song Yuqi for several days and now faced with Aunt Anne's arrival, he was utterly overwhelmed by Lin Moshue's antics. Chapter 0095, The Plan Succeeds. Observing Qin Hao gazing at her chest with a foolish expression, occasionally swallowing hard, Lin Moshue chose not to expose him. Instead, she secretly reveled in his reaction and even deliberately intensified the swaying and rubbing. Qin Hao realized that he was reaching his limits. A certain sensation surged within him, prompting him to swiftly retract his arm. Though he relished the moment, he reluctantly conceded. All right, I promise you, but you must ensure that you obey. With a wry smile, Qin Hao shook his head, acknowledging that Lin Moshue had him utterly under her thumb. He would never admit that his desires were undeniable. It was perfectly natural for a man to be attracted to beauty, as exquisite things invariably evoke admiration. As long as no actions were taken, there was nothing amiss. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly midnight and hurried to his room, anxious that Ran might fall asleep if he delayed any longer. Shaking his head again with a bittersweet smile, Qin Hao stripped off his clothes, turned off the lights, and got into bed. At that moment, a miracle occurred, and Ran was still awake. Just as Qin Hao intended to speak, and Ran had already snuggled under the covers, leaving her intentions shrouded in mystery. Regardless, Qin Hao found the situation immensely enjoyable. Meanwhile, in Song Yuqi's villa, Hu Siyuan continued his obsessive torment of her, as usual. Recently, he had watched a particularly graphic Western film that expanded his horizons, leading him to decide to experiment that very night, much to Song Yuqi's misfortune. For over an hour, she endured his torment, emerging battered and bruised, all while maintaining a forced smile to appease him. The reason for Hu Siyuan's intensified cruelty towards Song Yuqi stemmed from a lingering jealousy regarding Qin Hao. Although nothing had transpired between them the day she invited him to her office, the petty-minded Hu Siyuan harbored suspicions. He had investigated Qin Hao and discovered his formidable background, bolstered by military connections and accompanied by a female police officer, indicating that Qin Hao was indeed an extraordinary individual. This misconception, shared by many, ensnared Hu Siyuan as well. Thus, he refrained from confronting Qin Hao, deeming it unnecessary. However, Song Yuqi was another matter entirely. He felt free to exact his revenge upon her, escalating his torment that night. Fortunately, Song Yuqi had grown accustomed to it, or perhaps this was the last time, allowing her to endure the ordeal. Seizing a moment when Hu Siyuan was distracted, she placed a hex on his head, for she understood that this was her sole opportunity. Hu Siyuan was always cautious, never spending the night there. He would always leave after his outbursts. Hence, Song Yuqi could only act during his moments of fervor, and fortunately, she succeeded. Afterward, she assisted him in dressing, secretly sighing in relief. From now on, no man but me is allowed in your office, and you are not to engage with unfamiliar men. Understood? If I find out otherwise, you know the consequences. Upon hearing Hu Siyuan's warning, Song Yuqi quickly acquiesced, which pleased him enough to nod in satisfaction. As he departed, he couldn't resist giving her rear squeeze. Hu Siyuan's depravity knew no bounds. Within the villa, he forbade Song Yuqi from wearing clothes, even in the depths of winter, for he constantly monitored her through cameras. In essence, Hu Siyuan did not regard her as a human being at all. Song Yuqi endured for 5 long years, a period during which her existence was scarcely better than that of a beast. Fortunately, all of this is on the brink of conclusion. This is the final occasion. To commemorate this moment, Song Yuqi uncorked a bottle of red wine, savoring it slowly in solitude. She recalled Qin Hao's words, stating that within 2 or 3 days, the curse would manifest, and once it did, not even a divine being could offer salvation. Her thoughts drifted back to Qin Hao, a man of striking handsomeness and formidable background. If she were to accompany him in the future, even in the guise of clandestine lover, it would be a rather splendid affair. A woman like Song Yuqi had long since relinquished any illusions regarding love and family. If fate allowed, becoming Qin Hao's mistress and bearing him a son or daughter would be even more delightful. She firmly believed that Qin Hao was a capable individual, unlikely to disregard her. A withered flower. Yet, Song Yuqi held confidence in her own allure. With her figure and beauty, she was certain that Qin Hao would welcome her as a lover. Women are indeed creatures of sentiment, often relishing the fantasies they weave for themselves. After Hu Siyuan departed from Song Yuqi's villa, he promptly retrieved his phone to review the surveillance footage, as per his usual routine. Upon witnessing Song Yuqi enjoying her wine, a smile gracing her lips, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Satisfied, Hu Siyuan exited the footage and concealed the documents. The sadistic torment Hu Siyuan inflicted upon Song Yuqi is deeply rooted in his familial background. His mother passed away when he was young, and his father subsequently remarried. After the arrival of a younger brother, Hu Siyuan's tragic existence began. Subjected to relentless beatings and abuse, he developed a profound resentment toward women. As he matured and achieved success, he found himself compelled to marry the daughter of a more powerful family, a woman resembling a corpulent pig, who also entertained affairs outside their marriage. Hu Siyuan was left with no choice but to turn a blind eye for the sake of his career. However, over time, his psyche began to deteriorate, and vengeance became his desire. With his stepmother deceased and his wife beyond reproach, Song Yuqi's appearance provided Hu Siyuan with an opportunity for retribution. He was not driven by mere lust. Rather, he reveled in the thrill of revenge, viewing Song Yuqi as a stand-in for his wife. Each moment of torment inflicted upon her was akin to punishing that repugnant figure. This torment persisted for 5 years, and had Qin Hao not intervened, it might have extended indefinitely, potentially culminating in Song Yuqi's tragic demise by her own hand. The following morning, Qin Hao awoke groggily, finding Anran already up and about. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he felt a sense of fulfillment and amusement. Just then, Anran entered the room. "Darling, it's time to get up for breakfast. I had the hotel send over some fried dough sticks and soy milk." Upon hearing her mention soy milk, Qin Hao couldn't help but tease. "Did you not have enough soy milk last night?" At his remark, Anran's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Qin Hao, don't take advantage of me. Next time, I want to be so accommodating. It caused me to brush my teeth for 10 minutes this morning." Observing the furious Anran, Qin Hao realized he had gotten himself into trouble and hurriedly began to apologize. After promising to accompany Anran on a shopping excursion, he managed to cheer her up. However, as Qin Hao sat down to breakfast and saw Anran sipping soy milk, a thought crossed his mind. Suppressing a laugh, he lowered his head to eat fried dough sticks, though his shoulders shook slightly, revealing to any observant onlooker that he was stifling laughter. Aside from Anran, no one else had an inkling as to why Qin Hao was amused, and he seemed to be enjoying his private jest. Anran reached out and playfully jabbed him in the waist. "Qin Hao, have you been drinking horse urine?" Lin Ma Xue could no longer contain her amusement. "It's nothing. Everyone drinks soy milk." After breakfast, Zhao Kai departed to fulfill the task assigned by Qin Hao, while Anran took Lin Ma Xue and Zhao Ling shopping. Initially, Anran had no intention of shopping, but upon witnessing Qin Hao's smug demeanor after his good fortune, she decided to indulge in some retail therapy. She intended to drive Qin Hao's car, sleep in his bed, spend his money, drink his soy milk, and eventually have a multitude of sons or daughters, teaching them the art of extravagance. This was the revenge plan meticulously crafted in Anran's mind. Qin Hao remained oblivious to Anran's intentions. Had he known, he would surely have felt disheartened. Today marked the second day of the public auction, the day of the concealed bids. Undoubtedly, the first person Qin Hao spotted upon entering was Tian Zilong, who had been waiting specifically for him, seeking guidance. He wasn't overly greedy, merely hoping to make a modest profit. Though a few thousand could seem substantial, for Tian Zilong, it was hardly significant. Nor was it particularly noteworthy for Qin Hao at this juncture. "Xiao Qin, why are you alone today?" "Ah, Mr. Tian, you arrived quite early. This was merely a pleasantry." "Xiao Qin, I'm counting on you today. Help me select 2 pieces of jadeite that are sure to yield profit." Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, just follow my lead later. Let us take a stroll and assess the situation first." Thus, the two began examining the raw stones, with Qin Hao meticulously noting the valuable ones. After over an hour of scrutiny, they had reviewed all the raw stones, and Qin Hao had strategically identified 50 pieces as targets. Naturally, these selections hinged on the prices others were willing to offer. He would refrain from bidding if the prices were excessive. Not only was Qin Hao observing, but all those interested in the concealed bids were also taking notes. "Brother Qin, you've arrived." Without needing to glance up, Qin Hao recognized the voice of Ming Daoyuan. "Ah, Mr. Ming, I wonder how yesterday's situation unfolded?" Qin Hao deliberately brought up the 2 broken jadeite pieces from the previous day, causing Ming Daoyuan's expression to twitch in discomfort. As the saying goes, one should not mention a camel's height in front of a hunchback, nor speak of baldness before a monk. Yet Qin Hao did just that. adopting a tone of concern that led Ming Daoyuan to mistakenly believe he was genuinely sympathetic. Yesterday was merely an accident, but today I've set my sights on several raw stones, all of which are poised for significant appreciation. Brother Qin, I must inform you that should you decide to invest, you could potentially reap a profit of at least fivefold. Qin Hao feigned surprise as he gazed at Ming Daoyuan. Fivefold? Goodness gracious! Then why would Mr. Ming share this with me, if he himself is not purchasing? Ming Daoyuan replied with a profound expression. As you know, I am assisting the individuals behind Kong Yaozhong in their acquisitions. Due to some discord over 2 stones yesterday, I felt it necessary to inform you. We are brothers. And if I do not offer you a bargain, who else would I? Qin Hao was almost convinced by Ming Daoyuan's words. I see. But if you abstain from bidding and I succeed in my acquisition, one T Kong Yaozhong suspect something? He proposed, why not enter the bidding yourself? I will simply outbid you by a small margin, thus alleviating any suspicion from Kong Yaozhong. Ming Daoyuan pondered this suggestion, recognizing its merit. Though he spoke with insincerity, one must perform the act in its entirety. Very well, let us proceed with that plan. I believe the stones that are likely to appreciate are numbered 8, 19, and 33. As Ming Daoyuan spoke, Qin Hao pretended to take notes. Upon completion, Qin Hao realized that the stones Ming Daoyuan mentioned were all those he had discarded. This indicated that these stones held little to no value, with some being mere worthless stones devoid of any jadeite traces. It was evident how malicious Ming Daoyuan's intentions were. Acquiring all of the stones he had mentioned would result in a loss of at least 200 million. Though Ming Daoyuan harbored malevolent thoughts, Qin Hao was not in a much better position. Ever since Song Huina's betrayal, Qin Hao had transformed, no longer embodying his former innocence. From a moment he met Song Chuxiong, had he not been the chairman of one of the 4 major groups in Jinling, Qin Hao would have shamelessly claimed that painting within a painting. Had Tong Tong's grandfather dressed inconspicuously, Qin Hao's compassion would have merely led him to call an ambulance. If the benefits offered by Song Yuqi had not been enticing enough, would Qin Hao have considered collaborating with her? Had Zhao Kai not possessed formidable skills, would Qin Hao have chosen to save him? Qin Hao was not a villain, yet he could hardly be deemed a virtuous man. He was perceived as loyal by others, though this was contingent upon the perceived worth of those around him. Fortunately, Qin Hao's journey thus far had validated his approach. His association with Song Chuxiong had initially proven beneficial. Assisting Tong Tong's family had now become advantageous, as had his collaboration with Song Yuqi, from which he secured a 70% stake. In truth, with every strategic move he made, Qin Hao meticulously considered future developments. For instance, Zhao Kai was already part of his long-term plans, regardless of whether this mercenary would ultimately be of use. What if he indeed became essential? Then there was Ming Daoyuan. At the very least, Qin Hao had gleaned considerable knowledge from him. This was indisputable. As for Song Jun, he was merely a pawn, one that might prove useful down the line. The conversation had drifted off course. Qin Hao surveyed the numbers he had recorded, filled with excitement. Mr. Ming, if we achieve a resounding victory this time, let me treat you tonight. You must not refuse. Chapter 0097. Ming Daoyuan sets a trap. For a moment, the 2 individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, began to engage in a pleasant conversation, their relationship advancing a step further. As time leisurely progressed to 10 o'clock in the morning, the secret bidding officially commenced. The rules of the secret bidding dictate that each participant may collect a few cards, inscribe their personal information and bid price upon them, and subsequently deposit them into the box situated before the raw stone they desire. Naturally, one must not cast their bids haphazardly. Once a bid is placed in one, the participant is obligated to purchase the item. Failure to do so results not only in the forfeiture of the deposit, but also in being blacklisted by the authorities, effectively barring future participation in the secret bidding. Brother Qin, I have examined this number 8 stone. It contains a piece of green jade, as evidenced by the faint green hue at the bottom of the raw stone. My preliminary estimate suggests it could yield at least 20 million in jade. However, I believe a bid of 8 million would suffice, as not everyone possesses an eye for value, Ming Daoyuan remarked, attempting to ensnare Qin Hao while simultaneously elevating his own standing. Very well, 8 million it is, but shouldn't you put on a show? Qin Hao whispered, cautious not to let Kong Yaozhong overhear. Of course, as Qin Hao inscribed a card with a bid of 8 million. Ming Daoyuan noted this and wrote down a bid of 780,000. Yet, he refrained from submitting it immediately, opting to wait for Qin Hao to place his bid first. Ming Daoyuan was no fool. He was wary of Qin Hao's intentions. Qin Hao smiled and confidently placed his card into the box, unbeknownst to Ming Daoyuan that the card had disintegrated into a pile of confetti upon entering the box. Observing Qin Hao's submission, Ming Daoyuan subsequently deposited his own card. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a knowing smile before proceeding toward the next raw stone. Qin Hao appeared to have immense trust in Ming Daoyuan, refraining from bidding on any other stones, even those on which Ming Daoyuan had placed bids. They soon arrived at the raw stone number 19, a substantial specimen, larger than the two that Ming Daoyuan had discarded the previous day combined. Brother Qin, the probability of this raw stone yielding exquisite imperial green jade is exceedingly high. Even if it does not produce imperial green, it will at least yield a piece of green jadeite. The jade flesh is no less than the size of 2 grinding wheels, and my preliminary estimate suggests it could be valued at a minimum of 100 million. What do you think? Are you interested? Feigning contemplation, Qin Hao took a considerable time before responding. The size is rather large, and there will likely be many buyers. The critical issue lies in determining the appropriate price to bid. A low bid may result in a loss, while a high bid could diminish the potential profit. Ming Daoyuan was taken aback. It seemed Qin Hao was actually engaging in thoughtful deliberation. This made it more challenging to manipulate him, prompting the need for a strategic approach. Brother Qin, I must respectfully disagree with your assessment. The essence of stone gambling lies in chance. With fortune on our side and my professional appraisal, the likelihood of this stone appreciating is around 80%. If you're unwilling to take an 80% chance, you might as well spend a few $100,000 at a market stall. Ming Daoyuan's words carried an element of provocation. After contemplating for a moment, Qin had decided to take the plunge and place a bid. How much should I fill in to feel assured? Upon hearing Qin Hao's inquiry regarding the price, Ming Daoyuan realized that his scheme had succeeded. Brother Qin, this raw stone can yield at least 100 million in jadeite. If it's imperial green, it could double that amount. However, we must not let our optimism cloud our judgment. Let us consider it as 100 million and bid 8 million. Regardless, we should at least secure a profit of several tens of millions, a guaranteed win. To hell with your guaranteed win. Qin Hao inwardly cursed. Just previously, he had claimed a minimum profit of 5 times, and now he was saying it was a sure thing. This fellow couldn't even deceive properly. Qin Hao had to feign ignorance and play along. It truly was a challenge for him. Upon hearing the figure of 8 million, Qin Hao shook his head vigorously. Ming Daoyuan cursed himself for being too hasty. That suggested price was too high. At that moment, Qin Hao's words brought him unexpected joy. I believe 8 million may not be achievable. How about this, Mr. Ming? You write down 8 million, and I'll add 500,000. 8,500,000. I refuse to believe we can't secure it. Besides, I won't be the one paying for it. What is there to fear? Hearing this, Ming Daoyuan couldn't help but grin widely, marveling at the existence of such a foolish person. Thus, he readily agreed. An hour later, the stones Ming Daoyuan mentioned had all received their bids from the two. Qin Hao was now ready to commence his earnest procurement. Watching Qin Hao depart, Ming Daoyuan's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Mr. Ming, your strategy is truly remarkable. This Qin Hao is practically courting disaster by opposing you. I calculated that the total amount he has just bid has already surpassed 300 million. I suspect that even if his father-in-law doesn't die from illness, he will surely be infuriated. As he listened to Kong Yaozhong's praise, Ming Daoyuan felt even more pleased with himself. This fellow is nothing but a country bumpkin. He got lucky with 2 pieces of jade and thinks he has something special. Bah! Anyone who dares to offend Ming Daoyuan will pay dearly. He added, let us move on. We shall await the spectacle this afternoon. The fool. Ming Daoyuan couldn't resist one last insult directed at Qin Hao. Meanwhile, the so-called fool had returned to the very starting point. Likewise, Qin Hao was elated, anticipating that Ming Daoyuan would incur a loss of over 300 million for Huangzhen. Combined with yesterday's losses, it was nearing 400 million. Upon arriving at raw stone number 1, Qin Hao used his vision to peer into the bidding box. Ultimately, he shook his head, opting not to engage in the competition. It was not that this jadeite raw stone was of poor quality. On the contrary, it was quite commendable. The organizers were not fools. They sought a splendid prize. And thus the first raw stone had been meticulously evaluated by multiple experts. It was certain to appreciate significantly, and, correspondingly, the bidders were fully aware of this, leading to escalating prices. The highest bid was nearing the point of excess, and even if secured, there wouldn't be much profit to be made. While others would not engage in ventures lacking profit, Qin Hao would not pursue endeavors without substantial gains. Though it appeared to be a mere 2 words, the distinction was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Others were gambling on stones, whereas Qin Hao was discerning the selection of stones. As Qin Hao approached the fourth piece of raw jade, he estimated its value to be approximately 8 million, while the highest bid in the auction box stood at 2 million, a figure belonging to Ming Dao Yuan. Such is the nature of jade gambling. Not everyone possesses Qin Hao's ability to perceive the true essence of the stones, as there are always unpredictable variables involved. Even Ming Dao Yuan would not dare to assert that every piece of raw jade would yield a profit, thus rendering the 2 million a rather reasonable offer. Qin Hao casually wrote down 2.01 million and tossed it into the box. Chapter 0098. A devious scheme. Qin Hao, with a somewhat unscrupulous disposition, consistently offered a bid exceeding the highest amount by a mere 10,000 whenever he set his sights on a piece of jade. Regardless of whether it was Ming Dao Yuan's bid, he took delight in his underhanded tactics, while Ran and her companions found themselves in a predicament. Initially, the trio had been shopping, but after not seeing Qin Hao all morning, Ran began to miss him. Consequently, she set aside her earlier plan of shopping excessively as a means of punishing him and, accompanied by Lin Mashue and Zhao Ling, made her way to the jade auction. Unfortunately, they stumbled upon De Kuai, who had recently been in a foul mood after suffering an unexpected defeat at the hands of an amateur fighter, despite a 20-match winning streak. Frustrated and eager to vent his anger, he decided to seek out a distraction. Upon recognizing Ran and her friends, knowing that Zhao Ling was the sister of Zhao Kai and that Ran and Lin Mashue had been close to Qin Hao, he contemplated a means of revenge. While De Kuai was indeed reckless, he was not foolish enough to harm them severely, as he understood the consequences of such actions. However, he felt emboldened to taunt them. "Where's your man? Has he abandoned you?" He jeered. "Perhaps you should consider accompanying me. Look at this physique. I'm certain I could provide you with a most enjoyable experience. I possess ample resources." As he spoke, he began to flaunt his muscles, subtly implying more. "Bah! You look like a gorilla, and you're just a defeated opponent of Qin Hao. How dare you embarrass yourself?" Lin Mashue's retort struck a nerve, leaving De Kuai feeling humiliated. Impulsive by nature, he was quick to anger, disregarding the repercussions of his actions. "You're asking for trouble," he shouted, charging at the trio, which terrified Zhao Ling. Though Lin Mashue had some martial skills and attempted to confront him, she was no match for De Kuai. Had he unleashed his full strength, she would have been seriously injured. "De Kuai, just wait until my husband arrives. He will leave you incapacitated." And Ran's words ignited De Kuai's fury, striking at his pride. In a fit of rage, he hurled a punch directly at Ran. Seeing this, Lin Mashue instinctively stepped in to shield Ran. But the force of De Kuai's blow sent her flying, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Cousin, Xiao Xue," and Ran and Zhao Ling cried out in alarm. Rushing to Lin Mashue's side, De Kuai was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had crossed the line. "Quick, call Qin Hao," Lin Mashue exclaimed before losing consciousness. As for the matter of the hidden bid, that would be disclosed the following day. With so many stones involved in the hidden bid, it was impossible to conclude everything in a single morning. Merchants aimed to maximize their interests, and the invested amount remained unchanged. It was quite likely that, by the afternoon, they would feel uncertain and raise their bids again. Just then, Qin Hao's phone rang. It was Ran calling. It seemed that Ran and her companions had finished their shopping. Thinking this, Qin Hao answered the call. "Husband, hurry. My cousin has been injured by that brute." Upon hanging up, Qin Hao's expression turned grim as he hastily hailed a taxi to the hospital. Indeed, Ran had taken Lin Mashue to the hospital. By the time Qin Hao arrived, 20 minutes had already passed, and Ran had already reported the incident to the police. And the leading officer was none other than Song Jun. "Mr. Qin, rest assured, I will apprehend that brute." Qin Hao nodded silently and proceeded to the ward. Lin Mashue was seriously injured. The force of the punch had displaced her internal organs. There was some bleeding, yet the situation was not dire. Treatment and rest were all that was required. With this knowledge, Qin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Husband, it was that brute who stopped us for no reason and spoke inappropriately. He then resorted to violence, injuring my cousin in the process." Qin Hao acknowledged this with a nod. To him, the injury was trivial. However, he could not swallow his indignation. "Captain Song, how do you intend to handle this matter?" Observing Qin Hao's demeanor, Song Jun inwardly lamented. The situation could escalate or remain trivial. Typically, such incidents would result in detention and compensation. But the problem was who Qin Hao was. He would not let the matter rest so easily. Setting aside Qin Hao's status, Lin Mashue's identity made this an assault on a police officer, which was a grave offense in any country. However, as merely a captain, Song Jun had no authority to determine the charges. Mr. Qin, you know my jurisdiction is limited to making arrests, the determination of charges. Qin Hao understood and quickly responded. Captain Song, may I have a word in private? Having spoken, Qin Hao walked towards the end of the corridor without waiting for a reply. Song Jun realized that Qin Hao was not seeking a casual conversation. Otherwise, he would not have asked for a private word. To be frank, Song Jun was reluctant to oblige. Yet, he recognized that he could not afford to offend Qin Hao and thus reluctantly followed. Qin Hao rarely smoked. One might say he had quit. Previously, due to financial pressures and for the sake of Song Huina, he had given up smoking. Over time, he lost the craving, and after Ran came into his life, he was permitted to smoke, yet he chose not to. However, at that moment, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and offered one to Song Jun. Captain Song, I have a way to elevate you to the position of deputy director within a year. With that simple statement, Song Jun was momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the implication. Qin Hao was making a clear proposition. He was openly informing Song Jun that he could facilitate his promotion and salary increase, but only if he agreed to assist him in this matter. As for what to do, it is something one could easily conceive of. In this moment, Song Jun wavered. He had occupied his position for 8 years, lacking connections or a powerful background, and if he were to continue for another 8 years, he might still remain merely a captain. However, he now glimpsed a ray of hope. Moreover, if he could ally himself with the formidable Qin Hao, wouldn't he then command the winds and rains at his will? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Song Jun steeled himself. What are your plans, Mr. Qin? Qin Hao regarded Song Jun with an appreciative gaze. Song Jun belonged to the category of local strongmen. If Qin Hao aimed for long-term development here, such individuals would prove invaluable. Many inconvenient tasks could be delegated to Song Jun, thus creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Captain Song, it's quite simple. De Kuei is causing a disturbance and openly attacking police officers, not to mention harboring illegal substances. During the arrest, he even resisted apprehension, injuring 2 officers and seizing their firearms. Ultimately, for the safety of the public, he was decisively neutralized. Chapter 0099, De Kuei is dead. Qin Hao spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing an affair unrelated to him. Meanwhile, Song Jun was drenched in cold sweat. This man was terrifying, quick to condemn others to death over a mere displeasure. He felt an immense relief that he had compromised the night before, for otherwise, he might now be a cold corpse. The most alarming aspect was the possibility of being unjustly accused of treason, a fate that was not out of the question. After all, Qin Hao had the power to mobilize the military, and should he choose to label him with such a crime, his family would forever bear the shame. As for the accusations Qin Hao mentioned, they were indeed straightforward. Where was this place? This was Yunnan in the Triangle region, home to the nation's largest jade trading market and a plethora of mercenaries. While gun proliferation cannot be claimed, they were certainly not hard to find. And as for drugs, Song Jun was well acquainted with numerous addicts. For the sake of his future, Song Jun ultimately chose to acquiesce. Rest assured, Mr. Qin, for individuals like De Kuei, who pose a significant threat to society, we will crush them without hesitation. Qin Hao smiled and extended his right hand. Captain Song, may our collaboration be fruitful. In less than a year, perhaps within 6 months, you shall become Director Song. Song Jun reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with Qin Hao. You flatter me, Mr. Qin. Cooperation between officials and the public is essential. I shall look forward to your guidance in the future. Sir, Qin Hao nodded. I shall take care of this scoundrel immediately. Zhao Kai felt a pang of guilt. He was Qin Hao's bodyguard, and today, this incident was triggered by him. With Lin Moshue injured, he bore significant responsibility. Zhao Kai, this is no longer your concern. Captain Song and his team will handle it. But Zhao Kai attempted to voice his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Qin Hao. There is no but. Simply focus on your duties. After concluding his statement, Qin Hao began to assess Lin Moshue's condition, which, fortunately, was not as dire as he had feared. Huang Chang and Zhao Kai acknowledged him before departing. Darling, is this how we're leaving things? And Ran inquired after Zhao Kai and Huang Chang had exited. Qin Hao was reluctant to share this matter with Ran, as it was a dark transaction that would only complicate things with more people involved. Xiaoxue, let me help you with your condition, he offered. No need, I'm fine, Lin Moshue replied, pulling the blanket over her head. And Ran shook her head slightly, signaling for Qin Hao to step outside. My cousin is upset. She feels you are unwilling to stand up for her. Qin Hao was at a loss for words. After all, Lin Moshue was a police officer. Surely, she wouldn't break the law herself. Is she on her period? And Rand paused, then quickly understood. What nonsense are you talking about? She's simply angry. Let her be angry. She'll come to understand eventually. After a brief conversation, Qin Hao left, grabbing a meal for himself and tossing 2 roasted chickens to the Tibetan Mastiff. He still had many raw stones to examine, and he wanted to check if anyone had outbid him on the stones he had his eye on. Meanwhile, Dekaway realized he was in trouble and quickly sought refuge. However, he was not overly concerned for a couple of reasons. First, he was unaware of Lin Mashue's true identity, so he did not perceive it as assaulting an officer. Second, Qin Hao and his companions were outsiders, here only for the raw stone auction, meaning they would leave in a few days. Once the parties involved departed, his troubles would likely fade away. Even if he were caught, it would only amount to an assault causing injury. Dekaway had a history of fighting and had been detained several times, each time resulting in a few days in custody, followed by paying medical expenses. Such expenses were trivial for him. He was merely hiding out of fear of Qin Hao. That day, Qin Hao had frightened him, and he was well aware that if Qin Hao found him, he would either be killed or severely injured. Like a cunning rabbit with multiple burrows, Dekaway was no exception. In Yunnan, everyone had a few safe havens. However, none were as familiar with the area as Songjun, who unexpectedly used his covert connections to investigate Dekaway. After finishing a cup of instant noodles, Dekaway prepared to take a nap when, suddenly, the police arrived. Songjun was astute, bringing only 2 trusted subordinates into the room while leaving the others outside. Captain Song, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a fight? Dekaway realized he could not escape this time and decided against resisting. Dekaway, you openly assaulted a police officer and are found in possession of a substantial amount of drugs. I am placing you under arrest. Upon hearing this, Dekaway sensed something was amiss. Captain Song, you must be joking. Who is joking? Search him. Initially, Dekaway paid little heed. But when he saw the 2 officers uncover 2 white packages containing a powdery substance, he realized he had been set up. He had no time to ponder who wanted to harm him. His only option was to flee. But would Songjun grant him that opportunity? The answer was a resounding no. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. One struck Dekaway in the back, while the other grazed his arm. To speak of Songjun, one must acknowledge his ruthlessness. He is one who plays his role to the fullest. Once he commits to an action, he ensures it is executed with absolute thoroughness. By eliminating Dekaway, he leaves no evidence behind, inflicting wounds upon himself to substantiate the accusation against Dekaway for seizing weapons and assaulting the police. Moreover, he can also acquire the honorable title of being injured in the line of duty, which will serve as a valuable asset during his forthcoming promotions. At this juncture, Dekaway remains alive, bubbles escaping his lips as he gasps. Who? Who is trying to harm me? Despite enduring pain, Songjun resolves to allow Dekaway to grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, they share a long-standing acquaintance. Dakui, do not you blame me. You must hold yourself accountable for crossing paths with Qin Hao and offending his woman. Once you have incurred his wrath, no one escapes unscathed. Regret gnaws at Dekaway's heart, yet the world offers no remedy for remorse. All he can do is exert every ounce of strength to draw in a few more breaths, though even this has become a luxury. For Songjun raises his weapon once more. Bang! Meanwhile, Qin Hao resumes his scrutiny of the first raw stone. Whenever he sets his sights on a stone, he promptly updates his bid if anyone exceeds his offer. Naturally, should a bid surpass his limit, he deems it unnecessary to continue. Just then, his phone rings. Chapter 100, Lin Mashue's Shock. The call is from Songjun. Qin Hao surmises it pertains to Dekaway. Hello, Mr. Qin, the matter is settled. This is a coded phrase. The specifics of a situation are known only to the 2 parties involved. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Hao hangs up. On the other side, Lin Mashue lies in her hospital bed, feeling somewhat discontented. Following in Rand's abduction, Qin Hao's reaction, while impulsive, undeniably demonstrated his concern for her. Lin Mashue finds herself envious of this, though she understands that Qin Hao's willingness to risk everything for Rand, even when aware of the dangers, stems from their deep bond. It is precisely this connection that sparks her envy, perhaps even jealousy. As she contemplates further, her discomfort grows. She had anticipated that upon Qin Hao's arrival, he would unleash his fury and seek retribution against Dekaway. She had even prepared her words of persuasion, only to find Qin Hao arriving as if nothing were amiss. He merely exchanged a few words with that Songjun before heading to the public auction, leaving her with a profound sense of disappointment. At that moment, wait, Dekaway is dead? Lin Mashue exclaims, turning to Rand, who is engrossed in her phone. Who has died? Dekaway has died. Just take a look. And Rand casually hands her the phone, revealing that she had been browsing. A Twitter news alert had just popped up. Lin Mashue's interest peaks as she swiftly takes the phone to read the details. The content reveals, underground fighter Li Kuei, known as the Kuei, was found in possession of illegal drugs and assaulted a police officer during an arrest attempt, seizing a weapon and fatally wounding Officer Song Jun in the ensuing struggle. We must commend our police officers for their bravery, putting their safety on the line. As a police officer, Lin Mashue's first thought was that this was a premeditated scheme to frame and eliminate someone. Such occurrences are not uncommon in similar cases. However, Lin Mashue was less concerned with the act itself than with uncovering the identity of the mastermind behind it. The Kuei had many enemies, but few would go to such lengths to see him dead. Given that the incident occurred today, the perpetrator's identity began to emerge distinctly in her mind. If it were someone else, Lin Mashue might have merely harbored suspicions, but with Qin Hao, she was wholly convinced. This stemmed from Qin Hao's criminal record, exemplified by the case of Huang Bingsheng, which she had assisted in resolving. Lin Mashue was aware that Qin Hao was not a virtuous man, at least not one of the overly kind-hearted sort. He was selfish, somewhat petty. Yet, in Lin Mashue's eyes, these flaws were virtues. This was not a blind faith, but rather a belief in the notion that selfish men are protective and stingy men understand the value of what they cherish. Lin Mashue, being astute and possessing a professional acumen, quickly deduced that Qin Hao was the architect of the entire affair. No wonder his demeanor had been unusual today. No wonder he had only symbolically summoned Song Jun for a chat. It turned out that he had been acting to spare her worries, quietly managing everything on his own. Realizing this, Lin Mashue felt enveloped in a sense of happiness, accompanied by a twinge of guilt and self-reproach. "Cousin, what's wrong? You're crying? Does it hurt?" Aaron interrupted Lin Mashue's reverie. "Yes, it does hurt a bit. Perhaps you could call Qin Hao and ask him to treat me?" Aaron paused, noticing Lin Mashue's reddened eyes, indicating her genuine discomfort. "All right then, I'll have him come over, though I wonder if he has finished with his work. He has so much to do every day, and we can't assist him. Even shopping seems to create trouble for him." As Anren murmured to herself, she dialed Qin Hao's number. Unfortunately, Qin Hao's phone was turned off, likely due to a depleted battery. "Cousin, his phone is off. He probably ran out of battery," Anren correctly surmised. Indeed, Qin Hao's phone had indeed died. The previous night, he had gone to bed late, and after Anren's enthusiastic assistance, he had been left feeling elated, ultimately forgetting to charge his phone, which led to it shutting down. "Boss Tian, regarding the raw stone on the 15th, your investment of 355 million should yield at least double, if not more." Qin Hao had not forgotten his promise to Tian Zilong. After completing his own tasks, he sought out Tian Zilong, resolved to lend him a hand. Such assistance was effortless. Why not offer it? Moreover, he had a good rapport with Tian Zilong, who was indeed a person worth cultivating a friendship with, especially since they hailed from the same region. It felt like fate. So he seized the opportunity to advise Tian Zilong on his bidding. "All right, I trust you, Brother Qin," Tian Zilong exclaimed, overjoyed, quickly jotting down his personal information and bid, submitting it without delay. After placing bids on 3 pieces, Tian Zilong felt satisfied with his endeavors. He is an enthusiast of collecting, not one who engages in business for profit, which is why Tian Zilong understands the necessity of restraint. It is precisely because of this understanding that he would not end up like Song Chuxiong, whose abode is filled with forgeries. "Brother Qin, did you place a bid on the raw stone number 19? I heard that this particular stone was initially intended to be auctioned tomorrow afternoon, but due to exceeding the allotted number, it was swiftly withdrawn. The chances of this stone yielding exceptional jadeite are 80%. What do you think? Are you interested?" Naturally, Qin Hao was aware of the raw stone that Tian Zilong referred to. It was the very one that Ming Daoyuan had attempted to persuade him to bid on for 80 million that morning. Thus, it was said that purchasing would lead to loss. Observing Tian Zilong's wavering interest, Qin Hao prepared to offer a final word of caution. "Boss Tian, sometimes our judgment should not solely rely on our eyes, nor should we heed the hearsay of others. Furthermore, probabilities can be deceptive. At times, a difference of 1% and 99% can be negligible. If you trust me, I urge you to steer clear of this raw stone." After delivering his advice, Qin Hao patted Tian Zilong on the shoulder and departed. As he watched Qin Hao leave, Tian Zilong fell into contemplation. There was something peculiar in Qin Hao's words, suggesting that he did not hold a favorable view of the raw stone. Given Qin Hao's age, achieving such accomplishments without the guidance of a renowned mentor was indeed remarkable. However, when it came to being a master or a grandmaster, Tian Zilong remained skeptical. Many had high hopes for this raw stone, including Ming Daoyuan, but only Qin Hao expressed doubt. Ultimately, Tian Zilong decided to trust Qin Hao one last time. Not purchasing would ensure he neither gained nor lost. But if he bought it and subsequently suffered a loss, he would have no recourse for grievance. Upon leaving the auction venue, Qin Hao realized that his phone had long been powered off. He quickly hailed a taxi and hurried to the hospital. Chapter 0101, Caught in the Act. By the time Qin Hao arrived at the hospital, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Considering Lin Mashua's injury and her slight irritation, he brought along some delightful treats. Additionally, he acquired a portion of crayfish for Ran. Zhao Ling and Lin Mashue could not partake in the crayfish, as Zhao Ling's health did not permit such indulgence. As for Lin Mashue, given her injury and the spiciness of the crayfish, Qin Hao feared it would provoke a cough that could exacerbate her condition, thus decisively forbidding her from consuming them. Consequently, Ran was ecstatic to receive a generous serving of crayfish, relishing the moment as she savored one and then fed another to Qin Hao, filling the hospital room with their affection. Qin Hao, I'm in pain. You need to treat me. Lin Mashue, unable to contain herself any longer, finally found an excuse. Qin Hao, unfazed, calmly took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, then thoughtfully attended to Ran. Only then did he turn his attention to Lin Mashue. Didn't you previously express that you didn't want to treat you? Lin Mashue gritted her teeth in frustration. I'm in excruciating pain now. Hurry, give me a treatment. With that, she began to remove her clothing without a hint of hesitation. Qin Hao was taken aback, bewildered by her actions. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Lin Mashue paused, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Isn't it customary for you to have your patients undress during treatment? The last time was the same. And yesterday, with Zhao Ling too. Upon mentioning the previous occasion, Lin Mashue felt a slight blush creep across her face. I truly admire your audacity, you rascal. Hurry and put your clothes back on. Qin Hao urged Lin Mashue to dress swiftly, though he couldn't resist stealing a glance. Indeed, she remained as captivating as ever. Do I not need to undress? Lin Mashue exclaimed, her face burning crimson. She had assumed that all treatments required disrobing and had gone so far as to remove her undergarments that afternoon, only to find herself embarrassed now. And Ran also paused her enjoyment of the crayfish, and to be honest, upon catching a glimpse of Lin Mashue's figure, she felt an urge to reach out and touch. Not to mention Qin Hao. Thus, Ran discreetly glanced at him and found him fixated on the view. Cousin, quickly put on your clothes. There's a pervert here. Ran hastily wiped her hands with a napkin and helped Lin Mashue don her outerwear, casting a fierce glare at Qin Hao as if to say, if you keep staring, I'll pluck your eyes out. Qin Hao bashfully rubbed his nose, having forgotten that Ran was nearby. Had he remembered, he would never have dared to stare. Ran felt Lin Mashue had been wronged, yet Lin Mashue herself did not share that sentiment. After all, it was not her first experience. Seeing once is seeing 10 times is still merely seeing. If she were to feel disadvantaged, it would have happened long ago, and she was not perturbed by this instance. The most crucial factor was the identity of the voyeur. Others would be unacceptable, but with Qin Hao, it was entirely different. Meanwhile, Zhao Ling glanced at Lin Mashue, and then at her own chest, an overwhelming wave of inferiority washing over her. Hers was rather modest. While others could be held in 2 hands, hers could barely be grasped with one. This illustrated the distinction between papayas and apples, particularly the green apples. Compared to Zhao Kai's injuries, Lin Mashue's were quite trivial, and Qin Hao had completed the treatment in a mere 10 minutes. Seizing the opportunity before the doctor concluded his shift, he proceeded to arrange for her discharge. Following the experiences of this and the previous encounter, Qin Hao resolved to hire a bodyguard for Ran, one with considerable combat prowess. However, it was imperative that this bodyguard be female, a stipulation Ran had set forth. While there are many women in the world and numerous who possess martial skills, finding one who is both capable and adept proved to be a challenge. Qin Hao thought of Zhao Kai, who had been recruiting mercenaries recently. Perhaps he could scout for potential candidates. Upon arriving at the location for the first time, he was promptly intercepted by 2 security personnel. Fortunately, Zhao Kai and Huang Chong arrived shortly thereafter. Upon learning that Qin Hao was indeed the true proprietor, the security personnel allowed him to pass. Zhao Kai, how goes the recruitment of team members? Qin Hao inquired, having already spotted 3 unfamiliar faces, presumably Zhao Kai's recruits. Sir, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Currently, I have 3 candidates, and Huang Chong has expressed interest in joining as well, which would bring our total to 5. 2 of these individuals are former comrades of mine, and the third I met during underground boxing, so they are absolutely trustworthy. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, then acquainted himself with the 3 individuals. After a brief conversation, he broached the topic of hiring a female bodyguard with Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai naturally nodded in agreement. Qin Hao approached the pile of raw stones, examining the treasures he had procured over the past few days, which had cost him over 100 million. However, upon initial estimation, their value was at least 7 to 800 million. For Qin Hao had only selected raw stones with a potential value 3 times their purchase price, some even exceeding tenfold. Yet, the most lucrative acquisition was not these stones, but rather the hidden bids he had secured that day. Qin Hao estimated that the profit margin from the hidden bids would far surpass that of the raw stones. After a cursory glance and a few brief instructions, Qin Hao departed, this time opting to drive an off-road vehicle instead of hailing a taxi. This vehicle was newly purchased by Zhao Kai, intended for convenience of transport. As he drove midway, he found a secluded spot to stop, intending to enter the space and check on Huang. However, upon entering, Qin Hao was taken aback. The valley before him had transformed, now more than double its previous size. It was a bewildering mix of surprise and shock. How could it have grown so inexplicably? After much contemplation, he concluded that the only plausible explanation was his own recent transformation. Since Qin Hao had experienced a breakthrough, it seemed only natural that the space would similarly evolve. He could conceive of no other possibility. Nevertheless, he deemed this a positive development. Suddenly, Qin Hao felt something brushing against him. Looking down, he found it was De Huang. Remarkably, De Huang had also grown larger, possibly due to the infusion of spiritual energy or perhaps the result of indulgent feasting in recent days. De Huang, do you wish to go outside? Qin Hao inquired, bending down to stroke the dog's head. To his astonishment, De Huang appeared to comprehend his words. This left Qin Hao utterly confounded. Had De Huang also undergone some form of mutation? Ultimately, Qin Hao decided against taking De Huang outside, reasoning that the time was not yet right. After offering De Huang a few parting words, he exited the space. Meanwhile, at the hospital, an urgent situation was unfolding. A special patient had just been brought in by ambulance, none other than the second-in-command from Yunnan. This esteemed individual, who underwent bi-monthly health checkups, had suddenly suffered an epileptic seizure and was rushed to the hospital. Such an incident was of great significance. The recently off-duty hospital director, deputy director, and specialists in epilepsy were all summoned for consultation. After a thorough examination by all the experts, the diagnosis confirmed an epileptic episode. Consequently, a treatment plan tailored to address the condition was to be devised. On the other side, in Song Yuqi's villa, upon receiving the news, she was overwhelmed with emotion. All the grievances accumulated over the past 5 years poured forth as tears, leading her to destroy the surveillance equipment within the villa along with all of Hu Siyuan's belongings. For the first time, Song Yuqi donned clothing in her villa, liberated from the oppressive feeling of being monitored. From that moment onward, she, Song Yuqi, would no longer be under Hu Siyuan's manipulation. After regaining her composure, Song Yuqi prepared to visit the club, intent on purging Hu Siyuan's remaining influence. However, she suddenly felt an urge to call Qin Hao, wishing to share her joy with him. Just as Qin Hao arrived at the hotel, his phone rang before he could even step into his room. The phone had originally been dead, but after a brief charge at the hospital, Song Yuqi was able to get through. Upon seeing her name on the screen, Qin Hao realized that the manipulation technique had indeed taken effect. No one understood the terrifying capabilities of this technique better than him. Perhaps only its original master possessed a slightly greater understanding. The technique, small in size, resembled a chameleon-like maggot once it entered the body, changing color according to its surroundings, thus evading detection by even the most advanced instruments. The most alarming aspect was its incessant gnawing at the human brain, continuing until the host met their demise. Hello, Mr. Qin, this is Song Yuqi. The plan was successful. I'm free now, and I'm going to eliminate his minions. Hearing the excitement in her voice, Qin Hao could not help but unleash his frustration. You foolish woman. Do you have any sense? The moment something goes awry, you decide to take action. Are you not blatantly indicating that this incident involves you? If you wish to court death, please do not drag me into it. Truly, you are utterly foolish. Taken aback, Song Yuqi quickly realized the truth in his words. Her impatience had nearly led to a grave mistake. It was fortunate that she had called Qin Hao. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. In that moment, she truly appreciated the importance of having a reliable ally. She silently celebrated having met Qin Hao, placing her bets wisely. What should I do? She asked softly. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao replied, just act as you did before, but make sure to visit the hospital. First, gather specific information. Second, destroy Hu Siyuan's phone. If I am not mistaken, it likely contains surveillance footage of you being recorded without your consent. This must be handled with utmost caution. I will arrange for someone to assist you with this matter. Yes, it will be Zhao Kai. You should know him. Upon hearing Zhao Kai's name, Song Yuqi indeed recognized him, for he had been a fighter at her establishment and had earned considerable profits for her, or rather for Hu Siyuan. After Qin Hao relayed some precautions, he ended the call and dialed Zhao Kai, instructing him to meet Song Yuqi at the venue and to follow her lead. So, okay, of course, complied without question. Once Qin Hao felt assured that he had not overlooked anything, he opened the door to his hotel room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of 3 women surrounding a table laden with dishes. Qin Hao nodded, then gestured toward the spread. Haven't we already had dinner? Why so many dishes? And Rand disregarded his concerns and firmly seated Qin Hao in a chair. Today is a momentous occasion. My cousin is discharged from the hospital. The mastermind is facing justice, and leaning closer to Qin Hao's ear, she continued, also, my relative has left, which means we can play cards tonight. Qin Hao instantly grasped that this meal was not a celebration of Lin Mashua's discharge or the downfall of the antagonist. It was, in fact, a celebration of Ran's newfound freedom. Internally, he understood, though he refrained from voicing it. So that is the case. It certainly warrants a celebration. On the other side lies Huaxiao Aoqing. This land was colonized long ago by a nation known as Portugal. Its prosperity surpasses even that of first-tier cities in the mainland. And most crucially, it is a special administrative region. Consequently, many laws differ from those on the mainland, with gambling being the most notable. Here, casinos are legal, provided one has the proper documentation. They are even more legitimate than gaming rooms on the mainland. Gambling is undeniably the most effective means of stimulating economic growth. Today, 2 individuals from the mainland have arrived, specifically Lu Xiangdong, the driver for Enlu, and Tian Yuan. Lu Ge, I suggest you no longer drive for my uncle. From now on, accompany me. I assure you will enjoy a life of luxury. And Lu treats Lu Xiangdong quite well, offering sumptuous meals and numerous benefits. If Enlu truly possesses the prowess of a gambling deity, Lu Xiangdong might genuinely contemplate staying with him. After all, Tian Yuan is rather miserly, promising only 200,000 in benefits, to be given only upon the completion of certain tasks. Were it not for Tianchang's grave illness, Lu Xiangdong might even consider betraying Tian Yuan. Little Lu, let us discuss this later. First, we need to find a place to settle, and then I'll help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings. There are many renowned casinos in this region, yet only 2 stand out as the largest. One is owned by individuals from Sakura country, while the other is operated by the former Asian gambling king, known as the King of Gamblers, Wen Chenglong. Lu Xiangdong enthusiastically explained all this to Enlu, clearly having invested considerable effort in his knowledge. The mention of the Asian gambling king sparked a glimmer in Enlu's eyes. Should he manage to defeat the Asian gambling king, he would ascend to the title of the new Asian gambling king himself, eventually traveling to Las Vegas to participate in the World Gambling Championship. Just like the character in the movies, he envisioned becoming a gambling deity, driving a Bentley and flying abroad on a private jet. As these thoughts consumed him, Enlu found himself drooling. Noticing Enlu's demeanor, Lu Xiangdong recognized that the young man was once again indulging in flights of fancy. Enlu, the identity of the gambling king is no ordinary matter. To challenge him, one must demonstrate substantial skill. Little did Enlu realize that this was all part of a meticulously crafted trap set by Tian Yuan and Huang Zhen. From the moment Tian Yuan picked up Enlu and led him to play cards, culminating in Lu Xiangdong accompanying him to Aoqing, everything was scripted. Huang Zhen had some previous connections with Wen Chenglong. Thus, the primary objective was to have Wen Chenglong employ his tricks to ensure Enlu lost a significant sum of money. Subsequently, Enlu would be detained, compelling the Yin family to pay a ransom for his release, inevitably causing a stir throughout the city. As a result, Enlu's reputation would be tarnished, and any aspirations he had to take over the Yin family enterprise would remain nothing more than a distant dream. However, since this was a setup, it was imperative that Enlu first experience some initial success.